A splitting headache tore through his skull. Li Changsheng snapped his eyes open only to find himself dazed by the sight before him. Filling his vision was a colossal purple-gold hall so vast and majestic that words could scarcely encompass it. Tao resonance flowed through the hall, auspicious radiance streaming in 1,000 shimmering bands. The air was saturated with such dense, innate spiritual energy that with a single deep breath his very limbs and bones seemed about to float away. Tongtian Jr. Brother, cease your hesitation. A voice dignified yet tinged with arrogance exploded beside his ear. Li Changsheng turned his head toward the sound. On the meditation cushion to his left sat a middle-aged Taoist, whose very bearing radiated authority, an auspicious cloud hovering above his crown. In his hand he held a three treasures jade ruby, and he was gazing down at Li with an aloof, condescending look. Tongtian Jr. Brother. A buzzing roar exploded in Li Changsheng's mind as a vast tide of memories surged forth. He had transmigrated. From a miserable corporate drone in the 21st century, overworked and constantly manipulated by his boss, he had become the transcendent heavenly Tao saint of the primordial world, the Tongtian Jiaozhu. Yet the scene before his eyes made his heart sink. At the very center of the great hall, a list suspended in midair shone with boundless golden light. On it were three characters exuding a terrifying heavenly Tao pressure: the Fengshen Bang, the God-sealing list. This was Xiao Palace, the heavenly Tao holy land beyond the 33rd heaven. At this very moment, they were at the signing session that would determine the course of the primordial wilderness and the life and death of countless beings. Li Changsheng swallowed hard, his gaze sweeping around the hall. Seated beside the middle-aged Taoist was an elderly man with snow-white hair, eyes closed as he rested in apparent serenity. This was the leader of the human teaching, Taishang Laojun. Opposite them sat two Taoists whose faces wore expressions of bitter suffering, though sharp light flickered deep within their eyes. They were the two saints of the West, Jane and Zhuanti. As for the gray-robed elder seated at the very top, his features blurred as though he had merged with the heavenly Tao itself. There was no need to guess. This was the Tao patriarch Hongjuan, who schemed across countless ages. In that instant, the atmosphere within Xiao Palace plummeted to freezing. Four saints plus Hongjuan, 5 pairs of eyes, were all fixed squarely on him. Where their gazes met, there was nothing but calculation. Tongtian Jr. Brother, the one who had spoken earlier, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, opened his mouth again, impatience creeping into his tone. This God-sealing list was established by our teacher in accordance with the great trend of the heavenly Tao. Now that the heavenly court has just been founded, there are 365 vacant positions for proper deities that urgently need to be filled to maintain the operation of the three realms. My Chan teaching disciples are all blessed immortals of great fortune and outstanding innate aptitude. How could they be listed and suffer the torment of servitude under the heavenly court? At this point, Yuan Shi Tianzuan let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping toward Li Changsheng. In contrast, your Jie teaching claims that 10,000 immortals come to pay homage, yet in truth, they are a motley rabble. Most under your sect are creatures born from damp and eggs, clad in fur or bearing horns, ignorant of proper etiquette and blind to the mandate of heaven. Letting them enter the list, take a minor post in the heavenly court, and fall under its jurisdiction would be the greatest fortune they could hope for. What are you still hesitating over? Sign and press your seal at once. No sooner had these words fallen than someone immediately chimed in. Zhuanti Taoist pressed his palms together in front of his chest, adopting a look of boundless compassion. Senior brother Yuan Shi speaks most truly. Senior brother Tongtian, your disciples have incurred an endless karmic slaughter within the mortal dust, and thus ought to enter the list to meet their destined tribulation. Our West is inherently barren, with only a scant few disciples under our command. For this God-sealing list, we can only rely upon senior brother Tongtian. Beside him, Jane Taoist nodded repeatedly, sighing as he bewailed their poverty. Though Taishang Laojun said nothing, the slight nod of his head already revealed his stance. Looking at these four old foxes performing their duet before him, Li Changsheng felt nothing but a surge of nausea. What blessed immortals, what creatures born from dampened eggs. Before he transmigrated, he might have been a mere corporate slave, yet he knew the primordial sagas by heart. This so-called God-sealing tribulation was clearly a heaven-shaking conspiracy aimed squarely at the Jie teaching. Hao Yin had gone to Xiao Palace to complain that the heavenly court had no one to do the work, and these old fellows immediately began plotting against Tongtian. And named the three teachings would jointly sign the God-sealing list. In reality, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching had incurred a blood-soaked mortal tribulation, yet Yuan Shi Tianzuan, overprotective of his disciples, refused at all costs to let his treasured students be listed as beasts of burden. The human teaching under Laozi had only one cherished disciple, Xuandu Dafa Shi, and naturally would not send anyone. Those two shameless Western saints, for their part, simply wished to fish in troubled waters, crossing from the west to the east to steal disciples and plunder resources. So after all this maneuvering, the God-sealing list had become a layoff roster prepared specifically for his Jie teaching. They wanted to use the lives of Jie's 10,000 immortals to plug the holes in the heavenly court. In his mind flashed the tragic end that Tongtian had met in the original tale. Bullied by these four old schemers working in concert, his 10,000 immortals formation shattered. His most beloved disciples, the Xiao Sisters, were personally suppressed by Laozi and Yuanshi, their bodies destroyed beyond recognition. His chief disciple Duobao was seized and forcibly converted in the west. Jinling Xingmu fell in battle, while Guiling Xingmu was drained to an empty shell. As for those outer disciples, their fate was even more miserable, beaten to death by Chan disciples, and even their mounts after death were stolen away. In the end, Tongtian himself was forced by Hongjun to swallow a saint-slaying pill and was imprisoned in Xiao Palace for all eternity. His line cut off, his teaching annihilated, subjected to endless humiliation. An uncontrollable blaze of rage surged from the soles of Li Changsheng's feet straight to the crown of his head. In modern times, he had already been wrung dry by capitalists. Now that he had transmigrated into a lofty heavenly Dao saint, he was still expected to be manipulated by this group of hypocrites. Sign the list. They could dream. Tongtian, why are you still dazing out? Seeing Li Changsheng lower his head in silence, Yuanshi Tianzuan assumed he had already capitulated. You are truly the greatest sage of all ages. No, the greatest saint of all ages. The next day, when Zhong of the Great Shang, having just recovered from his fill every line, Li Changsheng suddenly let out a low laugh. In the suffocating silence of Xiao Palace, his laughter sounded jarringly out of place. Tongtian, Jr. brother, what are you laughing at? Laozi finally opened his eyes, brows knitting slightly. Li Changsheng slowly raised his head. The deep pools of his eyes were now bloodshot, suffused with a wild, murderous gleam. He suddenly shot to his feet. With a resounding bang, he drove a heavy kick into the purple gold table before him. The priceless table of innate spiritual wood was sent flying. It skidded a great distance across the floor of Xiao Palace before crashing into a pillar with a thunderous boom. In an instant, the entire palace fell deathly silent. Yuanshi Tianzuan was stunned. Laozi was stunned. The pained expressions on Jane and Zhuanti's faces froze rigid. Even Hongjuan, seated on the high platform, had a flicker of astonishment pass through his eternally impassive gaze. Tongtian had actually overturned the table in Xiao Palace. Yuanshi, you decrepit old thing, spare me your foul airs. Li Changsheng jabbed a finger at Yuanshi Tianzuan's nose, unleashing a torrent of curses. Your Chan disciples are blessed immortals, and my Jie disciples are merely creatures born from damp and eggs. We are all of Pangu's orthodox line. What lofty status are you pretending to? Your 12 golden immortals have incurred a mortal slaughter tribulation and become entangled in karma. What has that to do with my Jie teaching? Your disciples provoke a tribulation. You can clean up their mess yourself. On what grounds should my disciples' lives be used to fill that broken list? Yuanshi Tianzuan, sprayed with spittle, trembled with rage, pointing at Li Changsheng. You actually dare? You what? Li Changsheng gave him no chance to speak, turning instead to lash out at Jane and Zhuanti. And you two bald frauds from the west. Forever whining about your poverty while coming east to scavenge benefits. What has this God-sealing tribulation to do with you? What are you doing beating the side drum here? Say one word more, and I will rip your tongues out right now. Zhuanti shrank his neck in fright, staring in disbelief at this suddenly ferocious man before him. Was this still the emotionally loyal, face-obsessed senior brother Tongtian he knew? He looked more like a ruffian from the streets. At last, Li Changsheng whirled around and locked his gaze on Hongjun, seated atop the high platform. He completely ignored the overwhelming heavenly Dao pressure crashing down upon him. This farce of sealing gods. Let whoever wishes to be sealed take the role. From this day on, my Jie teaching will not provide even a temporary sweeper. If you want to treat my disciples as beasts of burden, you are dreaming in broad daylight. I quit. Each word crashed like thunder, firm and resounding. Those few sentences slammed through Xiao Palace like a magnitude 12 earthquake. They tore away the saints' false masks and flipped the script that the heavenly Dao had already inscribed. Presumptuous. At last, Hongjun erupted in fury atop the high platform. On his ageless face appeared a trace of anger as a terrifying heavenly Dao might descended in near tangible form. The entire Xiao Palace began to shake violently. Purple lightning flashed in the void. That was the wrath of the heavenly Dao preparing to unleash supreme divine thunder to obliterate this aberration who dared defy destiny. The four saints revealed cold smiles of schadenfreude. Tongtian was courting death. Facing the annihilating thunder poised above his head, even Li Changsheng felt a flicker of unease. After all, he had only just transmigrated and had yet to fully master a saint's power. Just as he braced himself to take the strike, an icy mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has gone to extremes in slacking off and has overturned the God-sealing table in fury, activating the Honghuang Great Resentment System. The instant the system's chime exploded in his mind, the purple divine thunder of Xiao above his head had already taken form. Li Changsheng hesitated not in the slightest. He at least now possessed a saint's cultivation when it came to running away his speed, was nothing short of unrivaled. Whoosh! Before Ancestor Hongjuan's thunder punishment could descend, Li Changsheng directly transformed into a streak of cyan sword light that pierced through heaven and earth. With a sharp swish, he rammed straight through the grand doors of Xiao Palace. Without even looking back, he charged into the boundless chaos beyond the 33 heavens. His movements flowed like clouds and waters so swift that even the other four saints failed to react in time. Within Xiao Palace, silence reigned. Yuanshi Tianzuan gazed at the now empty doorway, the corner of his mouth lifting in a mocking icy sneer. Simply mad. To dare roar at teacher in person, and even refuse to sign the investiture of the gods. Tongtian is seeking death on his own. Xuanti and Jane exchanged a glance, schadenfreude gleaming in their eyes. Having enraged, the heavenly Dao Jiejiao would escape with its life at best, and even then would be flayed of a layer of skin. On the high platform, Ancestor Hongjun looked at the sword, chi lingering beyond the doors, his brows faintly knitting together. It seemed that at that very moment the grand tapestry of fate had shifted by a minute, almost imperceptible margin. At this time, Li Changsheng, who had escaped Xiao Palace, had already descended beside a void marker just outside the 33 heavens. This was the mandatory path back to the vast wilderness. Two child attendants with hair tied in top knots, their features carved like jade, were waiting there, each holding the reins of a gigantic one-legged beast. They were his personal Dao attendants, Shuehua Tongzi. Beside them stood his exclusive mount, Kuei Niu. Master, why have you come out so quickly? Seeing Li Changsheng's hurried appearance, Shuehua Tongzi quickly stepped forward to meet him. Less nonsense. Lead the ox, we're returning to the island. Li Changsheng dropped heavily onto Kuei Niu's broad back, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. That oppressive might of the heavenly Dao just now had been far too terrifying. Had he not fled swiftly, he would likely already have been charred to a crisp inside and out. Still shaken, Li Changsheng focused his attention inward. System, he called out tentatively in his heart. Ding. The Hongwang Great Grudge System has successfully bound to host Li Changsheng. A cold mechanical voice immediately responded. Immediately afterward, a semi-transparent virtual panel that only he could see floated before his eyes. Li Changsheng impatiently began to read the system's description. A few minutes later, seated on the ox's back, the expression on his face had grown utterly spectacular. What kind of absurd system is this? Li Changsheng could not help cursing inwardly. This so-called Hongwang Great Grudge System was practically a custom-forged tightening curse tailored just for him. On the system panel, two core mechanisms were written out with painful clarity. First, the joint punishment mechanism. With the descent of the investiture, Tribulation Jiejiao, famed for 10,000 immortals paying court, possessed disciples of all stripes, their karmic entanglements deepest of all. As the sect master, the host would be forcibly bound to all his disciples' karma. From this moment on, whenever a disciple of Jiejiao descended the mountain to stir up trouble, even if it were merely quarreling with someone, snatching a magic artifact, or actively courting the karma of the investiture tribulation, the punishment bestowed by the heavenly Dao would be multiplied tenfold, 100-fold, and diverted onto Li Changsheng, their master. The format was brutally straightforward, direct lightning strikes. The greater the disciple's misdeeds, the harsher the heavenly thunder. If a disciple tore the very sky asunder, Li Changsheng would likely be reduced to ash on the spot by ninefold heaven divine thunder. Seeing this, Li Changsheng drew in a sharp breath of cold air. This was insane. What tempers did Jiejiao's disciples all have? Every one of them valued loyalty, had explosive tempers, and flared at the slightest spark. Zhao Gongming, Sanxiao Shishinjun, and those countless outer sect loose immortals were all born troublemakers. In the original course of events, it was precisely because they acted on loyalty, marching down the mountain one after another to die, that Jiejiao was ground into nothing. And now it was even worse. If they once again descended to die, they would drag their master into the thunder with them before breathing their last. Was this not the ultimate pitfall for a sect master? Forcing down the urge to spit blood, Li Changsheng continued reading. Fortunately, the system possessed a second mechanism, the reward mechanism. So long as Jiejiao disciples did not stir trouble or entangle themselves in karma, and even actively chose to lie low, for example, sealing themselves in closed-door cultivation, like cowardly turtles, swallowing grievances without retaliation, or enduring having their treasures snatched without a word, or even being forcibly expelled from Jiejiao by Li Changsheng, so as to sever ties. Then, as long as heavenly Dao karma was successfully avoided, the host would receive generous rewards. Those rewards included, but were not limited to, innate spirit treasures, supreme formation arrays, instant cultivation surges, and even the very origin of Dao laws that transcended the heavenly Dao itself. Staring at the various god-tier items shimmering with golden light in the reward pool, Li Changsheng involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. So as long as I keep this bunch of disciples on the strictest leash possible, make them neither strike back when hit nor retort when cursed, or simply expel them all from the sect, then I can endlessly freeload on rewards. Li Changsheng rubbed his chin in contemplation. Though this mechanism sounded cowardly as long as it made him stronger, what did a bit of cowardice matter? Is it not merely lying low? I have been lying low for years in the modern world, though I am well practiced in this art. Having made up his mind, Li Changsheng decided that the first thing he would do upon returning to Jiejiao Island was to seal it off completely. Every disciple would be put under confinement. Any who dared step half a foot beyond Jiejiao Island would have their legs broken. Shui Huatongzi make Kuei Niu run faster, Li Changsheng urged. His heart now raced homeward like an arrow. He feared that if he returned even a second late, some blind disciple would already have caused trouble outside. As you command, master. Shui Huatongzi flicked the whisk in his hand. Kuei Niu let out a thunderous bellow as wind sprang beneath its four hoofs. It charged madly toward the direction of Jiejiao Island in the eastern sea. Yet precisely what one fears is what comes to pass. Just as Kuei Niu had flown over a stretch of ocean, the system panel in Li Changsheng's mind suddenly began flashing blinding red. Dididi. Warning. Detected Jiejiao Outer Sect disciple Li Si at the edge of the eastern sea is engaged in a quarrel with a rogue cultivator over a century-old spiritual herb. Li Si was the first to strike, severely injuring the rogue cultivator. Minor investiture tribulation karma acquired. Heavenly punishment mechanism has been triggered. Hearing this string of alarms, Li Changsheng's scalp seemed to explode. A century-old spiritual herb. A single insignificant stalk was enough for you to beat someone half to death. Were they all so maddened by poverty? Stop. Stop this instant. Seated on the ox's back, Li Changsheng shouted in panic. But it was already too. Above the 33 heavens, the previously cloudless void suddenly split open with a jagged black. Without any warning, without any tribulation, clouds gathering, a purple divine thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel descended out of nowhere, carrying a world-destroying aura as it crashed down. Its speed was pushed to the limit, and it utterly ignored the protective immortal light of a saint. Guided precisely along the system's karmic thread, it struck with unerring accuracy. Boom. A deafening roar exploded in midair. Blinding lightning instantly engulfed Li Changsheng upon Kuei Niu's back. Master. Shui Huatongzi, leading the ox ahead, was blasted into several tumbling somersaults, screaming in terror. When the lightning dispersed, midair, Kuei Niu's limbs were so weakened by the strike that it collapsed onto the clouds, foaming at the mouth. As for Li Changsheng on its back, his appearance could only be described as utterly miserable. His pristine cyan saintly robe had been blasted into charred strips of cloth. The purple gold hair crown that symbolized the dignity of a sect master had flown off to parts unknown. His long black hair now stood on end, transformed into a gigantic explosive afro. The once dignified handsome face beneath was now so blackened it looked as though he had just crawled out of a coal mine. Cough, cough. Li Changsheng opened his mouth and slowly exhaled a thick plume of black smoke. Numb. His entire body was numb. This heavenly Dao divine thunder truly packed a punch. It could even make a saint's flesh feel pain. Shui Huatongzi climbed up from the clouds, staring in horror at his master's current state, eyes wide with shock. Master, are you all right? A heavenly Dao saint struck by lightning for no reason while traveling. If this spread, the entire vast wilderness and 3 realms would laugh themselves hoarse. Li Changsheng ignored Shui Huatongzi. He reached up to touch his scorched face, his fingertips trembling. And this was merely punishment for an outer sect disciple injuring someone. Yet the thunderbolt was already this thick. If disciples like Zhao Gongming and Sanxiao, those direct disciples, went and beat the 12 golden immortals to a pulp, would that not mean even his ashes would be scattered to the winds? This was intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. He had just confronted the heavenly Dao heathen at the front, and his wretched disciples were frantically stabbing him in the back from behind. Hair still smoking and explosively puffed out, Li Changsheng's eyes reddened as though about to bleed. He suddenly pulled out a sound-amplifying megaphone artifact from his storage space and grabbed Shui Huatongzi by the collar. Full speed back to the island. Li Changsheng roared through clenched teeth, his voice steeped in boundless frenzy. Today I am expelling every last one of these troublemaking brats. On the shores of the East Sea, the azure waves stretched endlessly. A vast, boundless, immortal island floated upon the sea, shrouded in misty spiritual energy, with countless celestial birds and auspicious beasts. Here lies the most prestigious sect of the primordial era, the Taoist temple of Jiejiao Island. Whooshed! A charred figure rode a frothing Kuei Niu, crashing down onto the Bayou Palace Square on Jiejiao Island like a shooting star. The tremendous impact directly smashed a large pit into the hard white jade tiles of the square. The Jiejiao disciples guarding the mountain gate were startled. Who dares to trespass Jiejiao Island? Several outer disciples drew their immortal swords and cautiously surrounded the area as the dust settled. When they saw the figure in the pit with an explosive hairstyle covered in black smoke holding a large loudspeaker, everyone was instantly petrified. This figure, this mount, this unparalleled saintly pressure. Master! The disciples hurriedly dropped their swords and fell to their knees, cold sweat streaming down. Who would have thought that the usually imposing Tongtian patriarch after a trip to the Xiao Palace would return looking like someone just dug him out from a coal mine? Did he go to brawl with the other saints? Li Changsheng had no time to pay them any mind. All he wanted was to quickly defuse this group of ticking time bombs. Shui Hua Tongzi. Li Changsheng spat out a puff of black smoke and shouted loudly. Quick! Activate the highest authority of the island's protective formation. Connect the amplification formation to every corner. I want to broadcast across the entire island today. Shui Hua Tongzi scrambled to activate the formation in a flurry. In less than a moment, dazzling golden runes illuminated the sky above Jiejiao Island. The amplification function of the formation was ready. Li Changsheng took a deep breath and brought the loudspeaker treasure to his mouth. Infusing a touch of saintly power, he coughed and called out, "Hello, can you hear me?" The deafening voice roared like thunder from the 9 heavens, instantly echoing throughout Jiejiao Island. Even the East Sea waters within 100,000 miles could clearly hear this rough test sound. This shout startled the entire Jiejiao. Countless Jiejiao disciples who were in closed-door training alchemy or playing chess all lifted their heads, confusion written across their faces. It's Master's voice. Master has returned from the Xiao Palace. Shortly after, Li Changsheng's voice echoed through the amplification formation again. All disciples of Jiejiao, heed my command. No matter what you are doing, those who are in the middle of relieving themselves hold it in, and those in closed-door training break through immediately. Within 3 breaths, gather at the Bayou Palace Square. Those who do not arrive will be deemed as betraying their master and will be expelled from the sect immediately. Wow! The entire Jiejiao Island erupted in chaos. Jiejiao, known as the congregation of myriad immortals, rarely summoned such crowds except for teaching, especially with such a stern tone, even carrying a hint of impatience. Something big has happened. Go, go, go. Hurry to the square. Master must have been wronged at the Xiao Palace and is preparing to take us to vent his anger. Great. My sword hasn't tasted blood in 500 years. Is it time to go to war with those hypocrites from the Chan sect? The Jiejiao disciples, mostly straightforward and brave, felt invigorated by their master's fierce summons like they had received a shot of adrenaline. Multicolored escape lights shot up from the various peaks of Jiejiao Island, gathering wildly towards the Bayou Palace Square like a meteor shower. In just 3 breaths, the vast Bayou Palace Square was already densely packed with thousands of Jiejiao immortals. At the forefront stood the 4 chief disciples of Jiejiao Duobao: Doran Jinling, Shimu Wudong Shimu, and Guiling Shimu. Following closely were Zhao Gongming, the Santian goddesses, and other elite outer disciples. There were also the 7 immortals in attendance, the 10 heavenly lords, and countless scattered outer immortals. Everyone stood tall, their gazes fixed on Li Changsheng on the stage. Although Master's explosive hairstyle was somewhat peculiar, it did not affect their fervor. Master! The eldest disciple Duobao Daoran stepped forward, his aura deep and commanding, loudly paying homage. Did that Yuan sure will bully you again at the Xiao Palace? As long as you give the order, I will lead people to level Kunlun Mountain right now. Yes, level Kunlun Mountain. Smash Yushu Palace. The myriad immortals below raised their treasures, roaring with killing intent. In an instant, the air above Jiejiao Island was filled with murderous aura, even dispersing the clouds above with its violent momentum. Li Changsheng, standing on the stage, looked at his fervent disciples. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His legs couldn't help but feel a bit weak. What a calamity! This was not going to a fight. It was clearly a group of human lightning rods lining up to attract heavenly tribulation for him. Just earlier, outer disciples fighting over a blade of grass had already attracted a bolt of divine lightning from the Xiao Palace. If Duobao really led these thousands of people to attack Kunlun Mountain, the karmic retribution would likely bring the heavenly retribution right down upon him. He would be reduced to nothing. No, he absolutely could not let this group of ancestors descend the mountain. Li Changsheng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his racing heart, and adopted an unprecedented serious expression. He raised the loudspeaker, his voice low yet resonant. Everyone shut up. This voice, infused with saintly pressure, instantly quelled the uproar in the crowd. The myriad immortals immediately quieted down, gazing at their master with reverence, awaiting orders for the expedition. Li Changsheng scanned the crowd, recognizing familiar faces. Zhao Gongming, the Santian, the 10 heavenly lords. In the original work, these were all misfortunate ones who ended up on the Fengshen Bang. To save their lives, and to protect these foolish disciples, he could only resort to the most extreme measures. Li Changsheng cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Today I called you all to announce one thing." The entire crowd held their breath. From today, at this moment, Jiejiao is disbanded on the spot. Silence. A deathly stillness. In the entire Bayou Palace Square, even a drop of a pin could be heard. Duobao Doran's smile froze. Zhao Gongming dropped the broken wooden stick he was holding with a thud. Everyone's minds went blank. They doubted whether their ears were malfunctioning. What did Master just say? Disband. Li Changsheng looked at their confused expressions, showing no signs of stopping, and continued to drop the heavy bomb. You heard correctly, I'm done. From now on, Baiyu Palace is closed for business. All outer disciples who have not yet attained immortality will graduate on the spot and return to the mortal realm to farm. Those who have attained immortality, all of you go back to your own caves, seal your temples, and enter closed doors. Without my orders, anyone who dares to step out of their cave or touch any worldly karma. Li Changsheng said this, raising the purple jade ruler and smashing it down on the tiles. I'll personally break their legs and scatter their ashes. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did the Jiejiao myriad immortals on Jiejiao Island become utterly dumbfounded. Even the mighty figures of the primordial era who had been secretly observing the movements of Jiejiao Island were collectively taken aback. In the 33 heavens at the 8 Jing Palace, the Taishang Laojuan who was about to refine pills trembled, nearly ruining a furnace of 9 turns golden pills. At Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzun had just lifted a cup of immortal tea when he heard this voice spreading across the 3 realms, and he spat all the tea on Guangchengzi's face. In the western Shumi Mountain, Jiying and Zhuan Ti were so shocked that their jaws nearly hit the ground. What kind of stimulus had Tongtian experienced? After just turning over tables in Xiao Palace, he returned to disband his biggest trump card, Jiejiao. This was a complete disregard for the rules, and an ultimate act of surrender. On Jiejiao Island, after the silence, an uproar broke out. Master, what do you mean by this? Did we do something wrong? Master, please don't drive us away. Countless disciples knelt on the ground, their cries shaking the heavens in a state of panic. They regarded Jiejiao as home and Tongtian as their father. Now suddenly being cast out, no one could accept it. Seeing the weeping disciples, Li Changsheng felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. But he knew that if he didn't harden his heart, once the Fengshen calamity arrived, they would all die. Just as the myriad immortals were in a frenzy, not knowing what to do. A figure with thieving eyebrows and rat eyes suddenly jumped out from the back of the crowd. This person had a pair of long rabbit ears, and his eyes sparkled with an undeniable joy. It was one of the 7 immortals in attendance, the Changer Dingguang immortal. He had thought Jiejiao was about to capsize and was worried about how to escape. He never expected Tongtian to go crazy first. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. The Changer Dingguang immortal leaped onto a massive rock, pointing at Li Changsheng on the stage and animating the crowd. Brothers, everyone see clearly. Master has gone mad. He just offended the Dao ancestor at the Xiao Palace, and now he clearly wants to drive us away to monopolize Jiejiao's fortune to save himself. This ungrateful master is not worth worshipping. The Changer Dingguang immortal waved his arms wildly, inciting emotions. Everyone follow me. The Zhuan saint of the Western sect has long promised that as long as we go to seek refuge, we will receive double the treatment and will never be treated as beasts. Those willing to leave, come stand on my side now. The voice of the Longyear Dingguang immortal echoed across the Baiyu Palace square. The previously wailing myriad immortals fell silent in an instant. Everyone looked in disbelief at the rabbit that was jumping around. Are you out of your mind? In the sage's dojo, pointing at the sage's nose and cursing him for being ungrateful and even openly switching sides. Are you tired of living, or do you think your life is too long? Dao Bao Dao's face changed drastically as he shouted angrily. Longyear, you beast that betrays your master and ancestors, what filth are you spewing? Zhao Gongming drew a massive axe, glaring with rage. Dare to insult my master, I will cleave you. Longyear Dingguang immortal shrank his neck in fear as he looked at the approaching brothers. But emboldened by the fact that this was a public announcement of the dissolution by Tongtian, he regained some courage. What are you all in such a hurry for? He puffed out his chest and shouted loudly. Just now the master himself said that the Jiejiao is disbanding and told us to leave. Good birds choose their trees to nest in. The 2 saints of the Western Church are eager for talents. Is there anything wrong with me leading everyone to a better future? Saying this, he even foolishly looked at Li Changsheng on the high platform. Tongtian. No, Li Changsheng. This is the great trend of the heavenly Dao. The calamity of sealing the gods is approaching. If you can't protect us, why not let us find our own way to survive? If you are sensible, just hand over the 6-soul banner to me, and consider it our severance pay for serving you all these years. As soon as this was said, the entire venue fell into silence. Severance pay, and the 6-soul banner, a powerful weapon of Jiejiao. This rabbit truly seeks death. However, Li Changsheng on the high platform did not fly into a rage, nor did he strike immediately. He simply gazed quietly at Longyear Dingguang immortal. In his mind, the system's alert was ringing wildly. Ding! Detected traitor Longyear Dingguang immortal is forcibly entangling with Jiejiao's karma. This person is the key to breaking the myriad immortals array in the original work, bearing the extreme karma of Jiejiao's destruction. If allowed to leave, the host will suffer the wrath of the heavenly Dao's 9-turn divine thunder. If forcibly obstructed, it will trigger the backlash of the heavenly Dao. Li Changsheng looked at the bloody warning panel, a hint of realization flashing in his eyes. No wonder this rabbit is so jumpy today. It turns out this fellow is a karma bomb buried within Jiejiao by the heavenly Dao. Letting him go means being struck by thunder. Stopping him would allow the heavenly Dao to take advantage. This is a deadlock. Li Changsheng stroked his chin. Then a strange smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Long ear, O long ear. Li Changsheng sighed, his tone surprisingly softened. You are right. Good birds choose their trees to nest in. Since you want to go to the Western Church, my master certainly won't stop you. Upon saying this, the whole place was in an uproar. Daobao Daoist panicked. Master. No, this traitor. Li Changsheng raised his hand to interrupt Daobao. He slowly descended from the high platform step by step until he stood before Longjir Dingguang Immortal. Longjir Dingguang Immortal saw Tongtian, compromising, his eyes filled with ecstasy and pride. Haha, it seems you still have some self-awareness. Since that's the case, quickly bring the 6-soul banner. However, Li Changsheng suddenly interrupted him. His gentle expression instantly retracted, replaced by a coldness akin to that of a death sentence. After all, you are one of my Jiejiao's 7 attendants. Even if you want to leave, you must leave behind the meat you gained from Jiejiao, right? Before his words fell, Li Changsheng abruptly raised his right hand. Without giving Longjir Dingguang Immortal any time to react, the terrifying pressure belonging to the saint of the heavenly Dao descended like 100,000 ancient mountains. Thud. Longjir Dingguang Immortal didn't even have time to scream. His knees buckled, and he was forcefully pressed to the ground by this pressure, his bones making a cracking sound that sent chills down the spine. What do you want to do? Longjir Dingguang Immortal screamed in terror, finally realizing something was wrong. I am the fated person determined by the heavenly Dao. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will face the wrath of heaven. Wrath of heaven. Li Changsheng sneered. Today I dare to overturn the list of gods. Why would I fear your nonsense about heavenly wrath? Since you like the West so much, I will send you off in the way of the Western paradise. Li Changsheng clenched his 5 fingers tightly. Crack. Longjir Dingguang Immortal's body was crushed by the terrifying power, revealing its original form on the spot. A fat rabbit as large as a calf covered in white fur. The myriad immortals looked at this scene, too terrified to even breathe. No one expected that the master, who was about to disband his disciples just a second ago, would actually strike so ruthlessly. Moreover, it was a public execution without any restraint. But what surprised everyone even more was that this was merely the beginning. Li Changsheng turned his head to look at the already frightened water and fire boy. Go, bring out the innate spiritual treasure-level big black pot from my closed-door training room. The water and fire boy shivered all over. Not daring to ask further, he rolled and crawled away to carry the pot. In less than a moment, a black iron pot radiating innate Dao essence and over 10 meters wide was placed in the center of the square. Light the fire. Li Changsheng waved his hand. Boom. A blaze of true fire erupted at the bottom of the pot, instantly turning the big black pot bright red. The myriad immortals stared dumbfounded at the master's actions. The master is going to refine pills. Using this traitor to refine pills. They saw Li Changsheng skillfully pull out a modern kitchen knife bought from the system store. He walked up to the enormous dead rabbit. With a swift motion, swish, swish, swish. The movements of skinning and boning were so neat that they left everyone in awe. Not only that, Li Changsheng also took out a pile of jars and bottles from his storage space. EC's secret dark soy sauce pour in a bucket. Kunlun Mountain's specialty 1000-year spiritual green onion cut into 10 segments. Shouyang Mountain star anise cinnamon throw in a handful. And this exquisite chili from the western regions, add more. This rabbit has a strong odor. Li Changsheng chattered on while madly pouring seasonings into the pot. Soon a rich and uniquely spicy aroma mixed with a domineering hotness wafted through the air above Jiejiao Island. The myriad immortals were completely dumbfounded. They widened their eyes, staring at the rabbit meat rolling in the red oil pot. Gulp. Someone unable to help it swallowed hard. What is the master doing? This isn't refining pills at all. This is cooking. A dignified saint of the heavenly Dao is braising spicy rabbit heads in public. This scene was simply too horrifying and too bizarre. Gurgle, gurgle. After a stick of incense, the soup in the pot thickened and became bright red. Li Changsheng inhaled the aroma with satisfaction, using the purple jade ruler as chopsticks to pick up a piece of rabbit meat soaked in broth. Not afraid of the heat, he stuffed it into his mouth and began to chew. The meat is firm, spicy, and fragrant. This traitor consumed so many spiritual herbs on Jiejiao Island, it was finally not in vain. Li Changsheng ate, while also calling out to the stunned disciples below. Come, 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 don't just stand there. Those who see it will share. Quickly taste this karma spicy rabbit. This is a great tonic. After eating you'll be well prepared for. Oh no, for closed-door training. Below, tens of thousands of Jiejiao immortals exchanged glances. They were all stunned by the master's decisive and yet darkly humorous actions. They had seen killing chickens to warn monkeys before, but killing a rabbit to stew and treat guests. This was the first time since Pangu opened the heavens. Who would dare to eat? If they ate this meat, it would mean they had completely forged a deadly feud with the Western Church and would be bound to the master in a chariot of war. For a moment, the only sounds in the square were the bubbling of the pot and the sound of Li Changsheng munching happily. The disciples trembled in silence, the air oppressive to the point of suffocation. At that moment, the chief disciple Daobao Daoist took a deep breath. He walked out of the crowd with a pale face. Thud. He knelt on both knees. Master, what exactly do you mean by this? The Daoist Duobao knelt on the ground. He looked at the bubbling, spicy rabbit heads in the pot, then at Li Changsheng, whose mouth was dripping with grease. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. Master! Duobao cried out in despair, lunging forward to hug Li Changsheng's thigh, weeping uncontrollably. The betrayal of Changer was a matter of clearing the door, a great relief to the heart. But why did you disband the Jiejiao Sect? What exactly did the disciples do wrong for you to be so ruthless as to expel us? If you faced grievances in the Xiao Palace, the disciples are willing to fight to the death for you. We will never retreat, even if we die. As Duobao cried out, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, Zhao Gongming Sanxiao, and others also reddened their eyes and knelt down. We beseech our master to retract your orders. We are born as members of the Jiejiao Sect, and we die as dead ones of the Jiejiao Sect. We will never leave master by even half a step. Thousands of voices cried in unison, shaking the heavens. Li Changsheng was tightly embraced by Duobao, and hearing these fervent declarations of loyalty made his heart uneasy. Fight to the death. Do you unfortunate children really not know how to write the word death? If you go to risk your lives, wouldn't the heavenly Daos lightning punishment reduce me to ashes? Nonsense. Li Changsheng became anxious and kicked Duobao hard in the chest. Bang! This kick carried a hint of genuine anger and the power of a sage, directly sending Duobao flying like a ball. He flipped over a dozen times in the air, crashing heavily into the white marble pillar of the Bio Palace. The entire scene fell silent once more. Everyone was stunned by the sudden rage of their master. Li Changsheng pointed at Duobao, who was sprawled on the ground, and berated him fiercely. You worthless fool who can't be propped up. As the eldest disciple of the Jiejiao Sect, all you know is to shout for battle. Do you have any brains at all? Fight to the death. You half-baked fools who aren't even at the level of a true sage, are you going to offer your heads to a sage? I've taught you for so many years only to produce a group of brainless brutes. Li Changsheng's scolding echoed in the air above the square. Each word pierced the heart without mercy. Duobao clutched his chest, staring blankly at his enraged master. Is this still the master who always protected his disciples, who would draw his sword to cut down those who wronged them? Why has he become so cold and ruthless today? Water and fire, youth. Li Changsheng waved his hand, too lazy to waste any more words. Hang this useless waste at the crooked neck tree at the entrance of the Bio Palace. Without my orders, no one is allowed to bring him down. Let him dry out there for 100 years and wake up his mind. Having said that, Li Changsheng flicked his sleeve and strode deep into the Bio Palace. With a bang, the door closed. Only the thousands of disciples left in the square were left dumbfounded. The water and fire youth swallowed, nervously trembling as he took out a fairy rope and approached Duobao. Eldest brother. I'm sorry. Duobao, like a walking corpse, allowed the water and fire youth to bind him tight. In the sympathetic gazes of all the junior brothers and sisters, the dignified first disciple of the Jiejiao Sect was hung upside down in front of the old tree at the entrance of the Bio Palace. The sea breeze howled. Duobao swung like a pendulum on the tree. His mind was a mess. The master had changed. Completely changed. Not only did he disband the Jiejiao Sect, but he also publicly tore apart Changsheng. Now he even hung his most valued eldest disciple on a tree for public display. Why? Why is this happening? Duobao hung upside down from the tree, looking at the dark clouds in the sky that lingered due to his master's anger. In his mind, the details of everything that happened today began to replay frantically. From the moment the master, covered in soot, rode back to Jiejiao Island on a cow, to the broadcast of the highest authority of the island protection formation, then to the unhesitating execution of Changsheng. Finally, there were the scathing insults just now. Wait. Duobao's eyes suddenly focused. The master's words of scolding just now seemed to carry deeper meaning. Fight to the death. To offer heads to the sages. Did I really raise you brainless brutes? Duobao's breath quickened. He recalled the essence of the Fengshen catastrophe, which was a calamity set up by several sages to protect their own disciples. If the Jiejiao Sect really went down the mountain to confront the Chan sect heathen, as usual for the sake of righteousness and face, wouldn't that play right into others' hands? That would be delivering themselves to death. I understand. Duobao's eyes widened, a spark of unprecedented brilliance erupting from his formerly dull gaze. That expression clear, yet filled with a chilling fervor. The master must have seen through the scheme of the forced sages in the Xiao Palace. That is why he would rather use the most extreme means to forcibly disband the Jiejiao Sect and force us back to close ourselves off. Because as long as we do not get involved in worldly causes, the calculations of the four sages will all fall flat. The more Duo Bao thought, the more excited he became. His body trembled violently under the binding of the fairy rope. As for killing Changsheng Wang, that fellow is a two-faced scoundrel. The master fears he might turn against us at a critical moment and betray the core secrets of the Jiejiao Sect. So he took the opportunity to publicly execute him to warn others. Not only did he eliminate internal dangers, but he also did it for the sages who were secretly watching. Duo Bao, hanging in midair, suddenly slapped his thigh. He let out a wild laugh of realization. I've gained insight. I completely understand. The master is not mad, he is clearly putting himself in a desperate situation to survive. To openly disband the Jiejiao Sect, severing his own arms, is actually to protect us and evade the scrutiny of heavenly secrets. The master is using his own reputation to set up an enormous scheme to save the Jiejiao Sect all by himself. Duo Bao was moved to tears. He didn't even notice the snot flowing into his hair. He recalled how the master had scolded him for being brainless, feeling a deep sense of guilt. The master was right. I truly am a foolish pig. I didn't even realize the master's profound intentions and foolishly shouted for battle. I almost ruined the master's grand plan. Master, you have worked hard bearing all this blame alone. I vow that I will not let your efforts go to waste. Just as Duo Bao was moved to tears by his own thoughts, a loud and swaggering sound of footsteps came from outside the square. Oh, eldest brother, your style is quite unique. Are you practicing upside down? Duo Bao strained to turn his neck to look. He saw the outer sect's eldest disciple, Zhao Gongming, tossing 24 sea blue pearls radiating with colorful light. He walked over with a proud expression on his face. Junior brother Gongming, what are you? Duo Bao was momentarily stunned. Zhao Gongming chuckled and walked under the tree, showing off the pearls in his hand. I just took a stroll deep in the East Sea. I casually snatched a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the ding. Eldest brother, look at this quality, this power. Once I refine it, watch me smash that bastard Guangchengzi's head. Zhao Gongming's words were still unfinished. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the tightly shut door of the Bo Palace was smashed into splinters by an extremely violent force. Changsheng's eyes were bloodshot as he charged out, holding the purple jade ruler like a furious tyrannosaurus whose tail had been stepped on. Boom. The grand door of Bo Palace, crafted from 1,000-year-old agarwood, was instantly reduced to powder. Wood shavings flew in all directions like a torrential rain. Changsheng's eyes were bloodshot, his face as dark as a pot bottom. He charged out of the grand hall wielding a purple jade ruler glowing with a radiant purple light. Zhao Gongming's smug smile froze instantly. He instinctively hid the Dinghai pearl behind him. Master, what happened to you? Changsheng hurriedly rushed in front of Zhao Gongming, nearly spitting on his face as he Rob, did you just say rob? Changsheng exclaimed. I just issued a command for the island to be sealed off for meditation, and you turned around and ran off to rob the EC. Changsheng was truly on the verge of madness. He had just calmed himself down in the secret chamber and was preparing to study the system store. But as soon as he sat down, he heard Zhao Gongming boasting loudly outside. The Dinghai pearl. This was Zhao Gongming's death warrant in the original story. That shameless old thief Ran Deng was coveting these 24 pearls. Not only did he team up with the 12 golden immortals to gang up on Zhao Gongming. In the end, he even used the most malicious nailhead 7-arrow book to curse him to death. This is not a magic treasure, it is clearly a super time bomb. Moreover, this bastard grabbed the bomb and shouted about smashing the heads of the Chan sect's golden immortals. Is he really hoping the heavenly Dao's thunder punishment won't find an excuse to strike down his master? Zhao Gongming looked at the enraged Changsheng and shrank his neck. But he was always bold and straightforward. He thought his master might just be under too much stress lately, so he steeled himself to explain. Master, please calm down. These 24 Dinghai pearls are a heavenly gift. He presented the pearls to his chest, excitedly explaining. As I walked on the surface of the sea, they just floated up. This shows they are destined to be with me. The 24 treasured pearls radiated with colorful brilliance, each containing the power of the 4 seas, exuding an astonishing pressure. Look, these pearls are of immense power. I was worried about not having a suitable weapon, but with this I guarantee I can beat the hypocrites of Guangchengzi to the ground. Let the prestige of my Jiejiao Sect be known. Watching Zhao Gongming's excited expression, ready to embark on a great endeavor, Changsheng felt a chill run down his back. Let your reputation die. Do you want to die faster, or do you want me to die more tragically? Enough! Changsheng shouted sharply and directly slapped Zhao Gongming's wrist. Smack! Zhao Gongming felt the pain and loosened his grip. In an instant, all 24 Dinghai pearls were snatched into Changsheng's storage space with lightning speed. The action was so quick that not even a shadow was left behind. Zhao Gongming was dumbfounded, staring blankly at his empty hands, his mind a complete blank. Master, my pearls. What, your pearls? This is stolen property. Changsheng maintained a stern face, starting to spout serious nonsense. You are too filled with murderous intent and malice. Such a precious weapon in your hands will only drag you deeper into chaos, ultimately leading to your demise. To prevent you from going astray, I will confiscate these Dinghai pearls for now. Zhao Gongming was left dumbfounded upon hearing this. Confiscated. This is a top-notch, innate spiritual treasure. There are very few in the entire primordial world. After all my luck to stumble upon it before I could even warm it, my master confiscated it. Master, you can't do this. Zhao Gongming panicked, kneeling on the ground with a thud and hugging Li Chen in the same posture as before with Duo Bao. I swear I won't act recklessly. Unless others strike first, I will never use the pearls to harm anyone. Please, master, return the pearls to me. Without them I feel unsafe going out. Seeing Zhao Gongming clinging to his thigh and howling, Li Changsheng twitched the corners of his mouth. Why do all these disciples like this tactic of hugging thighs? Stop wasting my time. Li Changsheng not only felt no pity, but also became more determined in his survival strategy. Do you still want to go out? I see you didn't heed my words. Since you feel unsafe, I shall bestow upon you a genuine, life-preserving treasure today. With that, Li Changsheng quickly opened the system store in his mind. He was currently so broke that he couldn't afford anything and had received no rewards. The system initially only granted him 10 points. Li Changsheng wasted no time and directly spent 1 point in the miscellaneous section. He exchanged for the cheapest item. Swish! A black crooked stick looking like a broken branch from a dead tree appeared in Li Changsheng's hand. Zhao Gongming looked up with anticipation, thinking his master was going to bestow him a replica of some celestial, but when he focused, his eyes nearly popped out. What? What is this? Zhao Gongming pointed at the broken stick, his voice trembling. This is called divine wood for hitting gods. Li Changsheng remained unfazed, casually fabricating a name. This wood is a fragment of a divine root from the beginning of chaos, returning to its essence unrefined, yet extraordinarily clever. Take it. Li Changsheng tossed the system's wholesale broken stick into Zhao Gongming's arms, as if it were guarded. From today on, this will be your life treasure. No spells are to be used without my permission. Take this stick and get back to Yurame Mountain's Luofu Cave immediately. Close yourself in. You are not to step out of the cave until the end of time. Zhao Gongming stood there clutching the stick that still bore the scent of earth. He stood frozen like a statue, as if turned to stone. A top-notch, innate spiritual treasure, the Dinghai Pearl, was exchanged for a firewood stick. This absurd contrast nearly made Zhao Gongming's mind explode despite his thick skin. Get lost. Li Changsheng, seeing Zhao Gongming still dazed, was furious. He lifted his foot. Bang! Another swift and decisive kick. Zhao Gongming didn't even have time to let out a scream as he was kicked out like a cannonball from the protective array of Jiejiao Island. He transformed into a meteor streaking across the sky, heading towards a Mei Mountain. Whoosh! Watching Zhao Gongming disappear into the horizon, Li Changsheng let out a long breath. At last he had eliminated this greatest Kazan effect bomb. With the Dinghai Pearl in his possession, even if that old thief Randang was envious, he definitely wouldn't dare to come and rob a saint like himself. Without any treasure, Zhao Gongming, no matter how impulsive, wouldn't dare to challenge the 12 golden immortals with just a broken stick, right? His sense of security had finally been slightly elevated. At this moment, Duo Bao Daoist, who had been hanging upside down from a tree, witnessed the entire process. He looked at his master's decisive methods. The admiration in his eyes grew even stronger. Master's methods are simply profound and unfathomable. Confiscating the treasure not only severed Zhao's cause and effect, but also bestowed upon him a seemingly ordinary stick to temper his mindset. Master is aiming to mold our Jiejiao Sect into a patient, low-profile, invincible force. Duo Bao nodded crazily from the tree, firmly believing in his own conspiracy theory. Li Changsheng, of course, had no idea what the person in the tree was thinking. He was just about to turn back to the hall when suddenly 3 extremely fierce sword energies accompanied by angry sounds breaking through the air rushed in from afar. Bang! 3 graceful figures landed directly on the steps of Bio Palace. They were the 3 strongest warriors of the outer sect, Zhao Gongming's 3 younger sisters, Yunxiao, Chongxiao, and Bixiao. The 3 sisters had always held deep respect for their elder brother Zhao Gongming. Having just witnessed their brother's treasure being confiscated and being kicked away like a broken sack by master, they were immediately filled with rage. Bixiao, with the most explosive temper, had red rims around her eyes, charging forward with the golden mantis scissors in hand. The golden serpent shears emitted a chilling bone-deep radiance as 2 piercing dragon roars echoed through the air. Bixiao stood rigidly on the stone steps, her eyes red-rimmed, and blazing with fury, her gaze locked unflinchingly upon Li Changsheng. Master, why do you favor one so unjustly? Elder brother has barely secured this rare karmic treasure. Yet instead of praise, you seize it from him and cast him out of Jiejiao Island. Xiao stepped forward beside her, her face flushed with indignation. Exactly. Elder brother has devoted himself tirelessly to the Jiejiao Sect. How can you treat him thus and shatter the hearts of every outer disciple? Compared to her 2 fiery-tempered sisters, eldest sister Yun Xiao remained composed. Yet even her usually placid, unfathomable eyes now shimmered with disbelief and profound sorrow. She advanced a single step, lowered her sleeves in solemn obeisance, and spoke, her voice calm, yet laced with quiet disappointment. Master, Yin Xiao has always revered your teachings. The Jiejiao Sect stands upon the principle of teaching without discrimination, its very essence rooted in righteousness. Yet today you first disbanded the sect, then publicly executed Ding Xian, and now you punish elder brother Gongming with such cruelty. How does this differ from the hollow tyranny of the Chan sect? These words struck with devastating weight. Nothing less than an accusation hurled straight at Li Changsheng's face, charging him with betraying the Jiejiao Sect's foundational Dao. Had this been the original Tongtian hearing such words from his most cherished disciple, he might have choked on his own blood in outrage. But Li Changsheng was not that Tongtian. Gazing upon the three sisters before him, blossoming with peerless grace radiant as celestial flowers, he felt no anger. Only a deep weary sigh rose within him, heavy with helplessness. Yin Xiong and Bai Xiao, how fiercely loyal you are. Yet do you truly understand that in the Fengshen calamity this very word righteousness becomes the deadliest death warrant? In the original chronicle, when Zhao Gongming was slain by the treacherous curse of Ran Dangyu, three sisters consumed by grief and vengeance erected the 9-bin Yellow River Formation, stripping the 12 golden immortals of their 3 flowers of immortality. That act provoked Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan themselves, their elders, to descend without restraint. Yin Xiao was crushed beneath Qilin Cliff, Oqiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao were obliterated utterly, body and soul erased from existence. Of all characters in the chronicle, you three met the most tragic, most grievous end. If I do not confine you now, shall I simply stand by and watch you march once more toward annihilation, dragging me down with you beneath heaven's thunderous wrath? Li Changsheng drew a slow, steadying breath, then ruthlessly suppressed the softness flickering in his eyes, donning once more the mask of cold, tyrannical severity. Outrageous! With a thunderous slap he struck the last remaining marble pillar beside him, its surface instantly fracturing into a spiderweb of cracks thick as 2 men embracing. Yin Xiao, you've grown bold indeed. Dare you defy your master? Dare you question his decrees? He pointed directly at the 3 sisters, spittle flying with each furious syllable. Your elder brother bears karmic debts so vast they threaten the entire Jiejiao Sect. Should I leave him here, with his artifact intact, or banish him to protect us all? Not only do you fail to comprehend my sacrifice, you dare storm Bishu Palace to accuse me. Revolt! You've truly turned heaven upside down. Bai Xiao, unable to bear it, raised the golden serpent shears to protest. Master, this is sheer sophistry. Silence. Li Changsheng denied her even a breath to speak, sweeping his hand dismissively. Since you prize loyalty so highly, and find life in the Jiejiao Sect so grievous. Very well, then do not return to Sanxian Island. A cruel smile twisted his lips. Shuehua Tongzi, who had been idly watching Duo Bao swing on a swing nearby, jolted upright and rushed over, trembling. Master, your command. Go. Open the 10,000-year glacial cell beneath Bishu Palace. Li Changsheng pointed unflinchingly at the 3 sisters, pronouncing judgment without mercy. Seal these 3 insubordinate, disrespectful disciples inside, forever. At those words, all 3 sisters froze stunned into silence. The 10,000-year glacial cell, the Jiejiao Sect's ultimate penitentiary reserved for those who committed unforgivable sins. Even a Deluo immortal entering would feel his marrow freeze and his immortal energy congeal in sluggish torment. Master, you cannot do this. Bai Xiao's voice broke, tears trembled on her lashes. She never imagined the master who cherished them most would truly strike with such finality. Xiong Xiao hurried to grasp Yin Xiao's sleeve, pleading, but Yin Xiao only offered a hollow, sorrowful laugh. Shaking her head, she gently barred her sister's path, her eyes darkening into utter desolation. There is no need to plead. The master's will is fixed. We accept our punishment. The desolate beauty of her expression wrenched at Li Changsheng's heart. Yet for their lives, and his own, he forced himself to continue the charade. Once inside, think not that you're trying. From his system shop, Li Changsheng instantly exchanged for 10,000 copies of the dullest, most tedious foundational Taoist scriptures, and flung them down before the 3 sisters in a rustling cascade. Each of you shall transcribe the Huangting Jing 1,000,000 times. Not a single character may be omitted, not one step beyond that cell until completion. Only then shall your impetuous natures be tempered. 1,000,000 times. Bai Xiao swayed, vision dimming. This was no mere punishment. It was a sentence to remain buried in that cellar until the Fengshen calamity passed, or until oceans dried and mountains crumbled. Take them away. Li Changsheng swept his sleeve, a command brooking no delay. Shuehua Tongzi dared not hesitate, summoning his divine power. He guided the 3 dazed, hollow-eyed sisters deep into Bishu Palace's subterranean vaults. Li Changsheng watched their retreating silhouettes. As precaution, he silently invoked the nascent spatial law he had just acquired. 10 layers of impenetrable seals bloomed soundlessly around the glacial cell, so absolute that even a quasi-sage without his explicit permission could not breach its threshold. Now, at last, you are safe. A silent sigh escaped Li Changsheng's lips. Only after Shueihua Tongzi vanished entirely into the vault's entrance did he allow himself to exhale fully. The tyrant's mask collapsed instantly. He slumped onto the massive purple-gold meditation cushion like a sack of wet rice. A long, weary breath escaped him. Exhausted. Acting is sheer physical torture, worse than 3 consecutive overtime shifts under a merciless boss. He glanced upward, where Duo Bao still dangled upside down from a tree outside grinning foolishly, and recalled Zhao Gongming whom he'd kicked unceremoniously toward a May mountain, and the 3 sisters, now likely weeping as they copied scripture in that icy cell. The Jiejiao Sect's most volatile core disciples had finally been subdued, not by doctrine, but by brute, irrefutable force. The first phase, staff reduction and enforced seclusion, was barely complete. Phew. Now Heaven's thunder punishment has no pretext left to strike me surely. Li Changsheng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, just as he relaxed preparing to brew a fine cup of tea to steady his nerves. Within the silent expanse of his spiritual sea, the system's frigid mechanical voice erupted, rapid-fire relentless. Ding! Detected host forcibly stripped Zhao Gongming of his destined calamity artifact, severed fatal karmic thread. Ding! Detected host physically confined the 3 Xiao, successfully averted annihilation via 9-band Yellow River formation. Ding! Detected host drastically altered fates of core Jiejiao Sect disciples. Celestial mechanism irreversibly deviated. Epic scale deviation completed. Critical reward calculation in progress. The system's notification chimes echoed in Li Changsheng's mind like a wild symphony. He collapsed onto his cushion listening to the melodious sounds, a smile uncontrollably curling at the corners of his lips. Ding! Host successfully eliminated the greatest internal threat of the Jiejiao Sect, Longier Dingguang, immortal, preserving the 6 Souls banner and preventing severe damage to the sect's fortune. Ding! Host forcibly severed the karmic deadlock between Zhao Gongming and Randan Daoist, thus preserving the combat power of the Jiejiao Sect's outer disciples. Ding! Host compelled the 3 Xia to enter close cultivation, successfully averting the fatal confrontation involving Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Comprehensive assessment. Host has successfully reversed the early heavenly Dao momentum of the conferred God tribulation. Calculating Dao origin value. Li Changsheng's breathing grew rapid. His eyes wide, he stared intently at the virtual panel only he could see. The balance number for Dao origin value in the upper right corner began to fluctuate wildly. Ding! Calculation complete. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 million points of Dao origin value. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000. 10 million. Li Changsheng leaped up from his cushion, slapping his thigh in excitement, nearly roaring with joy. 10 million. He had just spent a mere single point to buy that god-beating wood to trick Zhao Gongming. With 10 million points, how many good things could he buy? He was rich. It was an overnight fortune. Staying low-key really pays off. As long as I keep these disciples pinned up like pigs, not only will I avoid being struck by lightning, but I can also lie back and count the money. Li Changsheng rubbed his hands together. He eagerly opened the high-tier exchange zone of the system shop. Previously, because he was too poor, he didn't even dare to look at this area. Now that he had money, his confidence was naturally different. Opening the high-tier zone, a dazzling array of divine items instantly blinded him. Pangus Essence Blood Complete, 100 million origin value. Creation Divine Axe Fragment, 50 million origin value. Creation Jade Disc High Imitation, 30 million origin value. Seeing these astronomical figures, Li Changsheng's previously fiery heart cooled by half. Damn, 10 million seems like a lot, but I can't even afford a decent fragment. This system shop is more ruthless than a capitalist. Li Changsheng grumbled, then silently scrolled down the options. He couldn't afford those world-destroying weapons, but what did he need most now? Not offense. Defense. Absolute safety. Although he had transmigrated as a heavenly Dao saint, the integration of his original host's memories was not perfect. If he were to truly fight against old schemers like Yuanshi Tianzuan and Laozi, his bloated saintly self would likely suffer a great loss. First, equip myself with life-saving gear. Li Changsheng quickly filtered through defensive items. Soon his gaze locked onto an inner armor shimmering with purple gold light. Primordial Chaos Purple Silk Immortal Robe System-modded Bulletproof Edition. Price 3 million origin value. Description: forged from primordial chaos energy and top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Not only does it repel all spells and immunize against all karmic curses under heaven, such as the Nailhead 7-Arrow book, it also provides 100 physical bulletproof, stab-proof, and shockproof functions. Attacks below the saint level are forcibly nullified. A saint strike is weakened by 90%. Note: wear it underneath, but snug and comfortable, cool in summer and warm in winter. You deserve it. Li Changsheng's eyes lit up. What a treasure. Wasn't this a tailor-made top-tier bulletproof vest? With this, even if he were struck by heavenly lightning again, he wouldn't end up with an afro. Bye. Li Changsheng waved his hand, deducting 3 million points without hesitation. Whooshed. A flash of purple light and a soft, lightweight purple inner armor appeared in his hand. Without a word, Li Changsheng shed his tattered Taoist robe and put the immortal robe on. As it touched his skin, it instantly transformed into a warm current, merging with his flesh as if it didn't exist. But Li Changsheng could clearly sense an indestructible primordial chaos shield tightly enveloping his entire body. His sense of security skyrocketed. Not enough. Just taking a beating without fighting back isn't my style. Li Changsheng continued shopping in the shop. With defense secured, he needed a suitable weapon. Though the 4 immortal slaying swords were powerful, they were large-scale weapons too flashy and prone to attracting immense karma. He needed a sharp tool suitable for duels that could kill without leaving a trace. Scanning the weapons section, he suddenly noticed a bizarre category, Underworld Artifact Zone. Clicking on it, Li Changsheng was instantly amused. Powerful diarrhea pill, 100 accurate lime powder, unstoppable ambush manual. This system was perfectly to his taste. He immediately took a liking to one artifact. 100 knockout purple jade ruler upgraded version. Price 2 million origin value. Description appears to be an ordinary celestial measurement ruler, but actually contains a sliver of the forced physics. Whether it's a golden immortal or a quasi-saint, if struck on the back of the head with this ruler, ignoring all protective divine light, they are forcibly stunned for a period ranging from 3 seconds to 3 days, depending on their cultivation level. Note the supreme divine tool for ambushes and Bhagavathi head jobs. Even a saint will be dazed for a while if struck. Holy shit, a divine skill. Li Changsheng exclaimed. This was the ultimate cheat for knocking people out. From now on, if anyone dared to provoke him, he could just flash over and whack them on the back of the head. All their divine powers and spells would be suppressed. Bye. Spending 2 million points, a crystal-clear, high-looking purple jade ruler fell into his hands. Li Changsheng weighed the ruler in his hand, caressing it with delight. Now he had only 5 million points left. Cultivation. I still need to improve my core strength. Li Changsheng looked at the cultivation infusion section. Without hesitation, he exchanged all his remaining 5 million points for the purest Dao energy. Boom. A torrent of overwhelming power surged directly from the system's space into his body. Li Changsheng's saintly origin, previously somewhat unstable due to imperfect integration, instantly became extremely solid under the wash of this power. He could feel his comprehension of the primordial heavenly Dao, and even his control over that faint Dao Law had risen to a terrifying level. Early, middle, and late stages of heavenly Dao Saint, until he was firmly stabilized at the peak of heavenly Dao Saint. Now, even against the strongest Laozi, he was absolutely confident he would not be at a disadvantage. Refreshing. Li Changsheng stretched his joints, cracking like popping beans. From the inside out, he felt with the top-tier bulletproof vest on the 100 stun ruler in hand, and the peak saint cultivation supporting him, the anxiety of constantly fearing lightning strikes and ambushes was finally swept away. Li Changsheng changed into a new green Taoist robe and combed his hair, neatly restoring the lofty, imposing dignity of a sect leader. He looked at his reflection in the water mirror with satisfaction. This is the aura a saint should have. Now, as long as the disciples don't cause trouble outside, I can just be a homebody on Jiejiao Island, signing in for points every day. Perfect. Li Changsheng picked up the already cold immortal tea on the table and took a sip, feeling elated, just as he prepared to close his eyes and consolidate his new realm. An arrogant and provocative shout suddenly erupted outside the protective formation of Jiejiao Island. The voice, infused with the power of a golden immortal, pierced the sea surface, causing the entire island to tremble. Uncle Tongtian, my master Yuanshi Tianzuan has specially sent his disciple Guangchengzi to pay a visit. I heard you went mad in the Xiao Palace and disbanded the Jiejiao Sect upon your return. Your disciple has come especially to see if Jiejiao Island has now become an empty island. Ha ha ha. Presumptuous. The piercing laughter echoed over the eastern sea. The mocking laughter of Guangchengzi was like the fuse igniting a powder keg. Suddenly, the entire golden Ao island exploded. You arrogant child! What are you, Guangchengzi, to dare to directly call the master by name? The hypocrites of the Chan sect actually dare to come to the front of my golden Ao island. The outer disciples who were originally grieving and wandering over the dissolution of the Jiejiao sect. At this moment, their eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit held the dragon and tiger Rui, her beautiful face frosty, exuding a killing intent. The Holy Mother of Nonan also directly summoned her celestial sword, pointing it to the skies. Even those low-level loose immortals who originally planned to pack their bags and go home retrieved their treasures one after another. The disciples of the Jiejiao sect valued their master and their path above all. How could they tolerate others coming to their home, riding on their master's head to defecate? Activate the formation. Charge out. Let's turn these ruffians from the Chan sect into minced meat. Countless Jiejiao Sect immortals gathered in the square, roaring loudly on the verge of breaking through the protective formation of the island to attack the Eastern Sea. Everyone stopped right there. A thunderous roar mixed with the wrath of a sage came from deep within the Bayou Palace. Changsheng stepped out of the door with his hands behind his back, his expression as cold as water. He looked at his enraged disciples and felt an overwhelming anger in his heart. I exerted so much effort, even risking the title of madman, just to place these causal bombs on the island. Did Guangqingzi's few words really set you off? If you really charge out, won't the heavenly tribulation punish me, turning Li Changsheng into charred remains on the spot? Whoever dares to step out of the formation, I will immediately expel him from the sect and cripple his cultivation. Li Changsheng's voice was extremely cold, leaving no room for doubt. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and others who had just rushed to the edge of the formation came to a sudden halt. Master, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit gritted her teeth, tears of humiliation welling in her eyes. They've come right to our doorstep, pointing fingers at you. How can we as disciples act like turtles withdrawing into their shells? Yes, Master, we might as well fight to the death. Everyone echoed in unison. Fight! Li Changsheng sneered, his gaze sweeping over the gathering immortals. What do you have to fight with? With your lives tainted by the karma of the mundane world. This is a provocation set by the Chan sect, waiting for you brainless fools to charge out, allowing them to send you onto the list of deities under the pretense of righteousness. Get back. Without my command, no one is allowed to move. Li Changsheng waved his sleeve, and the overwhelming pressure of a sage directly pushed back the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and others for hundreds of steps. Having suppressed the internal chaos, Li Changsheng then turned to gaze coldly at the outside of the formation. Above Golden Ao Island, Guangqingzi, wearing an 8-diagram purple robe, stood on a cloud holding dual swords. Behind him were Tai Yi, Jinrinju, Liushuan, Qi Jingzi, and other 12 gold immortals from the Chan sect, all present. Each of them wore a disdainful expression, their eyes filled with contempt. Clearly they had received instructions from the primordial heavenly venerable, specifically coming to kick someone while they were down, testing the strengths and weaknesses of the Jiejiao sect. Uncle Tongtian, why are you not speaking? Guangqingzi saw that there was only noise from within Golden Ao Island, but no one came out to fight. His smile grew increasingly arrogant. Could it be that you really, as rumored, have been scared out of your wits, lacking even the courage to come out and meet people? If so, you might as well bow your head and admit your mistake to my master early, voluntarily signing the list of deities. Perhaps my master, being kind-hearted, might still leave some incense for the Jiejiao sect. Ha ha ha. The 12 gold immortals burst into loud laughter. Their laughter was piercingly sharp. Li Changsheng stood within the island watching these clowns, his heart undisturbed. He even felt like laughing a bit. His current confidence was not the same as that of the original character, who could be easily angered by a few words. System, which is the strongest defensive formation I can buy with my remaining source value. Ding. The system recommends the host purchase the ultimate turtle shell reflection formation currently at a limited time discount. Price: all remaining balance, supports overdraft of 10 credit points. Description: specially provided by the system for anti-explosion. It combines the absolute defense of the black tortoise shell with the ultimate reflection principles of the chaotic hedgehog. Once activated, it can withstand 3 full force attacks from a sage. Attacks from below a sage are merely akin to scratching an itch. Special mechanism: the stronger the attack, the higher the rebound damage, up to 200%. Looking at this introduction, Li Changsheng's eyes instantly lit up like 2 big light bulbs. Good heavens. This is not just a defensive formation, it's clearly a tool for revenge. Buy it. Immediately integrate with the existing protective formation of Golden Ao Island. Li Changsheng did not hesitate to give the order. Ding. Ultimate Turtle Shell Reflection Formation has been purchased. Integrating. Integration complete. With the system's prompt, the originally transparent protective barrier of Golden Ao Island suddenly underwent a tremendous change. Virum, a deep rumbling sound echoed across the sky. On the surface of that barrier, countless mysterious patterns like turtle shells quickly emerged. The patterns layered upon one another. 1 layer, 2 layers, 10 layers, 100 layers. A total of 100,000 layers of thick, earthy yellow light circles spiraled around, wrapping Golden Ao Island tightly in layers upon layers. From a distance, the current Golden Ao Island truly resembled a giant iron turtle lying on the eastern sea. Moreover, the outermost layer of the light circle faintly flickered with an unsettling dark red glow. This scene not only stunned the Jiejiao sect disciples on the island, but also left the 12 gold immortals outside dumbfounded. What kind of formation is this? Tai Yi Jinren frowned, sensing the unbreakable aura emanating from that formation, feeling inexplicably playing tricks. Guangqingzi snorted coldly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Uncle Tongtian, since you insist on being this turtle withdrawing into its shell, then I shall have to offend you. I want to see if your turtle shell can withstand the treasure bestowed by my master. With that, Guangqingzi suddenly slapped his forehead. A golden light shot up into the sky. Following that, a gigantic seal platform radiating chaotic ancient energy appeared in midair. The bottom of the seal platform was inscribed with countless ancient divine scripts carrying a terrifying pressure as if it could crush the heavens and shatter the earth. The post-heaven's first killing treasure crafted from a segment of the Buzhou Mountain, the Fantian seal. Hiss! The Jiejiao Sect disciples on the island gasped, their faces showing despair. The reputation of the Fantian seal, who in the primordial times did not know. This was a deadly weapon capable of smashing even a Deluo Jinxian into minced meat with a single blow. Fantian seal, smash this broken turtle shell for me. Guangchengzi's face contorted madly, urging his internal energy, fiercely striking down towards the protective formation of Golden Ao Island. The gigantic Fantian seal, accompanied by a roar that could destroy the heavens and the earth, fell like a meteor onto the outermost layer of the barrier. Boom! The waters of the Eastern Sea were instantly pushed away for miles by the terrifying shockwave. The 12 gold immortals retreated, wearing expressions of smug satisfaction, preparing to enjoy the sight of the protective formation of Golden Ao Island shattering and the Jiejiao Sect immortals fleeing in panic. However, the anticipated scene of heaven collapsing and earth splitting did not occur. The immensely powerful Fantian seal struck the 100,000 layers of light circle. It was like a stone thrown into an enormous thick piece of toffee. Not even a splash of water was stirred. The Fantian seal sank deeply into the first few layers of the light circle. Then it just got stuck. It stopped moving. The smile on Guangchengzi's face instantly froze. How is this possible? He widened his eyes, desperately urging his internal energy to retract the Fantian seal. At that moment, Changsheng stood on the island looking at the stuck Fantian seal, a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Is it done? Then now it's my turn. The next second, that originally stagnant protective barrier suddenly flickered violently with glaring red light. The reflection mechanism has been triggered. The blinding red light swirled across the 10,000-layer protective barrier of the island, as if a slumbering ancient beast had abruptly opened its blood-red eyes. Immediately, a force more terrifying and violent than when Guangchengzi struck down gathered rapidly deep within the formation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The main body of the Fantian seal, trapped within the barrier, emitted a mournful wail under the unbearable strain. Guangchengzi hovered in midair, desperately forming seals. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face flushed as he attempted to forcibly retrieve his treasured item. Come back to me, Guangchengzi shouted fiercely. However, the great formation not only failed to release the Fantian seal, but instead began to absorb the destructive power it had just unleashed with interest. Crack, crack, crack. The barrier of the great formation crazily compressed and converged. In the next moment, the red light erupted. A giant phantom of the Fantian seal, identical in appearance, but twice its size, and radiating blinding red light, suddenly shot out from the formation. A counterattack mechanism. 200%. The rebounding phantom of the Fantian seal moved at an incredible speed, almost tearing through space. With a might that could obliterate everything, it followed the energy connection between Guangchengzi and the treasure, charging straight towards his face. Guangchengzi was still caught in the pose of a single-handed seal, exuding an air of arrogance. A trace of disdain lingered at the corner of his mouth. He had never anticipated that there would be a formation capable of rebounding the Fantian seal. He also never expected it to come back at such speed. What a... Guangchengzi's pupils constricted, his vision instantly filled with blinding red light. Instinctively, he wanted to conjure the protective divine light of the Bagua Zi Shou Xian Yi. But it was too late. The phantom of the Fantian seal, with double the power, had already struck him squarely in the face. Bang! A dull thud that made one's teeth ache erupted in the sky above the East Sea. There were no flashy magical explosions. Only the purest, most violent physical impact. Oh! Guangchengzi let out a tragic scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His originally ethereal and arrogant face instantly became severely deformed. The high bridge of his nose made a crisp cracking sound before collapsing inward. The immense impact forced his facial features to squish together. Moments later, under the terrified gaze of the 12 golden immortals, 2 blood-streaked, snow-white front teeth shot out from Guangchengzi's mouth, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc in the sunlight as they flew into the air. Senior brother, Tai Zhenrun, let out a horrified scream. But Guangchengzi could no longer hear it. He was like a golf ball struck away, flying back at a speed 10 times faster than when he had come. Boom! A loud crash with water splashing everywhere. Guangchengzi struck into the surging waves of the East Sea like a shooting star. He directly created a bottomless whirlpool on the sea surface. Life or death unknown. Silence. A deathly silence. Whether it was the arrogant 12 golden immortals outside the island or the righteous disciples of Jiejiao inside, all were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Tai Zhenren, Ju Lu Sun, Qi Jing Zi, and others had their expressions of pride freeze instantly. They looked at the whirlpool still churning on the sea, and then at the protective barrier of the island wrapped in red light. A chill ran from their tailbone to the crown of their head. Senior brother. His front teeth were knocked out. Qi Jingzi swallowed hard, his voice trembling. This was the sword master of Chan Jiao, the most favored disciple of Yuan Shitianzun. How could he, without even seeing the face of the enemy, be reduced to searching for his teeth due to a formation? This formation is strange. Quickly retreat. This turtle shell has a counterattack ability. Zhu Lusun reacted the fastest, screaming as he rolled and crawled back over 100 miles. The other golden immortals also snapped out of their daze, terrified and scattering in all directions. They feared they too would be locked by that bizarre formation and suffer a double power boomerang. The once imperious and arrogant atmosphere vanished in an instant. Only a group of Chan Jiao golden immortals like lost dogs hovered far away in the sky, glancing back at Jiejiao Island with lingering fear. Inside the island, the disciples of Jiejiao watched the fleeing Chan Jiao golden immortals, then looked at the two dazzling front teeth floating on the sea surface. They were dumbfounded for a good 10 seconds. Holy crap! Zhao Gongming was the first to blurt out a curse, his eyes wide as copper bells. That bastard Guangqingzi actually got his looks ruined by his own Fantian seal. Delightful. So freaking delightful. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit trembled with excitement, clenching her fists tightly. Deserved. This is the consequence of insulting the master. Huh. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why not try hitting again? The disciples of Jiejiao, who had been bottling up their frustrations, could no longer contain themselves and erupted into thunderous cheers. It felt so satisfying. They didn't even have to lift a finger, yet they watched their enemy get wrecked. This feeling was 1,000 times more exhilarating than personally striking someone down. After the celebration, all the disciples of Jiejiao's gazes converged on the tall figure at the center of the square. Li Changsheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a green robe billowing in the sea breeze. His expression was calm as he gazed at the flustered 12 golden immortals outside the formation, his eyes filled with a lofty disdain. That effortless, masterful demeanor, reminiscent of an unparalleled sage, was perfectly embodied by him. Although inside he was wildly giving praise to the system. These 3 million points were spent so worthily. But in the eyes of his disciples at this moment, their master seemed omniscient, omnipotent, and calculating beyond measure. No wonder Master forbade us from rushing out to fight. No wonder Master remained indifferent to the enemy's insults. It turned out Master had long laid out this unparalleled killing trap within the island's protective formation. Without expending a single soldier, he could inflict such a significant setback on Chan Jiao. This method, this depth of strategy, was simply unfathomable. Thud. Suddenly a dull sound of kneeling echoed in the square. Everyone turned to look. They saw the senior brother Duo Bao Dao Run, who had been hung upside down on a tree to dry, had been released by the water and fire boy at some unknown point. Duo Bao had tears streaming down his face, his eyes burning with a near-manic admiration and fervor. He crawled towards Li Changsheng's feet like a wriggling maggot. He clung to Li Changsheng's leg tightly. Master! Duo Bao cried heart-wrenchingly, his voice trembling. I was so foolish. Only now do I truly understand your good intentions. Outside the formation, Tai Jinren and several other golden immortals hastily rushed into the East Sea, fishing out Guangqingzi, who was still thrashing on the surface. By this time Guangqingzi had rolled his eyes back, seawater and bloody froth spewing from his mouth. The absence of his two front teeth made his tightly pressed lips appear somewhat comical and sunken. Seeing this, the 12 golden immortals dared not linger at Jiejiao Island any longer. They didn't even leave behind a single courteous word. Directly carrying the unconscious Guangqingzi, they mounted their escape light and fled disgracefully toward Kunlun Mountain. Their speed was so great that even the sea breeze couldn't keep pace. Within the island, on the square of the Green Touring Palace, amidst the deathly silence, Duo Bao Daoist was still clinging tightly to Li Changsheng's leg, weeping heart-wrenchingly. Senior brother, let go first and wipe your nose, Li Changsheng said, looking down at him with undisguised disgust. Only then did Duo Bao awkwardly release his grip and wipe away his tears, yet the fervor in his eyes, instead of diminishing, had only intensified. He spun around abruptly to face the tens of thousands of Jiejiao Sect disciples still in shock. Drawing a deep breath, he channeled his full magical power. Junior brothers and sisters, did you all see that clearly? Duo Bao's voice thundered across the square like a bolt of lightning. The 12 golden immortals of Chan's sect charged in aggressively, and Guangqingzi, wielding the Pankai seal, was so arrogant. Yet the master didn't even lift a finger. He used the grand formation to rebound the Pankai seal, beating Guangqingzi until his teeth flew. What does this mean? It means the master's power has already reached an unfathomable supreme realm. Hearing this, the assembled immortals nodded repeatedly, their gazes toward Li Changsheng burning so intensely it could melt space. Duo Bao grew more impassioned with each word, his tone rising to a fever pitch. But since the master is so powerful, why did he announce the dissolution of the Jiejiao Sect? Why did he publicly tear apart Changsheng Wangxian? And why did he kick junior brother Zhao Gongming out of the mountain gate and lock the three Xiao sisters in the mystic ice dark room? Jinling Xingmu asked, her eyes reddening, unable to hold back. Senior brother, what is the reason for all this? Duo Bao spread his arms, his voice trembling with boundless self-reproach and emotion. Because the master with his supreme wisdom is saving every one of us. Junior brother Gongming has a violent temper and delights in fighting and brawling. This is a path to doom during the Great Tribulation. The master confiscated his Dinghai Pearl to sever his karmic ties. Gifting him a seemingly ordinary spirit beating wood was to temper his Dao heart. The three Xiao sisters are deeply sentimental, but also prone to acting on impulse. The master locked them in the mystic ice dark room to copy the Yellow Court classic 1,000,000 times, using extreme cold to freeze the worldly karmic obstacles within them, preventing erosion by the tribulation's energy. By this point, Duo Bao was weeping profusely, his voice nearly hoarse. As for dissolving the Jiejiao Sect, sealing Jiejiao Island, and activating this 100,000-layer defensive formation, that is the master's way of locking our Jiejiao Sect's fate entirely within this island. As long as we don't leave the island and avoid the karmic entanglements of the canonization tribulation, the schemes of Chan sect and the heavenly court will never touch us. Duo Bao suddenly fell to his knees, pointing at the majestic green touring palace behind him, and wailed loudly. The master is using his reputation, his dignity. Alone bearing the world's condemnation and misunderstanding, he is taking the tribulation for us, the 10,000 immortals of Jiejiao Sect. As Duo Bao's words landed, a deathly stillness fell over the entire Jiejiao Island. Heavens! Jinling Xingmu felt a roar in her mind after hearing this. So that was it. So this was the truth. The master had not abandoned them, but was protecting them through this almost self-destructive method. An indescribable wave of guilt surged over her like a tidal wave. She had just been shouting at the master, even questioning his decisions. How could she be so despicable? Slap. Jinling Xingmu, eyes red, raised her hand and dealt herself a resounding slap. I am such a wretch. How could I question the master's heartfelt intentions? Other Jiejiao Sect disciples also came to their senses, one after another, beating their chests and stamping their feet in deep regret. Slap, slap, slap. For a moment, the vast square echoed with a spectacular symphony of slaps. Tens of thousands of immortals, slapping themselves, wept bitterly. Master, we were wrong. We want clamor to go down the mountain anymore. From today on, if anyone dares to persuade me to leave the island, I'll smash their skull first. We will go into seclusion. We will intensify our efforts. We will never cause trouble for the master. The assembled immortals knelt, vowing to firmly implement the master's path of concealment. Li Changsheng, standing at the hall's entrance, was utterly stunned. His hand holding the teacup froze midair. His mouth hung slightly open as if petrified. Wait, buddy. Isn't your imagination a bit too extreme? I kicked Zhao Gongming out just to take his pearl for points. I locked the three Xiao sisters in the dark room simply because they were too noisy. I activated the Turtle's Hell formation because I'm afraid of dying. How did it become in your mouth that I'm a tragic hero bearing the world's pain? Watching the tens of thousands of disciples on the square frantically slapping themselves and shouting seclusion until the end of time, Li Changsheng's eyelids twitched wildly. He opened his mouth to explain. Well, actually, Before he could finish, the system prompt exploded in his mind like 1,000 baseboards detonating simultaneously. Ding! Detected that the 10,000 immortals of Jiejiao Sect have fully comprehended the host's true path of concealment, voluntarily entering eternal seclusion with a 99% success rate in avoiding tribulation karma. Host has exceeded the target for the first wave of forced confinement. Karmic ties are completely severed, triggering the 10,000-fold return mechanism. Ding! 10,000-fold cultivation return officially initiated. Boom! The moment the system notification fell, an immeasurable torrent of primordial Dao source energy beyond all description exploded without warning within Li Changsheng's body. 10,000-fold return. This was the super-critical strike triggered after the Jiejiao Sect's 10,000 immortals severed all karmic ties and sealed their fate. A vast ocean of pure, flawless Dao spiritual energy. Like a cataclysmic flood breaching a levee, it raged through the meridians within Li Changsheng's body. Li Changsheng's eyes rolled back in ecstasy, and a moan of utter bliss escaped his lips. His entire body floated up from the meditation cushion into midair. Every single pore of his saintly Dao body at this moment frantically spewed forth golden, immortal rays. His cultivation, already firmly established at the peak of sagehood, now under the onslaught of this violent spiritual energy, seemed to show signs of breaking through the confines of a saint and stepping towards a more terrifying realm. However, Li Changsheng's time, since his transmigration, was too short. His physical body had not yet fully adapted to this surging power. In mere moments, his originally lean frame was inflated grotesquely by the golden spiritual energy, like a balloon filled with air. I'm stuffed to death. System, stop. I can't hold any more. Li Changsheng was drenched in cold sweat from panic. This 10,000-fold returned spiritual energy was simply too vast. If he forcibly crammed it all into his belly, he would probably become the first saint in primordial history to be burst apart by spiritual energy. Fortunately, the system detected his crisis in time and flashed red again. Ding! Detected overflow of host cultivation. Automatically activating master-disciple shared blessing distribution mechanism. Excess cultivation will follow the karmic threads and be dimensionally reduced and fused into the bodies of disciples currently in a punishment state. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the system notification ended, countless visible golden streams of air sprayed out from Li Changsheng's pores. They intertwined in the void, following several obscure karmic threads, piercing straight through the floor of the Grand Lufu Palace Hall and plunging vertically into the depths below. There lay the 10,000-year profound ice dungeon where the three Xiaos were imprisoned. In the bone-chilling underground chamber, a thick layer of blue profound ice coated the walls. Icy winds howled, freezing the very soul. The three Xiaos sat miserably around a stone table. Xiao, sniffling with red-rimmed eyes, frantically copied the yellow court classic onto a jade slip. Woo, a million times. Master's heart is too ruthless this time. My hand is numb from writing. Xiao complained softly while wiping her tears. Xiao also sighed and put down her brush. Elder sister, what's wrong with Master today? Even if we were insolent, would he lock us in this extreme cold to copy a million scriptures? Only Yunxiao, the eldest sister, though her expression was lonely, continued copying stroke by stroke with extreme care. Hearing her sister's complaints, she gently shook her head. Don't speak. Master has his reasons for every decision. As she spoke, boom. In the secret chamber, which had been sealed with 10 layers of restrictions by Li Changsheng so that not a breath of wind could enter, 3 colossal golden fissures suddenly tore open in the void. Following that, a majestic waterfall of golden spiritual energy like the Milky Way breaching its banks, cascaded directly down onto the three sisters. Yeah? What is this? Startled Xiao thought it was divine punishment and instinctively tried to erect a magical defense. But the moment that golden spiritual energy touched her skin, it did not harm her in the slightest. Instead, like a life-giving spring rain, it frantically burrowed into her body through the pores all over her. Yunxiao was frozen in place on the spot. That warm and immense power surged and pulsed through her meridians. The golden immortal Dao fruit, which had been somewhat stagnant due to the profound ice's cold aura, now seemed to boil over. The bottleneck of the mid-stage golden immortal realm, which had stumped her for 3 entire epochs, defying all her attempts at comprehension and breakthrough, in that instant crack, shattered. Without even circulating her Dao techniques, Yunxiao's cultivation directly surged to the late golden immortal stage. But this was not the end. The spiritual energy contained within that golden waterfall was too pure, too vast. The infusion was relentless. Late golden immortal stage. Peak golden immortal stage. Only when she was a single step away from the quasi-sage realm did that terrifying tide of spiritual energy slowly subside. Beside her, Changsheng and Xiao, similarly nourished by the spiritual energy infusion, saw their cultivation skyrocket, like a rocket, both soaring to the late golden immortal stage. The three sisters sat on their ice stools, staring blankly at one another. Xiao looked dazedly at her own hands, feeling the surging, almost overflowing magical power within her body. Elder sister, did I just level up twice? Am I really at the late golden immortal stage? Yunxiao slowly rose to her feet, unable to conceal the shock in her eyes. As the eldest of the three sisters, she was knowledgeable and experienced. She could clearly feel that the golden spiritual energy infused into them just now contained the purest, noblest essence of a saintly Dao. Most importantly, this power was extremely gentle, with not a trace of violent energy. Clearly someone had used supreme divine powers to refine and polish this energy countless times before sending it so gently into their bodies. In all the primordial world, besides their master Tongtian, who possessed such means, who had such a motive, the words that senior brother Duobao had earlier imagined and spoken now exploded in Yunxiao's mind with a deafening roar. So, what senior brother said is true. Yunxiao trembled violently, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. Master locking us in this 10,000-year profound ice dungeon was a harsh punishment on the surface. In reality, he not only used a great array to shield us from the calamity of fate, but he is even using his supreme divine powers, consuming his own origin energy to secretly transmit his techniques to us. Our revered master bears all the infamy and misunderstanding alone, yet leaves the most precious vitality and opportunities for us. Xiao and Changsheng also caught on. The two sisters hugged each other, weeping uncontrollably. Wu Master is so good to us, and I was just cursing him in my heart for being a tyrant. I truly deserve to die. Yunxiao took a deep breath, forcefully wiped away her tears. She looked at the mountain of yellow court classics piled on the stone table and the scribbled draft that Li Changsheng had casually tossed on top when he threw down the scripture. This originally plain and unremarkable sketch, now under the enhancement of Yunxiao's peak golden immortal magical power, seemed to faintly radiate with the supreme Dao rhythm of formations. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Yunxiao looked at the yellow court classic and the scribbled draft left by Li Changsheng on the table, a sharp light bursting from her eyes. I must not disappoint Master's nurturing. Yunxiao's hands trembled as she reverently lifted the yellowed scribbled draft, though the paper appeared worn and fragile. It was in fact a scrap torn from a notebook during Li Changsheng's undergraduate calculus class in his previous life, jotted down idly amid boredom. Dense coordinate axes crisscrossed its surface, interwoven with strange hyperbolas and parabolas. At the top of the curves, written in bold red ink, stood a pristine limit formula: limx to 0 fraction xx1. This was the most fundamental limit differentiation identity in calculus. Beside it, hastily scrawled in wild flowing Chinese characters, read Shunzi. Nope, I pass. 3 deuces plus 2 jokers. Red braised pork at the canteen tonight. This was unmistakably Li Changsheng's notepaper from class, scribbled while secretly playing do dijou with his dorm mate via paper slips, all while daydreaming about dinner. Yet to Yunxiao, the eldest of the 3 Xiaos whose mastery of formation arts surpassed even the primordial chaos, these strange Latin letters, arcane symbols, and crooked Chinese characters suddenly came alive. They shimmered with a faint golden Dao light upon the page. The limit, infinitely approaching yet eternally unattainable. Yunxiao murmured softly, her gaze dissolving into transcendent stillness. Does not x approaches 0 embody the supreme Taiji state, before heaven and earth parted, when all things returned to formless chaos? And this integration is the infinite accumulation of infinitesimal forces culminating in divine might, capable of shattering primordial chaos itself. Master's words, nope, I pass, contain the ultimate causal seal. Once an enemy enters the formation, absolute karmic suppression leaves them no choice but surrender or utter those very words. Yunxiao stood utterly awestruck by her own revelation. Tears glistened in her eyes. Her reverence for Master Li Changsheng had soared beyond measure. How profoundly elevated Master's realm must be. Even a casual scrap of memo paper concealed cosmic Dao principles of terrifying profundity. Bixiao leaned in, baffled by the equations. Elder sister, what do sine and cosine signify? Why do these curves look like traps? Yunxiao took a deep breath, her expression solemn, as she explained, third sister, you do not grasp it. This is Master's self-forged divine script of the Dao. Sin embodies the celestial rhythm, the eternal cycle of yin and yang perpetually renewing. And Shunzi, it symbolizes the formation's relentless chain-kill mechanism, locking enemies in an unbroken sequence, granting no respite. Bixiao stared dumbfounded. Though utterly lost in meaning, she felt instinctively that it was awe-inspiring. Xiao too bowed her head in solemn respect. Truly worthy of being our master. Every stroke he draws manifests supreme, ineffable art. Yunxiao nodded gravely. She believed this was Master's ultimate test of her formation cultivation. She would not disappoint him. Yunxiao seated herself cross-legged before the stone table and realigned the talismanic scripts from the Huangting Jing, using the calculus coordinates on the draft as her foundational grid. At that moment, her peerless Deluo Jin, Xian-level spiritual energy surged forth without restraint. Let the Zaxis become earth, let the Yaxis become heaven. Infuse the principle of infinite approximation. Let the formation's lethal intent escalate exponentially. Now embed the causal seal of nope, I pass. Boom. Instantly, the ancient black ice chamber trembled violently. An unspeakably terrifying force of physical annihilation erupted within the subterranean hall. The indestructible black ice walls, upon contact, instantly disintegrated into their most primal particles. A maelstrom of yellow sand filled the sealed chamber, blotting out light and sky, yet each grain shimmered with infinite differentiation radiance. The modern ninefold calculus Yellow River Formation had taken shape, a seamless fusion of the ancient ninefold Yellow River Formation and modern higher mathematics. Once ensnared, even immortals would be compelled to solve problems, should one fail to resolve the endless stream of calculus equations within the allotted time. Forget cultivating the 3 flowers atop the crown. A single misstep in reciting the 9 times table would instantly strip away those blossoms and obliterate one's entire Dao cultivation. This formation is unimaginably terrifying. Bixiao merely probed it with her divine sense, and felt her nascent soul nearly shredded by the crushing weight of those differentiation formulas. Her face paled as she staggered backward, eyes wide with terror. Yunxiao slowly opened her eyes, her gaze blazing with tangible brilliance. Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. The immortal mist swirled and auspicious colors filled the air. It should have been a transcendental sanctuary for saints. However, the atmosphere within the grand hall was extremely suffocating and awkward. Under the celebration clouds of the heavens, the foremost disciple of the Chan sect, Huangting, knelt on the ground with a pitiful expression, tears welling in his eyes. He covered the swollen side of his face with one hand, crying incoherently, "Master, you must take a stand for your wayward disciple." As he spoke, his voice was heavily flawed, accompanied by a trace of drool. Tongtian didn't uphold the martial virtues. I didn't even see his face before being ambushed by that formation, and even the Huangting seal bestowed by my master got stuck. What's most infuriating is that the formation actually rebounded the Huangting seal, smashing my teeth. My front teeth flew out. Guangxingzi sobbed uncontrollably. The image of his former celestial demeanor had vanished, leaving only a comical and disheveled figure. On both sides of the Grand Hall, the golden immortals, such as Tai Yijinren and Qi Jingzi, bowed their heads, eyes focused on their noses, as they struggled to suppress laughter at the sight of their senior brother's sunken mouth. On the high platform, Yuanshi Tianzuan sat solemnly on the nine-dragon Agarwood palanquin, his face dark, as if it could drip water. He looked at his most favored disciple. He left with great pride, yet returned without even a tooth left. This was not merely a blow to Guangxingzi's face, it was a public humiliation of Yuanshi Tianzun's saintly visage trampled brutally in the East Sea. Waste. Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly, and the celebration clouds of the heavens roiled. You didn't even see Tongtian's face before being reduced to this state by a mere island defense formation. Waste. Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly, and the celebration clouds of the heavens roiled. You didn't even see Tongtian's face before being reduced to this state. Master, please calm your anger. Tai Yijinren stepped forward with a stiff resolve, bowing respectfully. The formation of Jiejiao Island is indeed exceptionally strange. It not only defends against the Huangting seal, but can even rebound damage exponentially. I speculate that this is not Tongtian's usual method. He must have obtained some secret inheritance in the Xiao Palace. Hearing the words Xiao Palace, Yuanshi Tianzun's eyelids twitched violently. He recalled Tongtian's frenzied demeanor when he overturned the table at Xiao Palace. Could it be that the Master Hongjun truly favored him and secretly bestowed some powerful defensive treasure? With this thought, Yuanshi Tianzuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. He slowly closed his eyes, extended his right hand, and began to frantically deduce the heavenly secrets. As the saint's power circulated, countless threads of cause and effect emerged in the void like a spider's web. Following Guangxingzi's lingering aura, Yuanshi Tianzuan calculated towards the East Sea. However, after a stick of incense's time had passed, Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly opened his eyes, confusion and anger intertwined on his face. However, after a stick of incense's time had passed, Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly opened his eyes, confusion and anger intertwined on his face. All threads of cause and effect and fortune lines had been forcibly severed at the island's periphery. Not a trace of aura leaked out. Moreover, he extended his divine sense beyond 33 heavens, catching a glimpse of the Fengshen Bang list of deities suspended in the void above Xiao Palace. It was pristine like a blank sheet of paper. Not a single name of the myriad immortals of the Jiejiao sect was written upon it. Cutting off one's own fortune, sealing the mountain gate. Yuanshi Tianzun's lips curled into a cold smile that saw through everything, his eyes filled with disdain. Tongtian, I underestimated you. Did you think that by throwing a tantrum in Xiao Palace and returning as a turtle, you could escape this heavenly calamity? This Fengshen calamity is decreed by the heavens. There is no way to avoid it. Yuanshi Tianzuan retracted his hand, his expression regaining its usual coldness and aloofness. He looked down at the 12 golden immortals kneeling below. Since Tongtian refuses to show himself, I shall force him out. Guangxingzi, stop crying and swallow a 9 turns rejuvenation pill to regrow your teeth. Guangxingzi hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Master, for your grace. Yuanshi Tianzuan flicked his finger, and a beam of golden light fell into Guangxingzi's mouth. Moments later, the swelling on Guangxingzi's face subsided, and 2 pristine, even front teeth grew back. He could finally speak without leaking air. Master, how shall we force Tongtian to open the door? Guangxingzi asked through gritted teeth. Yuanshi Tianzuan stroked his long beard, his eyes gleaming with cold and wise light. Tongtian prides himself on being inclusive and values the master-disciple bond, placing great importance on loyalty and righteousness. However, not all of his disciples are on Jiejiao Island. The Great Shang dynasty in the mortal realm is the foundation of the Jiejiao sect's fortune in the human world. Isn't the Grand Master Wenzhong of the Shang dynasty precisely a direct disciple of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit? Hearing this, Tai Yijinren's eyes lit up as he immediately understood the Master's intention. Does Master mean that we should make a move in the mortal realm? Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded approvingly at Tai Yijinren. Correct. Under the great calamity, the fortunes of humanity will shift. The fall of Shang and the rise of Zhou is the will of heaven. I command you to immediately descend to the mortal realm, support the Ji clan of Shichi, and instigate a conflict. As long as Shichi raises an army, the Shang will be in peril. Once the Shang is in danger, how could Grandmaster Wenzhong sit idly by? When Wenzhong makes a move, the cause and effect between the Chan and Jie sects will be thoroughly intertwined. As soon as we strike a blow against Wenzhong, can the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit watch her disciple die? Can Zhao Gongming watch his fellow disciple be humiliated? Yuanshi Tianzuan laughed coldly, his voice exuding a confidence that everything was under control. At that time they will descend one after another, brought to death, and under the law of cause and effect, all will be inscribed upon the Fengshen Bang. I want to see if by then Tongtian can still comfortably hide on Jiejiao Island like a turtle. This plan was exceedingly vicious, directly striking at the Jie sect's most fatal weakness, its deep ties to loyalty and righteousness in the mortal realm. The 12 golden immortals, upon hearing this, all clapped and laughed, their eyes filled with reverence. Master's wisdom is unparalleled. This plan, we the disciples shall descend to lay the groundwork, ensuring that the Jie sect is annihilated to dust. The disciples of the Chan sect were filled with enthusiasm, as if they had already envisioned the scene of the myriad immortals of the Jie sect lining up to be inscribed. Yuanshi Tianzuan, high above, stroked his beard and laughed coldly, feeling that his plans were flawless. However, he could never have imagined. At this moment on Jiejiao Island, Changsheng was not the slightest bit flustered, for he had no intention of playing by the rules. In the center of the Grand Hall's plaza, Changsheng held a loudspeaker, looking down at the densely packed eager immortals of the Jie sect, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The extreme internal competition transformation plan has officially commenced. Jiejiao Island, the side hall. Once an abandoned palace piled with detritus, it was until a few days ago transformed overnight by Changsheng, who spent system points and invoked saintly powers to remodel it completely. The old plaque had been taken down and replaced with a crooked new name, Jiejiao Island First Gravity Gym. Inside the main hall, Changsheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the two disciples he had summoned in, none other than Xiao Xian and Ling Yixian, attendants among the 7 immortals. In the Hongwang world, their true forms are Qing Shi and Bai Xiang respectively. Whenever Changsheng thought of how they fared in the original tale, his blood would boil. In the original Fengshen script, the two were undone by the Wanxian array and forced back to their true forms. One was taken by Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan as a mount, the other was made to bear Puxian Jinren's weight. Reduced to beasts beneath the great bodhisattvas of Buddhism, these grand Luo Jin Xian demons, who had practiced cultivating spiritual energy every day, could be straddled and used as mere steeds the moment their spells were broken. Could he tolerate that? Changsheng decided he must eradicate the possibility of becoming a mount once and for all. Master, you summoned just the two of us, surely to teach us some supreme demonic secret? Xiao Xian asked, excitement lighting his face. His large ears flapped wildly as desire to grow stronger shone in his eyes. Beside him, Bai Xiang nodded eagerly. After all the improvements in strength shown by senior brothers Duobao and Zhao Gongming were plain for all to see. A secret technique. Indeed, it is a secret technique. Changsheng snorted, then reached out and opened the gym's door. Come inside with me. They hurried in at once. But upon entering, both disciples were utterly dumbfounded. There were no Taoist meditation cushions, no wafting incense, and no towering piles of Taoist tomes. Instead, a whole row of bizarre black iron lumps gleamed with a cold metallic luster. Several specially fashioned, exceedingly broad platforms exuded an oppressive aura that seemed to bend even the void. Master, what sort of treasure is this? Xiao Xian pointed at a massive iron bar set high upon a rack, scratching his head in bafflement. Treasure, my foot, Changsheng said flatly, patting the thick iron bar. This is a barbell forged from Xiantian Wantia, weighing 100,000 jin. And beneath your feet lies the array I exchanged for, the 100,000-fold gravity array. The two shuddered. They were about to summon their magic when Changsheng tapped his purple jade ruler lightly in the void. An invisible seal dropped in an instant, locking both their powers dead within their dantian. From today onward, no use of magical power is allowed. Pointing at the giant barbell, Changsheng issued a merciless decree. Xiao Xian, your task is to bench press 10,000 times each day in the gravity array. Do 10,000 squats. Do 10,000 deadlifts. You must lift iron for 10 hours every day. Xiao Xian's face fell instantly. He looked forlorn. Master, I cultivate immortality. I am not some mortal laborer who moves bricks. Bricks? Changsheng narrowed his eyes and raised the purple jade ruler in his hand. Enough talk, he snapped. Miss one set and 3 days' rations are docked. No Donghai spirit fish for you. If you dare think of any crafty scheme, this ruler will not recognize you. Gazing at the ruler's faint violet glow, Xiao Xian felt a chill run down his neck. He remembered senior brother Duobao drying out outside and dared not resist. He could only grimace, and beneath the 100,000-fold gravity strained to lift the 100,000 jin barbell. 1, 2, 3. Each lift made his bones crack under unbearable stress. He sweated as though in a downpour. Bai Xiang shivered watching from the side. Li Changsheng glanced at him. Don't just stand there. Get on that treadmill and run 10,000 li to warm up. Bai Xiang scrambled toward the customized treadmill. To prevent nutritional shortfall, Li Changsheng thoughtfully redeemed Taiga Shima protein powder from the system shop. It was ground from millennial spirit herbs and ancient ferocious beast marrow. After training, each of you will eat a bucket of protein powder and 10 jin of spirit fish sashimi. Having said that, Li Changsheng comfortably took on the role of a hands-off manager. Days slipped by. Although Jiejiao Island remained sealed, its time array still ran. Only a few months passed outside, but within the gym, 10 full years went by. For 10 years the hall echoed daily with the agonized roars of Qiu Xian and Bai Xiang, and with the thunderous thuds of heavy weights hitting the floor. With their magic sealed, the two great demons' physical bodies were developed to their limits. Daily lifting, protein isolation of muscle groups. Practices of the fitness world had thoroughly infected the landscape of cultivation in this moment. One day, Li Changsheng, hands behind his back, pushed open the gym doors to inspect the results. The sight before him stunned him to his core. The once somewhat lean and even slightly scholarly Qiu Xian had vanished. In his place stood a nearly 3-meter figure, muscles swelling like forged steel, an absurd demonic colossus of sinew. His Dao robe had been split by his bulk. He wore a bespoke elastic tank Li Changsheng had tailored. His pectorals were larger than his lion head. His biceps were as thick as barrels, veins coiling beneath the skin like writhing dragons. Standing there, he resembled an ancient god mountain cast in dark metal. He exuded a suffocating absolute physical pressure. Master, you have come. Qiu Xian rumbled, his voice so deep it made the roof tiles tremble. A single motion set the surrounding air to roars as muscle compressed and produced a dull sonic boom. Not bad, you've grown impressively. Li Changsheng suppressed his racing heart and nodded in approval. Then he pointed to a small mountain of Xiantian Wantai that he had reinforced with saintly seals. Go, use your pure bodily strength and strike it with a single punch. Qiu Xian scratched his head and grinned, taking heavy steps toward the iron mound. He did not draw on a shred of magic, nor did he stir any spiritual energy. He merely set his stance and drew a deep breath. That inhalation sucked the air from the entire gym, forming a brief vacuum. Huh! Qiu Xian roared and unleashed a punch. His fist tore the void, a white gust of force visible to the naked eye cleaved the air, pure power surpassing the speed of sound, breaching spatial limits. The instant his fist struck the iron mound, the 1,000 Zhanghai mass could not endure even a second. Under that blow, the entire mountain was reduced to airborne powder. No whole stone remained. Li Changsheng watched, swallowing hard. Such strength! If within the Wanxian array Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan still tried to ride him, a twitch of Qiu Xian's thigh might shake Wenshu's sciatic nerve to pieces. One punch could send a bodhisattva reeling. The image was both grotesque and sublime. Qiu Xian stared at his immense pillar-like fist and felt that raw, world-rending power within him. His eyes suddenly reddened. Tears like great pearls rolled down his formidable leonine face. With a thunderous thud, he sank to his knees before Li Changsheng. He battered the ground with his forehead. Master! Qiu Xian sobbed, his voice full of overwhelming gratitude and contrition. I once blamed you for cruelty, accused you of withholding immortal arts and forcing me into labor. Now I have achieved perfect understanding. What use are so-called innate treasures? What use the arcane Taoist arts? Before absolute physical force, they are all rubbish. He cried as he displayed his marble-like inverted triangle back. Physical transcendence is the sole truth of the Hongwang. From now on, if anyone dares to challenge me with mere treasures, I'll smash his skull into pulp with a single punch. Bai Xiang, by then sporting a chiseled 8-pack, nodded fervently in agreement. Li Changsheng wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he watched Qiu Xian weep openly. Though the method had been unorthodox, the results were outrageously effective. At the very least, these two great demons would never again be used as pets or mounts. Enough rice. Li Changsheng inhaled deeply and reclaimed the dignity of a leader. He slid his hand into his sleeve. Under the adoring, fanatical gazes of Qiu Xian and Bai Xiang, he slowly produced a long list from his sleeve. The paper was densely filled with the names of Jiejiao's tragic disciples. Li Changsheng looked at the list, and the corner of his mouth curved into a spare, almost wicked smile. Qiu Xian, now that you have built these muscles, come walk with me outside. Our Jiejiao clearance purge officially begins. In front of the Bo Palace, Li Changsheng slowly unfolded the long list in his hand. The list was densely filled with dozens of names. On it there was a heavy aura of death and causality from the original work. The Qing lion and white elephant standing behind Li Changsheng had their muscles visibly bulging. They were dutifully acting as the saint's bodyguards, radiating an intimidating aura. Li Changsheng's fingers slid along the list. The first name, Wei Shi Wu Yunxian. Li Changsheng's gaze turned slightly cold. The ones who are the most stubborn often meet the most tragic ends. Let's go first deal with this big head, Fish Wu Yun. In the original work, Wu Yunxian had defeated several De Luo Golden Immortals in the 10,000 Immortals formation. Even Guangchengzi was chased and beaten by him with a primordial hammer. In the end, however, he was shamelessly captured by the one known as Zhuani, forced to reveal his true form as a golden-furred AO fish. He was thrown into the Western Chuch's 8 treasures pool and kept as an ornamental fish. Such a disgrace was intolerable for any monster. Being an ornamental fish. Li Changsheng snorted coldly. To hell with that'll make you hibernate in your own pool first. In no time, Li Changsheng along with the muscular duo aggressively blocked the entrance of Wu Yunxian's cave. Boom. The Qing lion violently kicked the door, shattering it into pieces. Hua. Inside the cave, Wu Yunxian was glowing with excitement, sketching a giant primordial hammer on the table, plotting how to smash the head of the gold immortal from the Chan sect. Upon raising his head, he spotted the grim-faced Li Changsheng and the bulging muscular Qing lion. Wu Yunxian was startled and hurriedly knelt down to pay his respects. Greetings, Master. Master, you arrived just in time. I was about to ask for your command. Those hypocrites from the Chan sect are too much to bear. I request permission to descend and smash Guangchengzi's brains with the primordial hammer. Shut up. Li Changsheng felt a headache coming on. The moment he heard the words descend, his blood pressure surged uncontrollably. Rebellious disciples still thinking about causing trouble after descending. Li Changsheng's face darkened as he stepped forward, instantly shrinking the distance to Wu Yunxian. Master, I was doing it for the dignity of the Jiejiao Sect. Wu Yunxian attempted to hold his ground, even feeling the power within him stir, as if wanting to defy orders. Dignity, my foot. Li Changsheng snorted coldly, the purple jade ruler in his hand creating a blurred afterimage as it gently swept through the air. Wu Yunxian didn't even get the chance to bring out his treasure. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. The purple jade ruler accurately struck the back of Wu Yunxian's head. The 100% forced dizziness law activated. Wu Yunxian's eyes rolled back, his power instantly condensed, his body softened, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Qing lion, tie him up. Li Changsheng neatly put away the ruler. The Qing lion grinned and stepped forward, pulling out the pre-prepared Great Dao primordial iron chain to bind Wu Yunxian like a zongzi. Take him to the back courtyard of Bo Palace and throw him into the bottom of the 8 treasures transformation pool. Li Changsheng exhaled a breath of foul air, his tone ominous. Until he reaches the Quasi-Saint realm, he is not to be released. Feed him only 10th of sandy-rolled spiritual herbs and protein powder each day, and let him hibernate well down there. Wu Yunxian was physically subdued, his first battle successful. Li Changsheng did not pause wielding the ruler as he embarked on a thunderous cleansing of Golden Ao Island. Anyone on the list with an impulsive personality fond of brotherhood was included in his cleansing plan. Soon after, Li Changsheng arrived at the dojo of the 10 Heavenly Lords. At that moment, the 10 Heavenly Lords were gathered discussing how to perfect the 10 Extremes formation to assist Grandmaster Wenzhong. The Great Shang is the lifeblood of our Jiejiao Sect. We cannot stand idle. Lord Qin Huangting was passionately delivering his speech. Boom. The door was again violently kicked open by the Qing lion. Who is discussing formations here? Li Changsheng walked in with a sullen face. The 10 Heavenly Lords had yet to react. Li Changsheng moved like lightning, his purple jade ruler transforming into a myriad of illusions. Smack, smack, smack. A series of strikes sounded, and the 10 Heavenly Lords rolled their eyes in unison, collapsing to the ground. Qing lion, white elephant, packaged them up. Stuff them all into the advanced mathematics closed-door training class, and give each one 10,000 sets of calculus exercises. If they can't solve them, they are not allowed to come out for life. Instantly, the entire island fell into a chaotic scene filled with frantic commotion and cries of despair. The Golden Hoop Immortal Horse was currently researching how to create a tightening spell. Li Changsheng knocked him unconscious with a ruler, confiscated his tools, and locked him up in the physical mechanical manufacturing group as labor. If disciples like Zhao Gongming and Sanxiao, those direct disciples, went and beat the 12 Golden Immortals to a pulp, would that not mean even his ashes would be scattered to the winds? As soon as Li Changsheng entered, the feathered immortal was furious, intending to spread his wings and escape from the island's protective formation. Can the rock soar with the wind for a day? They'll make sure you can't fly. The Qing lion laughed wildly, his muscles bursting, taking a step forward and shaking the ground. No spells were used, just pure physical strength. His giant hand extended, accurately grasping the rock's talon in midair. Then, as if to smash a chicken, bang, bang, he smashed it repeatedly against the hard white jade ground. The feathered immortal's bones shattered, golden feathers flew everywhere, and even the rock's screech turned into a rooster's crow. In the end, Li Changsheng locked the Peepa bone with the Great Dao spirit locking ring, forcibly stuffed him into a large chicken coop behind Bo Palace. In just 3 days, all those troublemakers who had been clamoring to descend and fight the Chan sect were dealt with by Li Changsheng using violent physical means. They were packaged, bound, and categorized. neatly stuffed into various closed-door training rooms, gravity chambers, and advanced mathematics classrooms. The entire fairy island instantly became incredibly quiet and peaceful. The air felt much fresher. Li Changsheng stood in the square, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and let out a long sigh of relief. A sense of security surged once again. Now all the troublemakers were thoroughly subdued, and the threads of causality had been forcibly severed by his brute strength. He unfolded the list in his hand, looking at the nearly all crossed out names, nodding in satisfaction. However, when his gaze fell on the last name at the bottom of the list, Li Changsheng's brows furrowed tightly. The last entry on the list, Turtle Spirit Saint Mother. Li Changsheng put away the list and walked to the entrance of the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother's cave. Pushing open the door, he saw a cute female cultivator sprawled on a stone bed, totally exposed, and snoring loudly. A long string of crystal-clear drool was even hanging from the corner of her mouth. She was one of the 4 direct disciples of the Jiejiao Sect, her true form being a giant turtle of 10,000 years. In the original work, she was subdued by the Taoist with beads after being hunted by the Chan sect, and then accidentally released by the White Lotus boy, becoming a mere shell. She died the most tragic death, not even getting a chance to ascend to the Fengshen list. Looking at this slovenly, defenseless, foolish disciple who was sleeping so poorly, Li Changsheng held the purple jade ruler, his hand suspended in midair. For a moment he fell into deep thought, finding himself in a dilemma. Looking at the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother who lay asleep on the stone bed, drooling all over, Li Changsheng stood beside her holding a purple jade ruler, his hand suspended in midair. He hesitated for a long time. He felt somewhat reluctant to treat her like he did with the Cloud Fairy or the Rock, directly using the ruler to physically send her to the afterlife. After all, this girl was far too naive within the entire Jiejiao Sect. All she did all day was eat and sleep, utterly devoid of any scheming. In the original work, she was purely driven by loyalty to help her fellow disciples bullied by the Tracing Sect. In the end, she met a grim fate, her body and spirit utterly destroyed. Li Changsheng sighed. He gently poked her hard turtle shell with the edge of the purple jade ruler. Wake up! The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother rolled over, mumbling in her sleep. Delicious Ganoderma. Want to eat more? A line of black sweat dripped down Li Changsheng's forehead. He slapped his palm on her smooth forehead. Smack! Out! The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother exclaimed, suddenly bouncing up from the stone bed. Rubbing her eyes, she looked at Li Changsheng in a daze. Once she recognized it was her master, the initial fear on her face instantly transformed into an adorably silly smile. She shyly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Master, you're here? Did you come to bring me delicious food because you saw how hard I've been during closed-door training? Looking at the clear yet slightly foolish expression in her eyes, Li Changsheng sighed. He sat down by the stone bed, straightened his face, and began to conduct a political education session. Bring food? No. I came to tell you that a great calamity is coming outside, and it's very dangerous. Especially that bunch of hypocrites from the Tracing Sect who love to drink turtle soup and pull out turtle tendons. And those shameless ones from the Western Church who have a blood-sucking primordial mosquito. Li Changsheng said in a chilling tone to frighten her. That mosquito specifically targets ancient turtles like you. One bite and it'll suck you dry, leaving nothing but an empty shell. Are you scared? The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother blinked her big eyes. Then, tilting her head, she revealed an innocent and carefree expression. Master, mosquitoes are so scary. But I'm a disciple of a saint and my strength is immense. If they come to attack me, all I have to do is retreat into my shell. As long as I retreat fast enough, they won't be able to do anything to me. Looking at this foolish creature's optimistic attitude, as if retreating would make her invincible, Li Changsheng felt a throbbing pain in his head. In the original work, it was precisely because you retreated into your shell that the mosquito attacked you on the outside. Like drinking coconut juice, it directly drained the flesh and nascent soul. Talking reason with this thick-head turtle was utterly futile. Li Changsheng took a deep breath. He completely abandoned the idea of reasoning. Dealing with such a single-minded character required the simplest and most brutal methods. Show your true form, Li Changsheng commanded coldly. The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother was taken aback for a moment, feeling somewhat wronged. However, seeing her master's serious expression, she dared not disobey. With a transformation boom, a massive black turtle exuding an ancient and profound aura appeared. It instantly filled the entire cave. Li Changsheng grabbed a corner of its shell, and a silver light flickered beneath his feet. The spatial laws activated. In the next moment, the figures of a person and a turtle instantly vanished from the cave. At the deepest part of the East Sea, there was an abyss that never saw sunlight, cold and desolate with layers of silt. Li Changsheng stood on the soft seabed mud, pointing at the thick layer of dark gray mud beneath his feet. From today onwards, you will lie here at the bottom of the sea. I won't let you get up. You can't move even a little finger, and you absolutely cannot swim to the surface. Just sleep here for me. Don't say a single word in your dreams, or you can forget about eating the celestial fruits from Golden Turtle Island in the future. The giant turtle was initially gloomy about being taken to this dark seabed, but upon hearing that her master's punishment was merely to sleep, her big bean-like eyes instantly lit up. "I'm great at that. Master, you're so wonderful." The giant turtle emitted an excited hum. Then without hesitation it dove headfirst into the thick seabed mud. Its limbs retracted, and its big head burrowed into its shell. Boom! The massive turtle body directly laid down deep into the mud, kicking up clouds of silt, burying itself alive. In less than 3 seconds, a muffled and rhythmic snoring began to resonate in the cold seabed, shaking the... Li Changsheng stood beside her, utterly speechless. This creature had no other talents, but in terms of sleeping speed, she was undoubtedly the best in the entire primordial era. "Alright, just sleep here until the end of the Fengshen." Li Changsheng shook his head, turned around, and disappeared. Seasons changed, and the years passed. The time array of Golden Turtle Island operated silently. Under Li Changsheng's strict confinement, hundreds of years went by. At the deepest part of the East Sea, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother was indeed obedient. In those hundreds of years, she hadn't even turned over once. As time passed, cold seawater carrying an abundance of silt and coral insects continually made their homes on her massive turtle shell. After several hundred years, her originally pitch-black shell had become covered in vibrant corals swaying with seaweed, even attracting countless small fish and shrimp from the deep sea to nest on it. If one did not look closely, no one would imagine that this ordinary coral reef at the bottom of the sea was actually a tenth the sandier giant turtle at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. She perfectly blended into this deep sea, and even the heavenly Dao saints would overlook her existence if they didn't examine closely. During this time, the system bound her status, and the tenfold cultivation return mechanism quietly began to exert its power. Ding! Detected that disciple Turtle Spirit Saint Mother is in extreme, lying low to avoid calamity, triggering tenfold karmic return. Sleeping for hundreds of years not only did not waste her cultivation, because she thoroughly integrated the true meaning of not moving, not listening, not seeing into her instincts. On her turtle shell, under the infusion and nourishment of spiritual power, extremely heavy and profound patterns began to emerge, resembling the laws of absolute defense of the land. This is a rule power that surpasses ordinary Taoist techniques. Now don't even mention blood-sucking mosquitoes. Even if the leader of the Western Church Huangting came with the 7 treasures mysterious tree to bombard her, he absolutely wouldn't leave a single white mark on her shell. Sleeping has resulted in absolute defense. When Li Changsheng saw this scene through the system panel, the corners of his mouth twitched violently, but he finally felt completely at ease. Thus, all dangerous individuals, troublemakers, and cannon fodder of the Jiejiao Sect were thoroughly crushed in their homes by him through violent and nonsensical means. The entire Golden Turtle Island was as quiet as a dead island. Li Changsheng stood on the plaza of the Bio Palace holding a cup of celestial tea, feeling an unprecedented calm. Now I can finally relax and fish in peace. He leisurely blew on the tea leaves, just about to take. However, in the next moment, a sudden burst of scarlet light erupted from the originally calm system panel. The glaring alarm light flashed frantically, accompanied by urgent and piercing prompt sounds. Warning! Warning! Detected abnormal energy fluctuations at the edge of the Golden Turtle Island defense formation. Disciples are attempting to sneak down the mountain. The white jade teacup in Li Changsheng's hand fell to the ground with a bang, shattering into pieces. Warm tea splashed everywhere. But at this moment, Li Changsheng had no time to concern himself with that. In his mind, the system's alarm sounded almost as if it were a tangible force frantically tearing at his primordial spirit. Warning! Warning! The causal line is rapidly extending into the mortal realm. Due to the host's failure to act in time, the causal feedback mechanism has been activated. Li Changsheng suddenly looked up, piercing through the roof of the Bio Palace to gaze into the void. Above the originally clear skies of Jiejiao Island, a thick pitch-black thundercloud had inexplicably, within the thundercloud, countless purple arcs of electricity rolled like furious dragons, exuding a suffocating aura of heavenly destruction. Damn it! Which bastard is sneakily backstabbing me from behind? Li Changsheng was so frightened that he leaped up from the meditation cushion. He was all too familiar with this thundercloud. As long as the errant disciple at the edge of the formation took a single step out of Jiejiao Island, this thundercloud would definitely ignore all defenses and strike precisely at Li Changsheng's forehead. With such frequent strikes, even a steadfast sage would be reduced to charred remains. Stop it, you bastard! Li Changsheng's face contorted in rage as his figure instantly merged into the void. The laws of space operated at full speed. Whoosh! At the edge of the formation, in a hidden grove of rocks, a girl dressed in a pale yellow celestial dress with delicate features was currently squatting down. She was holding a white jade hairpin, sneakily prying at the protective barrier of the island. This was Xiao, the youngest and most mischievous among the Xiao Sisters. In fact, while Li Changsheng was conducting a massive cleanup of Jiejiao Island, Xiao had miraculously escaped the calamity by running outside to catch a crane. By the time she returned to the Bo Palace, the cleanup had already concluded. She discovered that her elder sisters had been put under house arrest. Her senior brother Dao Bao was hanging upside down from a tree, and Zhao Gongming was kicked away. The entire Jiejiao Island was eerily empty, devoid of any company. Rather than feeling frightened, Bixiao was utterly delighted. Without her elder sister Yangxiu's supervision, she was now the queen of Jiejiao Island. She had long heard her senior brothers who worked as officials in the mortal realm say that Chaoga's city of the Great Shang was bustling with activity, with plenty of delicious food and fun to be had. Especially a treat called candied hawthorn, which was sweet and sour. Of course, Bixiao firmly believed that her desire to descend to the mortal realm was not due to gluttony. As a direct disciple of the Jiejiao Sect, I am going to the mortal realm to gather intelligence for my master. Yes, that's right, I am doing this to relieve my master's worries. As Bixiao spoke to herself, justifying her flight, she skillfully used the white jade hairpin to unlock a corner of the formation. She was an expert at formations. Although the formation had been slightly adjusted by Dao Bao, she still found a minute. My elder sister always says I'm foolish. Look, this so-called iron tortoise shell from my master, wasn't I able to pry it open effortlessly? Bixiao wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead with a proud expression, gazing at the tiny gap in the barrier that was just big enough for one person to pass through. Her face broke into a highly excited smile. She poked her head through the gap, taking a glance at the east sea outside. The sea breeze was truly sweet. "I'm coming for the candied hawthorn in the mortal realm." Bixiao cheered, lifting her skirt with one small foot already stepping outside the formation. However, just as her other foot was about to lift and fully step out, boom. The void behind her suddenly exploded without any warning. A violent searing pressure with the might to annihilate the heavens and earth emanated like a volcano that had accumulated power for millions of years, erupting in an instant. The temperature in the entire grove of rocks skyrocketed. Bixiao froze, her smile still lingering on her face. She felt as if a terrifying ancient beast had appeared behind her. Two bright red eyes were fixed intently on her neck. "Little wildcat." Changsheng's voice was gritted out through clenched teeth, almost as if each word was squeezed from between his teeth. In her ear, a soft voice echoed eerily. The sound was extremely gentle, yet it raised all the hairs on Bixiao's body. "Master! Master!" Bixiao stiffly turned her head, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. "Why are you here?" "I was just about to." Realizing the situation was dire, she felt a surge of power within her, and the wind picked up beneath her feet as she prepared to bolt. But before the laws of space, a Daoyuo golden immortal's speed was akin to a turtle's crawl. Changsheng looked at this foolish child who was so close to death, yet still tried to escape. The fury in his eyes had transformed into a tangible blue light. He resembled a furious striped tiger whose tail had just been stepped on. Whoosh! Changsheng lunged forward, his body leaving a trail in the air. His hand, like an eagle's claw forged from fine iron, struck with precise accuracy. Smack! He grabbed Bixiao by the neck of her celestial dress, then, with a sinister smile, yanked her back. Bixiao was dragged back into the formation by Changsheng, as if she were a small chick. With his other hand, he swept through the void. Crack! The gap in the formation that Bixiao had pried open instantly reassembled, and the barrier was as good as new. In the void, the causal line to the mortal realm that had already extended halfway was forcibly severed by Changsheng's sheer strength. However, even though the causal line was cut, the thundercloud of heavenly punishment that had already gathered most of its power in the sky let out an extremely dissatisfied rumble due to Changsheng's forceful interference. Boom! The purple lightning of the Zhijiao divine thunder spun wildly above Changsheng's head. The aura of the heavenly tribulation locked onto him, tightly poised to strike at any moment. Changsheng held the innocent-looking Bixiao, who blinked with her big eyes in an attempt to charm her way out of trouble, as he looked up at the ominous dark clouds above, ready to crash down. Then he turned his head to look at this mischievous child who wore a cheeky smile, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Changsheng's blood pressure exploded at this moment. With red eyes trembling all over, he slowly drew out the Thunder Law King's ruler, shimmering with purple light. Gazing at the ruler that shimmered with a violet radiance and exuded a terrifying Dao aura, by Xiao's pupils constricted to the size of needle points. It was because her eldest and second sisters had been locked in the dark chamber for their disobedience. If that eerie ruler struck her now, she feared she wouldn't even live to see next month's sun. "Master, please let me explain. Your disciple truly only." Bai Xiao's face flushed crimson with anxiety, her words tumbling out incoherently. But explanations were futile. The ruler in Changsheng's hand had already descended with a piercing whistle through the air, striking down with brutal force. Bai Xiao moved with the agility of a loach. She abruptly ducked her head, unleashing the supreme Jiejiao Sect escape technique, the Nine Heavens mystic light escape. With a slick sound, the collar of her robe slipped instantly from Changsheng's grasp. Transforming into a streak of goose-yellow light, she shot away in an instant. Changsheng's ruler struck empty air, the residual force slamming heavily into the reef. Boom. The colossal boulder was pulverized into dust on the spot. Rebellious disciple. Stop right there. Failing to land a hit, Changsheng erupted in fury, spewing curses. He stepped upon the void, activating his space law moonwalk technique. Moving as if teleporting, he gave relentless chase from behind. Do you have any idea that step you just took has reignited my heavenly tribulations? You're trying to filialpiety me to death. Bai Xiao fled ahead, wailing at the top of her lungs as she went. Master is killing me. Help. She sprinted wildly, using every fellow disciple she encountered along the way as obstacles for defense. Golden Spirit Mother was wiping her dragon tiger Rui with a cloth. She only sensed a goose-yellow blur streak past with a gust of wind. Before she could react, Changsheng, clad in a blue robe and burning with rage, barreled past like a bulldozer. The gale he stirred up sent Golden Spirit Mother tumbling head over heels. Duobao Daoist was clutching his aching chest when Bai Xiao shouted, "Senior brother, save me." She leaped directly over Duobao's head. The moment Duobao looked up, he saw his master charging with a large purple jade ruler and hand-eyes bloodshot. Bang! Changsheng stomped on Duobao's shoulder, using it as leverage to leap into the air. Duobao was instantly flattened to the ground, face-planting into the dirt. Rubbing his shoulder, Duobao felt like crying, but had no tears. Master, what did your disciple do to deserve this? Inside the gravity training hall, Green Lion and White Elephant were diligently lifting barbells drenched in sweat. Bai Xiao shot in with a whoosh, immediately circling around Green Lion's 3-meter-wide muscular frame. Changsheng also charged in with the ruler, circling around Green Lion as well. Standing within the gravity formation, Green Lion watched his master and Bai Xiao circle around him like playing a game of drop the handkerchief. He was so terrified he didn't dare breathe. His exaggeratedly muscular body was tensed like an iron plate, terrified of being accidentally struck by his master's ruler. After all, Bai Xiao was merely a golden immortal. Against Changsheng, a cheater-level sage, her spiritual power quickly gave out. Still trying to run? Changsheng sneered. He manipulated his space law, at will directly sealing the space ahead of Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao slammed to a halt too late. Bang! She crashed headfirst into an invisible spatial wall. The impact left her dazed and seeing stars. The net of heaven is vast, its meshes are coarse, but nothing slips through. Changsheng teleported, swaggering up behind her. Like an eagle catching a chick, he scooped up the dizzy Bai Xiao in one go. Master, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Boo-hoo, let me go. Bai Xiao was bent over Changsheng's knee, struggling desperately. Her two fair calves kicked helplessly in the air. This time Changsheng was truly amused despite his anger. Confessing now. Too late. He raised high the violet glowing lightning Dharma King ruler. Controlling his strength, he brought the ruler down solidly on Bai Xiao. Crack! A crisp explosive sound accompanied by a strange violet light spread across the square. Oh! Bai Xiao let out an exceptionally high-pitched piercing scream. Although the ruler carried no lethal force, the law of compulsory pain it contained landed squarely on her flesh. Crack! 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 Ow! It hurts. Master, my butt is splitting. Eldest sister, save me. Changsheng paid no heed to her pleas. With rhythmic precision, he struck 10 times in a row. The surrounding Jiejiao Sect immortals watching all felt their own faces twitch uncontrollably. Even the formidable Duobao and Golden Spirit couldn't help but reach back and shrink their own buttocks. Instinctively, they all took several steps back in unison. This time the master was truly enraged. After the 10 strikes of the ruler, Bai Xiao lay over Changsheng's leg, clutching her bottom, sobbing, with tears streaming down her face. Like a wronged little wife, she hiccuped and sobbed. Changsheng casually tossed the weeping Bai Xiao to Golden Spirit Mother, who had just approached. Take her away and lock her up with Yun Xiao and the others. Tell Yun Xiao that Bai Xiao's copying assignment is doubled. No food until she finishes. Sniffling, Bai Xiao was carried off to the basement by Golden Spirit Mother like a kitten. Changsheng stood in the center of the square, gazing at the terrified Jiejiao Sect disciples around him who didn't even dare breathe. These fellows, each possessing battle prowess and treasures capable of sweeping through the primordial world, were all more single-minded than the last. If he let his guard down even once and allowed them to sneak out and cause trouble, the 9 heavens' divine thunder would strike squarely on his own head. In that case, Changsheng took a gleam of absolute coldness and cunning flashed in his eyes. He turned his head to look at this group of disciples who were still secretly proud of their various innate spiritual treasures and great killing weapons. He made a decision that would utterly devastate everyone. Changsheng stood with his hands behind his back on the high white jade steps of the Bo Palace, looking down at the vast crowd of the Jiejiao. In his hand was a large trumpet-like treasure shining with an exceptionally piercing light under the sun. Changsheng took a deep breath, channeling his saintly power. He directly threw one out, causing the entire Jiejiao to instantly fall into chaos. From today, this very moment, everyone present, listen well. Hand over all your postnatal and innate spirit treasures to me. Gold mantis scissors, primordial golden dipper, dragon tiger, Rui myriad crow pot, 4 C's bottle, every single one. As long as it has a fluctuation of magical energy handed all over, anyone who dares to hide will face 300 years of wall-sitting. Boom. The Jiejiao disciples below were stunned by this announcement. The entire square was suddenly filled with wails and chaos. Master, the treasures are the lifeblood of the disciples. Without the treasures, if the disciples encounter enemies, they won't even have anything to fight back with. Please have mercy, Master. My dragon tiger seal has just been refined for 500 years. The Jiejiao disciples cried out in despair, their faces ashen. In the world of cultivation, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Without treasures, it would be like walking naked in the icy wilderness. Duo Bao Daoist watched eagerly from the side. His mind raced. Could this be another of the Master's supreme hidden patient strategies? Li Changsheng couldn't be bothered with their cries. To prevent this group of unruly disciples from causing trouble outside, he had to confiscate all dangerous. He directly called upon the system in his mind, using his primal energy to construct a system absolute defense grade safe deep within the Bio Palace. The safe stood tall, exuding a cold and irresistible aura of system laws. Stop wasting time and hurry up. Li Changsheng's face was stern as he began to forcefully collect, resembling a demolition team leader. Those handing over treasures line up and come one by one. The golden spirit Holy Mother bit her red lips, her face filled with reluctance, as she slowly ascended the steps to place her life treasure, the dragon tiger Rui, into the safe. The Rui emitted a mournful sound, its brilliance dimming instantly. Then with a wave of his hand, Li Changsheng's spatial laws penetrated the basement of the Bio Palace. He forcibly extracted the treasures of the Xiao Sisters trapped in a small dark room. The gold mantis scissors and primordial golden dipper dragged out through a void passage and unavoidably deposited into the safe. Master, why are you stealing our gold mantis scissors? A faint cry of despair came from the basement from Bai Xiao. Li Changsheng pretended not to hear. Luo Xian reluctantly submitted his 50,000 fire crows along with the myriad crow pot. The fire crows flapped their wings in protest inside the pot. They were ruthlessly slapped into the safe by Li Changsheng. Duo Bao Daoist gritted his teeth, obediently complying as he took a deep breath. He opened his storage bag wide, pouring out thousands of treasures, including the Duo Bao Tower, creating a colorful little mountain in the hall. Looking at the mountains of top-grade primal treasures sparkling with multicolored celestial light piled inside the safe, Li Changsheng finally revealed a highly satisfied smile. Now this is good. All the killing weapons are locked away. Without treasures, do you think you can go head-to-head with the Changjiao in the mortal realm? The sense of security shot up to the heavens. Now this is good. All the killing weapons are locked away. Without treasures, do you think you can go head-to-head with the Changjiao in the mortal realm? The sense of, since you have no weapons today, I will treat you all equally and bestow upon you true life weapons. Li Changsheng called upon the system in his heart. System, give me several tens of thousands of the cheapest god-slaying wood broken sticks. Ding. Wholesale successful, deducting 10,000 points, receiving 10,000 god-slaying woods. Clatter. With the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground in the center of the Bio Palace square, a pile of black, crooked, and even fragrant with fresh soil wooden sticks appeared. Like a pile of firewood, they instantly filled the ground. Some of the sticks even stubbornly sprouted a few unknown wild mushrooms. Come, each person gets one, everyone has a share. Li Changsheng pointed at the pile of firewood. This is the god-slaying wood, simple, yet profound, returning to simplicity. Take it, this will be your only life weapon from now on. The disciples trembled all over, exchanging glances with each other. One person stepped up to receive a blackened stick. Duo Bao held the stick, rubbing the dirt on it, his expression gradually changing from confusion to fervor. The Tao is simple. Master wants us to wash away the superficial and return to simplicity. Without the reliance on treasures, we can truly comprehend the supreme Tao. Looking at Duo Bao's shining eyes, the myriad immortals felt a renewed sense of enlightenment, thinking their master was unfathomable. Meanwhile, far away in the Amei Mountains Luofu Cave, Zhao Gongming. At this moment, he was sitting on a rock, playing with mud, sighing endlessly. Suddenly the space above his head thudded. A perfectly identical black wooden stick precisely struck his forehead, creating a shiny. Li Changsheng's trumpet-like voice coldly echoed in his ear. Gongming, this is the same as what your fellow disciples are using. No using magical powers, stay well in Amei Mountain. Zhao Gongming, holding two blackened sticks, was completely petrified in the cold wind. Everyone is using this. Suddenly he felt much better inside. It turned out that the master truly was fair and treated everyone equally. Zhao Gongming clutching the two sticks sighed in a mix of laughter and tears. Just as he was about to return to his cave to continue sleeping, suddenly outside the Luofu Cave, on Amei Mountain, two extremely arrogant and powerful escape lights suddenly broke through the fog barrier surrounding the cave. Two young Taoists, prideful in demeanor and dressed in the attire of the third-generation disciples of the Changjiao, landed on clouds, looking at Zhao Gongming with cold smirks and swords in hand. Uncle Zhao Gongming, I am disciple Huang Tianhua here under the orders of the Yushu Master to consult with you. The two Taoists landed outside the Luofu cave. One of them rode a majestic jade qilin and held a gleaming moi sword. With delicate features, yet an undisguised arrogance in his demeanor, he was none other than Huang Tianhua, the outstanding disciple of the Chan sect's third generation. In the original script of the Investiture of the Gods, he was supposed to descend the mountain later, but under the orders of the primordial heavenly venerate, he was sent ahead to spearhead the attack. Huang Tianhua looked down from his height at the tightly shut gates of the Luofu cave, a cynical sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. Uncle Master Zhao Gongming, your disciple Huang Tianhua, following the decree of the Jade Void, has come to seek your esteemed guidance. Could it be that Uncle Master, like those rabble on Golden Ao Island, intends to hide like a turtle? The piercing challenge echoed through the valley, startling birds from the woods into chaotic flight. Zhao Gongming, hiding behind the archway of the cave, poked out his large head, watching the clamoring Huang Tianhua outside. He then looked down at the two dark crude sticks in his hands, still bearing the fresh fragrance of earth, the divine wood for striking gods. Cold sweat beaded densely on his forehead. The calming sea pearls had been taken by his master. Now if he charged out to confront Huang Tianhua hidden, the moment he used any Jiejiao Sect sorcery triggering karma, his master's purple jade ruler would surely cross over from the void and shatter his legs into powder. He absolutely could not clash hidden with immortal arts. Clutching the two black sticks, Zhao Gongming shrank behind the archway, watching Huang Tianhua's arrogant display as he brandished his sword and shouted outside. Suddenly, like a thunderbolt in his mind, he recalled senior brother Duobeo's grand speech on Golden Ao Island. Return to simplicity. The greatest skill seems clumsy. The master took away all our magic artifacts but gave us these mortal sticks. What is he hinting at? Zhao Gongming slapped his forehead. The thoughts in his mind suddenly connected completely. I understand. I fully understand. No trace of magical energy means no entanglement of karma. Without the glow of immortal light, the heavenly Tao cannot lock onto the cause and effect. This stick, it's clearly the master teaching us to walk the most primitive, most original path that avoids karma. The path of physical deliverance. Zhao Gongming's face flushed with excitement. He nearly knelt in worship of his master's profound foresight. Wasn't it just about fighting without using magic? This was a skill he had mastered back when he was still a wild demon. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Gongming sealed all his great Luo golden immortal magical power deep within his dantian. In that moment, he became an ordinary mortal devoid of any magical fluctuation. Using the lush trees and waist-high grass outside the Luofu cave, he silently, like an old cat stalking in the night, crept around to Huang Tianhua's back. Senior brother, I think Zhao Gongming really doesn't dare to come out. The Chan sect fellow disciple beside Huang Tianhua sneered. A great Luo golden immortal. In my view, he's nothing but a cowardly rat. He doesn't even dare to face two juniors like us. Huang Tianhua smiled contemptuously, lifting his chin arrogantly. The Jiejiao Sect are all ignorant of the heavenly mandate. Now that the great tribulation is upon them, they've probably wet themselves in fear. Huang Tianhua was smugly mocking with his companion. Suddenly from the waist-high grass behind him, without any warning, a remarkably amiable large head emerged. Zhao Gongming gripped the divine wood, the crude stick, tightly, a silent grin spreading across his wide mouth. He stared at the round back of Huang Tianhua's head. Taking a deep breath, he engaged his waist, bent his knees, and gathered his strength. Then he leaped fiercely from the grass. There was no glow of magic, not a single warning ripple of celestial energy. Under the concealment of pure physics, Huang Tianhua didn't even sense a premonition. He only felt a cold breeze behind his head. Who? Huang Tianhua began to turn, but the crude stick in Zhao Gongming's hand, driven by the peak physical might of a great Luo golden immortal, struck with deadly precision, slamming hard onto the back of Huang Tianhua's head. A dull, heavy thud like a hammer, smashing a watermelon, echoed through the valley. The stick, a system-issued item, contained the law of 100% force dizziness, which activated instantly. The protective glow on Huang Tianhua's 8 trigrams purple gold immortal robe didn't even flicker. Huang Tianhua's eyes rolled back. With a thump, he fell face first from the jade qilin, crashing into his body, twitched twice before he fell into a deep, complete unconsciousness. The Chan sect disciple who had been cheering stared at his instantly felled senior brother, his eyes nearly popping out. His mouth agape, he pointed at Zhao Gongming, who held the stick with a gentle smile, his hand trembling. You what? Zhao Gongming pressed his advantage, striding forward and delivering a swift, clean blow to the back of the head of the stunned Chan sect disciple. Another dull physical thud. The disciple slumped neatly beside Huang Tianhua. Both fell into a sleep as deep and sweet as an infant's. Zhao Gongming stood over the two unconscious Chan sect disciples, holding the pitch-black, crude stick. He looked at the withered wood in his hand, which had not only failed to break, but had even taken on a slight sheen. He was utterly stunned. This thing was just too damned useful. Without any magical fluctuation, the terrifying tribulation clouds in the sky didn't even glance his way, and it delivered 100% forced physical salvation. Even a great Luo golden immortal upon taking a hit would have to obediently lie down like a turtle. So this is the true power of the divine wood for striking gods. Zhao Gongming caressed the stick of fervent fanaticism for his master Tongtian, burning in his eyes. Master, you are truly an unparalleled genius. This tactic is simply invincible. Zhao Gongming danced with excitement, no longer feeling aggrieved. He hurriedly pulled out the special communication talisman of the Jiejiao Sect disciples. With trembling hands, he sent an excited voice message to all his brothers. Brothers, the stick the master gave us is amazing. From now on we're done with spells. We'll switch to ambushing with clubs. On Jiejiao Island at the formation training ground, Changsheng held a purple jade ruler in his hand. His face darkened as he watched the 10 heavenly lords he had confined in accordance with the original script of the investiture of the gods. These 10 individuals were notorious for being the easy targets of the Jiejiao Sect. Although their self-created 10 absolute formation possessed decent power, it had one fatal weakness. It was too rigid. Every time they fought against the Changjiao, they had to first set up a high platform in front of both. They would arrange the formation and then ostentatiously invite the Changjiao people to break it. What was the result? The Changjiao would always send in a trivial pawn to die, first probing the formation. Then they would send in a corresponding expert to easily break the formation. The 10 heavenly lords and their grand formation all became stepping stones to highlight the prestige of the 12 golden immortals of the Changjiao. Foolish. Simply intolerably foolish. Changsheng brandished the purple jade ruler, unleashing a torrent of scoldings. Are you setting up a formation or putting on a show for the Changjiao theater troupe? The 10 heavenly lords exchanged glances, bewildered by the scolding. Huangting scratched his head and, Master, our 10 absolute formation contains ancient evil energy and boundless power. As long as we enter the formation. Enter what? Changsheng sneered. They see through the reality and don't even enter the formation. They just throw bricks at you from outside. What will you do then? A true formation is meant for ambushing, not for fair duels. Changsheng waved his sleeve, sending several drawings he had hastily sketched that night straight to the faces of the 10 heavenly lords. Take this and learn what true artistry is. The 10 heavenly lords hastily caught the drawings, peering at them. They saw peculiar patterns and annotations they had never encountered before. Huangting, your heavenly absolute formation shouldn't always rumble with thunder. Changsheng pointed to the drawings, his expression serious. The thunder is loud, but the raindrops are small. Are you afraid others won't know you want to strike them? Berry system, light dodging silent thunder all over the ground. Without any fluctuation of magical power, as long as they step on it, they'll be physically blown away. Changsheng's finger slid down, pointing at the second drawing. Dong Quan, your wind howl formation mixes blades with the wind. That's tacky. Mix in quicklime, and add some of my specially made powerful diarrhea powder and super spicy water. When the wind blows, the enemies will be both blind and have diarrhea, unable to even pull up their pants. How will they break the formation? And you, Holy Mother of Golden Light. Changsheng looked at the Holy Mother of Golden Light. Your Golden Light formation should stop refracting sunlight. Change it to subsonic high-frequency, flash pollution formation. A flash to blind, a shake to induce a concussion. The 10 heavenly lords looked at the crooked drawings, their eyes nearly popping out. Quicklime. Powerful diarrhea. Subsonic flash bomb. What kind of lowly tactics are these, akin to ruffians? But upon careful thought, this move was truly insidious. And the most crucial point was that these nefarious tools bore no fluctuations of magical power. The heavenly tribulation clouds could not perform causal locking at all. Brilliant. Master, you are simply the ultimate schemer. The 10 heavenly lords slapped their thighs, their eyes gleaming with fervent green light. They immediately took the drawings and rushed back to seclude themselves to modify the formations. Months later, the grand formation was in operation. The 10 heavenly lords emerged from seclusion, filled with pride, inviting Changsheng to inspect the results. At the training ground, the once chilling and ethereal 10 absolute formation had completely transformed, renamed Ultimate 10, full revitalizing underworld trap formation. Changsheng outside the island casually grabbed a 500-year-old porcupine spirit and tossed it into the formation. This porcupine spirit had a strong body and was trying to force its way through the formation with a grunt. As soon as it stepped in, thud, its hoof landed directly on a silent landmine. Boom! A muffled explosion sent the wild boar spirit flying 3 meters into the air. Before it could fall, the winds howled. The wind howl formation activated a tempest filled with strong quicklime, and specially made spicy water rushed forward. Whoa! The wild boar spirit's eyes instantly swollen and blinded. Most tragically, the whirlwind also contained the inhalable super powerful diarrhea powder. The effects took hold instantly. While the wild boar spirit screamed in midair, a tremendous eruption began from its rear and filling the sky with red and yellow. Next, the flash bomb exploded, accompanied by a piercing subsonic wave. The wild boar spirit's head buzzed as it began to spin in place, dancing wildly. Finally, countless system-supplied broken wooden sticks to strike the divine, which sprang up from the ground, raining down on the back of the wild boar spirit's head in a furious barrage. Clang, clang, clang. In just 3 seconds, a rampaging 500-year-old wild boar spirit lay directly in its own excrement. Rolling its eyes and foaming at the mouth, it was utterly driven mad. The 10 heavenly lords watched on the side, so excited that they were nearly drooling. Master, this move is too exhilarating. If those hypocrites from the Changjiao dare to come, well, first treat them to quicklime, then to a diarrhea gift pack. Li Changsheng, satisfied, took a sip of tea. Not bad. The disciples of Jiejiao had finally transformed from hot-blooded brutes into scheming underworld figures. While the activities on Jiejiao Island were in full swing beyond the 33 heavens in the Xiao Palace, the long-silent Dao ancestor, Hongjun, slowly opened his eyes. The great calamity's momentum was unstoppable, and the investiture of the gods could not remain empty forever. Ding! A sound of an ancient and grand bell echoed throughout the vast wilderness of the 3 realms once more. As the Xiao bell rang, the saints entered the palace. Dao ancestor Hongjun issued a new decree urging the saints of the 3 teachings to enter the palace and sign the investiture of the gods. The void shattered without warning. The warm cup of tea in Li Changsheng's hand had yet to be sipped for a second time when an unparalleled force of the heavenly Dao directly invited him out from the Bio Palace on Golden Tortoise Island. When he steadied himself once more, what lay before him was the grand and towering Xiao Palace, which Li Changsheng found utterly detestable. Inside the hall, the 4 saints, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Lao Zijian, and Zhuan Ti, were already seated on their respective mats. As soon as Yuan Shi Tianzun saw Li Changsheng enter, his gaze instinctively fell upon his face. In his eyes was a hint of arrogant provocation and schadenfreude. Although he had used his saintly powers to help Guangqingzi regrow his front teeth, the peak of Kunlun Mountain was still flat. This debt was one he had long remembered. Senior brother Tongtian, it seems you are doing well, Zhuan Ti Daoist said, stroking the few new hairs that had grown on his head humorously, yet insincerely. I heard you caused quite a stir on Golden Tortoise Island, disbanding the Jiejiao Sect. Why is it that today you came out without even bringing a disciple to support you? Zhuan's face was filled with pride. Recently struck by inexplicable heavenly lightning, he had been left weak and exhausted in the East Sea. He was brimming with pent-up frustration. Today the heavenly Dao had issued a death mandate requiring the signing of the Fengshen list. He was eager to see how this irascible Tongtian would flounder today. On the high platform, endless purple chi permeated with Hongjun Lao's figure, hidden within his voice, cold and devoid of any emotion. The Fengshen list has hung in the air for far too long. The divine positions of the heavenly court urgently need to be filled, as it is the great trend of the heavenly Dao. Today you must complete the signing and determine the candidates for the list without delay. Yuan Shi Tianzun had been waiting for this very statement. He stepped forward, immediately flicking his wrist. From his robe, he produced a scroll that was hundreds of zhang long, exuding a faint golden light. Teacher, senior brother, I have already drafted a portion of the candidates for the list, Yuan Shi Tianzun said, with a face full of selflessness, while slowly unfurling the golden scroll in the void. Li Changsheng leaned forward, casting a sidelong glance. This glance nearly caused his lungs to explode. He saw that the golden scroll was densely filled with names: Jiejiao Sect, Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Bixiao, Changsheng, 10 heavenly lords, Weiyun Xianjin, Gu Xian Duo, Bao Daoren. The entire list. It almost completely listed all the core disciples and elite outer members of the Jiejiao Sect. Was this really a joint signing of the Fengshen list by the 3 sects? This was clearly a blacklist aimed at exterminating the Jiejiao Sect. Yuan Shi Tianzun, seeing Li Changsheng's darkened expression, pretended to sigh. Tongtian Shitty, the Jiejiao Sect has many disciples, and they vary in quality, having been tainted by the mundane world. Allowing them to be on the list not only grants them the blessings of the heavenly court, but also maintains order in the 3 realms and accrues merits. This is their tremendous fortune. Zhuan Ti quickly clasped his hands together, loudly agreeing. Yuan Shi Xiao's draft is truly brilliant with immeasurable merits. My disciples in the West are few indeed. We can only rely on senior brother Tongshan's Jiejiao Sect for this tribulation. Lao Zi slowly opened his eyes. He sighed and said somewhat ambiguously, Tongtian, the great tribulation and trend are such that one cannot act against the heavens. You should just sign. Looking at these 4 who had united to force him into a corner, Li Changsheng sneered coldly. Sign. Swish. Without any superfluous words, Li Changsheng grasped the void with one hand. A green celestial sword radiating overwhelming murderous intent and chaotic energy appeared in his grasp. The sword of extermination. In an instant, a terrifying sword intent tore apart the space within the Xiao Palace, creating countless fine black rips. The originally ethereal hall was instantly enveloped in a chilling, bone-piercing, killing aura. Under the astonished gazes of Yuan Shi Tianzun and the others, Li Changsheng raised his hand without a word. He swung his sword. Swish, a destructive sword energy stretching for 10,000 zhang swept out. The golden scroll in Yuan Shi Tianzun's hand, woven from innate silkworm silk with incredible defensive power, was instantly shredded into countless flying golden scraps beneath this sword strike, scattering all over the ground. Tongtian, do you dare to destroy my list? Yuan Shi Tianzun was immediately infuriated and stood up abruptly. What if I do? Li Changsheng stood with his sword, pointing the extermination sword at Yuan Shi Tianzun's nose. Each word was pronounced clearly, exuding an overwhelming aura. I say again, the Jiejiao Sect has long been disbanded on the spot. From top to bottom, not even a temporary worker sweeping the floor remains. As for this Fengshen list, you can fill it with whoever you like in the Chan sect if anyone dares to write my disciple's name. Li Changsheng's face revealed a cold and maniacal smile, the sword tip flickering with the destructive light of the laws of power. I will now set up the extermination sword array and perish with all of you. At worst, we can restart the earth, water, fire, and wind. In this primitive world, no one will survive. He flipped the table completely. In that moment, Li Changsheng exuded a ferocious aura that could tear apart all 33 heavens. With a fierce determination that if they dared to force him to sign, he would take them all down with him. The previously imposing Yuan Shi Tianzun took a step back under the threatening presence of the extermination sword. Zhu Ti and Jie shrank their necks and reluctantly closed their mouths. They knew this madman was genuinely willing to set up a formation and risk his life. On the high platform, Hongjun Laozu stared intently at Li Changsheng, his face changing unpredictably within the purple qi. However, in the end, no punishment of thunder descended. Inside the Xiao Palace, there fell into a deathly silence. The Supreme Lao Jun, who had always been watching from the sidelines with his eyes closed at this moment, finally slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze, the usual indifference of the Supreme had vanished, replaced by a hint of extreme seriousness. Li Changsheng finished his scolding, not giving this group of old coins a chance to react. He directly sheathed the Zhuxian sword without even a word of farewell. As the laws of space operated beneath his feet, he stepped forward and instantly vanished within the Xiao Palace. Only a scattering of golden paper scraps remained in the grand hall, along with 4 saints who were left in disarray by the wind. Master, look at Tongtian. He has become so reckless. The primordial heavenly sovereign trembled with anger, pointing at the direction where Li Changsheng had disappeared and loudly denouncing him. He fought in the Xiao Palace and even destroyed the list of the Fengshen ranking. We must summon all saints to jointly punish this defiant individual. However, on the high platform, Hongjun Laozu merely looked at the scattered debris with an inscrutable expression. After a long while, he let out a faint sigh. His figure gradually faded, completely concealing itself in the boundless purple mist, tacitly accepting Li Changsheng's outrageous behavior. This, the primordial heavenly sovereign gritted his teeth. Beside him, Laozi slowly stood up, waved his dust whisk, and spoke softly. Second brother, come back to the Buying Palace with me first. This matter reeks of the strange. In the Taijing realm Buying Palace, the fragrance of a 9-turned golden core wafted from the alchemical furnace. After sitting down, the primordial heavenly sovereign's anger had not yet subsided, and he slammed the Sanbao Jade Rui onto the stone table, creating a loud bang. Elder brother, today Tongtian is simply like a street thug. He has always valued his reputation, yet today he shamelessly claims that the Jiejiao can't even afford a temporary cleaner. What kind of situation is this? It's utterly disgraceful for us, the true lineage of Pangu. Laozi did not rush to reply. He remained calm, pouring a cup of celestial tea and handing it over. In his deep-set old eyes, the absolute calmness and profound wisdom of Taishang Wanqing flickered. Second brother, do you not see it yet? Tongtian, he has changed. Moreover, he has undergone a complete transformation. The primordial heavenly sovereign was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. Transformation? Has he not just been pushed to the edge, throwing a tantrum in the grand hall? No. Laozi shook his head, his expression serious. If it were the former Tongtian, how would he have reacted to your provocation and pressure today? The primordial heavenly sovereign pondered for a moment before answering. With his pride, he would definitely have argued with me on the spot, even signing his name in defiance to prove that Jiejiao is not afraid of death. Indeed, Laozi nodded. That was impulsive, overly concerned with face, and therefore easily manipulated. Laozi stood up, clasping his hands behind his back, pacing beside the alchemical furnace. He found an excuse to disband Jiejiao, publicly executed Ding Wangxian, and even snatched Zhao Gongming's treasure. In the grand hall, he spoke the most shameless words while wielding the most lethal Zhuxian sword in his hand. This is cunning restraint and unscrupulousness. A person who originally valued face suddenly becomes completely shameless. That is the most terrifying. The primordial heavenly sovereign felt a chill run down his spine. Elder brother, are you saying that his actions actually have deeper intentions? Laozi paused, looking out at the rolling sea of clouds. Under the Great Tribulation, the causes and effects of heaven and earth are in chaos, and even we saints cannot see the heavenly secrets clearly. But have you noticed that Jiejiao Island is not releasing a shred of causation? Even the heavenly thunder cannot lock onto Tongtian. Laozi took a deep breath, his withered fingers traced through the void. The Taiji diagram of Taijing manifested in the emptiness. The yin-yang fish spun wildly, attempting to forcefully deduce a shred of heavenly secret regarding Tongtian and Jiejiao. However, after a stick of incense had passed, the feedback from the Taiji diagram returned. It was only an abyss-like void, unfathomable. And in the deepest part of that void there was not a hint of impending disaster. Instead it harbored a vast and boundless terrifying fortune. This is impossible. Laozi suddenly opened his eyes wide, taking 3 steps back, his old face filled with unprecedented shock. With Jiejiao disbanded, the fortune should have been completely lost. But now the fortune of Jiejiao Island has not only not dissipated, but has also been tightly locked together by a mysterious force. In the subtlety, there is even a momentum to form a self-contained realm transcending the shackles of the heavenly path. The primordial heavenly sovereign was thoroughly frightened. To elicit such an expression from the usually stoic elder brother, it was clear that the matter had already spiraled out of control. Laozi looked at the Taiji diagram and took a deep breath. He uttered a conclusion that nearly sent the primordial heavenly sovereign into a state of panic. Tongtian, he has definitely comprehended something that transcends the heavenly path, even surpassing the supreme karmic laws of our master. He disbanded Jiejiao and confined his disciples, actually employing supreme divine abilities to forcibly sever the grip of the heavenly calamity, to render the Fengshen calamity incapable of beginning. This child's schemes are buried too deep, fooling everyone. Until we completely grasp his trump cards, we must never act rashly. Within the Baiyuan Palace, the 2 top saints of the primordial era wore increasingly grim expressions. They were interpreting Changsheng's helplessness and the system's isolation mechanism. They forcibly imagined it as a super shocking conspiracy that would overturn the primordial era and surpass Hangjun. Meanwhile, Changsheng, who had already returned to the Bo Palace on Jiejiao Island, remained completely unaware of this. He had no idea that he had been imagined by his elder brother Laozi as the supreme great conspiracy that surpasses Hangjun. Changsheng sat on the mat, wiping his cold sweat, feeling a lingering fear. Damn, the look on the primordial old man's face just now was truly frightening. He almost exposed the truth. However, although I have locked up the most dangerous few, I cannot guarantee that the other disciples won't slip away secretly. Changsheng raised his hand and splashed the cold tea from his cup. A cold and resolute glint flashed in his eyes. To avoid being struck by lightning, he only wanted to do one thing: now seal the gates of Jiejiao Island completely. Changsheng returned hurriedly from the Xiao Palace, not even stopping to drink a sip of water as he anxiously opened the system panel. Though he had just flipped the table in the main hall of the Xiao Palace to avoid a task, and received no rewards, he had publicly scolded the Yuanshi Tianzuan and the 2 saints of the West. This severely damaged the psychological defenses of the saints. The system still generously credited him with a handsome amount of slap in the face origin value. Ding! Detection of the host fiercely confronting the saints in the Xiao Palace and causing commotion. Gained 200,000 points of Dao origin value. Looking at this newly credited fortune, Changsheng grinned widely. Without hesitation, he directly clicked on the construction material protection category in the system shop. System. Immediately exchanged 15,000 origin value for thickened Dao causality insulation material. Ding. Exchange successful, deducted 15,000 origin value. Gained 100 tons of causality heavy shielding insulation soil. Boom. A tremendous rumbling shook the ground. In the center of the Bo Palace Square, the void tore apart as bags upon bags of gray sand piled high fell from thin air. Each bag bore a dazzling golden anti-counterfeit mark. System construction materials anti-causality and anti-radiation counterfeiters will be punished 10,000 times. Changsheng strode out of the palace, picking up the large loudspeaker treasure in his hand again. Pointing at the disciples of the Jiejiao Sect who were still confused after being disbanded, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone stop lying on the ground. And stop slapping yourselves. Duobao, the Qing lion, the white elephant, and Jinling, you all go to the back courtyard and bring out the handcarts. Those above the golden immortal level come and help me with the mud. Those below the golden immortal level go and carry the sandbags. Cover all the mountain seams, ground seams, dog holes, and even ant nests on Golden Ao Island with causality mud. Seal the drainage outlets of the underwater spiritual veins with titanium alloy seals." Duobao Daoist crawled up from the ground, looking at the bags of gray earth emanating supreme causality shielding aura. In his mind, the fervent spiritual light erupted again. The master is truly farsighted. He is aiming to transform Golden Ao Island into a transcendent pure land, completely free from worldly troubles and calamities. The master is indeed a divine being. Duo Bao immediately raised his arms and shouted enthusiastically, "Brothers, for the sake of the Master's grand plan, let's go mix the mud and plaster. Charge!" Thus the most incredible and surreal scene since the creation of the primordial world unfolded. The great immortals of the Jiejiao Sect, who usually did not partake in worldly affairs and bore celestial airs, had now taken off their magnificent robes to reveal their solid muscles. Duo Bao Daoist summoned his Duo Bao Pagoda, using the ancient treasures as a gigantic mixer, crazily stirring the insulating cement in the hall. The Qing lion, towering at 3 meters tall and built like a muscular demon, dashed across the island with tin bags of cement in each hand. Jinling, the Holy Mother, was leveling the road's surface on the island with her supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Dragon Tiger Rui. Even the little water and fire children were seriously painting the corners of the Bo Palace walls with small trowels. Li Changsheng patrolled the island with his purple jade ruler, overseeing the work. If anyone worked slowly, he would gesture behind their heads in the air, causing the disciples to feel their scalps tingle and their magical powers to spike to the limit. In just 3 short days, the entire Golden Ao Island, along with the rocks below and the underwater reefs, was coated in a thick layer. A silver-gray metallic shielding coating shiny enough to reflect human shadows. From a distance, the originally ethereal island now completely transformed into a stainless steel iron ball radiating the luster of heavy metals. Last step: close the door and lock it. Li Changsheng, accompanied by Duo Bao and others, arrived at the only mountain gate entrance of Golden Ao Island. He activated his magical power. Boom. The 2 heavy stone doors, each 100 feet thick and similarly coated with shielding layers, slammed shut. Li Changsheng took out the system's specially made barrel-thick Dao chains and tightly wrapped them around the doors 99 times. Click. Finally, he hung 3 gleaming golden system absolute stasis isolation locks on the door. With this lock, the flow of time and space within Golden Ao Island was completely severed from the vast primordial world, untouched by causality and unperturbed by calamities. At the moment the great formation locked in place, a seagull from the east sea flapped its wings, preparing to land on the rocks at the edge of the formation. It intended to take a dump as well. However, before its claws could touch the silver-gray coating buzz, a dazzling yellowish divine light suddenly illuminated the great formation's barrier. The reverse mechanism was triggered again. Call. The seagull did not lose a single feather, but was instantly transformed into a white beam of light under the terrifying shockwave of the counter-damage halo. Flying backward at 10 times the speed of sound toward the horizon, it vanished into the distant sky in an instant, having been flung 3,000 miles away. Golden Ao Island had completely become the first absolute life forbidden zone of the primordial world. No one could enter. Whoever touched it would be knocked back. Li Changsheng dusted off his hands, gazing at the smooth, mirror-like stainless steel iron ball island from which not even a fly could enter. In his heart, an unprecedented volcanic eruption-like sense of security surged forth. With the doors shut tight and the chains secured, he could leisurely drink tea, play with cats, and take long naps on the island. He thought to himself, what could that damned ceiling calamity do to me? Just as the great formation completely closed, the system's notification sound suddenly erupted in his mind, like 10,000 spring thunders simultaneously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the absolute causality blockade, achieving the ultimate survival defense line. The Jiejiao Sect's calamity avoidance success rate has reached its peak, and the heavenly Daoist perception has been completely lost. Detected that the host has completed the survival path's great loop. Special reward: ultimate prize, Law of Strength Origin. Within the secret chamber, all was silent. Li Changsheng stood frozen, the 4 characters shimmering with boundless golden light echoing in his mind. Law of Power. Like the striking of a colossal bell, it resonated through his primordial spirit. This was the supreme law wielded by Pangu himself when he split the heavens and vanquished the 3,000 chaos demons. In the primordial wilderness, no matter your myriad divine abilities or countless mystical arts, all were but nothingness before absolute power. System. Extract the essence of the law of power for me this instant. Li Changsheng urged in his mind, unable to contain his eagerness. Ding. Extraction of the law of power essence in progress. Boom. A chaotic pillar of light radiating boundless Xianhuang energy and heavy enough to crush the cosmos itself pierced through the celestial prohibition laid down by Xiao Palace and surged into Li Changsheng's crown. In a daze, a terrifying divine being towering hundreds of millions of feet high materialized in Li Changsheng's mind. With muscles knotted like majestic mountain ranges, wielding a great axe, it trampled through the void, exuding unparalleled dominance. That was the Dharma avatar of Pangu. Under the torrent of this supreme power, Li Changsheng's sage-like mortal shell began an earth-shattering transformation. His bones resounded with thunderous roars. His meridians widened and his blood like a dragon surged through his veins with the clamor of a tidal wave. Li Changsheng couldn't help but let out a low growl. It was not pain, but a release of physical power pushed to its extreme. Every cell within him was infused with a divine force that transcended the framework of the heavenly Tao. Moments later, the golden light filling the chamber gradually faded, and all returned to tranquility. Changsheng opened his eyes, two golden divine flames flickering briefly in his pupils. He stared at his own hands in disbelief. His skin remained as fair as jade, even more delicate than that of female cultivators. Yet he could clearly sense beneath that translucent surface the terrifying power capable of annihilating the world. He slowly raised his right hand, gently curling his fingers into a fist. Crack! Without expending a shred of Dharma power or any immortal energy, purely through the compression of his physical body, the void around his fist shattered like fragile ice. With a sharp snap, it was crushed into nothingness, revealing twisted black fissures in the fabric of space. This power. Changsheng was utterly astounded. Previously, his sage-level cultivation, though solid, had still been confined within the bounds of the heavenly Taoist rules. But now, even without any innate spiritual treasures, or the four swords of Zhuxian, his bare fists alone could pound an ordinary heavenly Tao sage into a tiny pancake. This was the true meaning of one force shatters all techniques. Before such absolute power, any scheme or calculation was no more than a paper window. Poke it, and it would break. Ha ha ha. The silent chamber suddenly erupted with Li Changsheng's wildly old man Yuanshi, elder brother Laozi, and those two bald schemers from the west. You've been plotting against me all this time, forcing me to sign the investiture of the gods. I played along with you before only because I feared the celestial thunder. Now I've completely sealed off Jiejiao Island, and even the heavenly Taoist karma cannot sense me. Li Changsheng pointed at the ceiling, his eyes red, his face brimming with the frenzy of vindication. Once I lie low on this island until I achieve great Tao perfection and fully master this law of power. Then if anyone dares to put on airs as my elder and force me into action, I'll punch that old bastard Hongjuan along with his heavenly Tao straight back into his mother's womb. What is true confidence? This is true confidence. Previously he had been on the defensive, merely seeking survival by avoiding tribulations. But now with a top-tier modified bulletproof vest hugging his body, 100% stun ruler in his hand, and the law of power capable of destroying stars, with a single punch Li Changsheng felt he truly possessed the capital to overturn the entire chessboard of the primordial wilderness at any moment. What joy! What sheer ecstasy! He danced wildly in the chamber, reveling in the ocean-like invincible power within him, while Li Changsheng reveled in madness on Jiejiao Island. Elsewhere, in a side hall of Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Guangchengzi, who had just healed his wounds, including his regrown front teeth, with the 9-turn rejuvenation pill bestowed by Yuanshi Tianzuan, sat on a cushion with a darkened face. He touched his smooth, new, somewhat chilly false teeth, and the more he thought, the more bitter he felt. Uncle Tongtian, and that damned turtle withdrawal formation. They destroyed my immortal robe, seized my treasure, and shattered every last one of my teeth. If I, Guangchengzi, do not avenge this blood-deep grudge, may I no longer be the foremost disciple of the Chan sect. He ground his teeth, his eyes red, as if bleeding. Since Tongtian had gone mad, refusing even the face of his master Hongjuan, he had no choice but to seek his own mighty patron. Guangchengzi slapped his thigh, his eyes red with humiliation and hatred, and rushed out of the side hall, that very night scurrying toward the deepest part of Yushu Palace, the main hall where Yuanshi Tianzuan was secluded in healing. Unable to swallow his pride, Guangchengzi ran off to cling to a powerful backer. On Kunlun Mountain, in the main hall of Yushu Palace, celestial music echoed, surrounded by auspicious clouds. The primordial heavenly master sat above, enveloped in a celebration of heavenly clouds, his divine laws swirling around him high above and untouched by any dust. In the center of the hall, Guangchengzi fell to the ground with a thud, tears welling in his eyes as he pointed at his newly grown white front teeth. He wept with indignation. Master, that Tongtian has gone too far. I merely followed your decree to visit Jiejiao Island, and that scoundrel was ungrateful. He secretly instructed his disciples to use that extremely sinister iron tortoise formation, forcefully countering my disciple. As he spoke, his excitement grew. Guangchengzi clenched his fists tightly, his whole body shaking violently. The Fan Tian seal rebounded, smashing all my disciples' teeth out, and even the 8 trigrams purple robe was destroyed. Losing face is minor, but that Tongtian keeps claiming to disband the Jiejiao Sect, while laying such a malicious killing formation. This is clearly disregarding your dignity, master, in front of everyone. On the high platform, listening to Guangchengzi's lamentations, the primordial heavenly master's previously calm expression suddenly darkened. A flash of thunderous anger crossed his eyes. He had always been the most concerned with face and ceremony among the 6 saints. As a result, Tongtian had publicly torn up his name on the god-conferring list in the Xiao Palace. Afterward, he used a great formation to beat his most proud disciple into a state of disarray. This was akin to pressing his face into the East Sea, trampling it with the seawater. Humph. Tongtian, do you think closing the mountain gate means I have no way to deal with you? The primordial heavenly master's face turned cold. The celebration of heavenly clouds surged, exuding a heavy pressure. In his view, Tongshan's so-called disbanding the Jiejiao Sect was merely a shameless tactic to deceive others. He intended to forcibly destroy that iron tortoiseshell of Jiejiao Island, letting the Jiejiao Sect's myriad immortals be exposed to the calamities of heaven and earth. This God-conferring list, whether Tongtian wants to sign it or not, he must sign it for me. Master. On both sides of the hall, Tai Jinren Shi Jingzi and other Jinxian of the Chan sect also stood up. Each one was filled with righteous indignation, loudly asking for orders. Tongtian Shirshu is disrespectful to his master and causing trouble. We are willing to join forces to launch a strong attack on Jiejiao Island. Let's flatten the East Sea and avenge our senior brother. Watching the passionate disciples, the primordial heavenly master slightly nodded, stroking his long beard, his voice low. That iron tortoise formation of Tongtian is indeed somewhat strange, and the rebound damage is extraordinary. Guangchengzi's Fan Tian seal may be powerful, but in terms of breaking through, it still falls short. Since he claims that his tortoise shell is the hardest in the entire primordial realm, then I shall bestow upon you today a true treasure of creation. After speaking, the primordial heavenly master slowly raised his right hand and suddenly tore through the void. Swish! A pitch-black chasm thousands of feet wide suddenly opened above the main hall of Yushu Palace. Violent chaotic airflow erupted from the chasm. Following that, a long banner, black and emitting the aura of creation ancient to the extreme, slowly descended from deep within the chasm. It was one of the three supreme treasures of the Tao, the Panga banner formed from the axe blade of Pangu. As this banner appeared, the very space and time within Yushu Palace instantly underwent violent distortion, if not for the primordial heavenly master using his saintly power to suppress it tightly. That single strand of sword chi from the opening of heaven could have instantly turned Kunlun Mountain, spanning thousands of miles, into ruins. This was undeniably one of the ultimate weapons in the primordial world, renowned for its destructive power. Guangchengzi, catch it. The primordial heavenly master waved his hand forcefully, sending the Panga banner, exuding endless destructive aura, into Guangchengzi's dantian. This banner is to be led by Yu Tai, and Shi Jingzi will assist from the side, providing spiritual power support. I command you 12 golden immortals to fully deploy. Go to the East Sea and with the Panga banner crush that broken formation of Tongtian into dust for me. Feeling the chaotic might within his dantian, as if it could tear apart the entire primordial universe, Guangchengzi trembled with excitement. He touched his newly grown neat white teeth, revealing an extremely sinister smile of delight on his face. With this treasure of heaven in hand, what kind of cowardly tortoise formation or Tongtian master in the face of a blow from the opening of heaven would be reduced to ash? Disciple receives the command. I swear not to return to Kunlun until I smash that broken formation of Tongtian. Guangchengzi laughed wildly toward the sky as the gates of Yushu Palace burst open. 12 dazzling rainbows shot up into the sky from the peak of Kunlun Mountain, an overwhelming momentum tearing through the skies, heading straight for the East Sea. Throughout the entire primordial world, all those above the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal were awakened in that moment by the terrifying pressure of this supreme treasure. They watched the 12 beams of murderous light streaking across the horizon, each one gasping in shock. The Chan sect has become serious. That is the aura of the Panga banner. The primordial heavenly master has actually brought out his ultimate treasure. Jiejiao Island is likely to be wiped from the primordial realm this time. The 12 golden immortals, their spirits soaring, surged forth toward the East Sea. An intense assault drama was about to unfold. Above the East Sea, the originally clear sky was suddenly engulfed in complete darkness. The thick blackness descended as if night had arrived prematurely. Guangchengzi led the way, floating at the forefront of the 12 golden immortals. The void above his head had shattered completely. A black banner, radiating primordial chaotic energy, danced wildly in the wind beneath the sky. The Panga banner. The surface of the banner exhaled boundless chaotic sword energy, casting half of the East Sea into shadow. The 12 golden immortals pressed down on the auspicious clouds, arraying themselves around the perimeter of the great formation. The terrifying oppressive force belonging to the supreme treasure of heaven's Tao. Unreservedly, it poured down towards Jiejiao Island. Splash! The immense atmospheric pressure bore down. Around Jiejiao Island, the once calm sea surface was violently pushed back by this force at that moment. The seawater sank down, creating towering waves that surged thousands of feet high at the edges. Guangchengzi grasped a segment of the Panga banner pole, feeling the surging chaotic divine power within him. With extreme arrogance, he shouted at the stainless steel ball wrapped in a silver-gray metallic coating below. Old man Tongtian, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect have arrived. Why don't you come out and face your death? Inside the great formation, they gazed at the scene outside, where even space was crumbling, resembling the end of the world. The outer disciples of the Jiejiao Sect were completely panicking. Although the protective island formation had previously shown an unyielding defense, this time the enemy had brought a treasure of creation. Even the eldest disciple Duo Bao Daoist swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his back. Eldest senior brother, should we call upon the master? Mother Jinling asked anxiously. Duo Bao's expression changed, gritting his teeth and saying, "Don't panic. The master is always cautious and must have some backup." In truth, Li Changsheng indeed had a backup plan. At this moment, in the center of the square before Bo Palace, the usually dignified Li Changsheng had somehow brought out a giant rattan lounge chair. He wore a pair of pure black frog sunglasses and was dressed in an extremely flashy red and green beach. On his feet were a pair of flip-flops. Next to him, on a delicate redwood small table, was a bucket of chilled immortal coconut juice squeezed from East Sea celestial oranges. There was a hollow white jade straw inserted inside. Slurp. Li Changsheng lay back in the chair, leisurely taking a big sip, feeling the cool, refreshing taste. Satisfyingly exhaling a breath of cool air. On either side of him, the muscular green lion and white elephant held giant banana leaves, trembling as they fanned him. "Old Master Guangqingzi is attacking with the panga banner. It looks like they want to smash our home." The water fire boy beside him spoke, his teeth chattering. "What are you panicking for?" Li Changsheng pulled down his sunglasses, revealing his white eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the water fire boy. "If the sky falls, isn't there this turtle shell to hold it up?" Outside the great formation, seeing that there was still no movement from within Jiejiao Island, Guangqingzi felt an unprecedented insult to his dignity. Stubborn and unyielding. "Since you Tongtian truly want to be a turtle hiding its head, then today I shall smash your iron turtle shell." Guangqingzi, Tai Junren, and Shijingzi simultaneously circulated the peak power of the great Luo golden immortal within them. Vast spiritual energy transformed into 3 golden rivers, frantically pouring into the Panga banner, suspended in midair. "Panga banner, tear apart the chaos. Open up the heavens for me." Guangqingzi's face was extremely ferocious as he violently shook the banner. Rip. A sword energy 10,000 feet long and displaying a deep gray color of chaos emerged. It carried the supreme might capable of cleaving through most of the primordial world and reshaping the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. With a thunderous sound, it slashed down. Wherever the sword energy passed, the sea of the East Sea was instantly obliterated for thousands of miles. Space was split in two like a sheet of white paper, revealing the dark, turbulent void. This strike caused the Yuan Shi Tianzun, who was watching from afar on Kunlun Mountain, to reveal a satisfied cold smile. Under the might of creation, all things beneath the Tao of heaven can be shattered. The Tongtian turtle shell was doomed. However, Li Changsheng, reclining in the rattan chair, gazed at the gray sword energy that sliced the sky in half above him. He slowly extended his right hand, touching one side of the lounge chair's armrest. There, quietly installed, was a golden-red electrical switch modified by the system. Next to the switch, a row of small letters read, "Reverse Shell Power 50,200. TSK Tisket truly is the Panga banner." Li Changsheng grinned, pressing his thumb on the large switch and pushing it up forcefully directly to the top. "Reverse Shell Power. Set it to maximum. Double launch." Buzz. The great formation converged, and the 100,000 layers of Xuanwu turtle shell light beams instantly overlapped. Red light shot into the sky. Under the terrified gaze of the 12 golden immortals, that 10,000-foot-long chaotic sword energy finally struck fiercely against the great formation's light curtain. However, there was no earth-shattering roar. There was also no explosion from the collision of celestial powers. The sword energy, capable of shattering chaos when it struck the light curtain, was as if it had plunged into a bowl of thick batter. The great formation's light curtain twisted, as if slurping noodles. With a slurp, it directly absorbed it in. Following that, above the East Sea, the unparalleled gray sword energy that once tore through the void upon striking the indestructible steel barrier of Golden Arowana Island seemed to plunge into a massive bowl of batter. Not only did it fail to trigger any explosion, but rather, under the incredulous gaze of the 12 golden immortals, it was swiftly swallowed by the enormous formation, as if it were a strand of noodles. The surface of the sea suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The raging chaotic air currents vanished without a trace, leaving only the rolling waves. Guangqingzi panted heavily, staring at the intact barrier of the formation, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Did it break?" No, something is wrong. My connection with the Panga banner has been forcefully severed." Suddenly, Tai Junren let out a terrified scream. Before they could react, Buzz, the once silent golden Arowana Island that originally silver-gray steel, in that instant it suddenly lit up with a radiance 1,000,000 times more dazzling than the sun. A blinding red light. The outermost layer of the formation, the dark red Xuanwu patterns, raced wildly, bursting forth with a violent aura that could change the very heavens and earth. The reverse mechanism. Double propulsion, a full-scale eruption. Whooshed. The gray chaotic sword energy that had been absorbed earlier. At the moment it was expelled again under a 200% enhancement from the system, its size and power violently expanded by twofold. The sword energy, originally 10,000 zhong wide, directly expanded to 20,000 zhong. The deep gray chi, under the influence of the reverse mechanism, transformed into an oppressive dark red. Bearing the absolute might to destroy everything and reshape the primordial world, it tore through space with lightning speed, rushing forth along the original path. The speed of this sword energy was simply too fast. Wherever it passed, the void was directly solidified and compressed, forming an absolute path of destruction. The 12 golden immortals were firmly locked down by this pressure that surpassed the limits of even the saints. Let alone defending with their treasures, even moving a finger became exceedingly difficult. Run away. Huangting let out an extremely mournful scream. But it was already too late. Boom! The dark red double-opening sword energy swept through the airspace of the 12 golden immortals formation with unerring precision. Huangting, as the wielder of the Panga banner, was the first to bear the brunt. The dark red sword energy just brushed past his body. The terrifying shockwave coursed through his celestial robe, transmitting directly to his entire being. Crack! Huangting had only just grown back his perfectly aligned white teeth with the 9 turns rejuvenation pill a few days prior. In that moment they were once again shattered by the violent shockwave. Fragments of his false teeth mixed with the effects of the celestial medicine, accompanied by blood, violently spewed forth. Not only that, his formidable Deluo golden immortal body appeared as fragile as a piece of inferior porcelain before the twofold chaotic sword energy. In an instant he was torn apart by millions of dense blood-red cracks, his entire being transformed into a bloodied figure. Behind him, Tai Jinren-ju, Liuxuan Qi Jingzi, and others. They didn't even have time to scream in agony. Their protective divine light shattered like soap bubbles under the impact of the twofold sword energy. Poof, poof, poof. Streams of boiling rich celestial blood splattered across the sky above the East Sea as if it were free of charge. The 12 Deluo golden immortals, renowned and exalted in the primordial world. At that moment, they directly transformed into 12 kites, with severed strings falling like dumplings. Plop, plop, plopped. One after another they fell tragically heads down, heavily crashing into the surging waters of a massive splash erupted on the surface of the sea. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were directly annihilated and severely injured. Buzz, that mighty Panga banner, let out an extremely faint lament. Under the impact of the rebound force, the chaotic energy on the banner was instantly scattered, by more than half its spiritual light dimmed. It transformed into a desolate black stream of light, flying back alone towards the Kunlun Mountain. At Kunlun Mountain, within the main hall of Yusu Palace, the Yuan Shi Tianzun, who had originally sat atop the lotus platform with a cold smile, waiting to see the destruction of Golden Arowana Island. Looking at the fleeing Panga banner in the treasure mirror, as well as the 12 beloved disciples who were severely injured and fell into the sea, his smile completely froze on his face. Tongtian, a terrifying roar akin to a wounded beast, resonated wildly within Yusu Palace. The enraged saint caused the entire Kunlun Mountain, spanning millions of miles where celestial birds and auspicious beasts dwelled, to be instantly obliterated by this terrifying pressure. Yuan Shi Tianzun trembled with rage. The 3 treasures originally grasped in his hand, made of the finest innate jade, the San Bao Yuru E, under extreme fury, crack. It was actually crushed into a pile of powder by his saintly might. It fell from his fingers, scattering all over the ground. Meanwhile, above the 33 heavens in the heavenly court, the Ling Shao treasure hall, the Emperor of Heaven, who had originally sat upon the imperial throne, secretly observing the movements of the East Sea through the Haotian mirror. Watching the Deluo golden immortals of the Chan sect floating like dead fish on the sea surface, and the Golden Arowana Island that remained intact, not even a speck of steel paint chipped off. At that moment, Haotian and the entire heavenly court erupted into chaos. The 33 heavens, heavenly court, Lingshao treasure hall, inside the once resplendent and inviolable grand palace. Now it appeared somewhat desolate, with only a few minor deities of the 9th rank. They were laboriously cleaning the vast hall with rags. The heavenly emperor sat high above, gazing at the empty court below, which was not even half filled. Worry caused the 12-feathered imperial crown upon his head to tremble slightly. He let out a sigh and rubbed his aching temples. I worked hard to lower my dignity, and when to plead with Hongjun, I finally managed to secure this grand calamity of conferring gods, preparing to recruit a batch of divine horses and deities. I originally thought to catch the enormous group of the Jiejiao Sect in one fell swoop, and have them work in the heavenly court. But what happened? Just thinking of the stainless steel ball he saw moments ago in the Haotian mirror, and the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect holding the Panga banner at the entrance of Golden Ao Island. The miserable scene of them being beaten to the ground like dead fish falling into the East Sea. The heavenly emperor completely collapsed in that moment. Not only did Tongtian seal the gate shut, but he also welded the turtle shell with an unknown metal. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect became paralyzed and were recuperating in Kunlun Mountain. The two from the Western sect, even more so, were daily striking a wooden fish on Shumi Mountain, watching coldly from the side, pretending to be dead. There isn't even a single name on this list of conferring gods. Who exactly is going to take on this empty duty of the heavenly court? Am I to be the heavenly emperor daily cleaning up the excrement in the imperial garden? The heavenly emperor let out a furious roar. He slammed a roll of white jade memorial onto the cold marble. Your Majesty, please calm down. The Tai-Bai Jinxing shrank his neck and cautiously approached, carefully picking up the memorial and dusting it off. His eyes darted, lowering his voice to propose a cunning scheme. Your Majesty, since this group of saints and deities all wish to be cowardly turtles, they are unwilling to get involved in the worldly causes under the great calamity, then why not change our approach and force them to have no choice but to get involved? The heavenly emperor frowned. What clever plan do you have? Speak quickly. Tai-Bai Jinxing stroked his beard, revealing an extremely sinister smirk. He turned his head, pointing towards the direction of the mortal Shang dynasty. Your Majesty, observed that the mortal Shang dynasty is the root of the Jiejiao sect's fortune in the mortal realm. Isn't the Grand Master Wenzhong of the Shang dynasty precisely the prized disciple of the Golden Ling, Holy Mother of the Jiejiao sect? Since the celestial level cannot break the deadlock, we will start from the mortal royal dynasty. All we need to do is have the Chan sect secretly instigate and support the Ji clan of Shiqi to rebel. Once chaos ensues in the mortal realm, the Shang dynasty will surely be in danger. Once the Shang is in peril, how can Grandmaster Wenzhong stand idly by? Once he takes action, the Chan sect will naturally descend the mountain. The disciples of the Jiejiao sect, each one values loyalty. How could they bear to see Wenzhong bullied in the mortal realm? As long as one descends the mountain, the causality lines will all be dragged into the water. By then, even if Tongtian welds Golden Ao Island harder than stainless steel, it will not stop the heavenly punishment of causality. Excellent. The heavenly emperor suddenly slapped his thigh, standing up and laughing heartily. Brilliant. If they will not step into the red dust, I will push the red dust into their faces. Send my secret edict. Let the heavenly court secretly cooperate with the Chan sect to lay plans in Shiqi, accelerating the rebellion in the mortal realm. Meanwhile, inside Golden Ao Island, which was coated with layers of shielding material and as smooth as a stainless steel ball, Li Changsheng sat in the Bio Palace. Although the outer turtle shell's defense surpassed the heavens, he also felt a headache. In these closed hundreds of years, the disciples below were all about to go insane. Duobao had done calculus problems 10,000 times in the confinement chamber, and now, whenever he closed his eyes, he saw geometric formulas. The muscular green lion was pounding iron behind the main hall daily, unable to release the immense hormones within him. The Sanxiao were copying the Huangting Scripture in the basement until they felt like throwing up. Bixiao was even more desperate, lying at the crack of the door, trying to see if she could sneak out through a small opening. Constantly defending will eventually drive this bunch of unruly disciples to develop psychological problems. Li Changsheng sighed, especially on the system's causality panel, the causality line of Wenzhong. It was precisely because of the Chan sect's secret layout in the mortal realm that it was shaking violently. At any moment, it could be forcibly pulled into the catastrophe. You can avoid the first day, but you cannot avoid the 15th. Since the Chan sect and the heavenly court want to dig a pit in the mortal realm, forcing my disciples to go out and offer their heads, then I, the old man, will take the initiative and strike first to become the sixth one. Li Changsheng's eyes turned fierce. He slammed the table, suddenly stood up, and once again picked up the large loudspeaker treasure in his hand. He loudly announced to the entire island, "Everyone come out." Moments later, Duobao Sanxiao, the Golden Ling, Holy Mother, the Green Lion, and others were released. They stood eagerly in the square of the Bio Palace, looking at Li Changsheng on the stage with longing in their eyes. Li Changsheng looked down at them, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Disciples, I have indeed said that you are not allowed to step out of Golden Ao Island, even half a step, as disciples of the Jiejiao sect." But Li Changsheng stood on the stage, insidiously whispering to them through the loudspeaker, "I never said you can't change your disguises and go into the mortal realm doing dark deeds, abducting people, or wielding bludgeons." As soon as these words were spoken, the originally silent square fell into a 3-second freeze. Duobao Daoist was the first to react. His eyes suddenly ignited in that moment, like a hungry wolf seeing a fat sheep, filled with extreme thirst, madness, and cruelty. "Green light. Wear night clothes. Hide your powers and go haunt people." Duobao trembled with excitement and knelt down on the spot. "Master, your strategy is simply too shameless, too brilliant and mighty. Yes, we are not disciples of the Jiejiao sect. We are masked sixths passing through the mortal realm." In that moment, the mindset of the Jiejiao sect's myriad immortals was completely skewed. In less than a stick of incense's time, the disciples within Golden Ao Island had all taken off their celestial robes that represented the exalted and noble status of immortals. They changed into opaque, system-issued black knight, clothes wearing black hoods that only revealed their eyes. Each held a blackened iron rod. Every one of them was eager to start a frenzied journey of assassination and abduction in the mortal Shang dynasty. The 33rd Heaven, Heavenly Court, the Lingxiao Palace. Dawn's first light gilded the horizon, golden bells resonated with solemn grace across the 9 heavens. It was time once more for the daily imperial audience. Jade Emperor Hao Tian sat alone upon the dragon throne of 9 dragons, his face dark with suppressed fury. His gaze swept downward over the vast white jade hall, empty, desolate, less than half, filled by celestial officials. His entire body trembled faintly with rage. Tai Bai Jinxing, how many celestial officials have actually attended court today? Each word emerged low and guttural, forced from between clenched teeth. Tai Bai Jinxing flinched violently, hastened forward, and unfurled the celestial attendance register, a ledger carved from immortal jade. Your Majesty, only 23 officials have reported in person. 34 submitted leave requests. 561 are absent without cause. His voice dwindled to a whisper, cold sweat streamed down his brow like rain. Moreover, General Sa Tian resigned in protest over meager heavenly stipends, and fled overnight to serve as a mountain deity in the mortal realm. The weavers of the weaving made bureau complain incessantly about overtime and no holidays, so they've collectively gone on strike and returned home to sleep. Crash! Hao Tian could contain himself no longer. With a thunderous slap, he struck the white jade desk, then seized an exquisitely crafted 9-light lapis lazuli cup from its surface, and hurled it onto the floor, shattering it into glittering fragments. This is intolerable, utterly preposterous. I am the sovereign ordained by the Dao ancestor himself, the steward of the 3 realms. Yet this heavenly court has all but become a hollow shell. Staring at the scattered shards of lapis lazuli, Hao Tian seethed with impotent fury. In his desperation to recruit unpaid labor, he had even abandoned all dignity, begging before the Dao ancestor in Xiao Palace, tears streaming down his face. Thus he secured the famed investiture of the god's tribulation. Originally, he had intended to harness the cataclysmic power of the Great Calamity to conscript the Jiejiao Sect, whose patriarch Tongtian boasted 10,000 immortals flocking to his banner, en masse into celestial service. He envisioned them bound to the Shang dynasty's heavenly court as unpaid laborers. Yet fate mocked him. Tongtian, the rogue who played by no rules, had publicly overturned the table. Upon returning, he employed an esoteric, incomprehensible art, and sealed the entire gate of Mount Jiejiao with an insulating clay so absolute that not even divine force could breach it. Recalling just moments ago the sight in the Hao Tian mirror, the rust-proof iron sphere, and the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, bearing the Pangu banner bestowed by Yuanshi Tian Zun, marching with grim resolve to break the seal. Only to fail utterly, the barrier repelled their assault with doubled force, launching them backward like 12 lifeless fish into the eastern sea, shattering even Guangcheng's front tooth. A chilling numbness prickled Hao Tian's nape. Tongtian had fully withdrawn, shutting the door and abandoning all duty. The 12 golden immortals lay grievously wounded, convalescing upon Kunlun Mountain, and the 2 patriarchs of the Western religion, Jieyin and Zhuan, remained motionless atop Mount Sumeru, feigning death while watching the tigers fight. The Great Calamity has raged for centuries, yet not a single name appears upon the investiture list. Who then shall fill these vacant celestial posts? Shall I, the Jade Emperor, fetch water and sweep the imperial gardens myself each day? Tai Bai Jinxing hastily retrieved the fallen white jade memorial scroll. Wiping phantom sweat from his brow, he crept forward toward the throne, voice hushed and cautious. Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. Since the sage lords remain holed up within their islands, and the array proves impenetrable, perhaps we need not break the door, then shift the battlefield to the mortal realm. Hao Tian frowned slightly. The mortal realm, merely a realm of ordinary mortals. What influence could they possibly wield? A sly, sinister smile curled across Tai Bai Jinxing's aged visage. Your Majesty speaks falsely. The Shang dynasty is the earthly foundation of the Jiejiao Sect's celestial fortune. Wen Zhong, Grand Preceptor of the Shang court, is he not the direct disciple of Golden Spirit, Holy Mother? If your Majesty orchestrates events below, inciting Ji clan of Shiqi to rise in rebellion, then chaos will erupt across the mortal world. As the Shang dynasty teeters on collapse, how could Wen Zhong, Grand Preceptor, remain idle? Once he moves, karmic threads awaken, and the Jiejiao Sect disciples, fierce, loyal, quick to anger, will they stand by while a fellow cultivator suffers injustice? A single Jiejiao Sect disciple descending into the mortal world will drag the entire sect's karmic lineage down with him. Then, even if Tongtian seals his gates tighter than forged steel, the tribulation lightning will follow those karmic threads and cleave Mount Jiejiao apart. Brilliant! Hao Tian slammed his thigh and leapt upright, roaring with unrestrained laughter. Ha 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 ha. If they refuse to enter the red dust, I shall thrust the red dust itself into their faces. With a flick of his hand, Hao Tian conjured a void formation in midair. Light shimmered. The spectral visage of Yuanshi Tian Zun materialized above the palace, pale, grim, and deeply unsettled. Yuanshi Tian Zun still suffered chronic hypertension. His disciples annihilated his Rui scepter, crushed to dust. Hao Tian, what business brings you to me? His projection spoke with palpable disdain. But as Tai Bai Changsheng outlined the plan, the master's scowl melted into icy, ecstatic approval. This stratagem is flawless. It aligns perfectly with my intent. Yuanshi Tian Zun stroked his long beard. Frost-laced brilliance blazed in his eyes. Tongtian prides himself on protecting his disciples. This mortal gambit strikes directly at his fatal weakness. I shall issue a secret edict. Command Shichi to raise arms and force the Jiejiao Sect's gates open. The void projection dissolved. Within the Jade Void Palace atop Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tian Zun, having embraced the scheme, chuckled coldly, then without hesitation transmitted orders to the 12 golden immortals still recovering from injury, tasking them with secretly guiding Shichi's rebellion from the shadows. He believed victory assured, certain Tongtian would find no escape. Yet he could never imagine. At that very moment, deep within Mount Jinao, its gates welded shut beyond all hope. A band of Jiejiao Sect disciples, clad in black nitrobes, masked in black hoods, gripping black wooden staves, stood coiled like springs. Their patience exhausted fists clenched, ready to burst forth. They were preparing to emerge. Deep beneath the Golden Turtle Island, this place was originally a secret market established by the disciples of the Jiejiao Sect for trading rare materials and spiritual herbs in private. But today, under the clandestine summons of the chief disciple Duo Bao Daoist, this originally bustling black market was temporarily transformed. It became the underground survival tactics command center of the Jiejiao Sect. Under the dim, flickering light of magical flames, Duo Bao Daoist wore an exceptionally solemn expression. With his hands resting on a rough stone table and his back straight, he appeared remarkably mysterious. Zhao Gongming, Xiao, and several others among the 7 immortals were dressed uniformly in dark stealth outfits. Surrounded, they did not dare to breathe. Everyone quiet. Duo Bao Daoist raised his right hand and gestured in the air, his voice lowered to an almost whisper. It was set up just like a meeting between earthly agents. Immediately, under the tense and expectant gazes of everyone, Duo Bao Daoist suddenly pulled aside a black cloth, revealing a neatly stacked row of black stealth suits behind it. There was also a pile. Only 2 eyes were visible, emanating a faint silver-gray aura that shielded causality. These masks still faintly carried the lingering scent of causality mud left by Li Changsheng's wall brush. Senior brother, what kind of spiritual treasure are these? Zhao Gongming scratched his head and picked up a dark stealth suit, bringing it to his nose to sniff. Why is it completely black with not a hint of innate Dao essence? Duo Bao Daoist patted the black stealth suit on his body, displaying a genuine pride on his face. This is called the Great Dao Causality Insulating Stealth Suit. This is called the Heavenly Mechanism Shielding Hood. Duo Bao raised his head high, clasping his hands behind his back. Pacing slowly in the dim chamber, he began the ultimate synthesis of theology and logic. The reason Master has been exceedingly firm in the Xiao Palace, even willing to burn alongside the saints. The reason he confiscated your legal treasures, Zhao Shidi, and locked up Sister Sanchao in a small dark room upon is fundamentally due to the 4 words Jiejiao Sect disciples, which are extremely sensitive trigger words in the algorithms of the Heavenly Dao. As long as we refer to ourselves as Jiejiao Sect disciples, the calamities sent down by the Heavenly Dao will trace us and strike accurately. But Duo Bao Daoist suddenly stopped, the spark of wisdom igniting in his eyes. What if we adamantly refuse to acknowledge that we are from the Jiejiao Sect? Everyone was taken aback. Xiao blinked her big watery eyes in confusion. Senior brother, if we don't acknowledge it, can the Heavenly Dao still not uncover our true identities? Duo Bao sneered, his smile filled with contempt for the rules of the Heavenly Dao. Although the Heavenly Dao knows all its operations require processes and adherence to rules. As long as we wear these stealth suits and don these heavenly mechanism shielding hoods, completely obscuring our original magical fluctuations. When we strike, we will call ourselves passers-by on the Chaoga Road or masked guests from the East Sea. As long as we refuse to acknowledge our identities, we will invoke the ear-plugging theft method. As long as we cover our ears and pretend the Heavenly Dao cannot see us, the judgment system of the Heavenly Dao will fail to find a legitimate subject like Jiejiao Sect disciples and will forcibly determine Great Calamity Void. Wow. Duo Bao Daoist's theory of divine ear-plugging theft immunity was like a bolt from the blue. It shattered the somewhat dull minds of Zhao Gongming and Xiao. Zhao Gongming slapped his thigh, his eyes shining with unprecedented green light. Holding the black rod in his hand, he excitedly spun around the chamber. Wonderful. Senior brother's move is simply unscrupulous. No, it is a stroke of divine genius. I understand. The Heavenly Daos investigation also requires examining identification numbers and household registration. As long as we cover our faces, do not report identification numbers, do not self-report our identities, and do not reveal Jiejiao Sect techniques. Even if we bag a Jin Xian from the Chan sect and beat him to a pulp, when the Heavenly Dao comes to investigate, if there is no such person, what can it do to us? Is it going to fabricate charges out of thin air? Zhao Gongming was so excited that he danced around. After we finish, as long as we stash the wooden rod in the storage bag and take off the hood, we are still the honest immortals sweeping the floors and public toilets on Golden Turtle Island. Nearby, Xiao's face flushed as she clenched her small fists tightly. Her elder sister and third sister were locked in the basement, and she had escaped capture by Master by pure luck. Hearing about this risky tactic that could avoid the wrath of the Heavenly Dao and still pin a Chan sect Jin Xian to the ground, the aggressive, violent factor within her originally belonging to the Jiejiao sect exploded at that moment. Senior brother Gongming Gage, since this tactic is so perfect, someone must go and test the waters. Xiao stepped forward righteous. She snatched a stealth suit and hood, putting them directly on her graceful figure in front of Duo Bao. With my elder sister and third sister absent, this young lady is willing to be the first to eat the crab. Xiao excitedly donned the black hood. Only her bright, sparkling eyes, shining with a mischievous gleam, were visible. Holding the black wooden rod in her hand, she declared, "I want to see if I can knock out a Chan sect person. Will the Heavenly Dao strike me down?" Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming behind her did not stop her. Instead, they looked on with appreciation, feeling that Xiao's perspective was extremely strong, reminiscent of the indomitable spirit during the Fengshen era. "Go, junior sister, be quick and clean, and don't reveal your name," Duo Bao repeatedly urged. To validate this grand theory of, if we don't report our ID, the Heavenly Dao won't be able to find us. The bravest Xiao, dressed in this tight outfit, prepared to quietly slip out of Golden Turtle Island. She intended to use a Chan sect person for a great experiment. Xiao swaggered along, holding an empty bamboo basket in her hand as she approached the edge of the protective water array of Golden Tortoise Island. The water and fire youth responsible for guarding the gate was dozing off. Upon seeing Xiao approaching with the basket, he quickly stood up, alertly intending to stop her. Senior sister Xiao Master issued a death order a few days ago, sealing off Golden Tortoise Island, completely forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Xiao arched her brows, hands on her hips. She directly pulled out a logistics purchase order stamped with a big red seal from her bosom. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? A few days ago, Master fought with Yuan Shitian Zun, exhausting much of the saint's essence. Don't you know I am following the decree of the senior brother, specifically going to the East Sea Dragon Palace to procure the freshest iced mantis shrimp and the East Sea's 1,000-year-old oysters to nourish Master." Xiao lifted her chin, speaking with righteous indignation. "If Master is delayed in recuperating, can you bear the responsibility?" The water and fire youth looked at the order covered with a ruby red seal. Recalling the events of a few days ago when their master was struck by lightning and turned into a frizzy mess after battling Yuan Shitian Zun, he indeed felt it was a grave situation. He shrank back his neck, not daring to procrastinate. "Well, senior sister, please be quick about it. Just don't get involved in any karma out here, otherwise Master's ruler won't recognize you. Rest assured I know what I'm doing." Xiao swiftly slipped through the small crack in the array. Once outside Golden Tortoise Island, she tossed the empty basket aside and dove into a dense forest of seaweed nearby, quickly donning a black tight-fitting outfit. Then she pulled on a black hood that only revealed her eyes, and with a black wooden staff in hand declared, "Target, Xian Yuan Mountain Golden Light, Cave Tai, Elauer incoming." At Xian Yuan Mountain, outside the Golden Light Cave where Tai Yizhen Run, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, resided, the scenery was picturesque with auspicious air hanging like threads. At this moment, Tai Yizhen Ren was dressed in a pristine Taoist robe, stroking his goatee, holding a shimmering Qian Kuan circle and a Hunyuan silk, standing proudly on the stone slab at the cave entrance. He was self-satisfied, muttering to himself, "Wonderful. This plan is simply seamless. The spirit pearl has reincarnated into the family of Li Jing in Chentang, Guan, becoming Neza. That mischievous child, as long as I subtly use my magic to guide him, he'll go to the East Sea to defeat the Dragon King's third son, and then shoot the Skeleton Mountains, Shiji Nyang with the Zhantian arrow." At this point, a sinister cold smile appeared on Tai Yizhen Ren's face. "That foolish woman Shiji will definitely not let it go, and will seek revenge for Neza. By then I can justifiably step in and use the 9-dragon divine fire cover to roast her alive, saving Neza from this worldly calamity. Thus I can not only gain a disciple with extraordinary talent, but also survive the great tribulation and achieve great merit before the headmaster Yuan Shitian Zun." Huh. The entire Jiejiao sect is a bunch of brainless fools. How could they ever imagine such a brilliant scheme from me? Tai Yizhen Ren's thoughts grew more and more delightful. He couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh loudly. However, he could never have imagined that just outside his cave, less than 5 meters away in a dense thicket, a pair of sparkling, excited eyes gleaming with green light were fixated on his round, shiny, bald head. Hidden in the grass, Xiao listened to Tai Yizhenren's despicable and shameless self-talk about plotting the lives of others, her fists clenched tightly. This bunch of scoundrels from the Chan sect are indeed more shameless than the last. They even plot against an unborn child, and the innocent Ji Nyang. Master was right. Second brother struck true. Today I shall act for the heavens, and properly transcend this shameless bald. No, old scoundrel. Xiao took a deep breath. She activated the old 6 stealth technique taught by Zhao Gongming, sealing her mid-stage de Luo Jin Xian's power tightly, not letting the slightest breath escape. With both hands gripping the dark wooden system staff tightly, she crouched down and stealthily crept out. Tai Yizhenren, proudly standing on the mountain peak with the Qiankuan circle in hand, was only 5 steps away from him. 3 steps. 1 step. Now's the time. Xiao legs coiled leaped up like a flamboyant leopard emerging to hunt in the night. There was no spell fluctuation nor the slightest ripple of spiritual energy. With the absolute concealment of physics, Tai Yizhenren's primordial spirit didn't even sense a hint of danger. He only felt a sudden chill at the back of his head. Who is it? As he turned his head, Xiao raised the black wooden staff above her head, drawing a beautifully elegant arc in the air. With an extremely perfect downward chop, it struck fiercely on the back of Tai Yizhenren's head. Clang! A sound of an immensely muffled and solid physical explosion echoed across Qianyuan Mountain. Tai Yizhenren didn't even have time to let out a cry of anguish. The law of enforced physical sleep activated instantly, solidifying the power within him. His eyes rolled back, knees buckled. Thud! He fell face down, perfectly landing on his own stone slab. His body convulsed violently twice before plunging into a deep and sweet slumber. Xiao clapped her hands, looking at Tai Yizhenren, who lay on the ground like a dead pig. She looked up at the sky. The azure sky stretched for miles, calm and tranquil, without a shadow of tribulation clouds overhead. Heavens! Senior brother and second brother truly did not deceive me. This shameless strategy, without an ID number, is simply brilliant. Xiao's eyes sparkled green, and she wasted no time. She stepped forward vigorously, forcefully snatching the Qiankuan circle and Hunyuan silk tightly held in Tai Yizhenren's hands, wiped them on herself, and stuffed them into her bosom. These spoils I shall confiscate on behalf of Master. Xiao hummed a little song from the east, jingling the Qiankuan circle in her hand, and swiftly ran back to the east sea. Minutes later, as the mountain winds blew over Qianyuan Mountain, Tai Yizhenren, lying on the stone slab, shivered all over, holding his head, where a large swollen bump had formed from the impact. Mumbling and groggy, he finally opened his eyes. It hurt so much. Tai Yizhenren covered the back of his head, gritting his teeth as he crawled up from the blue. His hand jerked as if it had been electrocuted. He saw a large bump on the back of his head. It was as big as an adult's fist, hard as a rock, a massive blood blister. The slightest touch sent a fiery pain, as if it were tearing apart his primordial spirit, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Which damn shameless scoundrel dared to plot against me? Tai Yizhenren was furious, cursing loudly. Instinctively, he waved his sleeve, intending to summon the Qiankuan circle and the Hunyuan silk to pursue the perpetrator. However, his hands grasped nothing but air. He looked down at his empty hands, his face, which had been twisted with anger, now completely frozen. Where is the Qiankuan circle? Where is the Hunyuan silk? Those were gifts from the primordial master for protection, the very foundation of his Qianyuan mountain lineage. My magical treasures. Who stole my treasures? Outside the Jingguang cave of Qianyuan Mountain, a cry as piercing as a pig being slaughtered erupted from Tai Yizhenren. The sound pierced through the valley, startling the birds and beasts in the forest into flight once again. Tai Yizhenren, with bloodshot eyes, immediately sat cross-legged on the bluestone slab. His 10 fingers danced rapidly. Without hesitation, he consumed the essence of the great Luo golden immortal, crazily attempting to deduce the heavenly machinations, trying to find the root cause of the attack from behind. However, no matter how hard he urged his magic power, the heavenly machinations remained a gray mist that he could never penetrate. Under the system's perfect shielding, the causal connection of Xiao's crime appeared as if it had never existed in the primordial world. Isn't this bullying honest people? Just as Tai Yizhenren sat on the ground, frantically pulling his hair and nearly going mad, a divine light descended from the horizon. Guangqingzi, with a calm expression, landed in front of the Jingguang cave. He touched his newly grown neat white teeth, intending to discuss the layout of the mortal Great Shang dynasty with Tai Yizhenren. However, upon entering the mountain gate, he saw Tai Yizhenren with disheveled hair, sitting on the ground, wailing loudly. Tai Yizhenren, what happened to you? Guangqingzi approached with some confusion. Upon seeing his big senior brother, Tai Yizhenren cried even harder. He slowly turned around, exposing the large swollen bump on the back of his head. Big senior brother, look at this bump on me. Guangchengzi's face twitched uncontrollably upon seeing the round solid bump. A familiar feeling of frustration and humiliation surged up to his forehead in an instant. Shitty. How did you get this bump? Guangchengzi swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Someone hit me with a wooden... Tai Jinren wiped his tears, sobbing loudly. After hitting me, they also stole my Qiankuan circle and Hunyuan silk. Whoa. In Guangchengzi's mind, a black muddy wooden stick instantly appeared. It must be that sixth one from Tongshan's lineage who did this. Guangchengzi's teeth chattered. The primordial supreme often spoke of aligning with the heavenly Tao, the immortals of fortune. Yet their Chan teaching was now repeatedly being treated in the lowest, most shameless manner. Tai Jinren tugged at Guangchengzi's sleeve, crying like a child weighing over 100 pounds. Big senior brother, I can't live like this anymore. We are great Luo golden immortals. We are disciples of saints. After cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years, who has ever seen a fight without using immortal techniques, specifically hitting people in the back of the head with sticks? Hey, this is completely like a robbery by mundane ruffians. We must go to the Xiao Palace to report this. We must tell Daozu about this. Whoa. Looking at the loudly crying Tai Jinren, Guangchengzi felt a headache coming on. Go to Xiao Palace. Teacher Hongjun doesn't even care about the empty heavenly court anymore. He had been knocked back losing a tooth, and Daozu merely concealed his form. Stop crying. What kind of demeanor is this? Guangchengzi forcibly yanked Tai Jinren up from the ground, his face pale. We will remember this debt. The layout of the mortal world must be expedited. When the calamity arrives, I will make them pay blood for blood. Inside Jiejiao Island, Xiao played with the shimmering Qiankuan circles, stepping lightly, as she proudly walked through the underground passage, preparing to find Daobao Shixiang and Zhao Gongming urge to show off her spoils. The Chan teaching golden immortals are nothing like this. With just this wooden stick, they can't even unleash their ultimate moves. Xiao turned the corner of the Bio Palace. Her smile froze completely in that instant. The Qiankuan circle she was swinging also fell with a thud onto her foot, because she bumped into Li Changsheng, who was standing at the entrance of the hall, his face as dark as the bottom of an ancient. Li Changsheng stood on the stone steps in front of the gate of the Bio Palace, gazing at the Qiankuan circle that had rolled to his feet, still shimmering with golden light, and the red half-exposed Hunyuan silk in Qiangxiu's arms. He could only feel darkness engulfing him. The high blood pressure that had finally settled surged violently in that instant, breaking through 33 heavens completely. Boom. Not only that, but the heavenly tribulation thunderclouds that had gradually dispersed above the golden Ao island due to Li Changsheng's interference. At this moment, stimulated by the breach of Taichi Jinren and the transfer of causality, it unexpectedly protruded half of a massive cloud layer from the void. The purple heavenly thunder raged and spun wildly deep within the thundercloud, and the heavy pressure of causality once again firmly locked onto Li Changsheng. Rebellious disciple. Li Changsheng pointed at the still swaying Qiankuan circle on the ground, with trembling fingers, his voice filled with endless frustration and despair. Who told you to snatch this thing? Xiao shivered in fear at her master's terrifying expression, blinking her large eyes, feeling somewhat wronged. But soon she raised her head with a bit of pride. Master, please let me explain. I truly did not commit any forbidden act. I strictly followed the covering ears and stealing a bell tactic of senior brother and second brother. I changed into night clothes, wore a black hood, and didn't even use any magic. I used the wooden stick you bestowed upon me to personally hit Taichi Jinren and knocked him out to snatch it. The Tao of Heaven absolutely did not discover my true identity. How can this be considered entangling in the mortal world's causality? I heard this treasure was powerful, so I specifically brought it back to honor you for protection. Protection? I was wearing the top-grade bulletproof inner garment from the system. Do I need this child's ring and scarf for protection? You actually snatched the life treasure of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. This is absurd. Doesn't that mean you directly dug up the ancestral grave of the Chan sect and came to flaunt it in front of me? Protection. I'll protect your grandpa. Li Changsheng completely lost it. His right hand clenched fiercely in the void, and the shimmering purple Thunder King ruler appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Run. If you can escape from this Bio Palace today, I will take your surname. Xiao looked at the glowing purple ruler, her heart sinking. Conditioned reflex kicked in, and she suddenly felt a chill. She cried out, having witnessed the cruelty of her master when her older and second sisters were confined. She wanted to use her escape technique to flee, but Li Changsheng's peak saint-level power crashed down, locking the space around her completely in that instant. Run? Where to run? Li Changsheng sneered, his figure flickering as he grabbed Xiao, as if catching a chick, lifting her from the ground. He pinned her against the nearby white jade steps, raising the Thunder King ruler high. Smack! 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 The crisp yet heavy sound of the ruler echoed throughout the entire Bio Palace square. Letting you act like an old six. Letting you wear a mask. Letting you rob. Do you know you almost got me killed? Ouch. It hurts. Master, I was wrong. My butt is going to break. Qiangxiu's tears flowed freely from the pain. Her delicate body trembled violently under the strike. Although Li Changsheng controlled the force, the pain and paralysis inflicted by the ruler were not diminished even a bit. After 10 strikes of the ruler, Li Changsheng expressionlessly waved his sleeve, rolling up the Qinkuan circle and Hunyuan silk from the ground, and directly tossing them into the system's absolute causality furnace that emitted the flame of true fire. Ding! Successfully refined the top-grade innate spirit treasure Qinkuan circle and Hunyuan silk, completely erasing the tracking of the Tao of Heaven's causality. Refined. Xiao held her, but feeling the pain as if her eyes were bleeding. That was a top-grade magical treasure. It's also your loss. Li Changsheng pointed toward the direction of the public restroom on the west side of Golden Ao Island, his expression cold. From today on you will clean the toilets of Golden Ao Island for 300 years. You are not allowed to use magic. Not allowed to wear a gas mask. For every day you skip, I will strike you 10 more. 300 years. Cleaning the public restroom. And you are not allowed to use celestial magic to filter the smell. Xiao held her fiery, nearly numb, but sniffing sobbing. Limping face filled with boundless grievance, she slowly made her way toward the island's public restroom. Just as she was heartbroken, rubbing her, but while wiping her tears, Zhao Gongming, who had just been kicked back from the Luofu cave of a Mei mountain, crouched nearby in the rocky forest, peeking out with a big head. Silently, he crept up beside her, cautiously glancing toward the direction of the Bio Palace gate. Then, his eyes filled with fervor and admiration, he quietly gave Xiao a big thumbs up. On the west side of Golden Arowana Island, outside the public restroom, the sea breeze carried an unusual scent swirling among the rocks. Xiao held a shabby broom made of ordinary wood, her eyes brimming with tears. 2 hands desperately rubbing the sore area behind her, which still felt fiery and numb. Zhao Gongming squatted behind a tall cactus, glancing around with a shifty expression. Confirming that the master had not followed, he bent down, resembling an old rabbit, and emerged. Sister, second brother has brought you some medicinal pills, Zhao Gongming said with a face full of concern, handing Xiao a white jade porcelain bottle containing the jade liquid ice essence ointment that could instantly reduce swelling and relieve pain. Xiao pouted, tears streaming down her cheeks, feeling utterly wronged. Second brother, the master was really too harsh this time. After all, I am a great Luo golden immortal, yet he treated me like a child, hitting me in front of all. Moreover, he even melted my Qinkuan circle and Huangting silk. Those are supreme innate spiritual. I fought hard to obtain them. Foolish. Just then the senior brother Daobao Daoist appeared, hanging upside down from the earthen wall of the public restroom like a giant bat peering out. Sister Xiao, how can you speak ill of the master here? Do you know you almost committed a grave mistake just now? Xiao jumped in surprise at Daobao hanging on the wall. A bit indignant, she muttered, Senior brother, how did I cause trouble? I used your and second brother's deaf ear and steal the bell tactic and didn't reveal my true form. Daobao sighed, his form swaying as he lightly descended from the wall. He patted the dust off Xiao's head, his expression turning extremely serious, his eyes filled with deep sighs. Sister, you only saw the Qinkuan circle and Huangting silk being melted, feeling the pain. But did you not see? Daobao raised his hand, pointing at the purple heavenly tribulation clouds in the void above, which were originally condensing, but were now gradually dissipating due to the melting of the Qinkuan circle. The Qinkuan circle and Huangting silk were originally the causal medium prepared by Tai Jinren for Neza and Shiji to fight to the death. The source of the causality lies in that magic treasure. If you took the treasure, the deadly karmic retribution on Tai Jinren would unreservedly entangle you. Daobao Daoist gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with admiration for the master. In his wrath, the master directly used the power of a saint at the cost of his own innate energy. He forcibly melted the 2 supreme spiritual treasures in the great furnace. What was this for? Daobao patted Xiao on the shoulder, tears streaming down his face. This is the master using his own divine powers to forcibly dissolve the heavenly tribulation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming trembled, suddenly enlightened. Big brother is right. If the treasures weren't melted, the teachings of the Church of the Way could track you down, and at that time, sister, you would have nowhere to be buried. Daobao wiped away a tear of emotion and continued his grand explanation. Moreover, do you think the master was being harsh by hitting you 10 times on the steps, showing no mercy? Daobao pointed at the residual lightning above that had yet to dissipate. Do you understand what it means to deceive heaven while crossing the ocean? Just now, when you brought back the treasure, the heavenly tribulation clouds had already gathered. If the master had not performed cruel family law in front of the celestial beings on Golden Arowana Island, putting on a performance of the Church of the Way has strict rules, and disciples who break them are severely punished, then the heavenly punishment would have rightfully descended, turning you to ashes. Daobao Daoist took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Each strike on your body was in fact pain in the master's heart. He would rather bear the eternal blame of tyrant and cruel despot He must use the most unreasonable and violent methods to snatch us these restless disciples back from the hands. Silence. Outside the public restroom on the west side of Golden Arowana Island, there was a deep stillness. Only the sound of the sea breeze weeping over the rocks remained. Daobao Daoist's logical and emotional explanation resonated deeply. Like a high-voltage lightning bolt of 100,000 volts, in an instant it shattered all of Xiao's grievances. What replaced it was an indescribable shock and an overwhelming wave of emotion. Plopped. The shabby broom in Xiao's hand fell weakly to the muddy ground. 2 streams of hot tears instantly washed over her dusty face. She recalled how the master had just held the purple jade ruler, his eyes reddened and almost roaring with a frantic expression. That was not rage. It was clearly that of an old father terrified and panicked watching his reckless child playing on the edge of a cliff. Master, I know I was wrong. Xiao hugged the old twisted tree outside the restroom, crying uncontrollably, filled with regret. I was such an ungrateful wretch, still blaming the master in my heart, boo-hoo. She grabbed the broom on the ground, her eyes suddenly filled with unprecedented determination and fervor. It's just a 300-year-old restroom. He'll clean it. Not only will I clean it, but he'll also wash it 100 times a day with the immortal spring, making sure every stone here shines like a mirror. Absolutely no trouble for the master. Daobao Daoist and Zhao Gongming exchanged glances, wiped away their tears, and revealed gratified smiles. The cohesion of the Church of the Way reached an unprecedented peak in this moment within the imaginative minds of. However, at that moment, deep within the Bo Palace, Changsheng was sipping iced coconut juice and studying the law of strength, completely unaware of what was happening outside. He never imagined that his disciples had elevated his domestic punishment to the height of a savior saving the. How that girl should be crying in the restroom now. Although it was a bit heavy-handed, at least she has calmed down. As long as she doesn't come out, I'm safe. Changsheng happily took a sip of juice, talking to himself. Suddenly, deep in his spiritual the system panel that had been silent for a while. In that instant it erupted with a brilliance of heavenly Tao purple gold auspicious light, so bright it could blind the eyes. Ding! Detected that the Church of the Way's myriad immortals have completely abandoned the great calamity and slaughter. Survival path cohesion has reached 100%, breaking through the barriers of the chaotic universe. Causal lock has completely failed. Congratulations to the host for achieving an unprecedented super ultimate epic critical hit. Final reward settlement is in progress. Within the secret chamber of the Green Turing Palace, the dazzling resplendent purple gold auspicious light of the heavenly Tao had died, even the thick walls a shade of gold. Changsheng stood frozen in place. He stared intently at the system panel that was almost blindingly bright. Ding! Detected that the host has forcibly grounded core causal bombs like Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos. The Jiejiao Sect's 10,000 immortals philosophy of passive survival has reached a state of great perfection. The heavenly Daos investiture of the gods list cannot locate the Jiejiao Sect's destiny. A super-standard critical hit has been triggered. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the supreme origin of space law complete version. Holy shit. The law of space. One of the 3 supreme and heaven-defying laws alongside the law of force and the law of time. Changsheng took a deep breath, suppressing his wildly pounding heart, and roared within his mind. Fused. Boom. A strand of silver, a vast river seemingly composed of countless tiny stardust particles, materialized out of thin air within the secret chamber, shooting straight into Changsheng's brow. In that instant, Changsheng felt as if his bones, flesh, and even his primordial spirit were completely shattered into countless tiny motes of spatial dust. Then, under the mysterious and profound force of the supreme Tao, they were reconstructed. When he opened his eyes once more, the primordial world before him had completely changed. It was no longer that grand and heavy 3-dimensional space. Instead, it had become a blank sheet of paper that he could arbitrarily fold, stretch, and even cut. What were called famous mountains, great rivers, vast oceans, and even the layered defensive arrays personally set up by a saint under the sweep of his divine sense were merely a few small blacking spots on that white paper. He only needed to extend a finger and gently trace a line on the paper to instantly traverse vast distances, ignoring all array barriers, and overlap his current point with any other point in the primordial world. A single thought spans the horizon, a single step traverses myriad realms. I am now the #1 master of escape techniques in the primordial world. Changsheng rubbed his hands together in excitement. With this divine skill, he could go anywhere he pleased from now on. No one could trap him, let alone catch him. All talk and no action makes a mere show-off. Ooh, I need to go test the power of this spatial leap. A sly, mischievous grin curled at the corner of Changsheng's mouth. Naturally, to test this ability, he had to go to the most dangerous and ostentatious place. He closed his eyes, the origin of space law, within his mind spinning at incredible speed as his divine sense pierced through layers of void. In an instant, he locked onto the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain, millions of miles away. Fold. In the void, Li Changsheng gently lifted his right foot and took a step forward. Whooshed. Not even the faintest ripple stirred in the void. Li Changsheng's form instantly vanished from the secret chamber of the Green Touring Palace on Golden Ao Island. When he set foot on solid ground again, the biting cold wind was blowing against his green robes. He looked down. Beneath him was the majestic main hall roof of the Jade Void Palace, constructed from 10th of Sandy-year-old spirit jade and golden ancient tiles. He had actually ignored the countless layered saint-level arrays of the heavenly Tao personally laid down by the primordial heavenly venerable outside the Jade Void Palace, and directly stood right on top of their heads. Tisk old man primordial really built this Jade Void Palace lavishly. Li Changsheng crouched down. Peering through the gaps in the golden tiles into the main hall, he saw the primordial heavenly venerable inside, sitting with his eyes closed, healing his injuries. Due to Guang Chengzi's shattered front teeth and the damage to the Panga banner, his complexion remained extremely grim. The 12 golden immortals stood on either side, not daring to breathe. Li Changsheng suppressed a laugh, extended his right hand, and pressed 2 fingers together. Click. Without a trace of immortal energy, purely utilizing the law of force, he effortlessly. From directly above the primordial heavenly venerable's head, that is the most central and conspicuous large roof tile of the Jade Void Palace, he pried off a heavy 100-gene red gold treasure tile that exuded a faint Tao charm. Old man primordial, consider this tile as interest for your scheming against my Golden Ao Island. Holding the heavy golden tile in his hand, Li Changsheng let out a strange laugh. He lightly stamped his right foot on the tile surface. Whooshed. His form instantly merged into the void. When he reappeared, he was already back in the secret chamber of the Green Touring Palace on Golden Ao Island. And the moment he left within the main hall of the Jade Void Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable, who had been healing with his eyes closed, suddenly twitched his brow. He opened his eyes with some doubt and looked up at the roof of the Jade Void Palace. He felt as if there had been a sudden draft from above his head just now. But when he deduced the heavenly secrets, he found only blankness. Nothing had happened. An illusion. The primordial heavenly venerable furrowed his brow and closed his eyes again. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber on Golden Ao Island, Li Changsheng tossed the gleaming golden tile in his hand, laughing like a 200-pound fat man. Silent and traceless, even a saint detects not the slightest anomaly. This time I am truly the #1 old Yinyang master of the primordial world, ha. However, before Li Changsheng could fully snap out of the joy of this theft and skullduggery, suddenly his brow furrowed tightly. Through the faint but existing causal threads of the master-disciple bond, Li Changsheng could clearly perceive that in the direction of the great Shang's capital, Zhaoga, far away in the mortal world, a vast tragic aura of blood and slaughter suddenly surged into the sky, causing the destiny of the great Shang to begin violently churning. Kunlun Mountain. In the Yushu Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable sat amidst the auspicious clouds of the heavens. Although he found the hall's ceiling inexplicably drafty, he had no time to concern himself with such mundane matters. His gaze pierced through layers of spatial barriers, locking onto the vast territory of the mortal Shang dynasty. Since Tongtian, that old scoundrel, had sealed Jiejiao Island with insulating mud, turning it into an indestructible and ungraspable iron turtle. This meant that he had completely severed the merits and fortunes of the Jiejiao in the mortal realm. Convey my decree. The primordial heavenly venerable struck his dragon-scented palanquin. The sound reverberated like thunder through the 9 heavens, echoing powerfully within the Yushu Palace. If Tongtian shrinks back, then we shall force him to show himself. The plan to extinguish the Shang shall commence immediately. As long as the Shang remains unextinguished, the West Qi cannot rise, and the great calamity of the gods cannot conclude. Disciples of the Chan Jiao, heed my orders. Let us take action against the mortal royal dynasty. The injuries sustained by the 12 golden immortals inflicted by the Panga banner's backlash were gradually healing under the treatment of sacred elixirs. Led by Guang Chengzi, this time they completely cast aside the dignity of immortals and began wreaking havoc throughout the Shang dynasty. Guang Chengzi stood above the capital of the Shang dynasty, Chaoga. His expression twisted. He frantically channeled the power of the great Luo golden immortal, forcibly invoking the forbidden rain summoning technique. No, it was the drought summoning technique. With supreme power, he forcibly extracted all the water spirits from the entirety of the Shang dynasty, condensing them into the territory of the Ji clan in West Qi. In an instant, the entire Shang territory was parched barren as far as the eye could see. The once fertile wheat fields turned into cracked sand, triggering a drought unseen in a century. The common people were displaced, starving, with corpses strewn about the fields. Qi Jingzi and Zhu Lusun wandered among the territories of the eastern Lu southern barbarians, and West Qi the great feudal lords. They tempted various lords with all manner of elixirs, 9-turn immortal pills, and the ephemeral grand cakes of immortality, inciting them to rebel. Tai Zhenren and Jiang Zia secretly directed people to spread rumors in mortal tea houses and markets. They tempted various lords with all manner of elixirs, 9-turn immortal pills, and the ephemeral grand cakes of immortality, inciting them to rebel. Tai Jinren and Jiang Zia secretly directed people to spread rumors. In an instant, the entire human realm of Shang was in turmoil, with public resentment boiling over. The luck dragon of the Shang in the void let out a painful weak wail, its body covered in fine cracks. In the mortal realm in Chaoga City, Wenzhong, the grand teacher of the Shang and an outstanding disciple of the Jiejiao's third generation, sat in the grand teacher's chair, his head in turmoil. The heavenly eye on his forehead suddenly opened, emitting a blinding white light. Piercing through the void, he could see clearly above Chaoga City the golden immortal aura of the Changjiao, which was eyeing the Shang with malevolent intent and constantly gnawing at the dragon energy of the Shang. The foundation of the Shang's empire was preserved through his assistance to 3 generations of emperors, dedicating his entire life to it. Yet in the face of the Changjiao's golden immortals and their supernatural means that could summon wind and rain and distort truth, as an ordinary mortal grand teacher, he was utterly powerless. The officials he had dispatched to combat the drought and repair the canals were turned to mush by celestial spells midway. The armies sent to quell the rebellion were secretly flooded in the valley by Tai Zinren's magical water. Those once kind and friendly fellow disciples of Jiejiao suffered heavy casualties due to the Changjiao surprise attacks and schemes. The Shang was on the brink of collapse. Huff! Wenzhong looked at the reports in his hands detailing the Ji clan's rise and the complete annihilation of the Shang army. His face turned pale. A mouthful of scorching blood spewed forth, directly landing on the desk. The primordial heavenly venerable disregards the face of the saints. The 12 golden immortals care not for the dignity of the immortals. This is to utterly destroy my Shang, to annihilate my Jiejiao's outer sect. Wenzhong's fingertips dug painfully into his flesh, blood flowing freely, his eyes filled with helplessness and despair. No, I absolutely cannot watch the Shang be destroyed. At this point, I must seek my master, implore the master Tongtian to come out of seclusion. Wenzhong disregarded the severe injuries inflicted by the calamity's corrosive energy within him. He mounted the Ink Qilin. Roar! The Ink Qilin let out a thunderous roar, its hooves kicking up a storm, carrying the severely injured and blood-spitting Wenzhong. Transforming into a streak of black light, it madly raced towards the direction of Jiejiao Island in the East Sea. Along the way, the cold wind howled and torrential rain fell. Wenzhong tightly embraced the Qilin's neck, blood continuously oozing from his mouth, staining the light golden armor on his chest. Yet he still gritted his teeth resolutely. As long as my master is willing to take action, the Jiejiao's myriad immortals will emerge from their gates. The mere 12 golden immortals of the Changjiao can be extinguished with a flick of the fingers, and the crisis of the Shang will be resolved. East Sea. In front of the gates of Jiejiao Island, the Ink Qilin was exhausted, its hooves weakening, directly foaming at the mouth, collapsing onto the silvery gray steel shielding plate. Wenzhong, covered in blood, fell from the Qilin's back, sliding a considerable distance on the hard, iron-like metal floor. He paid no heed to wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Crawling forward in front of the heavily sealed metal door under the myriad laws of the saints, he struck his forehead against the cold, insulating gate, with force causing it to bleed. His voice hoarse, he cried out loudly with hope. I am Wenzhong, a disciple of the 3rd generation, seeking an audience with Master Tongtian. The Shang is in dire peril. The 12 golden immortals of the Changjiao disregard the dignity of the saints and descend to commit atrocities. I implore my master to show great mercy, grant the extermination sword array to descend and quell the rebellion, saving the countless people of the Shang. Wenzhong knelt outside the gates of Jiejiao Island, head bowing in hope, believing that his master would grant the extermination sword array to help him quell the rebellion. Golden Arowana Island. Inside the stainless steel door, Changsheng was comfortably lying on a rattan chair, sipping chilled coconut juice, savoring a rare moment of peace. Suddenly, although the system's alarm did not sound, Changsheng's exceptionally sharp sage sense detected something beyond the Great Formation. He sensed very clearly that outside the door a thin and sticky thread of causality imbued with a rich aura of calamity had appeared. Who dares to dump garbage at my doorstep? Changsheng frowned, feeling somewhat displeased as he stood up and casually lifted a corner of the 3 locks on the door's barrier. He slowly pushed open a narrow gap, just wide enough for a face in the heavy titanium alloy door. Changsheng cautiously poked half of his old face through the gap. At first glance, good heavens. Outside, a middle-aged man covered in blood, his golden armor shattered and his forehead smashed, was lying on the steel floor. He was eagerly bowing down repeatedly on the ground. It was the Grand Master of the Great Shang, Wenzhong. Damn! Changsheng shuddered, his scalp tingling, almost slamming the door shut again. Wenzhong, why has this top causality nuclear bomb come to the East Sea during such a calamity? The threads of causality binding Wenzhong were the divine sealing strings. In Changsheng's sage vision, they looked as exaggerated as 2-story buildings, all marked with the fatal signs of heaven's calamity. If he were to enter the island, the divine thunder from the heavens would undoubtedly turn golden Arowana Island into ruins through the spatial rift. Master. Ancestor. Upon seeing the face-width gap in the door, Wen Zhong's eyes immediately reddened, bursting with ecstatic tears. Thud. He slammed his head heavily against the hard steel floor, blood flowing profusely. Disciple is incompetent. I implore Ancestor to show mercy and save the millions of people of Great Shang. The Chan sect disregards face and descends to commit atrocities. Great Shang is facing imminent destruction. I beg the Ancestor to bestow the Excalibur, or lend me the golden flood dragon scissors, or the mixed yuan golden dipper for use. Wen Zhong grasped the door panel, his voice hoarse with pleading. If I slay the heads of the 12 golden immortals, I can surely thwart the Chan sect's schemes. Li Changsheng coldly looked at him through the door gap, rolling his eyes internally. Lending a treasure. The golden flood dragon scissors and mixed yuan golden dipper were long since thrown into the furnace, melted into molten iron. As for the Excalibur, if I lent it to you for murder, the divine thunder of causality would obliterate me in an instant. No loan. Li Changsheng snorted coldly, his tone icy as he spoke through the door gap. Wen Zhong, you've cultivated for hundreds of years. How can you not grasp this basic principle? Treasures are merely external possessions. Tell me, can cultivation save the millions of people of Great Shang? Can cultivation cure droughts? Can it prevent the common folk from going hungry? Wen Zhong was dumbfounded by this barrage of questions. He stared blankly at Li Changsheng's half-cold face through the door gap. But Great Shang is currently facing the calamity of the Chan sect's celestial arts. Foolish. Li Changsheng launched into a scathing reprimand. The issues of Great Shang stem from technological and agricultural backwardness. It is the absence of a materialistic foundation. Li Changsheng was too lazy to waste more words with him. In the sky, the thunderclouds influenced by causality began to rumble in discontent. I must quickly send this nuclear bomb far away. He called out to the system in his heart. System, what is the cheapest book about mortal science, agriculture, and industry in the shop? Ding. Detected in the junk area, 9-year compulsory education textbook, Basic Physics and Agricultural Drought Prevention, Simplified Edition. Price 0.01 original value. Buy it. Li Changsheng immediately made the purchase. Whoosh. A modern textbook bound with plastic glue, its cover printed with golden wheat ears and rainbows, exuding a faint scent of ink, appeared in Li Changsheng's hand. Take this supreme divine weapon. Li Changsheng, through the door gap, tossed it like garbage. He slammed the book on Basic Physics and Agricultural Drought Prevention onto Wen Zhong's bloodied face. Great Shang's problems must be solved by Great Shang itself. Trust in science, stay away from cultivation. Enlighten yourself. Come less often in the future. Before Wen Zhong could react, Li Changsheng's eyes hardened, and his peak sage power erupted beneath his feet. Along with an overwhelming embodiment of spatial laws, bang! Li Changsheng delivered a swift, powerful kick that directly impacted Wen Zhong and the black Qilin through the door. Oh! The door slammed shut. As for Wen Zhong, along with the foam-mouthed black Qilin, they instantly transformed into a dazzling beam of white light that sliced through the sky. At 10,000 times the speed of sound, like a massive meteor crossing the void, they flew directly across the vast wilderness for 100,000 miles from the surface of the East Sea. They crashed fiercely into the capital of Great Shang, Zhaoga. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted in the Bayou Square outside the 9 main halls of the Great Shang Palace, sending dust flying and creating a massive pit over 10 meters deep, shaped like a human and a character. Inside the hall, King Zhou of Shang and his loyal military officials were pacing anxiously, thrown off balance by the tremendous sound. As they cautiously surrounded the edge of the deep pit, stretching their necks to look inside, everyone was stunned. They saw Grandmaster Wen Zhong and the dark Qilin embedded face down in the mud at the bottom of the pit. Master! King Zhou screamed. At this moment, Wen Zhong's head was buzzing, his internal organs almost displaced, and he was coughing blood. Yet he still gritted his teeth tightly. With trembling hands, he pulled out the hardcover textbook that he had protected with his body, which had sustained no damage. Looking at the 4 strange characters on the cover, which exuded an ink fragrance, Wen Zhong wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, opened the book on Basic Physics, and felt as if struck by lightning. The Grand Master's residence. Inside a secret chamber, Wen Zhong dismissed all the guards and maidservants. Furthermore, around the room, he didn't hesitate to expend his essence to set up a 3-layered heavenly mechanism barrier to obstruct divine sense. He was wrapped in thick layers of white bandages, struggling to sit at the writing desk. His trembling hands slowly opened a hardcover textbook exuding a faint scent of ink. Basic Physics and Comprehensive Agricultural Drought Prevention. The first page. Leverage principle, just give me a fulcrum, and I can lift the entire primal earth. Wen Zhong gasped in astonishment. What kind of arrogance does this convey? Yet it reveals the supreme truths of the Daos. Irrigation system, how to rationally utilize the gravitational potential energy of flowing water for sustainable automatic irrigation. Gunpowder formula 1 sulfur 2 nitrates 3 charcoal. No magical fluctuations required, just a spark can unleash the power of destruction that causes landslides and tears apart the void. When Zhong's heavenly eye spun wildly, he fixated on the bizarre shapes and formulas. His breathing became incredibly rapid and heavy in that moment. None of this knowledge mentioned cultivation. Not a single word involved mystical doctrines. Yet every formula and every law pointed directly to the most pure and fundamental principles of material operation in this world. What the heck? This is not a mere book for mortals. This is clearly a tome draped in a mundane exterior containing the supreme mysteries of the heavens. When Zhong held the book, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. In the silent chamber, he began the most insane and grand self-interpretation of his life. I understand. I completely understand. The reason why my ancestor did not lend me treasures in front of the Golden Turtle Island's gate, but instead bestowed this miraculous book upon me. He is imparting the supreme wisdom, teaching me the only way to save the nation for the Great Shang. Tears streamed down when Zhong's face overwhelmed with emotion. The reason why the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect are powerful is that they walk the path of cultivation in accordance with the heavenly Tao. As long as our disciples of the Great Shang rely on celestial arts and use treasures against them, we will be schemed by the heavenly Tao and meet a terrible end. But can the heavenly Tao manage the immortals and these physical laws devoid of any magical fluctuations? When Zhong slapped his thigh, his excited wound tearing open again. Yet he was oblivious. This leverage principle is clearly the manifestation of the law of force in the mortal realm. This gunpowder formula is evidently the projection of the law of destruction in the mortal world. Yet he was oblivious. This leverage principle is clearly the manifestation of the law of force in the mortal realm. This gunpowder formula is evidently using the ultimate scientific power of humanity untainted by causality to strike down the immortals of the Chan sect. Understanding dawned upon him. When Zhong felt as if he had been reborn, in his eyes sparkled a fervent admiration for Changsheng. You are truly the greatest sage of all ages. No, the greatest saint of all ages. The next day, when Zhong of the Great Shang, having just recovered from a serious illness, returned to the court for the first time. In front of everyone, he issued several commands that left the entire court of civil and military officials utterly dumbfounded. From this day forth, all absurd activities of sacrifice and prayer for rain throughout the Great Shang are abolished. No worshipping gods, no asking for immortals, believe in science. All citizens of the Great Shang must firmly believe in materialism and resist feudal superstition. Moreover, when Zhong wielded his pen and summoned all top blacksmiths, carpenters, and bricklayers across the Great Shang, outside the city of Chaogu, he established the Great Shang Royal Academy of Sciences overnight. When Zhong personally presided over the proceedings, translating the contents of the book into the simplest mythological language for the craftsmen. This is called a pulley system, requiring no magical power and can amplify the strength of mortals tenfold. Have 1,000 made for me overnight and transport them to the Yellow River levee for flood and drought prevention. And this black powder, called black gunpowder, with just a spark it can unleash the power of destruction. Oh, follow the ratio of 1 sulfur 2 nitrates and 3 charcoal and prepare it frantically. And this giant hollow cylinder made of fine iron, the red rope cannon, make me 10,000 by hand. In the Great Shang, under the violent push of Wen Zhong, began to shift dramatically in an extremely bizarre, no, extraordinarily bizarre direction. The mortal battlefield that should have been filled with gods and demons directly stepped into the initial stage of the steam era and the explosion of firearms. Outside the city of Chaogu, towering chimneys rose into the sky. The common folk were astonished to find that without burning incense for the immortals of the Chan sect, the drought-stricken land could still be soaked through using water wheels and pumps. In an instant, the superstitions surrounding the immortals of the Chan sect shattered into pieces. Everything was evolving in a positive direction. However, when Zhong stood on the loft of the Grand Master's residence, gazing at the bustling Great Shang, yet there remained a trace of deep worry in his eyes. The external crises of the Great Shang could be resolved with science. Yet internally there lurked the greatest causal time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. That is the foolish King Zhou Wang, who hides in the harem daily, indulging in beauty and neglecting state affairs. If this fellow continues his antics in the harem, the fate of the entire Great Shang will still collapse. I must deal with this foolish king. When Zhong's expression turned cold, he reached into his bosom and slowly retrieved the last treasure that his ancestor had secretly tucked into his clothes when he kicked him away. The final treasure. When Zhong decided to use the last treasure bestowed by his ancestor. In Chaogu, within the imperial harem at the Zhaixing Tower, the sound of celestial music floated in the air, mingling with the rich aroma of wine. King Zhou Dxin lay comfortably on a white jade couch, completely relaxed. He chewed on the large grapes that had just been delivered. With his right arm, he tightly embraced Su Daji, who had just entered the palace, and was a beauty capable of causing nations to fall. Daji's enchanting eyes sparkled like water. At this moment she was delicately feeding King Zhou a cup of 9 brewed immortal wine. Your Majesty, those old men outside are making a racket under the Changsheng Tower every day, insisting that you should go on a hunger strike to pray for rain. How uncultured of them, disturbing me and the king's enjoyment. King Zhou finished his drink and laughed heartily. He gave Daji's willow-like slim waist a firm squeeze. Do not pay any mind to those fools. With Wenzhong the Grand Preceptor here, even if the sky falls he will hold it up for us. Isn't it just a drought? This king drinks wine in the harem every day. What can a drought do to me? Ignore the decrees, let the music play on, and let the dance continue. However, before King Zhou could finish his words, a thunderous sound erupted, suddenly shaking the entire harem. The grand door of Changsheng Tower, inlaid with countless luminous pearls and crafted from luxurious sandalwood, was violently kicked apart by a pair of heavily armored boots, sending splinters flying in all directions. Who dares to intrude upon my harem? King Zhou roared in fury, abruptly sitting up from the soft couch while holding Daji. He looked towards the shattered doorway. Wenzhong the Grand Preceptor, clad in heavy golden armor, strode in with a cold, menacing expression. In his hand, he held a peculiar wooden ruler, pitch black, with flickering blue electric arcs coursing across its surface. It was the Thunder Law King's ruler. This was a high-tech punishment tool that Li Changsheng had exchanged with substantial funds in the system shop to prevent his disciples from rebelling. It delivered 100,000 volts of electricity and employed the absolute awakening brainwave electrotherapy. It was specifically designed to cure laziness, incompetence, and the obsession with women. Wenzhong, you are being outrageous. King Zhou recognized the intruder. Although he felt a twinge of fear due to the Grand Preceptor's authority, he still forced himself to maintain his dignity and shouted sternly. This is my palace. You dare to invade a forbidden area. Are you plotting rebellion? Your Majesty, today I shall awaken you from your stupor in place of the late king. Wenzhong remained expressionless. He stepped forward, ignoring King Zhou's outcry. With a hand like a claw, he seized the collar at the back of King Zhou's neck, lifting him as if he were a chick. He unceremoniously dragged the mighty king down from the soft couch. Wenzhong, how dare you lay hands on? Before King Zhou could finish his curse, Wenzhong had already raised the Thunder Law King's ruler high above his head. With a swift motion, he struck King Zhou squarely on the backside. Crack! In an instant, blinding blue electric arcs erupted throughout the Changsheng Tower, releasing 100,000 volts of high-voltage electricity. In an instant, it surged into King Zhou's body without reservation. Aozo! A shrill, agonizing scream echoed throughout the entire Chaoga Palace. As the lightning flickered under Daji's terrified gaze, King Zhou trembled violently in midair, convulsed. His black hair stood on end due to the electric shocks, instantly resembling a round dark sea urchin. His mouth opened wide, spewing forth a cloud of black smoke mixed with white foam, showering Wenzhong in the process. But most notably, under this forced electric stimulation, King Zhou's mind, which had been muddled by wine and lust, suddenly became unprecedentedly clear. In that moment, he was able to mentally calculate the financial budget of the Deshang Kingdom for the next 3 years, even with his eyes closed. I have been enlightened. King Zhou trembled all over, on the verge of tears. As the electric shock subsided, he lay face down on the ground like a puddle of mud, with smoke wafting from his backside. Yet his eyes were now as clear as a spring. They reflected an unprecedented fervor for governance and the state. Your Majesty. Beside him, the nine-tailed fox Daji curled up in the corner of the couch, trembling in fear. As a spirit from the Xianyuan grave, she instinctively sensed the terrifying demonic slaying aura emanating from the black ruler in Wenzhong's hand. She feared that the Grand Preceptor had seen through her true identity as a nine-tailed fox and intended to exorcise her, turning her into spicy fox meat. Daji shook with fear, closing her eyes, believing her identity as a fox demon had been exposed. However, Wenzhong paid no mind to the distinction between humans and demons. He simply turned around slowly, his expression cold, as he looked at Daji, who had curled into a ball in the corner. Your deceptive words mislead the public and hinder state affairs. You must accept materialistic education. After saying this, Wenzhong stepped forward and with a swift motion struck Daji's rounded posterior with the ruler. Consequently, Wenzhong also delivered a strike to her. Chaoga. In the royal study. The once tranquil royal study is now brightly lit by candles. King Zhou Xin is seated at a massive fragrant wood table, wearing a large black hat. This hat is meant to cover his hair, which stands upright due to the lightning strikes from the Lightning King's ruler. He holds a brush in his hand, facing a mountain of memorials piled high before him. He writes furiously, repair the roads. Build an 8-zhong-wide stainless steel insulated road for the Baiwei in the south. Build. Construct 1,000 typhoon-resistant harbors for the fishermen of the East Sea. Tax. Increase the tax rate by 10 percentage points for those disobedient lords with ulterior motives. King Zhou's eyes are bloodshot, his face flushed. He roars loudly. In his voice lies an odd exhilaration, a sense of despair, yet irresistible fervor. After yesterday's forced electric therapy from the Lightning King, King Zhou's brain is now in a state of extreme development, operating at an overclocked rate. Those previously complicated national tax expenditures that would give him a headache at first glance are now easily computed in his mind, accurate to 3 decimal places. I am not tired. Work brings me joy. I love reviewing memorials. I don't need sleep. Whoever dares to stop me from reviewing memorials will lose their head. As King Zhou shouts, his brush creates traces on the rice paper. Behind the sturdy white jade columns of the royal study, Master Wen Zhong is hiding in the shadows, dressed in casual attire. He holds in his large hand a specially designed black remote control with red and green buttons. This is the accessory to the Lightning King's ruler. The green button is for slight electric current adjustment stimulation. The red button is for 1.0 volts shock to forcibly invigorate. As soon as King Zhou's reviewing speed slows down even a bit, or if his head tilts and his eyes wander, attempting to slack off on the soft couch, Master Wen Zhong will unhesitatingly press the red electric shock button in his hand. ZZ. The redwood chair beneath King Zhou will suddenly emit a blinding blue electric arc. In an instant it will shock him into rolling his eyes back. Then he will jerk up from the chair, drooling and shouting, "I love the Great Shang." The most unfortunate one is the nine-tailed fox Su Daji, who stands by serving him. She was originally tasked by Nuwa to be the calamity-bringing consort. Attempting to drain the fortune of the Great Shang with her beauty, she now wears an extremely plain, ink-stained coarse linen dress. Her 2 delicate arms are swollen like large red carrots, each hand holding a large black ink lump. She is frantically grinding ink on the stone ink slab. Grind faster. If the ink isn't thick enough, how will the king write the edicts? Master Wen Zhong will point the remote at her if he sees her hands slow down. Zazila. A fine blue electric arc will then pass over the poor nine-tailed fox, shocking her hands into a frenzy that spins like a motor, leaving trails of afterimages. Daji works tirelessly every day, her wrist cramping, looking at the layer of black ink. She is ground on the ground, wanting to cry without tears. She feels her fox fur is about to fall out from worry. This cursed task. Who the hell wants to do it? I don't want to be a consort anymore. Oh, I want to return to Xinyuan tomb. Under such high-intensity materialistic competition and physical electric therapy, the internal affairs of the Great Shang underwent earth-shattering changes. In just a few months, the atmosphere in the Great Shang court shifted dramatically. Corrupt officials were caught cleanly by the king's rapid mental calculations. Along with the artificial water wheel and high-yield rice developed by the Academy of Sciences, the granaries across the Great Shang are now piled high. Moreover, the red coat cannon crafted by Master Wen Zhong was tested in the training grounds. With one shot, it shook the ground and the mountains, even causing the protective divine light of the golden immortal. The common people of the Great Shang no longer believed the ghost stories of the Chan teaching immortals. In the void, the once collapsing golden dragon of the Great Shang's fortune let out a roar that shattered the skies, its body swelling tenfold. The rebels from the West Qi, who were originally holding the banner of punishing the corrupt and aiding the people, waited outside the pass for an internal rebellion in the Great Shang. But upon seeing that the citizens of the Great Shang were not rebelling, enjoying steamed buns with pork daily, the court even issued notices at the border, actively recruiting laborers for infrastructure work in Chaoga. Not only did they provide food and accommodation, but they also paid 5 days' wages for 1 day's work. Upon hearing this, the soldiers of the West Qi exclaimed, "What the hell? With such good benefits, why should we rebel when we can earn a few copper coins and enjoy tree bark every day?" The West Qi army immediately mutinied. Tens of thousands of soldiers tossed aside their large shields and long spears, overnight scrambling to Chaoga, lining up to apply for the Great Shang's temporary work residence permit. They even fought on the streets over the coveted position of senior worker at the first cement factory of the Great Shang, leaving their heads bloodied. Jiang Zia stood in the empty military camp, which had lost even its guards, and angrily spat out 3 mouthfuls of old blood. The national strength of the Shang dynasty surged, thoroughly shattering the Chan teaching and Heaven's plot to undermine the Great Shang from within. However, as they watched this completely unbridled primordial drama, the Chan teaching and Heaven's eyes turned red with rage. Heavenly principle is intolerable. Tongtian, how dare you disrupt the trend? In Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable tore off his hypocritical mask. In the script of the conferred god Great Calamity, there is one major and irreversible turning point: the day of incense offering at the Nuwa Palace. As long as King Zhou loses his mind at the Nuwa Palace and composes a lewd poem to tease the Saint Nuwa on the wall, this neutral Saint Nuwa will inevitably be enraged and join the alliance against the Shang. The fortune of the Great Shang will also be unprotected. Just as the fortune of the Great Shang was at its peak, the biggest turning point in the original work, the day of incense offering at the Nuwa Palace, arrived. The Chan teaching planned to use the same tricks again to provoke Nuwa by having King Zhou compose lewd poems. Chaoga, Nuwa Palace. Today marks the 15th day of the 3rd month, the birthday of the neutral sage Lady Nuwa. King Zhou of Shang, accompanied by the fierce and imposing Grand Tutor Wenzhong. He arrived inside the main hall of Nuwa Palace. Usually frivolous and lecherous, today King Zhou appeared exceptionally earnest. He didn't even dare to steal a glance at the gauzy screen beside the statue of Lady Nuwa. Naturally, this was due to the charred wound on his thigh from a lightning strike, which had only just scabbed over this morning. As long as he harbored even a hint of impure thoughts, the Lightning King's ruler that Wenzhong held would emit terrifying arcs of electricity. I must be devout, my heart is tied to the great Shang. King Zhou knelt on the mat, bowing his head and offering incense with utmost sincerity. Each gesture was as if measured with a wooden ruler. Above the high crimson beams of the hall, a gaunt, sorrowful, bald Taoist. At that moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the shadows, concealing all his magical fluctuations. It was none other than one of the two Western saints, Taoist Zhuan-Ti. Taoist Zhuan-Ti lay on the beam, watching the obediently bowing King Zhou below, cursing his ancestors in his heart. How has this damned tyrant suddenly changed his ways? If he doesn't write lewd poetry, how can I incite Lady Nuwa's wrath? Without her anger, how can the West take advantage of the chaos? Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhuan-Ti's eyes flashed with a sinister cunning as he waved his sleeve. He prepared to cast the great illusion technique of the West, blowing forth a pink, mesmerizing wind to forcibly control King Zhou's mind, compelling him to write lewd poetry on the nearby pink wall. However, as soon as his demonic energy began to gather far away on the isolated Jiejiao Island, every entrance was sealed with titanium alloy, not even allowing a mosquito to pass. Li Changsheng sat in a secret chamber, clearly observing the scene within Nuwa Palace through the three-dimensional screen. Old bald donkey, I've been waiting for you to make your move. Li Changsheng sneered coldly, not even moving the mat beneath him as he suddenly tugged at the void with both hands. The source of space law roared to life. Silently, he directly projected a massive, incredibly clear golden holographic image extending dozens of zhang in front of the majestic and sacred statue of Lady Nuwa through spatial folding. Buzz! Suddenly the void within the hall erupted with thousands of golden rays of light. There appeared a giant figure of the Tongtian teacher Li Changsheng, dressed in garish floral shorts, flip-flops on his feet, and holding a large megaphone. The holographic image of the Tongtian teacher was vividly detailed, even reflecting the red light glinting off his sunglasses. Sister Nuwa, look above your head. Li Changsheng brought the megaphone to his mouth, his voice booming like thunder across the entire Nuwa Grand Hall. That shameless old bald donkey Zhuan-Ti is spitting on the beam right above you. He wants to use his demonic wind to confuse King Zhou into writing lewd poetry, hoping you and the Shang dynasty will be at each other's throats, while his Western sect profits from the chaos. Old bald donkey, your invisibility technique isn't working. I can see your red autumn pants all the way from Jiejiao Island. Old bald donkey, take this. This shout, mixed with the sonic boom of spatial energy, caused the white jade pillars of Nuwa Palace to shatter into pieces. Taoist Zhuan-Ti, who was holding his breath and preparing to blow the demonic wind, was caught off guard. He was jolted by the sudden thunderous roar, causing his divine consciousness to tremble sharply. The demonic energy failed to escape. Oh no! Zhuan-Ti screamed, losing his footing and tumbling down from the high crimson beam, landing heavily with a thud on the hard white marble floor, crashing down in a big heap. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. King Zhou and Zhong and all the officials stared blankly at the bald Zhuan-Ti on the ground, rubbing his bottom face, flushed, awkwardly curling his toes. The air was thick with suffocating embarrassment. Zhuan-Ti's face turned so red it seemed he might bleed. He never expected. Tongtian had locked the doors tight. How could he possibly project such a clear 3D holographic image from thousands of miles away, and with such precision to expose his hidden position? Just as Zhuan-Ti frantically tried to get up and sneak away, boom! The space within the hall suddenly froze. A noble, sacred, yet chillingly cold aura of saintly oppression descended from the 33 heavens. The true form of Lady Nuwa descended, her gaze icy as she looked at Zhuan-Ti, whose plot had been unraveled. Above the Nuwa Palace, the winds and clouds swirl, adorned with auspicious colors. The sacred red clouds support the towering and holy form of Nuwa. She lowered her head, her pair of emotionless, icy phoenix eyes fixated coldly on the prostrated figure of the Zhuan-Ti Taoist. Zhuan-Ti clutched his sore bottom, feeling the frigid anger above him that seemed ready to freeze the void. His old face flushed red and then pale. Nuwa Daoyo, please let me explain. Zhuan-Ti's eyes darted as he pressed his palms together, shamelessly arguing loudly. I merely saw some dust on your divine hall, so I climbed up the beam to use the merit of my Western teachings to wipe it, right? I absolutely meant no disrespect. This feigned excuse nearly made Wenzhong and King Zhou, who were on the ground, burst into laughter. A dignified sage climbing beams to clean for others. Who would believe such words? Even a 3-year-old child would not be fooled. Nuwa's expression remained unchanged. Her cold, frosty red lips parted slightly, uttering a single word, get lost. Xuanti knew his deceitful actions had been exposed. His face was thoroughly torn apart in humiliation. Remaining even a second longer would only invite further disgrace. He sighed deeply and transformed into a beam of golden light escaping back to the western Shimi mountain. Xuanti fled in embarrassment. Niwa turned her head to gaze at the upright, motionless ministers of the Shang dynasty. Although King Zhou was compliant today and did not recite any poems, a shadow still lingered in her heart. Why would Tongtian suddenly intervene in the incense ceremony of the mortal realm? Just as Niwa furrowed her brows in suspicion, a voice reached her ears. Suddenly the teasing yet gentle voice of Li Changsheng echoed. Niwa Shimi, don't look anymore. The Shang King Dxian has been cured of his lustful desires using the ruler's physical electrotherapy. Today he absolutely cannot utter a single word of lascivious poetry while in your presence. Li Changsheng's voice penetrated through the layers of the grand formation. He folded space, transmitting his words directly into Niwa's primordial spirit with precision and confidentiality. Tongtian Shixiang, what do you mean by this? You forcibly alter the fate of the Shang state, obscuring the causal principles of the heavenly Tao. Oh, do you wish to go against the heavens? Niwa responded with a touch of sorrow through her divine sense. The so-called Fengshen calamity is from start to finish a grand scheme set up by me and a few old coins of the Yuan Shi to prevent our disciples from serving the Huangting. They don't want their own to be enslaved, so they use my Jiejiao's myriad immortals to fill the ranks. And you Niwa Shimi are the mother of humanity. The Shang state is the current embodiment of human destiny. Li Changsheng provided a thorough analysis of the situation, dissecting the benefits for Niwa. If today you follow Yuan Shi's scheme, and in a fit of rage send demons to disrupt the harem and destroy the Shang, the human destiny will be utterly depleted. The emperor of humanity will be demoted to a mere son of heaven, reduced to a puppet of the gods. As the one who personally destroys the Shang state, how much backlash of human karma will you bear as the holy mother of humanity? At that time, how much of your sage's fortune will be lost? Yuan Shi and I not only want to see Jiejiao perish, but also want to use you Niwa as the scapegoat for their destruction of Shang and the damage to humanity. This is what they call empty-handedly catching a white wolf and killing with a borrowed knife. Li Changsheng's words, sharp as gold striking jade, stirred great waves in Niwa's sea of consciousness. Originally the noble and cold-faced Niwa shivered violently at this moment, her pristine forehead suddenly beaded with thick, cold sweat. Indeed, I am the leader of the human teachings, while Yuan Shi seeks to align with the heavenly Tao to establish the West Qi. Once the Shang is destroyed, the emperor of humanity will fall to the rank of a son of heaven, becoming a servant of the gods. The ones benefiting will be the Chan sect, the human teachings, and the heavenly court of Haoyan. As for her, the mother of humanity, who takes action, what benefit will she gain besides being remembered as a destroyer of her own people and suffering a catastrophic fall from grace? What a scheme of killing with a borrowed knife! What despicable and shameless individuals plotting for eternity! Niwa turned her head, gazing towards the direction of Donghai's Golden Tortoise Island. The Tongtian leader, who she had previously regarded as self-destructive and unconventional, now appeared as the only one in this world who saw through everything and was secretly opposing the heavenly Tao schemes with his own strength. Thank you, Tongtian Shixiang, for your enlightenment. Niwa took a deep breath, suppressing the cold sweat on her brow. On the red clouds of the 9 heavens, she faced the direction of the stainless steel gate of Golden Tortoise Island. From a distance, she cupped her hands in salute. I shall not wade into the muddy waters of this Fengshen. With that, her divine form dissipated, and the Niwa palace returned to tranquility. After King Zhou and Wen Zhong finished their incense offerings, they obediently returned to Chaoga to resume their work of reviewing memorials. Meanwhile, in Kunlun Mountain within the Yushu Palace, the Yuan Shi Tianzuan witnessed the scene of Niwa announcing her retreat from worldly affairs, while the luck of the Shang State's golden dragon surged once again, infuriating him. Once again he spewed 3 mouthfuls of holy blood. Useless. All of them are a bunch of useless fools. The petty schemes of the mortal realm had once again been effortlessly dismantled by Tongtian. The Shang State is now absurdly strong, making internal collapse impossible. However, the general trend must be reversed, and Jiejiao must be sent to the Fengshen list. Yuan Shi Tianzuan clenched the golden scroll in his palm, tightly, his eyes bloodshot, and his expression extremely fierce. Since mundane methods were ineffective, I will directly send my generals down the mountain to take charge. He decided to unleash his trump card, sending the one designated to seal the gods down the mountain officially, Kunlun Mountain. Outside the side hall of the Jade Void Palace, a biting wind swept across the snow-covered ground. An elderly man, 72 years old, with silver-streaked hair and clad in a faded, tattered Taoist robe. He hunched his neck, standing uneasily at the foot of the white jade steps leading to the grand hall. Zhang Zia, a probationary disciple who had spent 40 years hauling water, sweeping courtyards, and refining elixirs atop Kunlun Mountain. Zhang Zia. His heart pounded wildly within his chest. Born with mediocre cultivation aptitude, he had cultivated on Kunlun Mountain for 4 decades, yet rarely laid eyes upon even the great Luo immortal senior brothers, and remained to this day an unenlightened elder with snow-white hair. Yet just moments earlier, the sect master Yuanshi Tianzuan had issued a sacred decree he would personally summon this most inconspicuous probationary disciple into the Grand Hall. Disciple Changsheng pays homage to the sect master. May your holiness's life span eternity. Jiang Zia entered the hall without daring to lift his gaze. With a muffled thud, he knelt with utmost reverence beneath the celestial clouds of auspicious celebration, pressing his forehead against the icy white jade floor. Upon the elevated dais, Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly opened his eyes, gazing down upon the frail, talent-deficient elder kneeling before him. In his gaze flashed a cold, ruthless, and sinister smile. Zia, you have cultivated upon this mountain for 40 years, have you not? Yes, master, exactly 40 years. Jiang Zia replied, voice trembling. Alas, your fate is thin, the Tao is beyond your reach. You are destined instead for mortal glory. Yuanshi Tianzuan assumed an air of solemn compassion and impartial nobility, sweeping his wide sleeve through empty space. Whooshed! A short golden-purple whip blazing with heavenly Tao radiance and a scroll stretching 100 zhong, golden suffused with the awe-inspiring authority of the heavenly Tao, materialized before Jiang Zia. This is the spirit-subduing whip, this, the investiture of the God's scroll. The mandate of heaven rests upon you. Today I bestow them upon you. Descend to the mortal realm of Shiqi, aid the virtuous ruler GFA, and together overthrow the tyrannical Shang dynasty. Hearing this, Jiang Zia trembled violently, tears instantly welling in his eyes. He had believed himself doomed to a lifetime of menial labor, nothing more than a worthless water carrier and sweeper. Yet now, was he truly the heaven-chosen one ordained to invest deities on behalf of heaven itself? Many thanks, master. This disciple shall shatter his bones and scatter his flesh to repay your boundless grace. Jiang Zia bowed deeply, overwhelmed with emotion. Yuanshi Tianzuan stroked his beard, then lowered his head and whispered a chilling secret edict directly into Jiang Zia's mind. Zia, when you journey to the Shang realm, should those heretical cultivators of the Jiejiao Sect obstruct you in the mortal world, remember this. If they curse you, bear it silently. If they strike you, let them strike. Do not raise a hand in defense. A profoundly treacherous, eerie smile curled Yuanshi Tianzuan's lips. The spirit-subduing whip embodies the heavenly Tao's sovereign authority. You, as heaven's appointed investitor, personify the celestial law itself. Should any Jiejiao Sect disciple dare lay even a single finger upon you, they commit open rebellion against the heavenly Tao's immutable statutes. At that instant, the investiture of the God's scroll will activate karmic binding, forcibly extracting their souls and enslaving them within its golden ranks. Your sole mission in the mortal realm is to provoke confrontation on my behalf. Provocation. Though bewildered, Jiang Zia, dazzled by overwhelming honor and the halo of divine mandate, interpreted it instantly as a profound test of wisdom bestowed by the sage. Disciple accepts the command. Jiang Zia seized the spirit-subduing whip and the investiture of the God Scroll to elevate his celestial investiture's majesty. Yuanshi Tianzuan, even more rarely than ever before, granted him his personal mount, the Qilin-like ancient beast Sibuxiang, for his descent into the mortal realm. Moments later, on the winding path descending Kunlun Mountain, a 7 to 12-year-old elder with snow-white hair bore upon his back a radiant golden bundle, the investiture of the God Scroll. In his right hand, he gripped the purple-gold spirit-subduing whip. Mounted astride the bizarre primordial beast Sibuxiang, neither dragon nor phoenix, yet wondrously unique in form, he marched forward proud and resolute, vanishing down the mountain road in a whirlwind of dust. The mountain wind billowed his silvery beard and flapped his worn Taoist robe. In that instant, Jiang Zia felt himself the sole protagonist of the entire Hongwang universe. 40 years of cultivation. Today I soar to the 9th heaven. What are great Luo immortals? What are the 10,000 cultivators of the Jiejiao Sect? Before this heaven-chosen one, they are but names inscribed upon my merit register. Shiqi, Shang dynasty. I am coming. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Zia, exultant and radiant, roared with adolescent bravado as he rode Sibuxiang through the sky. He could not possibly know that with his booming laughter, within the sealed island of Jiejiao, the highest-level Crimson Air Defense alarm had just been triggered. Inside Jiejiao Island, Li Changsheng lay sprawled on a rattan chair, sipping coconut nectar and nibbling immortal fruits, humming a nostalgic melody from his past life. Suddenly, Dai, deep within his mind, the system interface erupted in an unprecedented, blindingly crimson flash of light. The urgent, piercing alarm sounded as though 10,000 megaphones were detonating simultaneously inside Li Changsheng's skull. Warning, maximum crimson alert. Detected. Jiang Zia, the heaven-mandated investitor of the gods, has officially descended with the core karmic artifact, the investiture of the God Scroll. The karmic nuclear tempest has arrived, the great calamity's gears begin reversing. The Heavenly Dao's Supreme Provocation Squad is en route. Host faces epic-level betrayal danger. What the A? Li Changsheng shot upright like a leaping carp bolting off the chair, pale-faced, speechless, and without hesitation, immediately withdrew from his spatial storage a violet glowing artifact, the Thunder Sovereign Ruler's Cane. The system's crimson alarm shrieked anew. Li Changsheng instantly produced a megaphone. Jiejiao Island. Outside of Bio Palace, Li Changsheng had lost one of his slippers while running. He stood barefoot on one foot, gripping the high-pitched magic horn tightly in his hand. In a flurry, he sat down directly in front of the central control stone tablet of Jiejiao Island's defensive formation, hardly able to calm his rapid breathing. Li Changsheng poured his vast saint-level power into the loudspeaker without reservation. Hey, 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 all disciples on the island, whether living or in seclusion, one and all gather around and listen carefully. Li Changsheng's voice was almost frantic, roaring with rage. Under the 10,000-fold amplification of the loudspeaker, it transformed into visible golden sound waves sweeping across every corner of Jiejiao Island like a massive tangible wave. In the restroom on the west side, Xiao was diligently scrubbing the floor tiles with a wooden broom extremely. The broom in her hand trembled from the loud noise and fell directly into the toilet. In the gravity training room, the Qing Lion and White Elephant were lifting 100,000 pounds of innate barbells, their muscles bulging. Startled by the sound, they nearly lost their balance, almost crushed by the barbell. A big deal. Now issue the highest level air defense, lightning defense, and ambush defense alert for Jiejiao Island. Li Changsheng shouted frantically into the horn, his eyes red. An old man named Jiang Zia from Kunlun Mountain has come down with the list of deities riding on the head of the primordial elder. Starting from this moment, the entire sect must implement the core strategy of fire prevention, theft prevention, and avoiding Jiang Zia. Anyone who dares to meet Jiang Zia, I will immediately cripple their cultivation and expel them from the sect. Wow. The disciples of Jiejiao Island exploded into chaos. In the square, Daobao Daoist and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit hurriedly gathered together. Daobao touched his bald head, confusion and disbelief filling his eyes. Jiang Zia. Who is Jiang Zia? A disciple remarked. I've heard that he is merely a nominal elder of the Chan sect who has been cultivating for 40 years without achieving immortality, nearing the end of his days. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit furrowed her beautiful brows, puzzled. Master, as a dignified saint of heaven, is unafraid even of the Pango flag held by the primordial lord. Why would he be so wary of a mere mortal old man who isn't even a terrestrial immortal? And they say that getting within 3 zhang of him would result in scattering his ashes. However, within the loudspeaker, Li Changsheng's extremely paranoid and almost hysterical warnings continued to reverberate over Jiejiao Island. You bunch of dimwits, don't be confused down there. I clearly told you that old man is not just any old man. That is a king of the collision world sent down by the Tao of heaven, the most shameless and ruthless. Li Changsheng wielded the purple jade ruler, reprimanding loudly into the loudspeaker. The God-slaying whip is a heavenly regulation. It represents the law of heaven. If any of you touches even a single finger of him, it is a rebellion against divine will. As soon as he successfully collides, the chains of cause and effect from heaven will activate instantly, forcibly dragging you into the list of deities as slaves. So remember my 3 principles of avoiding disaster. First, wherever Jiang Zia goes, all temporary workers of the Chan sect must immediately turn and flee, retreating 3 miles. Second, if he falls in front of you, you must not help him. If he spits at you, just treat it as a face wash. If he curses at you, just consider it listening to a song. You must not retaliate. Third, if he insists on colliding with you, just dig a hole and bury yourself alive, pretending to be dead. In short, avoid him at all costs. Anyone who dares to take the initiative to meet him and causes heavenly lightning to strike me. Li Changsheng gasped heavily. Before I get struck by lightning, I will first uphold justice and punish you until even your mother won't recognize you. Those who understood shouted aloud. In the dojo, believe in science. This almost neurotic avoidance rule was played over Jiejiao Island 10 times. Listening to this inhumane self-protection manual for Lao Lu, the disciples of the Chan sect exchanged bewildered glances. They were deeply shocked by their master's extreme fear of this mortal old man. The first great sect of the primordial era, with saints presiding and countless immortals visiting. Yet now they actually had to avoid a mundane 7-to-12-year-old old man. But recalling the incident where Guang Chengzi lost all his teeth, and Xiong Shao's experience of crying while scrubbing the toilet for snatching a magic treasure, everyone felt a sense of righteousness arise in their hearts. Master was definitely not joking with them. To avoid being punished by the master's righteous stick. If they could not provoke him, how could they avoid him? All the immortals scattered, each tightly closing their cave doors, directly listing Jiang Zia as the #1 highest risk taboo of Jiejiao Island. Inside Bo Palace, Li Changsheng dropped the loudspeaker in his hand, slumping back in the rattan chair. He looked at the formation panel where the purple thunderclouds were gradually dissipating under the strategy of survival. He breathed heavily. Phew, that scared me. Fortunately, I predicted quickly. As long as the main gate is locked tight, the entire sect won't see him. Let's see how Changsheng can collide with my Chan sect. However, Li Changsheng could never have imagined that at this moment, standing in a corner of the square dressed in black night clothes, was the chief disciple Daobao Daoist. Unlike his fellow brothers who were in a panic, he slowly extended his right hand, gently stroking his smooth chin. His eyes twinkled, and deep within his pupils once again flashed the green light of wisdom that represented great enlightenment and seeing through everything. Daobao Daoist inhaled sharply, a self-satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he believed he had seen through the universe and the primordial era. He once again activated his unique celestial thought process. On Golden Ao Island, deep underground within a long-abandoned pitch-black chamber, the dim light of magical flames cast the shadows of Duobao Daoist Zhao Gongming and the 10 heavenly lords. Their silhouettes stretched unnaturally long across the cold, damp stone walls. Duobao Daoist rubbed his bald head, a sly, inscrutable smile flickering across his face. Junior brothers, did you truly grasp the deeper meaning behind our master's recent broadcast? Zhao Gongming toyed with 2 black wooden sticks issued by the system, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Senior brother, the master's voice was practically hoarse from shouting. He said that anyone who dares to meet Jiang Zia will face his personal wrath, a merciless purge to scatter their ashes to the winds. Perhaps we should simply avoid trouble and remain obediently on the island. Nonsense. Duobao Daoist glared, slamming his palm onto the stone table with a look of utter disappointment. Junior brother Zhao, you have only perceived the surface layer, failing to grasp the profound abyss-like depths of the master's true intent. When the master said in his broadcast that disciples of the Jiejiao Sect are forbidden from seeing Jiang Zia, his real purpose was to reveal that the very titled Jiejiao Sect disciple is now irrevocably bound by the karma of the heavenly Tao. Duobao lowered his voice, his tone dripping with malicious cunning. But what if we do not go as Jiejiao Sect disciples? What if we don black night clothes, wear concealing hoods, and refrain from using any Jiejiao Sect signature immortal arts? We could call ourselves the Black Mountain Old Demon, the masked hero of Zhaoga, or simply Old Six passing by the Eastern Sea. Duobao grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, and chuckled slyly. This way the heavenly Dao system's karmic judgment would be forced to invalidate itself, unable to find the triggering keyword Jiejiao Sect disciple. Not only would we not defy the master's decree, but we would also perfectly protect the master and the greater interests of the Jiejiao Sect. Duobao's forced interpretation left Qin Wan and the other 10 heavenly lords listening nearby. Their eyes lit up, instantly gleaming like wild wolves spotting a plump flock of sheep. Brilliant. Senior brother's strategy is a masterful exploitation of the heavenly Daoist loopholes. Heavenly Lord Qin Wan rubbed his hands together in excitement, but soon furrowed his brow. But senior brother, the master said that old man is an exceptionally skilled provocateur. Hitting or cursing him will summon heavenly thunder. How do we deal with him then? Duobao Daoist let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with the base shamelessness. We cannot kill him, for that would invite karmic backlash from the heavenly Tao. We cannot even confront him directly, as that would be deemed a malicious defiance of celestial laws. But no one said we couldn't torment him. Duobao twirled the black wooden stick in his hand. We can wear masks, hide in the bushes, and throw a sack over his head. We want hit him, oh well, just force-feed him knockout drops and potent laxatives. We'll plant landmines on his path and douse it with chilly water and quicklime. How can that be considered karma? It's just Jiang Zia's own misfortune, tripping and falling into a pile of filth. Why would the heavenly thunder strike us? After hearing Duobao Daoist's tactical plan to torment the provocateur Zhao Gongming, and the 10 heavenly lords couldn't help but sharply inhale, a cold dread washing over them. It was utterly despicable. This was 10,000 times more roguish and vile than any mortal bandit chieftain. Yet why did it feel so exhilarating, as if every pore in their bodies was opening wide? Senior brother, count me in for this battle. Zhao Gongming exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Us brothers too, the 10 heavenly lords shouted in unison. No sooner said than done. To completely shatter the persecution of Jiejiao Sect followers by the Chan sect and the heavenly court in the mortal realm, the Jiejiao Sect's underground command center transformed overnight. It became a covert weapons production line. The 10 heavenly lords worked through the night using secret arts to sew 100 sets of black night clothes coated with karmic-insulating mud, along with matching black hoods that revealed only 2 large eyes. When worn by a great Luo golden immortal, even a sage scanning with divine sense would perceive only a void. Not only that, Duobao also prepared a vast array of underhanded tools. Zhao Gongming filled his storage pouch with hundreds of specially made potent knockout drops. The 10 heavenly lords concocted a full 10 tons of super toxic chili powder, and Duo Bao extracted thick, viscous barrels of 9 heavens violent laxative from the medicinal pool in his backyard. Whenever we encounter anyone from the Chan sect or Shichi, no questions asked, we hit them with a flashbang, first then throw quicklime, and finally throw a sack over them, knock them out, and drag them away. Duo Bao Daoist brandished his black wooden stick, a wildly triumphant sneer spreading across his face. The Jiejiao Sect's first-generation assassin squad of Old Six is officially formed today. Who could have imagined that the true disciples of the premier sect in the primordial era would in one night degenerate into an underground mafia? Late at night, the wind howled, the waves raged, and the night was dark. At one corner of Golden Ao Island's defensive barrier, a tiny crevice, previously pried open by Changsheng and not yet discovered and repaired by Changsheng, was found. Dozens of figures clad in tight black suits and black hoods clutching crude wooden sticks and exuding not a trace of magical energy emerged. Silently they slipped into the icy waters of the Eastern Sea. In an instant they vanished into the vast dark night. Meanwhile, at the border between the mortal kingdoms of Shang and Shichi, Shun Gongbao Jiangzia's junior brother and another nominal disciple sent down from Kunlun by the primordial heavenly venerable was riding a pitch-black leopard wandering far and wide across the primordial land. His expression was anxious, muttering incessantly under his breath as he joyfully and fervently searched the entire primordial era for his good friends from the Jiejiao Sect. Outside the city of Shichi, in the desolate wilderness stretching for miles, the night is dark and the wind howls. Hundreds of shadows clad in black, tight-fitting clothing reveal only their eyes. They are half crouched in the grass, each holding a pitch-black wooden stick. Leading them is Zhao Gongming, the one whose mind has been led astray by Duobao, a sixth disciple of a Mei Mountain. Next to him crouches a large figure dressed in oversized black knight attire, a black-faced Taoist. This is Wu Yunxian, the most hot-tempered among the 7 immortals, who was forcibly thrown into the pool to bathe by Changsheng using heavy chains. This fellow has been locked in the 8 treasure dragon transformation pool for hundreds of years by Changsheng. Every day, he gulps down the spiritual water at the bottom of the pool, helping his master paint the walls, harboring enough resentment to sustain 10 evil gods. It was Duo Bao who stealthily stole the key to the master's chains overnight. Under the pretext of needing support from high-level lawless rogues, he secretly fished him out from the bottom of the pool. Second brother, I can't breathe, master is being too biased this time. Wu Yunxian wipes the sweat from his forehead with his opaque black hood while angrily waving the wooden stick in his hand. Today I must smash a few of the Changjiao golden immortal skulls to vent my anger. Zhao Gongming slapped Wu Yunxian on the head, feeling a bit of toothache. Calm down. Don't you remember the taste of that gigantic jade ruler from our master? Remember, senior brother Duo Bao has instructed not to use Changjiao spells, not to reveal our names, and only to use blunt weapons and physical means. Wu Yunxian shrank his neck, feeling a bit gloomy, but he obediently sealed his early-stage Deluo golden immortal powers completely within his dantian. The group of shadows half-crouched on the mountaintop, looking down from a height at the continuous Shichi military camp several miles ahead. At this moment the camp was brightly lit, illuminated as if it were daytime. Countless soldiers from Shichi were being whipped by their leaders, practicing their formations late into the night, preparing to march against the Shang dynasty the next day. On the stage for calling the generals, 2 impeccably clean third-generation golden immortals of Changjiao floated in midair, reciting nonsensical phrases about the Shang dynasty's loss of virtue. The Ji family shall rise. Look at this setup. The Shichi army is about to set off at dawn. Zhao Gongming stroked his chin, a mischievous grin creeping onto his lips. Since they are so spirited, let's give them some special gifts from the Shang dynasty. Wu Yunxian's eyes sparkled with the glint typical of a gang leader. He pulled out several large wooden barrels from his robe. They'll go to their logistics center and add some ingredients. With that, Wu Yunxian crouched down, resembling a giant black sack, quietly sliding down the slope. Relying on his extremely brute strength as a Deluo golden immortal, he swaggered past the watchful eyes of the mortal sentinels of Shichi. First, he sneaked into the core granary of the Shichi army, pouring in 3 bags of Duobao's concocted super sleep-inducing drug into the flour. Next, beside the granary, he spotted a deep underground well that supplied drinking water for the 100,000 soldiers of Shichi. Drinking water, huh? Let's give you something with a high concentration. Wu Yunxian grinned wickedly, opened the wooden barrels, and directly poured 3 barrels of the viscous and uniquely fragrant 9 heavens frenzied eruption powder into the well water. The next day at dawn, when the sun had just risen, it was supposed to be a majestic moment as the horns blared and the 100,000 Shichi troops set off heroically. However, at this moment, the Shichi camp suddenly descended into a scene of unimaginable chaos. Commander, I can't hold it anymore. I can't take it. Commander, the bathroom is full. The grass outside is full of people. The 100,000 troops had eaten breakfast and drank the well water, and in that instant the effects of the drug erupted wildly. In the camp, soldiers covering their behinds, their faces contorted in extreme agony, were running around like the ground was littered with their mess. In the air a horrific stench pervaded. Zhang Zia, wearing his immaculate bagua robe and holding the god-slaying whip, was about to step out of the big tent for some fresh air. A gust of wind blew towards him, and he was directly assaulted by the thick stench in the air, causing his eyes to roll back and nearly faint at the entrance of the tent. Why does the luck of Shichi smell like a pile of dung? Zhang Zia covered his nose, tears streaming down as he nearly went mad. On the mountaintop, watching the chaos caused by a bucket of laxative that left the 100,000 Shichi troops disoriented and devoid of fighting spirit, were Zhao Gongming and Wu Yunxian. Unable to contain themselves, they burst into wild laughter in the mountain breeze. Huh, this is hilarious. Master's ruthless strategy is simply too satisfying. Mission accomplished. The Shichi offensive is completely thwarted. Let's go retreat. Wu Yunxian, holding the large black wooden stick, had a face full of satisfaction from revenge. He crouched down, preparing to cross the grass, and join Zhao Gongming on the mountaintop. However, just as he was about to pass an old locust tree, at the moment he was about to use his spatial leap, a voice called out, "Taoist friend, please hold on." It was a voice full of strange, seemingly governed by some cosmic law. Without warning, it sounded from behind him. Wu Yunxian's tall black figure froze in place upon hearing these words. A white-haired Taoist riding a remarkably formidable black panther with a somewhat shrewd and sordid expression appeared leisurely from the mist. He blocked Wu Yunxian's path. Thick fog rolled around. Shun Gongbao sat atop the back of a sleek, magnificent black panther, his narrow, triangular eyes slightly squinting. He scrutinized the burly black shadow before him, dressed in dark clothing and wearing a black hood with not a trace of magical energy emanating from him. "Friend, please hold on." Shun Gongbao lightly tapped the panther's head with his finger. At that moment he felt a sense of delight and began to plan. Although he was ostensibly a disciple of the Chan sect, he was regarded with disdain by Yuanshi Tianzuan for being an anomaly. Even the newly descended and utterly useless 72-year-old Zhang Zia held a higher status in the Chan sect than he did. In his heart, he had long been imbalanced to the extreme. Judging by this fellow's stature, he is most likely an idiot from the Jiejiao sect who causes trouble. Look at them sneak. Today, as long as I unleash my silver tongue, I will drag you to Shichi to help my Chan sect fend off the calamity. At that time, I can claim credit with Yuanshi and trample on that old man Changsheng, achieving a win-win situation. Huh? The more Shun Gongbao thought, the more pleased he became. A smile which he deemed most sincere and amiable, even capable of deceiving the heavenly Tao, spread across his old face. He gently patted the panther and slowly approached the figure cloaked in dark clouds, hands clasped together, his tone overly sweet to the point of being nauseating. "My friend, your late-night visit for such audacious deeds must surely be compelled by the causality of this grand calamity, right? To be honest, I am Shun Gongbao from Kunlun Mountain, who loves to befriend heroes from all walks of life, especially the immortal elders of the Jiejiao sect. I can see that your innate talents are exceptional, and you exude a faint aura of primordial might. You must be a remarkable talent of the Jiejiao sect. Now that the Shang dynasty is devoid of virtue, and its fortune is on the verge of extinction, why do you toil for the tyrannical Shang? It would be better to assist GFA in Shichi, showcasing the demeanor of a noble lineage." Shun Gongbao shook his head. His mouth foamed as he spoke, looking utterly enraptured, preparing to unleash his renowned and unparalleled rhetorical prowess that echoed throughout the wilderness. However, the figure standing opposite him, cloaked in dark clouds with a face hidden beneath a heavy black hood, could not help but twitch uncontrollably for a moment. In his somewhat dull mind, after a brief moment of blankness, suddenly like a thunderclap, the memory of Li Changsheng's voice on Golden Arowana Island echoed, shaking the very formation. "Disobedient disciples. If you descend the mountain and encounter a fellow riding a large black panther looking like a weasel, who often says, 'Friend, please hold on,' do not listen to a single word he says. Without a second thought, just slap him dead. Do you understand?" This was back at the 8 Treasure Transformation Dragon Pool in the rear courtyard of Bio Palace. The figure in dark clouds previously thought his master was going mad. Now looking at this old Taoist with a small mustache riding a black panther and smiling like a weasel. Furthermore, hearing his recently uttered phrase, "Friend, please hold on." What the hell? It's him. It all matches perfectly. Shun Gongbao's mind went blank. It turned out that Master had already predicted this fellow's entire ancestry hundreds of years ago. "Friend, what do you think?" Shun Gongbao saw that the figure in dark clouds did not respond, thinking he had been moved by his sincerity, and was ready to continue his proposal. But there was no opportunity left. The figure in dark clouds took a deep breath, releasing the resentment and rage that had been locked in the 8 Treasure Transformation Dragon Pool for hundreds of years. In that instant, it erupted completely like a volcano. He could not be bothered to use the Hunyuan hammer. The pure physical strength of a nascent golden immortal was pushed to its peak at that moment. Boom! 1 foot shattered the ground, mud flying everywhere. The towering black shadow in an instant transcended the limits of time and space, directly teleporting in front of the Black Panther. Facing Shun Gongbao's shocked and suddenly terrified pupils, the figure in dark clouds coldly stared, his big hand calloused like a fan swung violently. A slap charged with the resentment of a golden immortal unleashed with tremendous force. Slap! Accompanied by the roar of violent wind and thunder, it struck Shun Gongbao's old face, without reservation. The power of this slap was too fast, too strong. Shun Gongbao couldn't even scream before he was sent flying off the Black Panther. In midair, he spun wildly at a speed surpassing sound, completing a full 720 degrees. Crack! Crack! 2 rows of teeth mixed with thick blood sprayed out in the air, flying hundreds of meters away, scattering everywhere. In the end, Shun Gongbao crashed to the ground like a dead pig, slamming into a massive rock. The rock shattered into pieces. His body twitched violently twice, rolling his eyes back before falling into a deep unconsciousness. The tall Black Panther let out a shriek, its legs going soft, instinctively lying down. It closed its eyes and played dead on the spot. The figure in dark clouds shook his numbed hand and exhaled a long breath. Indeed, instead of using immortal techniques, a slap sufficed. This feeling, truly it was so relieving. Shun Gongbao lay in the ruins with over a dozen broken bones, blood continuously pouring from his mouth. If it weren't for the last bit of destiny protection from the heavenly Tao regarding the Fengshen pusher, with that single slap the figure in dark clouds could have turned his celestial body into mush. However, in the final moment before Shun Gongbao completely collapsed and lost consciousness due to the curse inscribed deep within the grand causal chain of the Fengshen belonging to the laws of retribution, his lips twitched. Still somewhat weak, unwilling, and indistinct, he instinctively uttered a final stroke. Before Shun Gongbao fell, he mumbled the line that was etched into his DNA. Tao, friend, pray, hold your step. Na faint hoarse voice carried slowly on the frigid night sea breeze to Zhao Gongming and his companions nearby. In that instant, in Zhao Gongming, the 10 celestial lords and Wu Yun immortal, who had just slapped someone across the face, and all felt deep within their very souls an inexplicable violent shiver. In from the hazy void above, in the celestial Tao's karmic law, dormant for eons atop the 33rd heaven, stirred. It emitted in that single moment Na, faint yet viscous pull, so dense it seemed poised to coalesce into tangible rains, forcing them, the scheming elders, and Shun Gongbao lying unconscious on the ground, frothing at the mouth, onto a single inescapable karmic vessel. And this was the terrifying omen of a fatal karmic tribulation. Damn! In cold sweat erupted instantly across Zhao Gongming's forehead. Ni's divine smiting wooden staff creaked audibly in his grip. That old wretch actually dared utter this before dying. Elder brother speaks true. This is a karmic law annihilation technique. We must silence him before he completes the incantation. Hold your step. I'll hold your leg, you damn fool. Zhao Gongming exploded in fury. Nas, a mid-tier great Luo, immortal, once his temper flared. He cared not whether one was a mere registered disciple of Kunlun Mountain. Brothers, this vile rogue harbors ill intent. He seeks to drag us down with him, to bear his calamity in our stead. Allow him no chance to speak. Follow senior brother. Physically interrupt his ultimate technique. Zhao Gongming roared. His figure blurred as he charged forth from the thicket. Behind him dozens of eerie black shadows, clad in tight pitch-black night attire revealing only 2 gleaming eyes, moved through the darkness and surging forward like a tide, and instantly surrounded Shun Gongbao, just collapsed into unconsciousness, blood bubbles still bubbling from his lips. They encircled him 3 layers deep, then 3 more beyond, and scorning lofty immortal arts entirely. Instead they wielded pure unadorned physical violence. Clang, 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 none after another black heavy wooden staves, mass-produced by the system utterly devoid of spiritual energy, rained down like hailstones, crashing mercilessly on the unconscious Shun Gongbao's head and shoulders. So you'd have us hold our step, so you'd ride your leopard. Today I'll ensure you remain fertilizer in this valley for the rest of your life. Yun immortal surged ahead and channeling centuries of pent-up rage and resentment, the torment of being shackled in the 8-treasured dragon transforming pool. Ninto, every blow aimed at Shun Gongbao's thighs and buttocks. Poor Shun Gongbao, deep in coma, convulsed violently under the relentless barrage of blunt force strikes. Ni's entire body trembling uncontrollably. He quivered like a coiled spring, jolting wildly upon the earth. Ni's already fractured ribs, no shattered, completely pulverized by sheer physical impact. Halt! All of you, cease at once. Zhao Gongming stood drenched in sweat, breathless yet exhilarated. He raised a hand, stopping Wu Yun immortal from delivering another blow. Do not kill him. His karmic resonance would become too immense, a master would be difficult to appease. Yet that foul mouth of his remains dangerously venomous. It must be silenced, physically, to prevent further harm. Dong Quan, one of the 10 celestial lords, smirked slyly, and withdrew from his storage pouch a roll of 10,000-year corpse-wrapping cloth, originally intended for wrapping primordial spirit treasures reeking sharply of fermented decay. Second brother, I have the perfect artifact ready. In beneath their black hoods, the immortals of Jiejiao Sect exchanged knowing low chuckles, dark, delighted, and conspiratorial. Under Zhao Gongming's expert command, na host of Great Luo immortals and Tai celestial immortals, powerful ancient demons among them, began performing a grotesque, impromptu mummification upon the defenseless Shen Gongbao in the wilderness. Stuff his mouth, plug it with foul mud so he cannot even whimper, bind head and feet tightly, wrap multiple layers, leave no gaps for air. Within minutes, Shen Gongbao was swathed tightly in yellow corpse cloth, leaving only 2 nostrils exposed, and transformed utterly into the Shang dynasty's infamous Great White Mummy. Let's hang him somewhere conspicuous and well-ventilated, so the Chan sect cultivators spot him the moment they open the city gates. An immortal grinned savagely, slinging Shen Gongbao over his shoulder like a sack of dead pork. Amid the thick, nauseating stench blanketing Shichi's sentries, they slipped silently to the city's main gate. Nan fastened a Grand Dao chain around Shen Gongbao's ankle. Whoosh! With a single heave, Nay inverted the hapless Chan sect schemer. Nan suspended him upside down from the gnarled, crooked old tree beside Shichi's main gate. Mountain winds stirred, and the Great White Mummy swung lazily pendulum-like midair, a sight both absurd and darkly comical. In having executed this audacious, profoundly unscrupulous deed, Zhao Gongming and Weiyun Immortal whistled contentedly, leading their covert assassination squad, and through the infinitesimal fissure in the Grand Formation's light barrier previously pried open by Changsheng, and still undiscovered and unrepaired by Li Changsheng. Like a horde of giant rats, Synthi slipped noiselessly back to Jiejiao Island. And at that very moment, in the depths of Bo Palace, Li Changsheng had just returned the crimson gold roof tile to his system storage space. Felt within his divine sense and previously placid system interface, and suddenly erupt with an unprecedented radiant auspicious light, and so brilliant it resonated clearly even beyond the 33rd heaven. The system had entered its most monumental reckoning to date. In the underground chamber of the Bayou Palace, Li Changsheng had just placed the red gold tile that he retrieved from the Yushu Palace into the system storage space. Ding! In his mind, the once calm system panel suddenly erupted with an unprecedented divine critical hit of auspicious purple gold light. The system's alert sounded urgently, like countless skirting boards exploding simultaneously. Detected that the host's disciple Alias has successfully shattered Jiangxia's first victory at Shichi in the mortal realm. Shichi's army of 100,000 collectively fell into disarray, their battle intent collapsed, and the heavenly Dao's first victory was forcibly declared a failure. Judgment destiny has been diminished, the deviation of the Chan sect's mundane cause and effect 80%. Ding! Detected that the host's disciple Alias has successfully neutralized the chief spokesperson of the conferred god Tribulation Shen Gongbao by publicly slapping him and physically silencing him. Judgment, the causal chain of the calamity shaking the people for heaven, has been completely severed. Detected that the core trajectory of the calamity has encountered an irreversible deviation system, rating perfect level 6 catastrophic critical hit. The chi of the Jiejiao Sect surged against the odds by 50,000 points. Li Changsheng stood dazed in the chamber, momentarily blank-minded. What the hell? What have Duo Bao and the others done outside that is so insane? Jiang Ziya's first defeat in battle. Was it because 100,000 people had diarrhea? Shen Gongbao was slapped, hit with a blunt weapon, and physically silenced. I clearly locked down Jiejiao Island and repeatedly instructed them not to interfere with destiny. How did this group of ungrateful disciples manage to cause such chaos without leaving the gates of Jiejiao Island while scheming against the Chan sect and Shen Gongbao? However, before Li Changsheng could fully comprehend this absurd and outrageous outcome, the system's overwhelming rewards began to pour in like a tide. Boom. Ding. The ultimate level 6 calamity settlement is complete. Special reward 50 million points of Dao source value. Special reward 1 opportunity for chaotic level enlightenment. Boom. An endless expanse of purple mist instantly filled the entire chamber of the Bayou Palace. This was not ordinary innate spiritual energy, but the true chi of Dao source born before Pangu opened the heavens during the time when chaos was undivided. Every wisp of true chi was heavy as the unyielding divine mountain containing the purest laws of the Dao that transcended the heavenly Dao of the primordial era. Transforming into a golden light beam wide as 10,000 feet, it shot straight into Li Changsheng's heavenly spirit crown. Crack, crack, in an instant. Within Li Changsheng's body, the 8 laws of order shackles set by the old ancestor Hongjuan representing the heavenly Dao saints were cracking under the immense pressure at that moment. A sound of unbearable burden and teeth-grating cracks resounded. These heavenly Dao shackles were both the glory of the saints and their lifelong imprisonment and control by the heavenly Dao. But under the impact of the Dao source Qi, these seemingly indestructible order golden locks turned into invisible dust, completely melting away. He was about to transcend. Without the shackles of the heavenly Dao, Li Changsheng felt his primordial spirit experiencing an infinite sublimation at that moment. Directly he jumped out of the grand game of the primordial era. His cultivation soared at an incredible, even somewhat frenzied pace. In the chamber it surged wildly again. Early saint, mid-saint, peak saint, boom. A thunderous roar erupted within Li Changsheng's body, echoing through the palace of mud. His ethereal saintly aura completely retracted, transforming into a state imperceptible to any great power. Yet it was heavy enough to easily crush half of the primordial world. The realm of half-step Dao Saint. Raising a hand, the stars could be reversed. With a step, chaos could be shattered. Now if Li Changsheng faced Yuan Shi Tianzun again, he wouldn't need weapons with just his fists. He could slap him and his primordial spirit into a shower of golden light. This was the true feeling of breaking through myriad laws with sheer strength, transcending the framework of rules. Li Changsheng slowly exhaled a breath of dark golden, celestial aura. He was somewhat incredulous as he clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power surging within him. In the past, he had been cautious everywhere, fearing that old ancestor Hongjun would discover his anomalies, worrying about being struck down by the heavenly Dao's thunder punishment. But now with half-step Dao within him, he had completely jumped out of the game, becoming that supreme existence outside the board who could slap down all players at will. Li Changsheng chuckled softly, his laughter rising from low to high, eventually turning into a wild, domineering roar. Shattering all spatial fragments in the chamber, he clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within. What does the heavenly Dao matter? From today onward, I shall be my own master. Outside the 33 heavens in the depths of chaos, boom. At the moment when Li Changsheng shattered the final golden heavenly shackles within his body and completely stepped into the realm of half-step Dao Saint, the once silent primordial world suddenly erupted with a violent tremor, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. Although the Golden Ao Island had been thoroughly sealed and locked away by 100,000 layers of stainless steel isolation formation, the supreme Taoist power from a higher dimension remained. Still in the deepest void of the primordial chaos, it triggered a terrifying chain reaction. The chains of heavenly order cried out in unbearable anguish, breaking apart in large segments. Countless ancient primordial stars veered off their original trajectories, in that instant teetering on the brink of collapse. What is happening? The heavenly secrets. How have they turned into a complete mess? The ancient powers like Mingyi Ancestor and Xinyuanzi, who had just retreated to their sanctuary, were once again awakened by the terrifying shockwave. Their faces turned pale, filled with trepidation as they gazed at the completely darkened sky, trembling in fear. In the Zhixiao Palace, the air was thick with purple qi, unchanged since ancient times. Upon the high platform stood Dao Ancestor Hongjuan, who had gazed down upon the primordial world for countless years, having long since merged with the unfeeling Dao. In that moment, he suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes that had been closed for tens of thousands of years. Swish! Two incredibly thick, world-destroying purple divine lights shot forth from his pupils. They burst forth, piercing through the endless chaotic void. What is happening? On Hongjun's expressionless face, his brows slightly furrowed, a hint of panic and horror first revealed in his eyes. With a wave of his sleeve, the heaven-born treasure creation, Jade Disc, slowly manifested before him in the void. The Jade Disc emitted a profound golden light, representing the will of the Dao. However, in the causal trajectory belonging to the intercepting sect, there appeared a gigantic pitch-black space black hole that was continuously twisting and oozing. The aura of the heavenly lord of the intercepting sect had vanished. Not just disappearing from the land of the primordial world, but completely erased from the system code of the creation Jade Disc, which represented the foundational program of the Dao, erased by a violent and domineering Dao power. This is impossible. Dao Ancestor Hongjun suddenly stood up, his white hair flying, unable to hide the panic and shock in his eyes. How could a Dao Saint who was embedded in the Dao forcibly break free from its control? At Golden Ao Island atop the stainless steel giant sphere, Li Changsheng, wearing flamboyant red and green shorts and flip-flops, stepped boldly into the void, the sea breeze howling, ruffling his azure, immortal robe. He closed his eyes, the terrifying power of the half-step Dao circulating within him. In that moment, he could clearly sense. Beyond the 33 heavens, a gigantic eye radiating the majesty of the heavens was frantically scanning the entire surface of the East Sea. Li Changsheng could even faintly perceive that Hongjun Ancestor was anxiously searching everywhere with his divine sense. Old beating, stop searching, I'm right here. Li Changsheng grinned, revealing a mischievous and extremely shameless smile. He slowly raised his right hand, his eyes piercing through millions of miles of void, directly gazing in the direction of the Xiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens under the frantic worship and gaze of tens of thousands of black-masked disciples. Li Changsheng provocatively directed a brilliant and robust middle finger at the supreme 33 heaven. Boom! The middle finger pointed skyward, and the thunderclouds gathering over Golden Ao Island were instantly scattered by the sheer force of this provocation. Old bidding. Your ancient scheme of a broken chessboard, I'm not playing with you today. Li Changsheng's thunderous shout resounded like a cataclysm, ignoring the layers of restrictions of the Xiao Palace. It directly exploded in Hongtian ancestors' ears like the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. The era has changed. Your era is about to end. This thunderous roar shook the purple chi within the Xiao Palace, causing it to collapse in a wide area. Hongtian ancestors' Dao heart trembled violently, his old face shifting between green and white, nearly losing grip of the creation jade disc in anger. The feeling of completely breaking away from the system and taking charge made Li Changsheng unable to resist, bursting into laughter in the sea breeze. Across the ocean in the main hall of the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzun's face was as dark as if it could drip water. He slammed his palm, shattering the white jade cloud bed carved from millennia-old agarwood. Jiangshang, that useless fool. How could 100,000 troops of West Qi be completely annihilated by a bucket of laxative? My teaching's Dao lineage among mortals has been utterly humiliated by him. Yuan Shi Tianzun's teeth ground together. Although he didn't know the true changes of the intercepting sect, the luck dragon of the Great Shang was becoming increasingly stronger. If this continues, West Qi might not even reach the capital before he himself falls from his divine position due to the collapse of luck during the calamity. Since ordinary means won't work, don't blame me for using large-scale cultivation weapons among mortals. Pass my decree. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression turned icy, his eyes flashing with cold light. Since Tongtian wants to be a turtle, let Jiangshang directly summon my teaching's strongest third-generation disciples to quell the rebellion. Yuan Shi Tianzun decided to mobilize the strongest third-generation disciple, Yang Jian. On Yuhua Mountain in the Golden Mist Cave, waterfalls flow and celestial cranes call out. Inside, the cave master Yuting sits cross-legged upon a jade stone mat, sweeping his dust brush. Before him kneels a young warrior clad in shining silver armor with a stern expression and a third eye on his forehead. He is the most favored disciple of Master Yuting. Among the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect, he is the one with the highest talent and the strongest combat power. Yang Jian, disciple, since you ascended the mountain, you have diligently practiced for several years. Master Yuting stroked his three long beards, gazing at the imposing Yang Jian below with unabashed admiration in his eyes. How has your cultivation of the 8-9 mystic art progressed? Yang Jian suddenly lifted his head, a brilliant light bursting from his eyes. Reporting to Master, I have lived up to your expectations. The 8-9 mystic art has reached the level of great achievement. Yang Jian stood up. A sudden burst of metallic sheen erupted from his entire body. That terrifying physical strength made the entire Golden Mist Cave tremble slightly. Moreover, within the golden light swirling around his body, faint silhouettes of primordial divine demons. This was pure physical defense pushed to an astonishing level, as if the surrounding space could barely withstand the pressure of his physical form. Good, 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 Master Yuting exclaimed excitedly 3 times, standing up and praising loudly. No wonder you are my disciple. The 8-9 mystic art is the first pathway to seize the creation of heaven and earth, leading to the sanctification of the physical body. Master Yuting's expression was proud, his tone filled with unrivaled confidence. Cultivating this art not only grants you 72 transformations, but also makes you impervious to blades and fire. Even against the treasures of a great Luo golden immortal, your physical body is more than enough to withstand and stand undefeated. Looking across the third-generation disciples of the primordial world, in terms of physical combat, you Yang Jian are undoubtedly the number one. Listening to his master's praise, a strong sense of confidence and pride surfaced on Yang Jian's stern face. His mother was suppressed by the heavenly emperor beneath Peach Mountain, suffering immensely. Over the years, he had diligently cultivated the 8-9 mystic art, enduring unimaginable hardships. He had waited for this day. Master's great grace I will never forget. Yang Jian clasped his hands together and knelt on one knee, his voice heavy as iron, requesting permission to descend the mountain. Now that the disciples' divine powers are complete, I wish to descend the mountain to Peach Mountain, to split the mountain and rescue my mother. I hope Master will grant me this. Master Yuting nodded in satisfaction. He took out a shimmering and intimidating divine weapon from his sleeve. This is the 3-pointed 2-bladed knife, transformed from the ancient 3-headed divine serpent. It cuts through iron like mud, invincible. Today I bestow this upon you for self-defense. Yang Jian took the divine weapon with both hands, feeling the weight of the blade, which radiated a sharpness capable of slicing through the void. After bestowing the divine weapon master, Yuting's expression gradually turned solemn. Disciple, this time, when you descend the mountain, you must not only split the mountain to save your mother. The heavenly master already has a decree. Now those disciples of the Jiejiao Sect are causing trouble in the mortal realm, secretly employing some despicable and underhanded tactics that have led to your uncle Zia's defeat and humiliation in Shichi. Master Yuting sneered, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Although Uncle Tongtian remains secluded, his disciples are merely those who resort to petty tricks. What bag of tricks, what sneaky methods! This is simply a disgrace to our Taoist sect. After rescuing your mother, you must immediately head to the front lines of Shichi to assist your Uncle Zia. Master Yuting patted Yang Jian's solid shoulder, earnestly advising him. You must use your invincible 8-9 mystic art to make the name of our Chan sect resound. Let them see what true physical sanctification is and what absolute suppression from a prestigious sect looks like. Before your unparalleled physical form and the three-pointed two-bladed knife, their petty tricks are nothing but a joke easily crushed. Yang Jian tightened his grip on the three-pointed two-bladed knife. Swish! He swung it effortlessly. A fierce blade aura instantly sliced out directly, cleaving a massive stone weighing tens of thousands of pounds outside the cave in half, as smoothly as cutting tofu. Rest assured, master. The third eye on Yang Jian's forehead suddenly opened, shooting out a sharp divine light that pierced through the void. I will not disgrace my mission. No matter who dares to obstruct the grand undertaking of our Chan sect with this strike, I will ensure their souls perish and their bodies turn to mud. With that, Yang Jian stomped his silver war boots hard. His figure shot up like a released arrow. Transforming into a dazzling stream of light, he soared through the skies of Yuhua Mountain, heading directly towards Peach Mountain in the mortal realm. Watching Yang Jian's imposing figure leave, Master Yuting stood at the entrance of the Golden Mist Cave, lightly waving his dust brush. His face was full of arrogance and pride. My disciple Yang Jian possesses the demeanor of a great emperor, his physical form unbeatable among his peers. Tongtian, no matter how tightly you weld Jiejiao Island, what can you do? My disciple descends the mountain, and those from the Jiejiao sect in the mortal realm, who only know how to employ underhanded tactics, have nothing to stop him. Master Yuting even began to envision in his mind the glorious scene of Yang Jian slaughtering enemies on the battlefield of Shichi, causing the Jiejiao sect disciples to flee in panic. Thus he would establish his terror throughout the primordial world. In the mortal realm, Yang Jian rode the light of escape, speeding along the way. He had pushed the 8-9 mystic art to its limits at the level of great achievement. Golden light circulated around him, resembling a golden meteor traversing through the clouds. Thinking of soon rescuing his mother, who had suffered for so many years, Yang Jian felt a surge of intense emotion in his heart. Mother, your son is coming to save you. I want to see who in this mortal realm can stop me. Boom. Just as he flew past the border between the Great Shang and Shichi with half the distance to Peach Mountain remaining, he was preparing to accelerate. Suddenly the ground below him emitted a deafening sound like the terrifying roar of 1,000 dragons turning. The earth shook and mud and debris erupted into the sky like a volcanic eruption soaring thousands of meters high. Yang Jian was momentarily halted by the sudden shockwave. He paused in midair, furrowing his brow. The third eye on his forehead opened instantly, looking down to survey the scene. Among the swirling dust and smoke, a massive object blocked his path. The swirling dust gradually dispersed. Yang Jian stood in midair, his three-pronged blade pointed downward. Which demon dares to obstruct my path? When Yang Jian finally saw the colossal creature that had caused the uproar below, his usually stern face, unyielding even in the face of great calamity, couldn't help but twitch violently. What he saw was not a towering demon manifesting its true form, but a muscular behemoth approximately 3 meters tall, clad only in oversized black shorts. A muscle monster. It was a being with a green lion's head, its body composed entirely of exaggerated muscles that seemed on the verge of bursting, looking like a Taoist priest. This was one of the 7 immortals of Jiejiao sect, just graduated from the gravity gym on Jiejiao Island, sent by Li Changsheng to carry out the final cleaning mission. The Qiu Xian green lion. However, this green lion no longer bore the ethereal appearance of a celestial being. His pectorals were larger than his massive lion's head. His biceps were as thick as towering columns, with veins like coiling dragons beneath his skin. At that moment, this muscular devil was firmly planted on the ground. With his hands clasped behind his neck, he was balancing a small mountain from the mortal realm, uprooted and weighing 10,000 tons on his shoulder. He was panting heavily, performing weighted squats in place. 998, 909 edenine, 1. That's refreshing. The green lion casually tossed the small mountain aside. With a loud rumble, the earth trembled violently once more. After completing 1,000 warm-up squats, he finally looked up, glaring at Yang Jian in the air with an annoyed expression. What's all the noise about? Did you not see that I was performing isolated leg training? Yang Jian furrowed his brow at the bizarre sight of the muscle lion. Though this demon had an exaggerated physique, there was not a hint of magical energy emanating from him. He appeared to be nothing more than a simple-minded mortal. Humph, an ignorant demon. Yang Jian sneered arrogantly, his eyes filled with disdain. I am Yang Jian, disciple of the Jade Void Palace's Master Yuding. Today I descend to the mortal realm to cleave mountains and save my mother, striking down gods if I encounter them, and slaying Buddhas if I meet them. Since you have obstructed my path, I shall use your demon head to consecrate my three-pronged blade. Yang Jian shouted loudly. A beam of golden light shot from the heavenly eye on his forehead, locking onto the green lion. He tightened his grip on the three-pronged blade, channeling his 8-9 mystic art to its peak. Surrounded by a glorious golden aura, he resembled a war god descending to the earth. Kill. Yang Jian's figure shot down from the air like a bolt from a crossbow. The three-pronged blade in his hand carried a sharp glimmer that seemed capable of tearing through the void, thrusting fiercely toward the exaggeratedly bulging pectorals of the green lion. This strike embodied the first surge of Yang Jian's physical transcendence. He was absolutely confident. Not even a muscle monster devoid of magical fluctuations could withstand this blow. Even a mountain of pure gold would be pierced through. Faced with Yang Jian's ferocious strike fierce enough to make a great Luo golden immortal retreat, the green lion did not even budge. He merely yawned in boredom. He didn't even raise his hands, simply puffing out his chest, which was many times harder than refined steel. A deafening sound erupted like a heavy hammer striking a grand bell resounding at the foot of Peach Mountain. The piercing sound waves shattered the surrounding flora into dust. In that moment, the confident smile on Yang Jian's face completely froze and shattered. He felt as though the three-pronged blade in his hand had not pierced through flesh, but rather struck a plate of iron forged from the essence of chaos. The terrifying recoil traveled back up the blade's handle like a tsunami, numbing Yang Jian's arms, causing his tiger's mouth to burst open and bleed profusely. What drove him to despair was that the ancient divine artifact, the three-pronged blade, praised by Master Yuding for being able to slice through iron like mud and unbreakable, snapped its tip upon striking the green lion's pectorals, bending into a comically absurd hook. Yet the green lion's chest bore not a single mark. This is impossible, he exclaimed. My 8-9 mystic art, my divine weapon. Yang Jian's eyes widened in horror. His proud physical defense and offense seemed like a joke in front of this unreasonable muscle monster. Oh dear, your blade hasn't even been sharpened, has it? It merely tickles my pectorals. The green lion scratched his massive lion's head, looking displeased. My master told me that when encountering those fond of wielding swords, simply use physical means to transcend them. As soon as he finished speaking, the green lion's brawny arm, as thick as a barrel, suddenly pulled back. His back muscles exploded like a marble sculpture. No magical energy, no flashy light effects. Pure and raw physical power squeezed out like 10,000 pounds of weight. The green lion grinned widely. With a swift motion, he delivered a simple but powerful uppercut. Boom! This punch shattered the sound barrier. The air was violently compressed by the punch, creating a visible white sonic boom cloud. Yang Jian didn't even have time to reconstitute his protective golden light from the 8-9 mystic art. He could only watch as that fist larger than his own head by 2 folds slammed brutally into his chin. Bang! A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed. Yang Jian let out a muffled groan, his entire body lifted off the ground by the incomprehensible force. He transformed into a shooting star, glittering with silver light, flying at 10 times the speed of his previous fall toward the Peach Mountain's rocky wall. He crashed violently against it. Boom! The mountain crumbled, rocks flying everywhere. Yang Jian, renowned as the first in physical prowess among the 3 generations of the Chan sect, was deeply embedded in the hard stone wall from a single uppercut from the green lion, unable to dislodge himself, and fainted on the spot. The watching Master Yuding was left dumbfounded, his Dao heart shattering. At the foot of Peach Mountain, dust was swirling. On the stone wall halfway up the mountain, a deep, big, character-shaped pit was imprinted. This was the strongest fighting force of the Chan sect's 3rd generation, blown into the sky by Master Yuding. Yang Jian was currently stuck tightly in the pit, his eyes rolled back, unconscious. Even that famed 3-edged blade which had been boasted about to the heavens had fallen to the ground, its tip bent into a comical arc. Disciple. Master Yuding, hiding in the shadows, saw this scene, and his previously calm demeanor, with a smile, while stroking his beard, instantly shattered. He let out a heart-wrenching cry, no longer caring about his concealed presence. With a flick of his whisk, he hurriedly descended from the clouds. Master Yuding's heart was bleeding. This was the disciple he had nurtured for countless years, one he had high hopes for, destined to shine during the great calamity of canonization. He couldn't even break through this muscle-bound monster's defenses. Was he directly killed by a mundane, reckless, "You wretched beast"? Master Yuding stood before the stone wall, angrily pointing at the green lion who was rubbing its fist. How dare you harm my beloved disciple and ruin the reputation of my Chan sect? Today I shall peel your skin and pull out your tendons, casting you into the 9 nether pits. Facing the peak realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Master, Yuting was furious. The Green Lion showed no fear. Instead, on that massive lion face, an extremely enthusiastic and bloodthirsty grin appeared. Master said that after dealing with the young ones, the older ones will come out and complain. Just right, that punch from earlier wasn't hard enough. Your old bones look quite fragile, let me practice. The Green Lion patted its chest, which was larger than a grinding wheel, and strode towards Master Yuting. Although Master Yuting practiced the Tao of the Nascent Spirit as a theoretical master among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, he possessed quite a few magical treasures. With a cold snort, he flipped his wrist. Swish, swish, swish. The sword of severing immortals, the trap of immortals, and the binding rope of demons. 3 innate spiritual treasures, each glimmering with various celestial lights, were summoned simultaneously. These 3 magical treasures transformed into a heavenly net and indestructible blades in midair, overwhelming the Green Lion. Master Yuting was confident. No matter how strong this demon's physical body was, it could only suffer in front of the power of the innate spiritual treasures. However, the next moment Master Yuting's regained confidence was once again crushed to the ground by the scene before him. The Green Lion faced the myriad magical treasure attacks without even blinking an eye. He didn't even dodge, he merely lowered his head slightly. Clang, clang, clang. The sword of severing immortals struck his shoulder, sparks flying, and not only did it leave no white mark, but he was also rebounded and sent flying. As the trap of immortals and the binding rope of demons fell on the Green Lion, he just tensed his muscles. Boom, boom. The innate ropes and nets that could bind a Great Luo Golden Immortal were actually ripped apart inch by that terrifying power of muscular expansion. Magical treasures. The Green Lion grinned, fiercely tearing off the broken ropes from its body. Master said everything flashy is just a paper tiger. He charged through the magical treasure attacks like a heavily armored battle tank at full speed, shattering Master Yuting's protective divine light. He charged right in front of him. You don't come over. Master Yuting looked at the Green Lion, which loomed over him like an iron tower. Finally panicking, he stuttered, trying to use his escape technique. But the Green Lion's hand, resembling one forged from fine iron, had already grabbed Master Yuting's Tao robe with an extremely brutal grip. It was as if he was lifting a helpless chick. Old man flying around is too troublesome. Let's play something more. The Green Lion shouted, flexing his robust arm. Boom. He swung Master Yuting and smashed him hard against the ground to the left. Master Yuting's face made intimate contact with the hard rock, directly creating a large pit. Before he could let out a painful cry, the Green Lion waved its arm and lifted him up again. Boom. He smashed him hard against the ground to the right. Boom, 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 boom. 1 smash, 2 smashes, 3 smashes. The Green Lion swung him like a ragged bag, violently slamming the esteemed Master Yuting, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, back and forth against the ground. With each slam, the earth emitted a painful wail. Master Yuting was battered into a daze, his head spinning. The Taoist protective true chi he took pride in had long been shattered under such pure and extreme physical blows. Master Yuting's hairdo fell apart, his Tao robe torn, his face bruised and bloodied. Stop, stop, don't hit anymore. I feel like I'm going to vomit. Finally, the Green Lion seemed to be tired from smashing and casually tossed the muddy, broken Master Yuting onto the ground. Master Yuting lay in the deep pit he had created, his bones broken in countless places. He stared blankly at the sky, his eyes hollow and dazed, mumbling to himself, this is unscientific. This isn't cultivation. Isn't the Chan sect's method the upper clear immortal technique? This is definitely not the Chan sect's technique. In this moment, the worldview of cultivation he had established over tens of thousands of years as a theoretical master was thoroughly shattered by this unreasonable muscle lion using pure physical violence. The Green Lion clapped his hands, looking at the miserable duo on the ground. Master was right, no method or technique is as effective as muscles. The warm-up is over for today, or I still need to go back and drink protein powder, too lazy to care about you weaklings. After saying that, the Green Lion swaggered away, turning into a whirlwind, disappearing into the wilderness, leaving Master Yuting and his disciples groaning miserably in the pit. At Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace, when the Yuan Shi Tianzun learned of Yang Jian's instant kill and Master Yuting being turned into a punching bag and severely injured, he was so enraged that he nearly flipped the roof of Yushu Palace. The Chan sect had faced repeated defeats, even the 3rd generation strongest had been killed in an instant. Yuan Shi Tianzun finally decided to let the deputy master of the Chan sect, Ran Deng Daoren, step forward and engage in shameless acts. The night descends. Outside the Luofu cave on Mount Amei, a faint gray shadow slips into this tranquil paradise like a ghost amidst the deepening night. It is none other than the vice master of the Chan sect, who has come to carry out the execution order from the primordial heavenly venerable. The burning lamp Taoist stands in the void, concealing his entire presence. His eyes, deeply set in their sockets, glimmer with a cold light, fixated intently on the tightly sealed Lufu cave below. Humph. Zhao Gongming, you have certainly made a name for yourself by ambushing the disciples of the Chan sect on the battlefield of Shichi. However, it is a pity that you have misplaced your life's ultimate treasure. The burning lamp Taoist sneered inwardly. He had long since discovered that Zhao Gongming was no longer in possession of the sea-calming pearl, which he had feared immensely. Without the sea-calming pearl, Zhao Gongming in the eyes of this quasi-saint was akin to a plucked fat tiger stripped of its claws and fur. To ensure absolute certainty, the burning lamp Taoist flicked his sleeve. A dozen array flags inscribed with dark runes silently melded into the void surrounding the Luofu cave. In an instant, a heavenly concealment great array capable of obscuring heavenly secrets and severing all divine sense probing was completed, sealing this space completely. There was no escape. Not even a mosquito could fly out to deliver a message. The array is set. Zhao Gongming, tonight is your time to die. The killing intent in the burning lamp Taoist's eyes surged. He no longer concealed his form. The terrifying pressure of his quasi-saint realm erupted, causing the ancient trees on Mount Ame to tremble. With a sudden twist of his right hand, a jade ruler exuding endless mysterious yellow energy heavy as a mountain appeared in his grasp. It was his accompanying great weapon, the Qiankuan ruler. Once this ruler is out, it can stabilize the universe, possessing the supreme power to crush the flesh of a great Luo golden immortal. Die! The burning lamp Taoist's face twisted with ferocity, showing no hesitation. He raised the Qiankuan ruler high, frantically channeling half of his quasi-saint's power into it. Boom! The Qiankuan ruler transformed into an immense yellow and black rainbow, tearing through the void with a terrifying howl that threatened to destroy everything. It smashed down hard towards the top of the Luofu cave. With this strike, he aimed to reduce Zhao Gongming and the entire cave to mere pulp. At this moment, inside the Luofu cave, Zhao Gongming was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed, tightly holding a black muddy god-slaying with a broken wooden stick in his arms. He was sleeping soundly, even dreaming that he was using this stick to pummel the burning lamp Taoist mercilessly. Old coin, don't run. Zhao Gongming smacked his lips, drooling. Just then, a terrifying sense of impending death causing his scalp to tingle and his soul to tremble washed over him. Like a cold, venomous snake, it suddenly coiled around his heart. Not good. Zhao Gongming's eyes flew open. The instincts of a great Luo golden immortal made him sense the lethal threat. He looked up to see the top of the cave had instantly collapsed. A yellow and black rainbow radiating endless destructive energy was crashing down upon his crown with the weight of a mountain. Burning lamp, old thief. You actually ambushed me. Zhao Gongming was taken aback, roaring in anger. But it was all too late. The speed of the Qiankuan ruler was too fast, and its power too fierce. He had no time to cast any escape technique, let alone summon a treasure to resist. My life is over. Zhao Gongming felt despair rise within him, instinctively closing his eyes and raising his arms to shield his head. However, the anticipated pain of his flesh shattering and his soul perishing did not come. Buzz! Just as the Qiankuan ruler capable of annihilating heaven and earth was less than half a foot from Zhao Gongming's head. The god-slaying wood, which had been tightly embraced by Zhao Gongming, suddenly let out a clear and high-pitched buzz. Immediately following, the surface of the black stick erupted with a divine golden light, dazzling 1,000,000 times brighter than the sun. Dong! A deafening sound erupted akin to two ancient divine mountains colliding fiercely in the void, resonating within the Luofu cave. The violent rebounding force flattened the entire Luofu cave instantly. Zhao Gongming stood unscathed amidst the ruins, gaping at the unfolding scene. He saw that the once black and broken wooden stick was now floating above his head, its body shimmering with a mysterious aura seemingly transcending the heavenly Tao. Thus effortlessly it blocked the Qiankuan ruler, which carried the full power of a quasi-saint right in mid-day. Not only that, but the golden light emanating from the wooden stick was subtly dissolving the yellow and black energy on the Qiankuan ruler. This is the broken stick my master bestowed upon me. Zhao Gongming was wide-eyed in disbelief, his face filled with astonishment. He had thought this was merely an ordinary object meant for his heart training and to occasionally knock someone out. He never expected that in this moment of life and death this thing would automatically defend him and could withstand a quasi-saint's attack. This was no ordinary broken stick. This was clearly a supreme defensive artifact, far surpassing the sea-calming pearl. Master's great kindness. I misunderstood you. Zhao Gongming was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, almost kneeling and bowing towards the direction of Jiejiao Island. In midair, the burning lamp Taoist stared at his fatal strike, which had been blocked by a broken black wooden stick, his eyes nearly popping out. How is this possible? What grade of treasure is that? How could it block my Qiankuan ruler? The burning lamp Taoist could hardly believe his eyes. Hadn't Tongtian confiscated all of Zhao Gongming's treasures? Where did this broken stick come from? After the shock, a volcano of extreme shame and fury erupted within him. As the vice master of the Chan sect, he had secretly set up a deadly ambush and attacked a junior who had lost his treasures. How could he have failed? If this gets out, how would he survive in the primordial world thereafter? Zhao Gongming, you will surely die today. Jiejiao Island. Inside the stainless steel turtle shell in the backyard of the Bio Palace. Here the sun shines brightly and a gentle breeze blows while the phantoms of seabirds, though they cannot fly and soar in the sky. Everything appears so tranquil and harmonious. Changsheng is wearing his signature red and green floral beach shorts, comfortably lounging on a rattan chair. With one hand holding an iced celestial coconut juice, and the other waving a fan, he leisurely fans himself. This is the life of an immortal. Changsheng took a big gulp of coconut juice and burped contentedly. Ever since he forcefully confined all the troublemakers and sealed off Jiejiao Island. These past few centuries he has lived quite comfortably. No lightning strikes, no karmic repercussions. Every day, apart from signing in at the system shop for his basic allowance, he pondered how to increase his disciples' academic burden. Life was as calm as a still pond. It even made him feel that he had survived the great calamity of canonization. However, the truth proved that in a world where ancient coins are scattered everywhere, you never know which will come first, tomorrow or an unexpected event. Just as Changsheng closed his eyes preparing to take a comfortable nap, a piercing harsh alarm sounded, as if it could tear apart his very soul. Without warning, deep within his sea of consciousness, a thunderous explosion erupted. The alarm's shrillness was 10 times more intense than when Jiang Zia descended the mountain. Changsheng was startled and sprang up from the rattan chair. Coconut juice splattered everywhere. What the hell? What's going on? Am I seeing ghosts in broad daylight? Before he could complain, a system panel, blood red, as if dripping with fresh blood, flashed wildly in front of him. The big letters on the panel were so red they seemed to bleed. Highest level red alert. Detected external disciple of the Jiejiao Sect Zhao Gongming. Currently under malicious attack by a quasi-saint level powerhouse Randall the Light, with life signs rapidly declining, facing a deadly threat. Warning: the god-slaying with defense value granted by the host is about to be exhausted. It is estimated that in 3 seconds, Zhao Gongming will be completely annihilated with his true spirit on the list. Randall. Changsheng stared at the panel, his pupils instantly constricting. An unprecedented rage surged from his chest, like a volcano erupting, shooting straight to the top of his head. Randall, you shameless old thing. Changsheng's eyes turned blood red. He never expected that despite confiscating the Dinghai Pearl and cutting off the karmic ties of Zhao Gongming's death in the original story, he even kicked him back to a May Mountain for a closed-door retreat. Randall, that old rascal, actually dared to defy the pressure of a saint and assassinated junior who had lost his treasures. Do you really think that just because I kick my disciple out I won't care if he lives or dies? Changsheng's chest heaved violently, just as he prepared to use the newly learned space laws to jump directly to a May Mountain and crush Randall. Ding! The glaring red alert on the system panel suddenly changed. It transformed into a line of task prompts radiating endless golden light of the Dao. Ultimate protection task released: anyone who offends my Jiejiao Sect shall be punished no matter how far away. Task content: protect Zhao Gongming and establish great authority before all of Hongwang. Let all the little scoundrels understand the price of touching a disciple of the Jiejiao Sect. Task reward: 10 million Dao source points. Additional special reward: Dao level spatial killing technique, inch of heaven and earth annihilation. Failure penalty: if Zhao Gongming is listed, Jiejiao Sect's fortune will be reduced by 30%, and the host will suffer a punishment of 100,000 purple clouds of divine lightning. Looking at this task, the fire in Changsheng's eyes gradually calmed down. In its place was a cruel smile, so cold it seemed capable of freezing chaos. Hee. Good, very good. No more pretending. I'm laying down the cards. Changsheng slammed his palm down on a small stone table beside him. Bang! The incredibly hard stone table before his recently mastered law of power instantly turned into a pile of powder scattering with the wind. Since you, the Chan sect, are so shameless and force me to take action, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Changsheng straightened his body. He did not rush to use the space laws to head over immediately, because he knew, for someone as extremely shameless and cunning as Randall, if he just rushed over like that, at most he would only drive him away. If you don't kill the snake, you'll suffer harm. To a it must be earth-shattering enough to make all those old schemers in Hongwang have their legs cramp whenever they hear the words Jiejiao Sect. If he wants to strike, it must be when Randall is at his most conceited and self-satisfied. To give him the most fatal and humiliating blow. Changsheng took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. His gaze did not look towards the distant direction of a May Mountain. Instead, he slowly turned his head. He looked towards the corner of the backyard. Beside the woodpile used for chopping wood stood quietly a rusty iron axe. Mauname. Outside Luofu Cave, under the dark sky of night, the Lantern Master hovered in midair. His face, illuminated by the ethereal glow of the magical artifact, appeared exceptionally cold. In his deeply set eye sockets, unmasked pride and malice sparkled. "Ha! Zhao Gongming, today is your day." The Lantern Master looked down at Zhao Gongming, who struggled under the terrifying pressure of the universe measuring ruler, and let out a wild laugh. "Without the sea calming pearl, you are nothing but a waste. Today I shall send you to the list of deities fulfilling the bond we once shared as fellow disciples." Below, Zhao Gongming knelt amidst the ruins of the cave, reduced to rubble. He desperately held up the cracked god, striking wood, his bones creaking under the overwhelming pressure of the universe measuring ruler. Blood poured from his 7 orifices, and his vision began to blur. Yet he gritted his teeth, fiercely staring at the Lantern Master, above his eyes ablaze with indomitable fury. "Old dog lantern, what kind of skill is a sneak attack?" he declared. "Even if I die, I shall become a vengeful spirit to curse you and your teachings with eternal unrest. Stubborn until the end." The Lantern Master snorted coldly, his murderous intent fully unleashed. He hesitated no longer. The nascent power within him surged like a tsunami, madly pouring into the universe measuring ruler in his hand. Boom! The yellow and black aura of the universe measuring ruler instantly surged, transforming into a massive yellow-black divine mountain imbued with the terrifying might to crush even a great Luo golden immortal's physical body. Relentlessly, it descended upon Zhao Gongming's head. With this strike, the already cracked black wooden staff would undoubtedly be reduced to dust in an instant. Zhao Gongming was doomed to die. Meanwhile, on Jiejiao Island in the courtyard of Bio Palace, Changsheng stood quietly before a chopping block. He wore no ceremonial robes and held no magical artifacts. Dressed still in his flamboyant red and green shorts, he slowly extended his right hand. He grasped the ordinary chopping axe, thickly coated with rust, that was embedded in the block. This axe was used by the Water and Fire Boy to chop spiritual wood for fire, and it was hardly worthy of being called a low-grade magical artifact. At best, it was merely a piece of somewhat hard mortal iron. Changsheng lifted the rusty iron axe with one hand and turned around. He approached the stone table, picked up the half-cup of chilled celestial coconut juice that had just fallen to the ground and had not yet spilled, and took a gentle sip. The icy liquid flowed down his throat, bringing an unprecedented calmness to his mind. Then Changsheng slightly closed his eyes. Within his sea of consciousness, the recently fused supreme source of the space law abruptly began to operate. Under the sweep of his divine sense, Mauname Luofu Cave, and even the wildly laughing Lantern Master in midair were instantly drawn near, as if they were right before his eyes within reach. The vast and boundless space of the primordial world was in his view, infinitely folded and compressed into a thin sheet of white paper. As long as he wished, he could puncture a hole in this white paper at any time. "Lantern, since you think I am a turtle hiding its head." Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, a cold, indifferent smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Then today I shall give you a big surprise from thousands of miles away." Just as the words fell, the terrifying law of power within Changsheng surged, capable of crushing stars and surpassing the heavenly Dao. In an instant, like a tide, it quietly flowed into the rusty chopping axe in his right hand. There were no earth-shattering fluctuations of spiritual energy, nor any dazzling celestial light. Changsheng resembled an elderly man practicing morning exercises in the park, casually throwing a dart. With one hand, he lightly flicked the rusty iron axe forward into the void. "Go!" At the moment the axe left his hand. Rip! An extremely harsh sound like cloth being violently torn suddenly echoed in the courtyard of Bio Palace. That rusty chopping axe. In the instant it was released, it directly split the void before him, creating a dark and deep spatial rift. The axe instantly vanished into it, disappearing without a trace. Only left behind was Changsheng holding the coconut juice, standing in place, nonchalantly taking another sip. This force should be just right for striking a nascent saint. Thousands of miles away, Mauname, the Lantern Master was filled with cruelty and pride. He watched as the yellow-black divine mountain formed by the universe measuring ruler descended mere inches from Zhao Gongming's head. He could even envision in his mind the tragic scene of Zhao Gongming's brain bursting, his true spirit forced to ascend to the list of deities. "It's over," the Lantern Master shouted in anger, preparing to admire his masterpiece. However, just at this critical moment, suddenly, the Lantern Master, all the hairs on his body stood upright like steel needles in that instant. A terrifying shadow of death, completely beyond the understanding of a saint, as if it came from the deepest chaos, unceremoniously enveloped him completely. Before he could react, the void before him cracked with a crack sound unexpectedly shattering. A rusted, battered axe that looked like a peasant's chopping tool suddenly flew out from the rift in the void. Above Mauname, within the spatial rift, that rusty iron axe flew out seemingly weightless. There was no dazzling divine light, nor any world-shattering fluctuation of spiritual energy. It resembled a piece of scrap iron that had slipped from a mortal woodcutter's hand while splitting firewood. In midair it spun slowly and drifted toward the direction of Randang Daoist. Yet in the eyes of Randang Daoist, this seemingly insignificant rusty iron axe had transformed into a deathly scythe of the Grim Reaper. What is this thing? Randang Daoist's pupils contracted sharply, and the sense of mortal crisis within him surged to its peak at that moment. He had no time to concern himself with Zhao Gongming below. With a loud cry, he abruptly withdrew the cosmic ruler that was pressing down upon Zhao Gongming. Simultaneously, he spat out a mouthful of his primordial blood essence. The flames of the spirit coffin lamp before him blazed up, transforming into a colossal shield of netherfire, which he held firmly before him. Clang! The rusty iron axe gently struck the netherfire shield, a barrier capable of withstanding a full-force blow from a Deluo golden immortal. There was no explosion, nor any stalemate. It was like a red-hot blade slicing through a thin slab of butter. That seemingly indestructible shield of fire. The moment it made contact with the iron axe, it couldn't hold for even a second. With a soft puff, it dissipated like a dream or a phantom. Next came the cosmic ruler, Randang Daoist's proudest companion treasure. Crack! The jade ruler, capable of stabilizing the cosmos, let out a mournful cry the instant the axe blade grazed it. It snapped cleanly in two from the middle. No! Randang Daoist let out the most desperate and shrill scream of his entire life. He exerted every ounce of his power to execute a spatial escape technique. But the law of force attached to the axe, which disregarded all rules, had already locked onto his aura. Squelch! The sickening sound of flesh and bone tearing rang out. That rusty, splitting axe. It entered from Randang Daoist's left shoulder, followed the line of his ribs, and sliced downward. Like a hot knife through butter, it met no resistance. It directly cleaved this lofty and arrogant vice sect leader of the Chan sect in two. Golden blood of a quasi-saint exploded like a fountain above Mount Amei. Randang Daoist's right half, along with half of his primordial spirit, was instantly ground to dust under the law of force. He was left with only his left half, a shattered body convulsing wildly in midair. Tongtian, you truly dare to kill. In his remaining single eye there was nothing but boundless terror and venomous hatred. He no longer cared for face or dignity. He frantically burned what little remained of his primordial blood essence, transforming into a tattered streak of blood-red light, fleeing like a beaten cur toward Kunlun Mountain without looking back. And that rusty iron axe, after cleaving through half of Randang's body, astonishingly retained its momentum. It paused briefly in midair. As if orienting itself, it then transformed once more into an inconspicuous streak of light, tearing through the sky under the dazed and fervent gaze of Zhao Gongming below. It tore across millions of miles of the primordial heavens and plunged straight toward the Chan sect's stronghold, Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain Jade Void Palace. At that moment, primordial heavenly venerate was brooding in the main hall over the recent defeat of the 12 golden immortals. Suddenly his eyes snapped open. A powerful sense of crisis surged within him. He looked up toward the palace gates and saw a faint streak of light hurtling toward Kunlun Mountain at an inconceivable speed. Who dares to attack my Kunlun Dao field? Primordial heavenly venerate roared in fury. His form flickered, and he appeared above the Jade Void Palace. Sage power surged through him. He clenched his right fist and hurled a punch at the streak of light. He would smash this impertinent thing to dust. Yet the moment his fist shadow made contact with the streak of light, primordial heavenly venerate's expression drastically changed. This power. Impossible. Boom. An indescribable earth-shattering roar exploded across the entire primordial land. Kunlun Mountain, that divine peak symbolizing the Chan sect's supreme authority, towering into the clouds under the horrified gaze of billions of primordial beings. Its majestic summit piercing the heavens was forcefully sheared off by that rusty splitting axe. Countless fragments of rock, broken formations, and exquisite celestial palaces and jade halls cascaded down as a rain of stone and debris. In that moment, every race of the primordial land was plunged into a deathly silence. All the great powers and scattered immortals were struck dumb, not daring to even breathe. At the peak of Kunlun, the once ethereal Jade Void Palace was now nothing but a barren flat expanse. Primordial heavenly venerate stood on the perfectly smooth-cut surface, his hair disheveled and his Dao robe covered in dust. He stared fixedly toward the eastern sea. A violent storm raged in his chest. Tongtian. He ground out the name between clenched teeth. The next second, he tilted his head back, and a mouthful of golden sage blood, no longer containable, burst forth like a fountain. Meanwhile, at the Golden Ao Island in the eastern sea, in the backyard of the Green Touring Palace, Li Changsheng still lay leisurely on his rattan chair. He raised the iced coconut water in his hand. Gently he blew on the non-existent tea leaves at the rim of the cup. A satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This tea is just the right temperature. Mount Amei, outside the Luofu cave. Under the dark night sky, the mysterious yellow divine mountain, transformed from the Qinquan ruler, was now less than half a foot away from Zhao Gongming's head. Die! The burning lamp Taoist hung high in the air, his eyes flashing with cruel and wild arrogance. He possessed the power of a peak de luo golden immortal, a half-step toward becoming a sage. In that instant he released everything, suppressing Zhao Gongming without reservation. Zhao Gongming's body was under the heavy pressure of the Changsheng ruler, emitting a sound of cracking bones that made one's teeth ache. He knelt on the ground, coughing up blood, his vision obscured by the boundless, mysterious yellow energy. Master, disciple has done his best. Zhao Gongming felt a surge of despair. He clenched his teeth tightly, closed his eyes, waiting for death and the forced departure of his true spirit to the cold, indifferent Fengshen list. However, at that critical moment where life and death hung by a thread, whooshed, there was no sound, nor was there any earth-shattering phenomenon. In the less than 1 inch of void above Zhao Gongming's head, suddenly the space was torn open like a thin sheet of paper by a force of sheer brutality, creating a pitch-black rift. A rusty iron axe with even a bit of red mud on its blade flew out from the spatial rift. This axe looked exceedingly worn and old. It possessed no trace of innate spiritual treasure's brilliance, nor did it have any flowing runes. It slowly rotated in the void. It appeared like a piece of scrap metal that a farmer had carelessly tossed aside after dulling it while chopping wood. What is this junk? The burning lamp Taoist naturally noticed the suddenly appearing rusty iron axe. A trace of extreme disdain flickered in his eyes. But before the mocking expression on his face could fully dissipate, suddenly, an indescribable primal shadow of madness and death emerged from the depths of his soul. In that moment it felt as if thousands of cold steel needles had stabbed deep into his primordial spirit. The sense of death was so intense that even the quasi-saint laws he had already integrated with the heavenly Tao began to tremble and threatened to collapse. Not good. This is a sign of impending doom. The burning lamp Taoist was terrified beyond measure. He could not care less about smashing Zhao Gongming again, and shouted, forcibly drawing back the descending Changsheng ruler. At the same time he slammed his hand against his chest, violently spurting out 3 mouthfuls of his vital blood. Great nether sacred fire shield, open for me. The burning lamp Taoist's face was extremely twisted. The life-bound spiritual lantern erupted with a ghostly green flame under the infusion of his blood. In midair it transformed into a massive shield 1,000 feet thick, flowing with the laws of the netherworld, firmly blocking the trajectory of the flying rusty axe. This netherworld fire shield was his life-saving divine skill. It had once helped him withstand countless lethal strikes from great demons and monsters in ancient times. No matter who you are, this netherworld fire shield is enough to withstand all attacks beneath a sage. The burning lamp Taoist clutched his chest, gritting his teeth while growling. However, the rusty iron axe lightly struck the netherworld fire shield under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A soft sound echoed. There was no massive sound of spell collision. Neither was there any entanglement of celestial power. It was like a fiery red dagger slicing through a thin slab of butter. That mighty netherworld shield, famed throughout the primordial world for its ability to withstand a full-force attack from a quasi-saint upon contact with the rusty axe's blade, did not even provide the slightest resistance. It vanished silently like a bubble in the wind. This is impossible. The burning lamp Taoist's pupils contracted to pinpoints, nearly suffocating from fear. He had not even had time to retreat. The rusty iron axe had already sliced through the void, precisely striking his treasure, the Changsheng ruler. The supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Changsheng ruler, possessing the ability to measure heaven and earth and establish the might of the universe, let out a despairing wail as it made contact with the rusty axe. It emitted a sound akin to a desperate cry before its death. Then it was cleanly severed in two. Thud! The 2 severed pieces of the ruler lost all spiritual energy and fell to the ground as scrap metal. No! The burning lamp Taoist let out the most desperate and tragic wail of his life. He wanted to escape, but the pure and extreme law of power condensed upon the rusty iron axe had already nailed his entire body along with every strand of his primordial spirit's aura firmly in place in the void. Unable to move. A chilling sound of a blade entering flesh echoed in the skies above Mount Ame. The rusty chopping axe slashed diagonally into the burning lamp Taoist's left shoulder, following his chest all the way down, directly cleaving this vice master of the Chan sect, a high-ranking quasi-saint, in half, including his flesh and primordial spirit. The golden blood of the quasi-saint sprayed across the sky for miles, dyeing the dark night sky into a somber gold. The law of power attached to the iron axe violently shredded the right half of the burning lamp Taoist's arm and thigh, along with half of his quasi-saint primordial spirit. Upon contact with that power, in an instant they were turned to ashes, completely erased. He was left with only half a broken body convulsing wildly in the sky. Tongtian, you actually dare to kill me. The remaining eye of the burning lamp Taoist was filled with endless shock and malice. But now how could he dare to linger for even half a second on Mount Ame? In order to save his life, the burning lamp Taoist exerted all his strength, burning the little remaining Taiji essence in his body, transforming into a tragic crimson rainbow. Like a homeless dog, he desperately fled towards Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, the rusty iron axe, after cleaving half of the burning lamp Taoist's body, circled slightly in the sky. It seemed somewhat dissatisfied that its opponent was not yet completely dead. However, it did not turn around to pursue that half of a body. Instead, the axe turned and directly locked onto the deeper source of fate, larger and ever more shameless within the river of causality. The Chan Sect, Kunlun Mountain. Whooshed. The iron axe once again plunged into the spatial rift. Kunlun Mountain. Within the main hall of the Yushu Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan sat cross-legged on a golden lotus cloud bed, brooding over the constant setbacks in his plans in the mortal realm. Suddenly, a piercing and unprecedented sound erupted from the depths of his primordial spirit, as if the heavenly Tao was sending out an alarm. Not good. Yuanshi Tianzan's expression changed dramatically. He took a step and instantly crossed the void, appearing in the starry sky above Kunlun Mountain. Before he could even see the surrounding void clearly crack, the void in front of Kunlun Mountain was violently torn apart, creating a massive black hole by an extremely violent force. The rusty iron axe, even with a bit of mud on its handle, fell down with an unparalleled force that made the stars tremble. Who dares to act recklessly in my Kunlun sacred land? Upon seeing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan was filled with uncontrollable rage. This was his Chan Sect's ancestral ground. If someone were allowed to act recklessly here, then his face as a sage would be thrown to the western bull heaven. Sage's seal, break for me. Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted angrily, raising his right hand and striking out. His golden power instantly transformed into a colossal golden hand measuring tens of thousands of feet, inscribed with countless heavenly Tao runes. Attempting to crush the rusty iron axe in midair. However, when his golden saintly hand touched the broken buff, there was no stalemate. The golden giant hand, infused with the power of a sage, was utterly evaporated as soon as it came into contact with the iron axe, like ice and snow meeting lava. It did not manage to provide even a second of resistance. The rusty iron axe disregarded Yuanshi Tianzuan. It also ignored the 12 layers of the heavenly Tao's 9 yuan defensive array set up by the sage around Kunlun Mountain. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, it fell from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the main peak of Kunlun Mountain. Boom! A chaotic roar echoed throughout the entire primordial world, causing countless cultivators to become deaf on the spot. It exploded with a thunderous sound. Under the horrified gaze of countless primordial beings, the majestic main peak of Kunlun Mountain, which had stood for millions of years, piercing through the 9 heavens. In that instant, it was directly severed in half by the pure law of power contained within the rusty iron axe. Crash! The cut surface was smooth, and even like a large iron mirror of stainless steel. The severed half of Kunlun Mountain's peak, along with the side hall of the Yushu Palace, and the countless medicinal gardens and spiritual trees of the Chan Sect. In that moment, they were completely shredded and vaporized by the violent law of power, turning into a sky full of flying ashes scattering in the wind. On the peak of Kunlun Mountain, the originally misty and majestic Yushu Palace now lay bare, revealing a strangely smooth and flat ground. Yuanshi Tianzuan stood on that mirror-like smooth peak of Kunlun Mountain, his hair disheveled, covered in dust and debris, his innate sage robe somewhat tattered by the chaotic winds. He looked towards the direction of the East Sea, feeling the violent tremors within his body due to the backlash from it. Tongtian, if I don't kill you, I swear I will not be a sage. The usually composed and prideful Yuanshi Tianzuan, at that moment, completely lost control. He let out a beast-like roar, suppressing the backlash pain in his body, his chest churning violently, unable to suppress it any longer. A mouthful of golden primordial blood spewed forth in rage, staining the smooth white jade peak beneath him, a shocking sight. Meanwhile, at Golden Ao Island in the back courtyard of the Bio Palace, Li Changsheng lay on a recliner wearing bright red and green shorts, holding half a cup of iced coconut juice. He was calm and relaxed. He looked at the receding red light of causality in the void, a faint leisurely smile playing on his lips. This temperature is just right. The thunderous noise from the flattening of Kunlun Mountain was akin to a nuclear bomb being dropped on a tranquil lake. That terrifying roar even penetrated the barriers of the 33 heavens. It sent the entire primitive world into a brief silence. In the great Luo heaven at the 8 Scenery Palace, Taishang Laojun had just stabilized the alchemical fire that had exploded due to the fluctuation of heavenly secrets when he suddenly lifted his head. And those eyes, usually calm and indifferent, were now filled with unprecedented shock. The Taoist temple of Yuanshi has been flattened. Laojun gasped in disbelief, even dropping the fan in his hand without noticing. That was a holy person's temple. With the power of the heavenly Tao protecting it, even if a saint were to unleash their full strength, they could at most shatter a few palaces. To erase an entire mountain silently. Such a method was utterly unimaginable. Who possesses such tyrannical power? Lao Jun took a deep breath, waved his sleeve, and the Taiji diagram slowly unfolded in midair. He rapidly formed hand seals, attempting to trace the threads of cause and effect to identify the rogue who acted in the shadows. However, the yin and yang flowed on the Taiji diagram, and the scene that should have been clearly displayed was now like an old television with poor reception. The screen was filled with snowflakes and mosaics. No matter how Lao Jun urged the power of the saints, or even expended his essence behind that mosaic, was only a bottomless void. Even the Taiji diagram cannot deduce a single fragment. Lao Jun's face turned extremely serious, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Anyone capable of such a feat is surely not an ordinary being. Could it be that one? In the west, on Mount Shumi, the Taoist Jiejiao was sitting cross-legged on a 12-petal golden lotus, his face showing anguish. He too sensed the abnormality of Kunlun Mountain. Senior brother, something extraordinary has occurred in the east. The Taoist Zhuanti touched his bald head, speaking with lingering fear. Jiejiao frowned tightly. With the great revival imminent in the west, we cannot allow such an anomaly to disrupt our plans. Let me deduce and see who exactly is causing this disturbance. He then clasped his hands together, 3 relics appearing above his head, radiating brilliant Buddhist light. He forcibly sent his divine sense into the river of the heavenly Tao. He attempted to trace the remnants of the axe's light through cause and effect, seeking the source. Just as his divine sense was about to touch that flicker of axe light, buzz, a domineering, outrageous, and utterly unreasonable force of destruction surged through the line of cause and effect, directly flooding into Jiejiao's divine sense. Huff! Jiejiao's face drastically changed, and he spat out a mouthful of golden Buddha blood. He clutched his chest and began to cough violently. His previously sorrowful face now turned ashen. Even the few proud long beards on his chin were brutally severed by this backlash. Senior brother, Zhuanti exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to support Jiejiao. Jiejiao gasped for breath, his eyes filled with terror. Do not attempt to deduce. Do not touch. That power has transcended the realm of the heavenly Dao's laws. This primitive world is changing. In the palace of Nuwa, Nuwa stood on the clouds, her phoenix eyes slightly narrowed as she gazed towards Kunlun Mountain. She waved her jade hand, dispelling the water mirror technique before her. That axe. Nuwa's heart was deeply shaken. Although she had not forcefully deduced like Laozi and Jiejiao, her instinct as a saint allowed her to sense something. She could feel a chilling aura emanating from the rusty iron axe, one that even she found terrifying. The laws of power. Could it be that Panga the Great has returned? Or perhaps the Yao Mei the Great, who vanished into chaos, has returned to the primitive world? A profound sense of awe arose in Nuwa's heart. If such a being truly interfered, then this so-called sealing of the gods would likely be nothing more than a complete joke in the eyes of such powers. It seems my choice to remain neutral was the wisest decision. Nuwa took a deep breath, reaffirming her resolve to stay secluded. Throughout the entire primitive world, countless great beings and hidden immortals found themselves engulfed in extreme anxiety and fear. They hastily closed their mountain gates, activating their protective arrays. Fearing that the madman who dared to flatten even a saint's temple might come for them next, the whole world was frantically searching for this formidable individual. At this moment, on Jiejiao Island in the rear courtyard of Bo Palace, Li Changsheng was comfortably lounging in a rattan chair. He picked up a glass of chilled fairy coconut juice from the small table beside him and took a big sip. Listening to the continuous notifications of shock value arriving from the system, Li Changsheng grinned. Those old coins must be scared out of their wits right now, right? He leisurely swung his legs, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Jiejiao Sect on Jiejiao Island, who witnessed everything, could no longer contain their inner excitement. Mauname. Amidst the ruins of Luofu Cave, Zhao Gongming remained kneeling, his arms raised high, clutching the god-beating wood. A night breeze swept by. He stared blankly at the rift in the void, a gash of pitch-black space cleaved by a rusty iron axe still not fully healed. And the golden blood of a quasi-saint drifted down through the sky. Is this real? Zhao Gongming swallowed hard. Through the water mirror technique he had conjured with his great golden immortal power, he had seen it clearly, that broken axe flying from the direction of Jiejiao Island. It had not only withstood the cosmic ruler, but had also, like splitting firewood, hacked off half the body of the arrogant deputy leader of the Chan sect, the burning lamp Taoist. Even Mount Kunlun had its peak shaved off by that single axe blow. Click. A soft sound. Zhao Gongming's jaw, stretched wide in sheer shock, had dislocated. He quickly reached up, cupped his chin, and snapped it back into place with a crack. Master. This must be Master's doing. Besides his invincible master who had welded Jiejiao Island into an iron fortress. Who else in the primordial world possessed such audacity? Who would dare for the sake of a mere outer disciple strike down the deputy leader of the Chan sect from afar? Zhao Gongming trembled with excitement. He hastily pulled a special golden transmission talisman from his bosom. an encrypted communication tool, within the Jiejiao Sect the primordial equivalent of WeChat. Cupping the talisman in both hands, his voice cracked with fervor. And master, was that axe from that old rogue burning lamp? He fled with only half his body. On Jiejiao Island in the backyard of the Green Touring Palace, Changsheng reclined on a wicker chair, holding a glass of iced, immortal coconut nectar. In his mind, Zhao Gongming's frantic breaking voice echoed. A faint smile curled at the corner of Changsheng's mouth. He did not answer immediately, but took his time, gently blowing on the rim of his cup. Then into the transmission talisman, he let out a cold, disdainful snort brimming with overbearing protectiveness. Humph. A mere deputy leader of the Chan sect dares to ambush a disciple of my Jiejiao sect while I have sealed the island. Cutting off half his body was already me showing mercy. Changsheng's tone, as casual and indifferent as if he had merely swatted a fly, traveled clearly through the talisman into Zhao Gongming's ears. A thunderclap echoed in Zhao Gongming's mind. An unprecedented surge of security and pride overwhelmed him like a volcanic eruption. This was his master. This was the heavenly lord of the path of communication, who would rather bear infamy than fail to protect them. Mighty master, majestic master. Zhao Gongming kowtowed repeatedly amidst the ruins, tears streaming down his face. Inside Jiejiao Island, Changsheng set down his cup and rose to his feet. He knew that the axe stroke, though it had shaken the primordial world, had surely stirred the curiosity of the disciples on the island. To persist in the way of concealment, he must strike while the iron was hot, and once again hammer the restless ones into submission. From his storage space, he pulled out that familiar oversized megaphone artifact. Infusing it with sage-level power, he gave 2 clear coughs. The sound, amplified by the island guarding formation, instantly echoed through every corner of Jiejiao Island. Disciples of the Jiejiao sect, whether in seclusion, training, or copying texts in the dark rooms, all halted their activities and pricked up their ears. Listen up, all of you. Changsheng's roar, laced with the oppressive might of half-step Dao, rolled forth. You must have sensed what happened on Mount Ame. Do you see? Anyone who dares to strike at my Jiejiao sect from the shadows, that half of Burning Lamp's body, is their fate. Even if I weld the gates of Jiejiao Island shut, I can still reduce them to splinters from 1,000,000 miles away. At these words, the disciples across the island erupted in a barely contained cheer. Master. It was truly Master who had acted. The sense of security from being shielded by an invincible backer made every Jiejiao sect disciple's blood boil. However, Changsheng's tone shifted, his voice sharpening into icy severity. To lay it out plainly, I protect you because others first broke the rules and ambushed you. But if you troublemakers can't control your own legs and insist on running out to court karma and stir up trouble. Changsheng paused, swishing his purple jade ruler through the air with a sharp crack. Then my axe will come for you next. Do you understand? This warning, blending favor and threat, detonated like thunder in the minds of the Jiejiao sect's 10,000 immortals. The disciples' eyes all reddened. Senior brother Duobao stepped forward once again. Golden Ao Island. On the square of Bo Palace, the authoritative voice from the loudspeaker, like a thunderclap from the heavens, resonated in the air. For a moment the square fell into a deathly silence. Then that familiar bald figure, filled with excitement and fervor, stepped out from the crowd. It was none other than the chief mastermind of the Jiejiao sect, Master Duobao. Junior brothers and sisters. Master Duobao sighed to the heavens, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. He turned to face the tens of thousands of Jiejiao sect disciples who were utterly stunned. Did you hear that? Did you all clearly understand the Master's words? The Golden Spirit Mother wiped her eyes, her voice trembling. Master, did you just say? He severed half of Randang's body from thousands of miles away. But Randang is a quasi-saint powerhouse, and he wields the cosmic measuring ruler. It's not just severing half of his body. Master Duobao waved his hand vigorously, proclaiming loudly, I just used a secret method to contact junior brother Zhao Gongming. That strike from the Master not only severely injured the old thief Randang, but the residual force even crossed the wilderness, directly leveling the peak of Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace. Master Duobao swallowed hard, his voice slightly cracking with extreme excitement. It completely flattened it. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire square of Bo Palace erupted like a barrel of gunpowder ignited. What a flattened Kunlun Mountain. How is that possible? That is the holy place of the Yuan. All the Jiejiao sect disciples, including the Xiao Sisters hidden in a small dark room, gasped in unison. They knew the Master was powerful, but they never expected him to be this absurdly strong. Silence. Master Duobao raised both hands, gesturing for calm. Looking at the horror-stricken expressions of the crowd, the admiration on his face grew even more intense. What's even more terrifying is, do you know what treasure the Master used to accomplish this astonishing strike? Everyone shook their heads, their faces filled with anticipation. Could it be the sword of extermination? Or perhaps a supreme, innate spiritual treasure refined by the Master? Wrong. Completely wrong. Master Duobao's face turned red with excitement as he shouted. The master didn't use any treasures at all. He merely tossed a rusty iron axe from the backyard that was used for chopping firewood. Boom. This news was even more shocking and unbelievable than the flattening of Kunlun Mountain. A rusty iron axe, severing a Kwasa saint and flattening a holy place from thousands of miles away. This is simply unheard of and unseen. The Wudong Holy Mother murmured, her eyes filled with awe. Grasswood, bamboo, stone can all serve as swords. All can break the heavens. Master Duobao slapped his thigh, elevating Li Changsheng's prestige to an unprecedented level. I've realized. The Master's realm has long transcended the Tao, reaching the supreme path of returning to simplicity, where a single leaf can sever the stars. The reason why the Master has us hide on the island is not out of fear of the Chan sect, nor is it fear of the heavenly tribulation. He is using this method to buy us time to develop, allowing us to settle ourselves amidst the calamity and comprehend the true Tao. Master Duobao spoke with tears in his eyes. The Master is willing to bear the name of a coward just to protect us under his wings. And he himself, from billions of miles away with the most nonchalant demeanor, intimidates the entire wilderness for us. What can we use to repay such grace? The crowd of immortals erupted in fervor. This divine level of insight swept through the hearts of every Jiejiao Sect disciple like a whirlwind. Master's great kindness. We swear to close our doors to cultivation and annihilate those sons of bitches from the Chan sect. We will never hold back the Master. On the square, tens of thousands of immortals knelt in unison, bowing deeply towards Bio Palace, their fervent oaths reverberating through the skies. In the small dark room in the basement, Yinxiao listened to the commotion outside, tightly gripping the Huangting Classic in his hands, his eyes shining with determination. Master, I will quickly comprehend this 9 curves microcalculus Yellow River formation. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng, reclining on a wicker chair and leisurely sipping tea, listened to the earth-shattering slogans outside. He shook his head helplessly. This Duobao is truly wasting his talents, not engaging in pyramid schemes. However, seeing the cohesion of the Jiejiao Sect skyrocketing on the system panel, he couldn't be bothered to explain anything. As long as these ancestors didn't go out to cause trouble, they could ramble on as they pleased. While the celebration on Golden Ao Island continued, the mortal army of Shichi was already at the gates of Chaoga City. Golden Ao Island. On the plaza of Bio Palace, the sound emitted by Li Changsheng's high-pitched loudspeaker artifact gradually faded away. Yet the residual power belonging to a half-step Great Dao Saint still lingered. It echoed throughout every corner of Golden Ao Island, resounding for a long time and shaking the hearts of all. In that moment, the entire plaza fell into a prolonged, deathly silence. Everyone was left in shock by the Master's earlier powerful and crude declarations, which were imbued with an immense protective fervor. Suddenly, amidst the silence, an extremely repressed sobbing broke the stillness. The crowd turned to look. There stood the disheveled senior brother Duobao, just released from a tree. At this moment, his eyes were red and 2 streams of hot tears were rolling down his round-aged face. Junior brothers and sisters. Duobao took a deep breath and abruptly turned around. Facing the dazed thousands of fellow disciples from Jiejiao, his voice trembled violently from overwhelming emotion. Did you hear that? Did you all clearly hear the Master's words in the loudspeaker just now? Jinling Shengmu bit her red lip and stepped forward, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Senior brother, the Master said. He severed that old thief Randall from thousands of miles away. Is that true? Of course it's true. Duobao raised both hands, his expression wild like a frenzied prophet. Just now, junior brother Gongming sent a sound transmission to me. With that axe, the Master not only cleaved Randall in half, like chopping firewood, but even. Duobao said this, his breath quickening to the point of nearly fainting. Even the residual force of that axe pierced through the vast wilderness and directly struck Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, in front of the Yuan Shishirbois, flattening the entire Kunlun Mountain, the abode of immortals, to the ground. Boom! This news hit like a Tinthasantan nuclear bomb dropped into a calm lake. In that moment, the entire plaza of Bio Palace completely exploded, flattened Kunlun Mountain. How is that possible? That is the holy ground of the Yuan. Oh my! The Master has become that powerful. Thousands of Jiejiao disciples widened their eyes in disbelief, gasping in horror as their voices merged into a howling wind. Not only them, even the Xiao Sisters confined in the basement sensed the commotion outside through their divine senses. Elder sister, Bai Xiao completely forgot the pain in her backside, staring blankly at Yin Xiao. Did the Master really flatten Kunlun Mountain for elder brother? Yes, absolutely. Who else in the wilderness would risk a break with the saints to do something so domineering for us other than the Master? Outside the hall, Duobao's grandiose speech continued fervently. Brothers, you have only seen the Master's might in flattening Kunlun Mountain. But have you noticed what weapon the Master used to accomplish this? Duobao slapped his thigh, filled with sorrow. The Master did not even use the sword of slaying immortals, nor any renowned innate treasures. That rusty old iron axe we used for chopping firewood from our backyard. The crowd of immortals was once again left dumbfounded, their minds blank. A rusty old iron axe. From thousands of miles away, it cleaved across a saint, flattening the holy ground before Yuan Shi's eyes. This is the simplicity of the Great Dao. This is the return to simplicity. Duo Bao was so excited he danced around, his eyes filled with frenzied grass, wood, bamboo, and stone can all be swords. The Master's realm has long transcended the shackles of the heavenly Dao, saint stepping into the supreme realm of the Great Dao. The reason he was strict with us in the past, forcing us into seclusion, even willing to disband Jiejiao, was not because he feared the tribulations of the heavenly Dao, nor was it because he feared other saints. He simply wanted to use this almost rogue method to forcibly protect us before the calamity befalls, buying us precious time for development. At this moment, the devil muscle lion stood at the door of the gravity room, listening to senior brother Duobao's words, staring at his own muscular right fist. This three-turtle muscle beast had tears streaming down his lion-like face. Whoa. For our sake, the Master is willing to be cursed as a coward by the people of the wilderness, every day bearing the grievances of the ages alone. Yet we still blame the Master for being ungrateful, constantly betraying him with foolish actions behind his back. I, the Qing Lion, am truly not worthy. The multitude of immortals knelt down. Under the influence of Duo Bao and the Qing Lion, the hearts of the thousands of immortals were completely filled with gratitude and admiration for Li Changsheng, akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. The Master's great grace cannot be repaid, even in death. From today on, if anyone dares to step out of the door wasting the Master's efforts, we shall break their legs first. We shall enter seclusion. We must crush those greenhouse chickens of Changjiao. Living as Jiejiao's people, dying as Jiejiao's spirits, we will never cause the Master any trouble. The thousands of deities from Jiejiao faced the Bio Palace Hall and deeply bowed their heads. Their fervent and resolute slogans scattered the clouds over the East Sea for miles. Inside Bio Palace, Li Changsheng sat in a rattan chair, listening to the thunderous roars of seclude until the end of time coming from outside. Listening to the continuous notifications in his mind about causal ties, completely severed luck, soaring rewarding source value, Li Changsheng could only roll his eyes helplessly. That Duo Bao fellow, if he didn't engage in pyramid schemes, it would be a waste of talent. However, as long as these unruly disciples could honestly stay on the island. Let them speculate however they like, let them regard him as the tragic hero who bears everything behind his back. After all, he could just lie in the rattan chair comfortably counting his money. Li Changsheng leisurely finished his last sip of coconut juice. However, at this moment the situation in the mortal realm was undergoing a drastic twist. While the entire Golden Ao Island was celebrating and the disciples vowed to enter seclusion in the mortal realm outside the city of Chaogu, in the Great Shang Dynasty, Yuan Shi Tianzun had finished healing on Kunlun Mountain and had completely lost his patience. The mortal methods of surrender employed by Shiqi had already been exhausted, and the fortunes of the Great Shang were even stronger. He finally secretly dispatched the third-generation disciples of Changjiao, accelerating the war's progress. At this moment, a force of 200,000 troops from Shiqi, led by disciples of Changjiao and personally commanded by Zhang Zia, was advancing towards Chaogu City. The Great Shang faced the most direct and violent first wave of trials in the calamity of sealing the gods. Outside the city of Chaogu, the once clear sky suddenly darkened with a violent storm of wind and thunder. Black lightning wildly intertwined in midair, revealing a hideous man with a face like indigo and hair bright as vermilion, sporting a pair of enormous wings of thunder. He held a golden staff, striking the thunder feathers as he soared thousands of meters into the sky. This was none other than the ace aerial warrior of the Western Qi army, Li Zhenzi. Li Zhenzi looked down, observing the Western Qi vanguard army in disarray, overwhelmed by the hail of black iron tubes, Gatling crossbows. A strong disdain and contempt appeared on his face. A mere iron lump of mortals thinks it can block the grand might of Western Qi. Watch as I smash your Chaogu city wall from the sky. Li Zhenzi spread his wings, enveloped by divine thunder and lightning. He transformed into an extremely dazzling golden thunderbolt, accompanied by a furious roar, diving straight toward Wenzhong atop the walls of Chaogu. On the walls of Chaogu, Wenzhong held a somewhat worn copy of basic physics and comprehensive drought prevention. He watched coldly. The hideous man flapping his wings in the sky caused the corners of Wenzhong's mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Air Force, did your master Yu Ding or Yun Zhongzi not teach you? Under the cover of gravitational acceleration and saturated ground-to-air firepower, birdmen have no survival space. Wenzhong closed his book, pointed to the sky, and disdainfully issued a death command without hesitation. Activate the ground-to-air spiritual energy anti-air crossbow. On both sides of the city wall, the previously dormant crossbows were quickly adjusted by skilled craftsmen, aligning 1,000 extended crossbow barrels toward the sky. Prepare, fire. Wenzhong waved his hand vigorously. Bang, bang, bang. accompanied by countless dull booms. 10,000 piercing steel arrows engraved with the hurricane acceleration rune shot upward like a torrential downpour. They formed an impenetrable barrier of anti-air barrage, shining with a cold light. The fastest Lizenzi hadn't even reached halfway when he plunged headfirst into the torrent of steel arrow. Oh! An extremely piercing and tragic scream echoed in the air as Lizenzi's once invulnerable wings of thunder were riddled by the dense barrage of arrows. In an instant he was reduced to a giant honeycomb with blue and red feathers scattering in the wind. He resembled a plucked chicken emitting thick black smoke swirling wildly in the air. Then with a loud thud he crashed heavily into the army, stirring up a cloud of dust. General Lizenzi has... The Western Qi camp erupted into chaos. Warhorses screamed, and soldiers retreated frantically. Jiang Zia clung desperately to the back of a strange horse, hurriedly chanting protective spells. As a result, the crossbow bolts from the city walls swept over like a waterfall. Retreat! Hurry! Jiang Zia's face turned pale with terror. He frantically slapped the horse's rear, trying to turn and flee. However, the dense barrage of arrows was overwhelming. A stray arrow deviated from its trajectory, cutting through the air. It followed an exceptionally perfect parabolic trajectory. Pooh! It struck Jiang Zia's high-raised backside while he was on horseback. A woo! A howl like that of a wretched wolf resounded on the battlefield. Jiang Zia's hand slipped, dropping the god-calling whip. He didn't even bother to retrieve the treasure, tears and snot pouring down as he clutched the horse's neck tightly. Using all four limbs he rode the steed in a frenzied flight, retreating in chaos. As the commander fled, the 200,000-strong Western Qi army instantly collapsed, trampling each other. Under the mad barrage from the Great Shang's Gatling, casualties were heavy. They retreated over 100 miles before setting up camp in disarray. In the deep night within the shattered main tent of the Western Qi army, the air still lingered with the faint stench of soldiers' excrement. Jiang Zia lay obediently on the sickbed with his backside wrapped in thick bandages, groaning in pain. With trembling hands he wrote a distress talisman. Master, the Shang dynasty possesses an extremely strange nameless heavy weapon, and my god-calling whip has also been lost, and my backside is severely injured. I plead for my master to urgently send a capable person to rescue me. The letter transformed into a flame flying towards Kunlun Mountain to the Yushu Palace. The Primordial Supreme looked at the battle report, his face dark as iron. Jiang Shang lost the first battle and even injured his backside, bringing disgrace to the sage's dojo. However, the heavenly Dao calamity must be completed. The Primordial Supreme rubbed his chest, a trace of absolute coldness flashing in his eyes. Since gentle mortal methods have failed, he would send out the most reckless and troublemaking of the third-generation disciples, the Mischief Maker. The Chan sect decided to dispatch the most headstrong brat, Neza, on the shores of the Eastern Sea at the estuary of Jiawen River. The sun blazed fiercely, waves surged violently. A child of 7 or 8 years, plump, rosy-cheeked, clad only in a crimson bellyband, sat bare-bottomed upon a verdant river stone. He hummed a carefree tune, splashing wildly with his bare feet in the water. None other than Neza, the first chaos-bringer disciple of Master Tai, at Jingguang Cave on Xinyuan Mountain. For Master Tai's heaven-defying ring and heaven-confusing ribbon had earlier been seized by Changsheng and cast into the system's smelting furnace. Thus Neza bore neither of these legendary treasures upon him now. Yet as the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, his mortal body was peerlessly formidable, imbued from birth with the primordial aura of ancient deities and demons. His bare, plump feet churned the waters of Jiawen River with unrestrained vigor and shrill cries. Boom, boom, boom. Under the force of that terrifying power, the river erupted instantly into thousand-zang-high tidal walls, floodwaters surging backward, crashing deep into the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. In that very instant, the palace trembled violently, coral reefs collapsed, countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals were crushed beneath falling debris, wailing for their mothers and fathers. What demon dares stir chaos in the Eastern Sea? Li Jin, the night watcher Yaksha, burst from the depths, trident raised high, and before his voice could even fade, Neza snorted coldly in annoyance and slammed his tiny foot down. Crack! Primordial demonic aura exploded. Li Jin did not even utter a second word before his neck snapped beneath Neza's soul. Limp as a lifeless dog, he floated motionless upon the sea's surface. At that very moment, high above the Eastern Sea, Yuan Shao hovered amid the clouds, having just emerged from her seclusion in the Bo Palace basement, where she had undergone 10,000-fold cultivation infusion to reach the pinnacle of the Great Luo immortal realm. Her attire was bizarre beyond measure, a garment hand-sewn by Duo Bao Daoren using causal-blocking insulating clay and system-forged materials. It appeared square-shaped, gleaming golden-yellow, adorned at its center with a foolish, grinning face, the SpongeBob causal isolation bulletproof vest. Though this garb struck the immortals of Jiejiao Island as absurd, even comically naive, its capacity to obscure heavenly fate and withstand celestial tribulation was undeniably at the level of a sage. Wearing a pitch-black hood, Yunxiao prepared to descend to the Eastern Sea marketplace to savor 2 roasted oysters. She glanced downward, and there at Jiaowen River's estuary, she beheld the red belly-banded boy of the Chan sect standing astride the chest of Ao, being 3rd prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. In his hand gleamed an ordinary flying sword newly bestowed by Master Tai, already poised to flay Ao Bing's dragon scales and extract his sinew. Vile disciples of the Chan sect, your cruelty knows no bounds. A flash of murderous intent ignited within Yunxiao's icy serene eyes. She recalled her master's profound compassion and elder brother Duobao's covert instructions delivered in the black market. Fury surged within her. Yuanshi Tianzuan, you dare again deploy such entrapment tactics, provoking my Jiejiao sect into transgression. Very well then. Today I shall sack you. Drawing a deep breath, Yunxiao sealed her immense Great Luo immortal cultivation, nearly attaining the threshold of a quasi-sage, deep within her dantian. Clad entirely in the golden-yellow SpongeBob vest, she dissolved into a shadow, faint, imperceptible, refracting no light whatsoever, as it streaked silently across the void. Unseen, untraceable, she traversed space and slipped behind Neza without a whisper. Neza grinned, cruelly pressing the blade against Ao Bing's pale, tender throat. Little Muddiel, I'll strip your dragon hide today and rip out your sinew, to make my father a hair tie. Yet before the sword could pierce flesh, a hairline fissure split the air behind him, silent, soundless, sudden. From that rift stepped Yunxiao, wearing the SpongeBob vest and black hood, holding aloft a colossal light-proof black sack hastily crafted by the 10 sovereigns and scented faintly of causal insulating clay. Neza stood triumphant. Yunxiao crouched low behind him, swift and practiced, as if she had spent millennia along the Eastern Sea coast as a professional sack-and-snatch criminal. Whoosh! The sack unfurled midair, a single sweeping motion, then plunged downward with slurp. Neza did not even cry out. His entire body along with the flying sword vanished instantly into the sack's dark maw. The drawstring tightened, knotted into an irreversible seal, and golden immortal level gravity suppression activated instantly. Release me. Which shameless coward dared ambush this young master? No, ambush me. I am Master Tai's disciple of the Chan sect. My master wields the 9-dragon divine flame vessel. It will reduce you all to ashes. The black sack writhed violently upon the beach, rolling and thrashing as Neza's youthful, ferocious curses echoed from within. Yunxiao brushed dust from her palms, gazing impassively at the sack squirming like a giant green caterpillar in the muddy sand, then let out a contemptuous, icy laugh. Slowly, deliberately, she reached behind her hip, toward her storage pouch, and withdrew with unnerving calm a single object. A crude wooden staff, procured from the system and empowered with her peak Great Luo immortal might. Jet black, still faintly fragrant with fresh earth. As Neza raged and cursed inside the sack, Yunxiao smiled coldly and drew forth the system-issued wood. The large black sack lay on the beach, writhing frantically in the sand pit. Inside, Neza, hearing no response from outside, assumed that the one secretly attacking him, the 6th brother, was terrified by his reputation. You shameless scoundrel. I won't let you off. Just watch as I burn this tattered sack to ashes. Neza opened his mouth wide, and the malevolent chi from the spiritual pearl within him erupted in fury. He spewed forth a mouthful of blazing flames, the samadhi true fire hot enough to melt all things and scorch the void. However, he was too optimistic. This large black sack was coated with a karmic shielding paint left by Li Changsheng on Golden Ao Island, used by the Daobao Taoist. Combined with the system's fine iron, it was hastily crafted into a tribulation-proof, bulletproof, heat-resistant package. The samadhi true fire hit the inner wall of the pitch-black sack. Not only did it not burn through, but because the opening of the sack was tightly knotted, that massive searing flame rebounded back. Boom. Ouch. It's burning me alive. The flames erupted violently on Neza's small face. In an instant, his pink twin ponytails were burned to char, leaving him with a round, blackened, bald head. The charred smoke filled his mouth, choking him into a heart-wrenching cough, tears and mucus streaming down. Yunxiao stood outside the door, watching a wisp of black smoke escape from the sack. Her beautiful eyes narrowed. It seems this brain really isn't functioning well. It needs some serious physical therapy. Yunxiao chuckled coldly, raising the black wooden stick in her hand high. Channeling the peak of the Taoist immortal realm with pure physical might, she aimed at the sack that twisted back and forth on the beach like a large green caterpillar, cursing loudly. With a single strike, she swung down mercilessly and unpredictably. Clang! A crisp yet profoundly dull sound of physical impact resonated. Echoing across the East Sea beach, Neza let out a piercing scream akin to a piglet being pressed down, a truly inhuman wail. Clang! 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 Yunxiao remained unfazed, her movements graceful and fluid. The black wooden stick in her hand created a swirling shadow of darkness in the air. Like raindrops, they landed forcefully on the various protrusions of the sack, striking madly. This stick teaches you the meaning of materialism. This stick punishes you for bullying the first-level protected dragon race of the East Sea. This stick reprimands your lack of manners. Neza inside the sack felt his bones rattling with each hit. The 100% dizziness and absolute pain principles attached to that broken wooden stick struck this exceedingly arrogant, seemingly invincible demon of the Chan sect. Inside the sack he howled and rolled around in agony. Stop hitting me. Woe, don't hit me anymore. I want dare again. Master, save me. My butt is about to split open. After the 50th strike, listening to the cries from within the large sack, Neza finally broke down in tears reduced to weak whimpers. Only then did Yunxiao satisfied clap her hands. She bent down and untied the knot of the sack, pulling out Neza, who was completely charred bald on top and covered in soot. Dragged out like a dead dog at that moment, Neza was completely dazed. In the heavenly eye, where was the proud gold? All that remained was a blank stare. Yunxiao glanced at his waist, noticing the shoddy red belt newly refined by Tai Zhenren for his protection, a replica of the hunting tianling. She reached out and yanked it away. Then in a difficult pose, she bent Neza's small arms and legs backward. With that red silk belt, she bound him behind his back, creating a dead pig buckle that one could only see in a mundane slaughterhouse. With a flick of her sleeve, she tightly tied the other end of the rope to a branch. Whooshed! Neza, like a giant pink doll, was hung upside down. With a flick of her sleeve, she tightly tied the other end of the rope to a branch. Whooshed! Neza, like a giant pink doll, was hung upside down at the top of the coconut tree. In the cold wind of the East Sea, he swayed precariously, shivering. After doing all this, Yunxiao patted her silly smiling SpongeBob invisibility cloak and shook the shoddy red belt she had seized in her hand. Humming a tune, she swiftly dove into the sea. A few minutes later, splash! The once calm beach and sea surfaced suddenly. A huge tsunami erupted with towering waves rolling. The Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, emerged from the water with a large group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals wielding sharp tridents filled with fury. Upon hearing that his precious third son was about to be dismembered at Jiuan River, the old Dragon King, Ao Guang, was so frightened that his soul nearly fled, immediately bringing the full might of the Dragon Palace to confront that troublesome child of the Chan sect. However, when the old Dragon King descended with over 10,000 soldiers brimming with killing intent and saw atop the coconut tree Neza bound in red satin, like a dead pig buckle, swaying desolately in the wind. At that moment, the East Sea Dragon King, along with the 10,000 shrimp and crab soldiers, collectively fell into a deep existential crisis. By the East Sea shore, on the beach, the old Dragon King, Ao Guang, stood and placed his mouth agape, as if trying to swallow the next coconut whole. His large dragon eyes were wide open, fixed intently on Neza, who was swaying in the sea breeze atop the coconut tree like a dried salted fish. This truly is under the command of the perfected one of Tai. That fearless, reckless, troublemaking demon who even wants to extract my son's dragon tendons. The third prince of the dragon clan, Ao Bing, covered in wounds and originally waiting for death, with his eyes closed at this moment, struggled to raise his large dragon head from the cold sea water. Upon seeing Neza with his bald head and covered in whip marks, bound like a standard dead pig at the top of the tree, the third prince, Ao Bing, instantly opened his dragon mouth and took a deep breath of the foul-smelling seawater. The Dragon King, Ao Guang, initially thought that today the East Sea Dragon Palace would face utter destruction, with both him and his son being flayed alive. But instead, the most precious treasure of the Chan sect was now being displayed, publicly swaying like a dead pig. Which hidden immortal has secretly intervened to save my East Sea Dragon Palace? Old Dragon King, no need to panic. A slight ripple appeared in the void behind the big tree, revealing a mysterious figure in a bright yellow SpongeBob coat with a large black hood over their head. Lightly they landed on the beach. Ao Guang and his shrimp soldiers were startled, raising their crude steel fork. On high alert, they retreated several steps. Under the watchful eyes of countless dragon, shrimp, and crabs, Yunxiao smiled faintly and reached out. With a single motion, she removed the large black hood from her head, revealing a noble, elegant, stunning countenance of the Chan sect. Then she casually shed the ridiculous SpongeBob outer garment, revealing a light blue true transmission robe of the Chan sect underneath. Yunxiao of the Chan sect. In that instant, the old Dragon King, Ao Guang's eyes nearly popped out. He exclaimed in surprise, and with a thud his knees buckled. The entire dragon rolled and crawled on the ground, frantically bowing to Yunxiao. Yunxiao, with her hands tucked into her sleeves, appeared calm and glanced at Neza on the tree, a cold, domineering smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Old Dragon King, rise. My master, the celestial master Tongtian, has already divined the shameless plot of the Chan sect before entering seclusion. To protect the Great Shang and safeguard the wilderness, we have been tasked to descend and eliminate these hidden dangers. Starting from today, right now. Young Xiao's voice was not loud, yet each word was clear, shaking the entire dragon clan. This East Sea is now under the protection of the Chan sect. If those hypocrites of the Chan sect dare to come after you again. Yunxiao pointed at Neza swaying in the tree and smiled lightly. Let one come, and I shall capture one. Whoa. Hearing Yunxiao's awe-inspiring declaration of safety, the dignified lord of the East Sea, who had endured countless grievances over the ages, felt overwhelmed. In that moment, he could no longer hold back. Large tears flowed like rain, cascading onto the beach as he lay before Yunxiao, sobbing uncontrollably like a wronged little wife. The dragon clan had indeed endured far too much. Since the fall of the ancestral dragon and the decline of the dragon clan, they had become a lower race that any force in the wilderness could trample upon. The heavenly court treated them as laborers for rainmaking, while disciples of the Chan sect and Western teachings frequently came to the sea to extract their dragon tendons and shatter their dragon palace. But now, the direct disciple of the #1 sect in the wilderness publicly declared that from now on the East Sea is under the protection of the Chan sect. Yunxiao? Such immense grace and virtue. The old dragon king cried until he was hoarse, bowing 100 times towards the direction of Jiejiao Island. From today on, my East Sea Dragon Palace shall unconditionally submit to the Chan sect. As long as the Chan sect opens its doors, the dragon clans of the four seas are at their disposal, willing to brave fire and water without hesitation. From now on, every year the Dragon Palace shall pay tenfold protection fees to Jiejiao Island. Rare luminous pearls, 10th sandy-rolled giant oysters from the deep sea of the East Sea, chilled mantis shrimp, and 10th sandier spiritual herbs delivered daily right to the mountain gate. Yunxiao nodded in satisfaction. Master Brother Duobao had previously worried that after Jiejiao Island closed its doors there would be no source of spirit stones for their provisions. Now extending a leg, the East Sea Dragon Palace had voluntarily brought over the entire dragon clan's treasury. This was truly a way to avoid disaster while simultaneously making money. Yunxiao used celestial magic to help the injured Ao Bing to his feet, preparing to follow the old dragon king to the dragon palace to assess the bountiful incoming resources. Owl, Master, save me. I'm going to die. Suddenly Neza, who was hanging high atop the coconut tree, cried out as the sea breeze blew. The swollen bumps on his head, bruised and painful, made him emit a pitiful pig-like wail once again in that moment. The ear-piercing scream was sharp, tearing through the clouds, penetrating layers of space, directly reaching the ears of the perfected one of Tai, who was in the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain, turning pale with anger over the loss of his magic treasure. The overly protective perfected one of Tai was utterly furious. By the shores of the East Sea, the sky, once drenched in the crimson hues of the setting sun, suddenly erupted into a breathtaking shade of scarlet. A rolling sea of fiery clouds obscured the heavens, accompanied by the piercing roar of dragons swirling violently in the depths of the sky. These were no ordinary clouds, but an ocean of flames forcibly refined by the 9 heavens' mystic fire. Neza, do not panic. Your master has come to save you. Tai Junren descended from the heights, riding the billowing red clouds, his presence fierce and imposing. His face flushed with extreme anger. He resembled a massive eggplant on the brink of explosion. As he lowered his head, he beheld the top of a tall. There his beloved disciple Neza was bound tightly like a dead pig with red silk, his head bald and face smudged with soot. Fury surged within him, causing his divine senses to tremble and flames to erupt from his 7 orifices. How dare you, shameless vile creatures! How dare you mistreat my beloved disciple! Tai Zenren's hand, stroking his beard, trembled violently. Looking at Neza's tear-streaked face filled with grievance, he felt as if his heart were being sliced by a knife. Master, they do not adhere to the martial code. They stuffed me in a sack and hit me on the back of my head with a wooden stick. Neza cried out, hanging from the tree. They even burned my hair and stole my magic treasure. Whoa! Seeing his beloved disciple tormented to such a state, Tai Junren completely lost his rationality as a sage. He slammed his chest, and a brilliant golden light erupted from above his head. The innate supreme treasure capable of refining all things, the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. It materialized in midair, revealing its massive form of 100 zhang. 9 ancient fire dragons formed from the flames of red lotuses roared and danced around the divine fire shield. The terrifying temperature instantly boiled the waters of the East Sea within a radius of millions of li, causing white steam to rise. Countless seafood were cooked beneath the surface, floating to the top. Today I shall bring forth countless divine mountains to completely fill the East Sea, erasing this golden Ao island from the records of the primordial ages. Tai Zenren's hair and beard stood on end, his aura reaching a peak of fury. However, facing the might of a sage's disciple capable of making even ordinary Deluo Jingxians retreat in fear, he stood at the shore. Standing on the beach, Yunxiao's gaze was calm and serene, her beautiful eyes as clear as water revealed not a trace of panic. She merely stood quietly, brushing off the dust from her immaculate light blue robe, observing the furious Tai Junren hovering in the air, a smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. Filled with a modern sense of materialistic rationality, she remarked, Tai Shirshu, such a temper is not part of the cultivation techniques we teach in the Xianmen. With a sigh, Yunxiao raised her delicate hand holding up a golden gourd radiating a chaotic gleam. Since Shirshu claims we only know some underhanded tactics like stuffing sacks, then today I shall present a set of advanced calculus problems before the mighty beings of the primordial world so Shirshu can truly witness what a real dimensional strike looks like. Before her words fell, Yunxiao raised her voice, her finger pointing into the void. 9 curves calculus yellow river formation rise. Boom. In an instant the space within a radius of 10,000 li shuddered, pulled into another dimension, absolutely closed, cold, and rational. However, within this formation there was no sign of the signature swirling yellow sands of the 9 curves yellow river formation. Nor was there a hint of bloody malice. In the void of the formation an incomprehensible scene unfolded as golden symbols of the Tao floated in the air. Geometric segments, coordinate axes, trigonometric functions, and countless densely packed derivative symbols, dx, dy, lim, fx. Countless calculus symbols drifted across the celestial curtain of the formation like countless stars rotating slowly according to some absolutely precise formula. They emitted an extreme cold and rational aura, creating a sense of oppressive order that left cultivators utterly bewildered. At this moment Tai Zenrin's rage consumed him. He paid no heed to these bizarre golden symbols, believing himself invincible with the 9 dragons' divine fire shield and the golden immortal Tao fruit. Playing tricks. I shall break this. Tai Zenrin's face twisted in fury as he recklessly stepped into the formation. However, the moment he landed, the formation quaked violently, and the original 3-dimensional primordial space was forcibly deconstructed and folded. In the intense gaze of Tai Zenrin, his surroundings instantly transformed into a boundless 3-dimensional coordinate system composed of red, blue, and purple divine lights. The z-axis lay horizontally across the ground, locking him into the earthly causality. The y-axis extended into the void, sealing off his divine sense perception within a radius of 100,000 li. The z-axis pierced into the heavens, completely severing all golden light escape techniques. Tai Zenrin found himself at the origin of this enormous 3-dimensional coordinate system at the position 0, 0, 0. What kind of place is this? Tai Zenrin's expression shifted as he felt his internal power inexplicably obscure. Instinctively, he activated the 9 dragons' divine fire shield, and 9 fiery dragons roared, clawing their way towards the upper part of the formation. However, the 9 ancient fire dragons had barely flown a few hundred meters when they encountered the myriad of derivative formulas and tangent lines in the void. The formation's laws of polar coordinate rotation transformation automatically triggered, and those raging flames were instantly split into the smallest differential elements. The 9 colossal fire dragons disintegrated in midair, transformed into a shower of golden letters, dissipating entirely. No, this is impossible. Tai Zenrin's eyes widened, nearly popping out of his head. How could it transform into a pile of unknown characters without even a sound? Tai Zenrin stood at the origin, glancing to the left, where countless exponential curves extended into the void. To the right he saw a series of closed hyperbolic integral spaces that tightly bound him. In his perception, each curve mercilessly sliced and oppressed the 5 energies within his chest. He felt as though his head were stuffed with 1,000 screaming rubber chickens, his headache threatening to explode. What kind of sorcery is this? Why has my sense of direction and distance completely failed here? Tai Zenrin was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, scratching his head at the origin, his cold sweat soaking through his red robe, yet he could barely move a single inch. This was precisely the absolute bewilderment and crushing defeat of the Xianmin Golden Immortal, encountering the high-dimensional logic of modern mathematics. Above the formation, in the boundless void, countless golden calculus symbols converged and combined in an instant. Finally, they formed a line of golden characters radiating the intent of heavenly judgment towering above him. The strokes of the characters were stark and cold. Those who solve this problem shall live, those who cannot shall have their 3 flowers severed. Within the 9-fold calculus grand array, a dead silence reigned. Only countless geometric lines emitting a faint cold light slowly intertwined in the void. Tai Zenrin stood at the origin of the 3-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system that drove him to He looked up, glaring at the golden characters in the sky that read, "Those who cannot solve it shall have their 3 flowers cut away." He trembled with rage, his goatee quivering violently. Arrogant, utterly preposterous. I am one of the 12 golden immortals of the Jade Void Palace, cultivating the Jade pure immortal art, comprehending the heavenly Taos infinite. How could I be trapped by such a heretical, nonsensical path as this? Tai Zenrin roared, not hesitating to burn his primordial origin. His hands formed seals, frantically activating the 9 dragons' divine fire shield to its peak, while pulling countless devastating talismans and treasures from his sleeve. Break for me. A sky full of thunderous flames, soared chi and golden light, like a violent meteor shower, blasted towards the spatial coordinates in all directions. Yet what drove Tai Zenrin to despair and even terror occurred. Those earth-shattering spells. Once they flew 3 zhang from his body and touched the faint function parabolas in the void, their trajectory, forcibly twisted by an utterly irresistible higher mathematical spatial logic. The originally straight-flying thunder flames eerily turned 180 degrees in midair, forming a perfect hyperbola. Boom. In the end, they looped around and precisely blasted back under Tai Zenrin's own feet. The sword chi, once capable of piercing the void, became trapped in the dense sine wave ripples. It turned into soft, undulating wave lines bobbing up and down in place until its power was exhausted and it dissipated. This is impossible. Why can't my spells hit the array's core? Tai Zenrin, scorched and disheveled by his own rebounding spells, had a large burnt patch on his Taoist robe. He stared in terror at the stable, cold mathematical symbols around him. For the first time in his life, he experienced an absolute sense of powerlessness in the face of an unknown force. This was not the way of a mortal combat. Just as Tai Zenrin's Tao heart was on the verge of collapse within the void of the Grand Array, suddenly, Xiao's clear, ethereal voice, yet carrying a mechanical, emotionless broadcast tone, rang out. Killing protocol of the Grand Array activated. Uncle Master Tai, since you refused to surrender obediently, then please listen to the question. Xiao's voice was converted into an extremely three-dimensional 360-degree surround sound effect within the array. Given a moving point P traveling on the trajectory of the ellipse x squared divided by a squared plus y squared divided by b squared equals 1, and a is greater than b greater than 0. Find the shortest distance. Yunxiao paused deliberately, her voice turning icy as frost. Shortest distance between moving point P and the line x plus by plus c equals 0. Please begin your answer. Countdown 3 minutes. Accompanied by Xiao's cool tone. In midair within the Grand Array, on the originally static coordinate system, a massive, deadly golden elliptical shape and a straight red line cutting through the void materialized out of thin air. Simultaneously, a giant golden hourglass emitting a tick-tock sound hung, suspended above Tai Zenrin was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the ellipse and line in the sky, his mind buzzing. Moving point. Ellipse. What x squared? What shortest distance? Damn it, he understood every single word, but together it was like a celestial script. Tongtian. Yunxiao, you go too far. Tai Zenrin completely lost his composure, jumping and cursing. Cultivating immortality for hundreds of millennia, who the hell fights by doing math like you? Take down this array, and let's duel with our treasures like real men. Xiao's cold voice came from the heavens. Countdown 2 minutes and 30 seconds. A wrong answer or timeout will result in the cutting away of your 3 flowers. Uncle Master, time is running out. Tai Zenrin watched the golden sand in the hourglass rapidly drain, feeling the terrifying killing intent beginning to coalesce in the array. He was utterly panicked. Immortals of the cultivation world were always lofty, spending their days meditating and cultivating chi. Who had ever seen such a scene? Fine. You'll do your damn math. Forced into a corner, Tai Zenrin plopped down on the ground and rummaged through his storage space. He pulled out a primordial jade abacus used for deducing the stars of the heavens and calculating karma. His fingers flew frantically, clicking the jade abacus with a rapid clatter. 3 lines for Qian, 6 broken for Kuan. No, that's the primordial 8 trigrams. Heavenly stems and earthly branches, the 5 elements overcoming each other. Wrong 2. Tai Zenrin was drenched in sweat, unable to even wipe it from his eyes. He pushed the secret deduction techniques of the Chan sect to their limit, attempting to solve this advanced mathematics problem with Xianmin Taoist methods. Yet metaphysics and science, how could they possibly be the same-ish? No matter how he worked the abacus, the results were all gibberish. He scratched his ears and cheeks, nearly going mad with frustration. He even tore his top knot loose, his hair a disheveled mess like a chicken's nest. He was the spitting image of a desperate, hopeless student facing the final big question on an exam, utterly unable to start. Countdown 30 seconds. Xiao's voice was like a death knell. Wait, almost there. I've almost got it. Tai Zenrin's eyes were bloodshot, his fingers moving the abacus beads so fast they became blurs. The sound of beads clattering filled the array. Bang! Suddenly the abacus, made of supreme primordial, overloaded from the frantic speed of deduction, directly emitted a puff of black smoke. With a crack, it shattered into pieces on the spot, beads scattering all over the ground. Tai Zenrin stared at the smoking abacus frame in his hand, completely frozen. His mind was a blank, his eyes filled with the despair and terror of a failing student as the time to submit the paper approached. Time's up. Xiao's emotionless verdict echoed within the array. Answer failed. Activating punch. As the words fell, the countless calculus symbols in the grand array instantly blazed with intense light. The entire spatial coordinate system began to contract violently, transforming into a terrifying killing intent powerful enough to shred all celestial positions. Like a giant invisible meat grinder, in an instant it locked onto Tai Zenrin sitting at the origin and mercilessly crushed down upon him. A golden light flashed. Within the grand array, Tai Zenrin let out a heart-wrenching and human scream of agony. accompanied by the heart-wrenching scream of Tai Junren resembling the cries of a slaughtered pig. The 9 curves calculus Yellow River Formation enveloped an area of 10,000 miles. After completing the final and most merciless punishment procedure, it began. Like a tide, it swiftly receded, transforming the countless golden coordinates and calculus symbols into twinkling starlight. Dissipating in the cold sea breeze of the east, the sky above the sea surface returned to the tranquil scene of sunset and fiery clouds. However, when the formation completely dissipated, Tai Zenrin's once lofty and ethereal figure of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect appeared. At this moment, he presented a sight so tragic it was heart-wrenching to behold. Kneeling on the beach, the crimson bagua robe he wore, once impervious to fire and water, had now been torn apart by the terrifying power of the formation. Ripped into tattered strips, they hung pitifully on his body, resembling a beggar who had just returned from them. But this was not the worst of it. The most tragic aspect was the 3 flowers atop Tai Zenrin's head, signifying his Deluo golden immortal cultivation, which had gathered the essence of countless years. The 3 grand flowers of the Tao, which should have radiated brilliance and vitality, were now completely shaved off by the unreasonable laws of higher mathematics. Not even a bud was left. Moreover, the 5 energies that had congealed within his chest were forcibly scattered, akin to a deflated balloon. Madly, his spiritual power leaked outward. At this moment, Tai Zenrin's realm felt as if he were on a free-fall amusement ride. Plummeting down from the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal, he fell through Tai Golden Immortal, Xian Immortal, until he completely dropped to the lowest tier of true immortal realm. Only then did he manage to stop. Hundreds of thousands of years of arduous cultivation, lost due to a damned math problem about the shortest distance between a moving point P and a line. In one fell swoop, it was all gone. My cultivation, my 3 flowers. Tai Jinren knelt on the beach, trembling hands reaching up to touch his bald head. Feeling the pitifully scant true immortal power within him, his eyes rolled back, lips quivering. Tears raining down, they streamed uncontrollably down his aged cheeks. Having cultivated for most of his life and priding himself as the intellectual of the Chan sect, he never imagined he would one day be reduced to this state because of a lack of knowledge struck down by a formation master. Not far away atop a tall coconut tree, a bald Neza, bound and dangling like a dead pig, had been swaying there for half the day. Seeing his master below, now bald and even more disheveled than himself, Neza could no longer hold back. Ignoring the marks on his body, he opened his mouth wide and cried out loudly, "Master, they are bullying people. They have no martial ethics." Wailing, he added, "Let's go back to the mountain. This mortal realm is too terrifying. It's full of despicable people." Tai Jinren listened to his disciples' cries. His heart ached. Struggling, he channeled his meager true immortal power. Trembling fingers pointed like a sword, severing the rope binding Neza. Thud! Neza fell from the tree, landing in a heap. But he immediately got up, rolling and scrambling into Tai Zenrin's embrace. This pair of once arrogant and domineering immortal master and disciple of the Chan sect at this moment were on the beach of the East Sea. Clutching their heads and weeping, they cried in a pitiful and tragic manner. Tears mixed with seawater and indescribable bitterness. And just a dozen meters in front of them, clad in a ridiculous SpongeBob invisibility outfit and wearing a black hood, Yunxiao stood with arms crossed, looking down. Watching this pair of sobbing master and disciple, a hint of extreme disdain flashed in her cold, beautiful eyes hidden beneath the hood. Tai Shirshu, it seems the quality education of the Chan sect still leaves much to be desired. Yunxiao coldly tossed out a remark. Her tone carried a trace of absolute disdain and contempt from a science student towards a poor scholar. She could hardly be bothered to glance at these useless figures again, nor did she wish to kill them, lest she be tainted with the sin of a great tribulation. Turning away, she left behind a mysterious yet annoyingly smug SpongeBob-shaped silhouette. With a light tap of her toes, she transformed into a stream of light. Whooshed! With an air of arrogance, she departed, and just before leaving, the sea breeze swept in, revealing a light yellow draft paper on the beach. Slowly falling, it landed right at the feet of the still sobbing Tai Jinren. He wiped his tears and looked down in confusion. It was a piece of paper covered in calculus diagrams with a strange golden system anti-counterfeiting seal stamp. Tai Jinren, trembling, picked up the paper. He saw beside the complex diagrams, in an extremely arrogant and crooked font, several bold words written, "If you don't agree, just hold it in. Temporary worker in the East Sea here for a visit." Tai Jinren fixed his gaze on the words temporary worker, feeling a violent surge of blood rising in his chest. As a dignified 12 golden immortal of the Chan sect, having his 3 flowers shaved off and falling to the true immortal realm, the culprit did not even dare to leave a real name, only a moniker of temporary worker. This was simply pouring salt on his wounds while also dousing him with powerful laxatives. Temporary workers. You have gone too far with the Chan sect. Tai Jinren, consumed by rage, spewed out a mouthful of old blood, staining the sand before him. His eyes rolled back, legs kicked out, and he directly fainted from anger. Master, Master, what happened to you? On the empty beach, only bald Neza remained holding the unconscious Tai Jinren, letting out a desperate cry. And at that very moment when Tai Jinren had his 3 flowers shaved off and fainted in the depths of the ancient, mysterious, and floating Xiao Palace far beyond the 33 heavens, it remained as if a lifeless golden scroll exuding endless heavenly pressure. The list of those to be enshrined suddenly lit up with golden light. Within the violet firmament palace, amidst the endless chaotic purple chi, the golden scroll floated suspended in the void. The investiture of the gods. At this moment it radiated a dazzling and brilliant divine light of the heavenly Tao. This supreme treasure, originally meant to bind the 10,000 immortals of the Jiejiao Sect after hanging vacant for centuries, had finally welcomed its first batch of laborers forcibly locked in by the karmic ties of the heavenly Tao. At the top of the investiture list, the originally blank space suddenly twisted violently, accompanied by Tai Jinren's piercing scream and subsequent unconsciousness from the direction of the East Sea. A name flickering with a crimson immortal radiance, yet exuding boundless weakness, slowly materialized at the very top of the list. The 12 golden immortals of Chan's sect, Tai Jinren of Jingguang Cave, Qinyuan Mountain. As the instigator of the East Sea conflict, Tai Jinren had his 3 flowers of the crown severed by Yangxiu's 9-fold calculus formation. His Tao foundation was damaged, his cultivation realm had fallen. Under the heavenly Tao's merciless karmic judgment, he had lost the qualification to transcend the Great Tribulation. Directly, he was forcibly branded with the seal of investiture. However, this was merely the beginning. With the appearance of Tai Jinren's name, the entire investiture list seemed to activate a terrifying chain reaction. Hum, hum, hum. Below the list, a succession of names like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, one after another illuminated. 3rd-generation disciple of Chan's sect, Huangting Hua of Xiang Cave, Qingfeng Mountain. 3rd-generation disciple of Chan's sect, Shui Ehu of Yunshao Cave, Wulong Mountain. 3rd-generation disciple of Chan's sect, Han Julong of Baihe Cave, Jiogong Mountain. These were all outside the city of Shiqi. These elite 3rd-generation disciples of the Chan sect who had been shot into sieves by the Great Shang's spiritual Gatling crossbows and anti-air artillery. Relying on their magical treasures, they descended the mountain, hoping to gain some military merits in Shiqi. Instead, without even seeing the face of the Jiejiao Sect's regular army, they were physically transcended by pure heavy firepower. Their physical bodies collapsed, and their true spirits, guided by the rules of the heavenly Tao. Forming a line, dazed and confused, they flew into the violet firmament palace, forcibly absorbed by the investiture list. Within the span of half an incense stick's time, the investiture list was already densely filled with over a dozen names. And before these names, without exception, all uniformly bore the glaring 3 characters, Jade Void Palace. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Primordial Heavenly Venerate had just taken a 9th revolution golden pill, barely suppressing the internal injuries caused by that rusty iron axe. Seated on his damaged cloud bed, he was about to close his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. A violent tremor shook his sage's Tao heart. A premonition of doom, like a venomous serpent, coiled around his heart. Primordial Heavenly Venerate waved his large sleeve. The void before him instantly manifested a projection of the investiture list within the violet firmament palace. When he saw the name Tai Jinren shining brightly in gold on the list, along with a string of familiar grand disciple names below it, Primordial Heavenly Venerate froze completely. His profound sage-like eyes instantly became bloodshot, turning a crimson red. Tai, Huangting Hua. How is this possible? Primordial Heavenly Venerate trembled with rage, his voice quivering. He had schemed meticulously, allied with the 2 sages of the West, and forced the issue at the violet firmament palace. His goal was to have Tongshan's Jiejiao Sect disciples fill this list, preserving his own Chan sect followers. But now Tongtian had sealed off Golden Island, turning his disciples into East Sea temporary workers unaffected by karma. Instead, his own proud disciples sent down the mountain were delivering their heads one after another with reckless abandon. Not only did they gain no fortune, they became the first batch of free divine laborers for the heavenly court. This was like lifting a rock only to drop it heavily on one's own foot. Tongtian, you despicable shameless, not only do you steal my treasures and destroy my Tao field, now you seek to eradicate the very foundation of my Chan sect. Primordial Heavenly Venerate's composure completely shattered. Hundreds of thousands of years of sage-like cultivation were incinerated by rage in this moment. Boom. He stomped his foot violently. The last surviving flawless 10,000-year-old white jade floor tile in the main hall of the Jade Void Palace. Under the sage's berserk pressure, with a crack, it instantly shattered into a fine powder. The entire ruined Kunlun mountain peak shook violently once more. Primordial Heavenly Venerate panted heavily, his chest heaving. He knew that with Tongtian hiding inside that stainless steel turtle shell, he had no way to deal with him. Moreover, Tongtian seemed to possess a terrifying power capable of harming the very essence of a sage. No, I absolutely cannot swallow this bitter resentment. Alone I can no longer suppress this madman. A ruthless determination flashed in primordial heavenly venerate's eyes. He waved his large sleeve, dismissing the projection of the investiture list. His form transformed into a brilliant jade, pure divine light, soaring into the sky, directly tearing through the gale layer of the 33rd heaven. Fiercely, he sped straight towards the direction of the 8th scenery palace in the great net heaven. He was going to find his senior brother Laozi to pour out his grievances. He wanted to unite with Laozi and go to the Violet Firmament Palace to lodge a complaint with Dao ancestor Hangjun. In the Daoyuo heaven within the 8th scenery palace, the furnace blazed brightly, and the aroma of elixirs filled the air. The Supreme Old Lord held a fan, closing his eyes in meditation, guarding the stove where the 9 heavens divine pill was about to take form. Boom! The heavy purple-gold door of the 8th scenery palace was violently kicked open. The primordial lord appeared, disheveled, his eyes blazing red. Like an enraged lion filled with malevolence and humiliation, he strode in with great strides. Tongtian is too arrogant. The primordial lord's voice became hoarse with extreme anger as he spoke. He could hardly care for the usual decorum of a sage. He strode up to the Supreme Old Lord. He has allowed his disciples to secretly act in the mortal realm. Tai has had his 3 flowers severed, and the disciples of the Chan sect have suffered heavy casualties. Now the list of deities is filled with names from my Yushu palace. Tongtian intends to exterminate my Chan sect. The primordial lord, in a fit of rage, pointed towards the east, cursing loudly. Elder brother, you are the foremost disciple of the Xianmen and the leader of the human sect. You must step forward and join me in requesting the master's decree to impose heavenly punishment and sanction this lawless Jiejiao sect. The Supreme Old Lord slowly opened his eyes. He did not grow angry at the primordial lord's outburst. Instead, he let out a slight sigh and set down his fan. Second brother, do not be so hasty. The old lord's withered finger lightly pointed in the void. A golden tome exuding an aura of profound mystery appeared out of thin air. It was the heavenly Dao record. This supreme treasure could trace the causes and effects of all things in the primordial chaos and record the trajectories of all heavenly operations. You say Tongtian indulges his disciples in violence. Do you have any evidence? The old lord asked calmly. Evidence? The primordial lord scoffed repeatedly, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Tai was trapped by the 9 curves integral river array by the East Sea and had his 3 flowers severed. Is that not enough? Besides his Jiejiao sect's Yunxiao, who else in the primordial chaos could lay such a malicious array? The old lord remained silent, merely flipping to the corresponding time node in the heavenly Dao record. On the golden pages, the scene of Tai Zhenren being ambushed by the East Sea began to slowly manifest. The primordial lord stared intently at the image, ready to accuse Yunxiao of wrongdoing. However, at the moment the image became completely clear, the primordial lord's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling bronze bells. In the image, Tai Zhenren was furiously confronting the air. Not far from him stood a person dressed in a ridiculous SpongeBob invisibility cloak with a large black hood over their head. The person's aura, as determined by the heavenly Dao record, was actually one of emptiness. There were no fluctuations of Jiejiao sect spells, nor any causal lines related to Yunxiao. The old lord pointed at the bottom of the image, where a line of judgment results automatically generated by the heavenly rules appeared. The voice was utterly flat. East Sea loose cultivator name unknown, no established causation. The primordial lord was stunned, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. This is impossible. What about the West Qi battlefield? That scoundrel Wen Zhong and those black-clad individuals secretly administering laxatives and bludgeoning the West Qi army, surely they cannot also be loose cultivators. The old lord waved his hand again, and the heavenly Dao record turned to the scene of the West Qi battlefield. In the image, a group of masked individuals dressed in black knight attire were fiercely attacking the unconscious Shen Gongbao with broken wooden sticks. However, the judgment result of the heavenly Dao record remained the same. Chaoga temporary worker's identity unknown, untainted by the calamity's causation. Boom. Looking at this absurd judgment result, the primordial lord felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his brain buzzing. He could no longer maintain the dignity of a sage, and suddenly flipped over the purple jade table in front of the Supreme Old Lord. Elixirs and spiritual fruits rolled all over the ground. Damn temporary workers. The primordial lord pointed at the heavenly Dao record, almost roaring. That SpongeBob, although veiled her skill in binding Neza with the Hunyuan curtain, is so proficient, you tell me she is a loose cultivator. Those black-clad individuals, though they did not use spells, were full of Dao friends, please hold on, and acted like thugs. Who else could they be but those from Jiejiao sect? The primordial lord's eyes blazed with fury, his chest heaving violently. Elder brother, that Tongtian definitely has some tricks up his sleeve. What kind of sinister means has he employed to completely shield the heavenly Dao's causal investigation? Faced with the primordial lord's impotent rage, the supreme old lord maintained an unsettling calm. He looked at the chaos in the 8 scenery palace without growing angry. Instead, a deep sense of dread flashed in his eyes. Second brother, this is the terrifying aspect of Tongtian now. The old lord sighed heavily. He has no regard for his own face, not only sealing off Golden Ao Island, but also making his disciples sign some declaration of severing master-disciple relations. According to the heavenly Daos rules, as long as they do not acknowledge themselves as disciples of Jiejiao Sect and do not use spells of their sect, the heavenly Dao cannot impose causal punishment. When it comes to logic, you cannot outmatch his shameless tactics. When it comes to evidence, the heavenly Dao record shows no trace of these individuals. If we forcefully report to the Xiao Palace, the master probably would not even pay attention to us. The primordial lord slumped onto the meditation cushion, his face filled with frustration and despair. Could it be that the esteemed Chan sect would be played to death by these nameless temporary workers in the calamity of sealing the gods? The old lord looked at the primordial lord's dejected state, remaining silent for a long time. In the end, he sighed and decided to personally intervene and have a heart-to-heart talk with Tongtian. The East Sea. Waves surged violently, and the sea breeze howled. There stood a colossal stainless steel iron ball, Jiejiao Island, coated in 100 tons of titanium alloy causality insulating mud, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. It quietly floated on the surface of the sea, seemingly completely isolated from the entire primordial world. At that moment, at the edge of the sky, a majestic purple aura spread for 30,000 miles. An old man in gray robes with white hair and a demeanor reminiscent of a celestial being rode a green cow, backward stepping on the yin-yang diagram of Taiji, slowly descending from the clouds. He was none other than the first disciple of the Xuanmen, the leader of the Rinjiao Taishang Laojun. Laojun halted the green cow before the impeccably sealed titanium alloy door of Jiejiao Island. He gazed at the flawless defensive array resembling a turtle shell, his brows slightly furrowing. However, he quickly regained his lofty and detached demeanor, embodying a state of transcendence. Tongtian, my junior brother. Laojun flicked his whisk lightly, and his voice, imbued with the pressure of a sage, resonated like the sound of a grand bell piercing through layers of array barriers to echo directly above Jiejiao Island. I have come today to offer a few words of advice. I ask that you open the mountain gate, so we as brothers may have a good talk. The tone of his voice appeared calm, yet it carried an undeniable posture of authority, as if his presence alone was a tremendous favor. However, within Jiejiao Island there was utter silence. The heavy titanium alloy door showed no signs of cracking, not even a seam. Just as Laojun's brow began to knit tighter, preparing to exert his great magical power to knock at the door once more. Buzz! Above the door a small hole suddenly opened. Immediately after, a dark trumpet-shaped magical treasure extended from the opening. Talk about feelings. The exceedingly arrogant and languid voice of Li Changsheng came through, filled with sheer audacity. Through the loudspeaker it boomed out directly. Elder brother, what is there for us to discuss? My Jiejiao has already been bankrupted and disbanded, with all members at home living off their families. The affairs of the primordial world are not ours to worry about. Laozi's expression darkened. Tongtian, do not be unreasonable. The disciples of the Changjiao have suffered repeated setbacks in the mortal realm, and Tai has even had his 3 flowers cut off. Such vile actions, aside from your misguided disciples of Jiejiao, who else could be responsible? You have allowed your disciples to resort to underhanded tactics, disrupting the Fengshen calamity. Oh, what punishment do you deserve? Laojun directly placed a heavy accusation upon him. He attempted to leverage the authority of a sage and the moral high ground to coerce Tongtian into submission. Stop with your ridiculous roundabout excuses. Within the loudspeaker, Li Changsheng's voice suddenly rose an octave, unleashing a barrage of insults. This door I have built is more secure than your Beijing Palace's alchemy furnace. Not even a mosquito could escape. Your Changjiao's disciples are weaklings defeated by mere temporary workers from Chaogu and wandering cultivators from the East Sea. You come to find me for an explanation. What then? If you can't produce results in the future, will you blame it on the insufficient gravity of our East Sea? This crude and unrelenting tirade directly left the lofty Taishang Laojun dumbfounded. He had cultivated for countless epochs. When had he ever heard such words from a streetwise rogue? Tongtian, do not forget we are both from the true lineage of Pangu, connected by the same roots. Laojun took a deep breath, preparing to employ his most... Tongtian, do not forget we are both from the true lineage of Pangu, connected by the same roots. Laojun took a deep breath, preparing to employ his most skilled tactic of moral coercion. Now that a great calamity has befallen us as a senior uncle, instead of considering the bond of the 3 pure ones, you instead permit your disciples to harm their fellow sect members. How will you face the Pangu Father God in the underworld in the future? The bond of the 3 pure ones. From the loudspeaker came a piercingly sharp mocking laughter from Li Changsheng. His laughter was filled with derision and disdain. Old man, and now you speak of bonds with me. Back in the Xiao Palace, when the four of you old coins plotted against me, forcing my Jiejiao to send countless immortals to fill the Fengshen list, as beasts you had no thought of the bond of the three pure ones. Your Rinjiao has but one lone disciple from Xuandu. You were unwilling to allow him to be listed, yet you found it perfectly acceptable to sacrifice my disciples' lives to fill the void. Is this what you call your bond? Li Changsheng's voice grew even colder, carrying a hint of the oppressive might of a half-stepped Dao Saint. Stop pretending to be sympathetic in front of me. My Jiejiao is now an iron turtle. No one shall take up. You better hurry back to your Beijing palace to refine pills. If you dare waste even a moment more at my door, believe me when I say I will go out and roast your green cow for a side dish. As soon as the words left his mouth, the loudspeaker swiftly retracted. The small hole closed up instantly. The entire Jiejiao island returned to its previously impenetrable silence. Laozi sat upon the back of the green cow, left speechless by the sudden onslaught of insults. His usually calm face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He knew that a strong assault on Jiejiao Island was impossible now. But the more Tongtian sought to preserve Jiejiao's fortune in the Laozi gritted his teeth, no longer hiding the murderous intent in his eyes. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being ruthless. He knew that a strong assault on Jiejiao Island was impossible now. But the more Tongtian sought to preserve Jiejiao's fortune in the mortal realm, the more he would seek to obliterate it completely. Laozi left with a dark expression after being turned away, yet as he departed he insidiously bound Jiejiao's mortal fortunes tightly to the Shang dynasty. Within the Bo Palace, Li Changsheng retrieved his grand trumpet artifact and lazily reclined back into his rattan chair. Though he had just berated the Taishang Laojun, thoroughly filling his heart with immense satisfaction, his divine, since a half-step towards the path of a sage, remained vigilant. Yet he keenly detected a hidden formation laid out by Laozi as he departed into the void. The locking spirit, same pulse formation. Li Changsheng sneered coldly. This old fox, afraid to confront him openly, had resorted to underhanded tactics. He was forcibly binding the remaining fortune of the Jiejiao Sect with the national fortune of the mortal Shang dynasty. If one prospered, they all prospered. If one suffered, they all suffered. As long as the Chan sect annihilated the Shang dynasty in the mortal realm, then, even if the disciples of the Jiejiao Sect were all holed up on Golden Ao Island, they would face merciless obliteration by the heavenly Tao due to the collapse of their fortunes. You think to force me out to face the tribulations with such despicable means, eh? Li Changsheng picked up a bright red spiritual fruit, taking a bite, while his eyes gleamed with a glimmer of relentless mischief. All right then, since you enjoy playing binding games, I shall turn the tables and engage in a grand modern workplace separation drama. Li Changsheng sat up abruptly. In his mind, he called upon the system, spending a trivial amount of origin value in the shop to exchange for a modernized high-speed immortal technique copier. Vroom vroom vroom. The machine whirred madly, and in less than half a stick of incense, 10,000 documents printed on the system's anti-counterfeit paper filled half of the Bo Palace. Li Changsheng casually picked up a sheet and blew on the ink with satisfaction. At the top of the document, bold black characters prominently proclaimed statement of unilateral termination of master-disciple relationship and expulsion from the Jiejiao Sect voluntary version. Come here. Li Changsheng shouted loudly. Dao Bao Doran, Zhao Gongming, and others were all fired up due to their master's earlier confrontation with Taishang Laojun. Upon hearing the call, they hurriedly rushed in. Master, what are your orders? Li Changsheng pointed at the towering stack of documents, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Take these documents and distribute them across the island, especially to those disciples who still wish to go to the mortal realm in trap bags. Each one gets a copy. Dao Bao Daoran picked up a statement, carefully reading the terms. I voluntarily give up my status as a disciple of the Jiejiao Sect. My actions outside have no causal connection with the Jiejiao Sect. Daobao's eyes instantly brightened like 200-watt searchlights. His celestial mind completed a perfect loop once again. Master, this golden cicada shedding its shell technique of yours is simply extraordinary. Dao Bao was so excited he started patting his thighs. As long as we sign this, we are no longer members of the Jiejiao Sect in legal terms. Even if the heavenly Tao checks the surveillance, they can only find a group of nameless drifters. We can disguise ourselves legally and engage in the most gangster-like activities in the mortal realm. Zhao Gongming was even more thrilled as he picked up a pen. In 2 quick strokes, he signed his name on the statement and pressed a bloody handprint. Master, don't worry. I'll go resign right now. From today onward, I shall no longer be called Zhao Gongming. It will be the #1 heavy hitter of Chao Ge. Looking at this group of disciples who were even more eager to exploit the system than himself, Li Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Go on, and once you reach Chao Ge, don't mention that you know me. In the mortal realm, the Shang dynasties, inside the Taisher mansion, Wen Zhong was feeling frazzled due to the renewed movements from the Western Qi. Although there were gunpowder and Gatling guns from basic physics to hold the line, the Chan sect, however, shamelessly sent a large number of third-generation disciples proficient in spells to mingle among the mortal army, causing havoc. The mortal artisans of the Shang had a hard time dealing with it. At that moment, report. Taisher, a guard came rolling into the hall, his face pale with horror and outside. A group of extremely strange people have arrived. They say they are here to apply for jobs as grassroots workers in the Shang dynasty. Applying for workers? Wen Zhong frowned, stepping out of the hall to the square outside the Taisher mansion. Upon taking a glance, Wen Zhong's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. There were several hundred individuals wearing tattered coarse cloth garments and straw hats standing in the square. Yet their entire beings were uncontrollably exuding a terrifying pressure comparable to that of Daoyojin Xian and Taijin Xian as mere commoners. The leading portly man was none other than the chief disciple of the Jiejiao Sect, Dao Bao, and the one beside him holding a broken wooden stick was none other than Uncle Zhao Gongming. And those dozens standing in a row were none other than the 10 heavenly lords. Master, Uncle, why have you all come down the mountain? When Zhong was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat, hurriedly preparing to kneel and pay his respects. Shoo! Dao Bao pulled Wen Zhong up, glancing around before mysteriously handing him a piece of paper. The Taisher has mistaken me. I am not Dao Bao. I am an unemployed wanderer from the East Sea named Wen. Dao Bao solemnly stuffed a personal job application into Wen Zhong's hands. I heard the Shang dynasty is currently recruiting talents widely. I have come specifically to apply. I heard you are in need of a temporary janitor. Do you think I am suitable? Zhao Gongming chimed in, waving his stick. Taisher, I am called Li Taigun, here to apply as a temporary assistant supervisor for your Shang Imperial Warehouse. We specialize in dealing with various disrespectful acts and the entanglements of the Chan sect elders. The 10 heavenly lords all simultaneously presented their resumes. Wen Zhong trembled as he held the heavy stack of resumes, gazing at this group before him. They clearly possessed the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Yet they were determined to apply for jobs as janitors, city managers, and masons. He found himself plunged into deep thought and self-doubt. When did the cultivation world become so competitive? Even the direct disciples of sages had to come to the mortal realm to snatch temporary jobs. However, after the brief shock, unparalleled ecstasy erupted in Wen Zhong's eyes. With the addition of this batch of temporary workers, the Shang dynasty's development speed was set to rocket uncontrollably. Since the arrival of the temporary workers at the Deluo Golden Immortal level, in Xiaoga, the entire atmosphere of the Great Shang has completely gone astray. This group of immortals has taken on the roles of bricklayers, boiler workers, and city management. When they got to work, their enthusiasm was nothing short of frenzied. Daoist Duobao, relying on his keen perception of the world's treasures, directly took on the role of the director of the Great Shang Geological Exploration Bureau. He wandered around the Great Shang with a group of mortals. With a casual point, he commanded, dig. Vast iron ore veins and open coal mines hundreds of meters underground were continuously excavated. The 10 heavenly monarchs further developed the military factory of the Great Shang into an assembly line. Although they could not use spells, their photographic memory and exquisite manual skills as Great Luo Golden Immortals were unparalleled. Redcoat cannons, spiritual energy Gatling guns, and even extra-large smoke bombs. They were produced like dumplings rolling out in a frenzy. Zhao Gongming led a team comprised of mortals known as the Chaoga City Management Assault Team. They roamed about the border of the two nations. Whenever they encountered disciples from the Chan sect causing destruction or secretly casting spells, he did not chant incantations or cast spells. Instead, he directly took out the god-slaying wood and knocked them down with a single blow from behind. Then he skillfully put them in burlap sacks, tied them with stones, and sank them into the city moat. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, pushing the limits of physical exorcism. However, one could not hide a fire with mere paper. These celestial beings bearing the title of temporary workers were getting too carried away in the mortal realm. Eventually, this triggered a severe alert from the laws of the heavenly Tao above the 33 heavens. Boom. On this day, the sky above the Golden Turtle Island in the East Sea, which was originally clear and bright, darkened without warning. A heavy red cloud of karma as imposing as a mountain rolled in, carrying the breath of destruction. This was not an ordinary tribulation. Instead, it was the heavenly Tao preparing to forcefully eliminate the interveners with the heavenly Tao causal annihilation, divine punishment upon detecting a serious deviation in karmic causation. Because the leader of these temporary workers was still nominally the Tongtian Cult Master, the punishment of heavenly thunder was firmly locked onto Li Changsheng, who was lounging in a reclining chair on Golden Turtle Island. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. A large number of causal interventions have been detected under the host's name. Heavenly punishment countdown 1098. The system's red alert sounded once more. But this time Li Changsheng did not panic and flee, nor did he rush to break his disciple's legs as he usually did. Instead, he lazily sat up from the reclining chair. He took a sip of chilled coconut juice, even having the leisure to pick his teeth. He looked up at the terrifying red cloud in the sky that seemed ready to crush Golden Turtle Island, a confident smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Strike me. Today I want to see what reason this blind program has to strike me. Li Changsheng stomped onto the roof of the Bio Palace. Pointing at the sky, he shouted to the heavens in a near-impudent, yet confident tone. Heavenly Dao, be a bit more mindful. Before striking someone, shouldn't you check the underlying logic of your database? Look carefully, those fighting in Xiao City, are they using even a hint of the celestial techniques from my Jiejiao Sect? Have they utilized even a sliver of spiritual energy? No. Li Changsheng's voice, empowered by the might of half a step into the Great Dao, pierced through the 33 heavens. They are fighting with black powder and Gatling guns. They are building houses using pulley systems and leverage. Even when they strike with blunt objects, they are relying purely on muscle strength and gravitational acceleration. What is this called? Li Changsheng placed his hands on his hips, roaring confidently. This is called pure human technology. This is the physical laws governing the operation of all things. The heavenly Dao's karmic tribulations concern the causation of immortals and demonic beings. Oh, what right do you have to interfere with the technological evolution within a mortal dynasty? You are overstepping your authority. Accompanied by Li Changsheng's resounding accusation, the originally violent karma red cloud above the 33 heavens. In that instant, it surprisingly paused in a strangely human-like manner, as if a supercomputer running at high speed had suddenly crashed. Buzz, the intangible rules of the heavenly Dao began to scan every corner of the mortal Great Shang frantically. The scanning results appeared in the heavenly mechanism like flowing code. Scanning Daoist Duobao identity determination. Great Shang geological explorer, Wang Dana. No records of celestial power usage detected. The tools used are mortal iron shovels. Determination legal worker. Scanning Zhao Gongming identity determination. Temporary worker of the Great Shang City management team, Li Taigun. No fluctuations of Daoist techniques detected. Means of attack are purely physical blunt force. Determination legal self-defense. Scanning the 10 heavenly monarchs identity determination. Senior technician at the Great Shang chemical factory. Produced materials are a mixture of nitrate and sulfur gunpowder. Determination pure chemical reaction unrelated to celestial causation. Most crucially, the heavenly Dao reviewed the underlying records of causal contracts. It discovered that these individuals had signed the Jiejiao Sect's unilateral termination of master-disciple relationship and expulsion declaration several months prior. Moreover, it bore the system's absolute shielding steel seal, which the heavenly Dao could not trace. This means that in legal terms they were no longer members of the Jiejiao Sect. In terms of behavior, they had not used any immortal means. In terms of results, all of this was developed by humanity using the laws of matter, forming a technology tree. Beep. The operational program of the heavenly Dao rules emitted a near-short-circuit lament. The logic formed a perfect closed loop. It could not find any justification to attribute these actions to Jiejiao Sect's interference with the karmic tribulation. It could find no reason to strike the Tongtian Cult Master, who was far away in seclusion on Golden Turtle Island. Whoosh! In the next moment, under the astonished and utterly baffled gazes of the great powers of the primordial era, the heavenly karma red cloud, which had originally been able to destroy the heavens and the earth, suddenly collapsed like a deflated balloon, transforming into harmless spiritual energy raindrops that fell onto the surface of the East Sea. The divine punishment was thus forcefully dispelled by a few theories of materialism. Ha ha ha! Li Changsheng stood on the roof, laughing uproariously, nearly doubling over with mirth. The loopholes in this system are truly exceptional. Using magic to defeat magic, using science to confront the heavenly Dao. From now on I shall sit on the island and watch how you old coins are turned into sieves by mortal technology. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court's Lingxiao treasure hall, the Jade Emperor Haoyan and the Taibai Jingxing watched the absurd scene in the Haoyan mirror, where the heavenly punishment red cloud dissipated without any attack. The two stared with their mouths agape, nearly dropping their jaws to the ground. What is going on here? The heavenly Dao actually retreated? The heavenly Dao can't manage. The mortal Great Shang has completely liberated itself, ushering in the most absurd reform in history. Great Shang, deep within the royal palace of Xiao City. The night had grown late, yet the imperial study remained ablaze with light as bright as day. King Zhou Dxian sat upright before the wide rosewood desk. His eyes were bloodshot, yet they gleamed with a strange, almost fanatical clarity. He still wore the special black cap that concealed his sea urchin hairstyle. His right hand grasped a wolf hair brush dipped in cinnabar ink, hovering over a mountain of memorials. He reviewed them with a frenzy. Preposterous. Why are the slaves in the Western territories still suffering? King Zhou bellowed, hurling a memorial to the ground. Did I not issue the decree? The Abolition of Slavery Act shall be enacted throughout the realm immediately. Give them land. Issue them farming tools. Whoever dares to obstruct shall have their property confiscated to the treasury and used to build roads. In the shadow of a pillar, Grand Preceptor Wenzhong silently put away the remote control for his thunderous law ruler. He nodded with satisfaction. The electroshock therapy of this ruler had proven remarkably effective. Under the high pressure of sleeping only 2 hours a day and receiving intense electrical stimulation to the cerebral cortex, this once pleasure-seeking decadent and inept sovereign had not only completely kicked his addiction to women, but had also awakened the soul of an emperor destined to be remembered through the ages. In this Imperial Civil Service Examination Act, King Zhou declared without lifting his head, continuing to write furiously. Regardless of birth or status, any who can solve the mathematical problems set by the 10 heavenly lords and understand physics and chemistry may enter the court as officials. Great Shang has no room for idlers nor for those useless charlatans who only pray to gods and Buddhas. Su Daji, who stood attending at his side, was now clad in a coarse, faded hemp garment. Her 2 fair arms were swollen like large radishes as she mechanically and numbly ground ink on the inkstone. She gazed at the king before her, who worked with the relentless energy of a wound-up spring. 2 streams of clear tears slid silently down her cheeks. Was this still the cruel, debauched tyrant she was sent to seduce? This was nothing more than an emotionless machine for approving memorials. She, the noble nine-tailed fox, could not only fail to seduce him, but couldn't even spare a moment to flutter her eyelashes. Every day she was forced to memorize the multiplication table, and if she failed, she would be sent to mine coal in the western hills. A demon's life was indeed difficult. Meanwhile, outside Chaoga City, a super infrastructure project of unprecedented scale and grandeur was unfolding with great vigor. Duobao Daoist under the alias Wang Dana wore a safety helmet. Holding blueprints, he stood on a high scaffold, the very image of a great Shang construction foreman. Brothers, though we cannot use immortal arts, surely the physical strength of a Deluo Golden Immortal is sufficient to move a few million gene of bricks, wouldn't you say? Under his direction, hundreds of anonymous temporary workers from the Jiejiao Sect rolled up their sleeves and worked. They refrained from using spells, relying solely on their pure physical might. They carried boulders the size of mountains on their shoulders and bore tons of steel and building materials, striding swiftly across the construction site. Boom, boom, boom. In a single night, on the outskirts of Chaoga City, 10 grand military fortresses 100 zhang high and entirely cast from black iron and granite rose abruptly from the ground. The city walls were dozens of meters thick, sufficient to withstand the magical bombardment of ordinary gods. This construction speed, bordering on miraculous, inspired the worship of Great Shang's mortal craftsmen. In the vast fertile fields outside the city, the 10 heavenly lords transformed into chief agricultural experts of Great Shang, though they refrained from using their rain-calling and wind-summoning celestial arts. Relying on their profound understanding of the principles governing the interaction of the 5 elements and guided by the tone basic physics and a complete guide to agricultural drought prevention, they formulated the most efficient chemical fertilizers and introduced spiritual energy hybridization techniques. At the autumn harvest, golden waves of wheat rolled with the wind and heavy rice ears bent the stalks. 10,000 gene per mu. Truly the immortal spirit rice yields 10,000 gene per mu. The people of Great Shang knelt in the fields, holding the plump grains that exuded a faint spiritual energy. Their eyes brimmed with tears of joy. With this grain, the Great Shang army would have no worries about provisions. The people lived in peace and contentment, and the population experienced explosive growth. The entire Great Shang dynasty, bolstered internally by the diligent workaholic D. Exine and externally by the Jiejiao Sect's temporary workers frantically climbing the tech tree, saw its national power undergo a terrifying exponential explosion. Roar! Beyond the 33rd heaven, the golden dragon of Great Shang's national fortune, which had become shaky and feeble due to the Chan sect's machinations, at this moment erupted with a clear, resounding dragon's roar that shook the 9 heavens. The illusory dragon's body instantly solidified. Its scales gleamed with dazzling golden light, and its body swelled tenfold in the wind. The immense golden dragon of fortune circled above Chaoga City, exuding a terrifying pressure of universal submission and unparalleled dominance. Even the ethereal laws of the heavenly Tao seemed to retreat slightly before this surging human fortune. This was the awakening of humanity itself. It was the absolute confidence born from technology and civilization. Meanwhile, far away on the border of western Qi, within a dilapidated central military tent, Zhang Zia, who had just experienced a mass mutiny due to diarrhea and still had thick bandages wrapped around his backside, hobbled out of the tent with the aid of a crutch. He wished to divine the fate of the Great Shang dynasty and find an opportunity for a counterattack. However, when he looked up and activated his art of observing celestial auras, gazing towards the sky above Chaoga, Zhang Zia was struck as if by lightning. He stared fixedly at the golden dragon of Great Shang's fortune, which blotted out the sky and seemed about to devour the entire primordial wilderness. His aged eyes were filled with utter despair and disbelief. How is this possible? Not only has Great Shang not declined, but its fortune has increased tenfold. Jiang Ziya's legs gave way, and he trembled all over. Clatter. The god-beating whip which he cherished as a treasure and which represented his authority to deify on behalf of heaven, fell feebly to the ground. Far away in western Qi, as Jiang Ziya beheld the surging fortune soaring into the sky from Chaoga, even the god-beating whip in his hand dropped to the earth. In the west Qi, inside the Xiang residence, the atmosphere was so oppressive it seemed to drip with water. Jiang Ziya sat on the Grandmaster's chair padded with 3 thick cushions, yet still felt pain that made him gasp occasionally. However, the physical pain was nothing compared to the collapse he felt within. In his hands, he held a stack of intelligence reports just returned from the borders of the Deshang. His grizzled beard trembled violently in the wind, and even his hands holding the letter shook like chaff. How is this possible? Jiang Ziya's eyes widened in disbelief as he read the contents of the report. It clearly stated within the Deshang territory, due to the promotion of new farming tools and fertilizers, there was an unprecedented bumper harvest. The citizens of Chaoga City were enjoying white steamed buns every day. During festivals, they could even afford to have meat at every meal. And what about us here in West Qi? Due to years of warfare and the recent strange drought, the national treasury was already empty. The soldiers of West Qi could only drink rice soup, so thin it barely reflected their shadows. In fact, some of the lower-ranking soldiers had nothing left to gnaw on but tree bark and grass roots. Xiang Fu. At this moment, a voice filled with tears interrupted Jiang Ziya's thoughts. The heir of West Qi, the future King Wu of Zhou Gfa, stumbled into the hall, his face full of sorrow and despair. Xiang Fu, we can't fight this war. Gfa collapsed in despair before Jiang Ziya, his voice thick with hopelessness. Originally, we raised our banner to fight under the slogan of relieving the people and overthrowing the tyrants. But now, Gfa bitterly smiled, pointing towards the direction of Deshang. Now the common people outside are all singing praises for the king of Shang Dxin as an unprecedented sage ruler. They say he abolished slavery, granting land to the former slaves. He implemented a universal examination system, providing opportunities for commoners to become officials. They even claim that on the streets of Deshang, not even a piece of dog excrement can be found. Xiang Fu, please teach me how we can still shout the slogans for rebellion. Gfa was at a loss for tears. Rebellion requires justification. Now the Shang dynasty was prosperous and peaceful, thriving to an astonishing degree. We are starving here while trying to fight them. This is not upholding justice. It is simply envy of their good fortune attempting to rob them. The moral high ground crumbled in an instant. Listening to Ji Fa's lament, Jiang Ziya felt a heaviness in his chest, a trace of sweetness rising in his throat. But he forced himself to swallow the reverse blood. As the one who was destined to confer the title of God, he absolutely could not lose composure at this moment. Do not panic, heir. Jiang Ziya slapped his thigh, which caused him to wince again, and forced the demeanor of a celestial being with, "This is merely an illusion of the tyrannical Shang's final blaze of glory. The Shang dynasty's fate is already exhausted. This is the grand trend of the heavenly Tao, and it cannot be reversed." Jiang Ziya desperately tried to salvage his dignity, attempting to use metaphysics to cover the awkwardness of reality. The more they prosper, the deeper their sins for going against the heavens. As long as our West Qi army stands united with my Taoist teachings supporting us from behind, we will surely seize the heavenly timing and overthrow them in one fell swoop. However, before Jiang Ziya could finish his impassioned brainwashing speech, a muddy West Qi general burst in rolling and tumbling. Not good. Great General. Heir. The general's face was ashen, terror-stricken as he reported. The 3 major military camps outside the city have exploded. What a... Jiang Ziya and Gfa both jumped up simultaneously, exclaiming in unison. Exploded? Did the Shang army attack? Gfa asked anxiously. No, it's not that. The general swallowed hard, his expression bizarre to the extreme, even showing a hint of barely concealed excitement. It's... The soldiers heard that the Shang is building stainless steel insulated roads. They are hiring laborers, providing meals and accommodation, 3 hearty meals a day and double wages. Half of the soldiers in the camp threw away their weapons and armor overnight and rushed to the city of Chaoga to apply for jobs. Silence. A deathly stillness. In the Xiang residence hall, one could hear a pin drop. Jiang Ziya's mouth hung open, his eyes glazed as he stared at the general. At that moment, his brain completely short-circuited. What was this? The highest realm of a dimensional strike, defeating an enemy without a battle. The Deshang hadn't even sent a single soldier. By relying solely on recruitment ads and white-steamed buns, they had directly dismantled half of West Qi's military strength. How can we even fight this war? Jiang Ziya could no longer hold back. Overwhelmed with anger, he spewed out a mouthful of dark blood, staining the desk in front of him. His eyes rolled back, and he fell straight backward. Xiang Fu, what's wrong with you? GFA was terrified, rushing over to hold Jiang Zia. After a while, Jiang Zia slowly regained consciousness. His face was as pale as paper as he looked at the dire situation in West Qi, realizing that with mere mortal strength, it was absolutely impossible to defeat the flourishing Deshang. There's no choice. Completely no choice. Jiang Zia trembled as he pulled out a communication talisman that shimmered with jade-clear celestial light. In his eyes, a flash of determination and ruthlessness passed. Since mortal means are insufficient, we can only request Master to issue a decree allowing the celestial beings of the Chan teaching to come forth. Jiang Zia was utterly at a loss and could only rally the others again. This time the Primordial Supreme Being issued a death order calling forth all the celestial beings. Kunlun Mountain. Within the Yusu Palace, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it felt as if it had solidified into blocks of ice. The Primordial Supreme Being sat high atop the 9 dragons' incense palanquin. Before him floated an urgent request for assistance written in blood by Jiang Zia. He gazed at the letter describing the large-scale defection of soldiers from the West Qi and the flourishing power of the Shang dynasty. The expression on the Primordial Supreme Being's face was terrifyingly grim. What a Tongtian! What a temporary worker! He sneered coldly, his voice laced with bone-chilling killing intent. I shall see how long these mundane technologies and tricks can withstand absolute power. He knew that if he did not act soon, once West Qi completely collapsed, the chessboard of the grand godly tribulation would truly be overturned by Tongtian. Convey my decree. The Primordial Supreme Being bellowed. Below in the Great Hall, the 12 golden immortals, including Guang Qingzi and Tai Yijinren, immediately grew solemn and knelt in unison. The Great Tribulation has arrived. The struggles of mortals can no longer stabilize the universe. Since those old sixths of the Jiejiao Sect enjoy hiding in the mortal realm, I shall force them to reveal their true forms. With a sweep of his grand sleeve, 12 dazzling streams of light descended into the hands of the 12 gold. These were supreme innate spiritual treasures and deadly weapons exuding boundless pressure. To Guang Qingzi he bestowed a reformed replica of the Fantian seal, more powerful than before. To Tai Yijinren, a 9-in divine fire banner capable of trapping heaven and earth, and others like Zhu Lusun and Qi Jingzi also received the Primordial Supreme Being's prized treasures. I command you, the 12 golden immortals, to descend the mountain. The eyes of the Primordial Supreme Being sparkled with reckless madness. Go to West Qi at all costs. Use celestial means to flatten Chaoga for me. Any who obstruct, whether mortal or Jiejiao Sect disciples, shall be killed without mercy, to be sent to the godly ranking. Guang Qingzi and the others held the treasures in their hands. Feeling the surging magical power, they trembled with excitement. Especially Tai Yijinren and Guang Qingzi, who touched their bald heads and newly fitted dentures. Deep within their eyes burned an indelible flame of hatred. Disciples shall strictly follow the decree. This time, descending the mountain, we will make that group of Jiejiao Sect scoundrels who only know how to wield clubs pay their blood debts in blood. In the mortal realm, West Qi camp, Jiang Zia lay on his sickbed lamenting. Suddenly, boom. The entire sky above West Qi was instantly dyed a brilliant gold. Auspicious clouds swirled as celestial melodies echoed. 12 beams of light as radiant as the sun tore through the clouds, descending with an overwhelming aura of terror above the West Qi camp. The senior brothers have arrived. Jiang Zia excitedly scrambled out of the tent, looking up. Leading the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, Guang Qingzi, donned in magnificent robes, held supreme treasures. They resembled 12 divine beings descending to earth, looking down upon the entire land. The vast pressure belonging to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal caused the previously demoralized soldiers of West Qi to tremble in fear and kneel on the ground. Mortal beings had never witnessed such a divine spectacle. This kind of might made it impossible to even entertain thoughts of resistance. Guang Qingzi stood amidst the clouds holding the Fantian seal replica. He paid no heed to the mortals bowing below. Instead, he turned his head, locking his gaze firmly on the prosperous capital of the Shang dynasty, Chaoga City, thousands of miles away. Tongtian, old thief. Guang Qingzi gathered his magical power, his voice filled with hatred and arrogance. It thundered throughout the vast primordial world. It spread directly to every corner of the mortal realm. Aren't you fond of covering for your disciples? Don't you relish allowing them to act like old sixths? Today the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect have gathered. If you're brave, let your cowardly disciples come out openly and battle us heathen. Don't just hide behind mortals engaging in sneaky and underhanded deeds. If you dare not come out, then today I shall level this Chaoga City along with the luck of your Jiejiao Sect in the mortal realm. Guang Qingzi raised the treasure in his hand high, completely flattened it to the ground. This was the most audacious challenge issued directly to Tongtian. It caused the great powers secretly observing the primordial world to involuntarily gasp in shock. The Chan sect was completely tearing off the facade, preparing to disregard rules and unleash a massacre. Faced with such a lineup, what could the Jiejiao Sect disciples who had even had their treasures confiscated use to defend themselves? The oppressive calm before the storm was suffocating. Everyone believed that the Jiejiao Sect would continue to be cowardly or be forced into battle out of desperation. However, far away in the East Sea within the causeless stainless steel iron sphere, on Jiejiao Island in the Bayou Palace, Li Changsheng sat in a rattan chair listening to Guangchengzi's arrogant insults echoing throughout the primordial world. He was not angry at all. Instead, a dangerously malicious smile curled at the corners of his mouth. A heated battle. Flatten it. Li Changsheng leisurely stood up and stretched a great yawn. All right, since Yuchan sect loves to gang up and enjoys a show of force so much, I shall grant you that today. Li Changsheng unhesitatingly called forth the system in his mind. In Jiejiao Island, Li Changsheng sneered, opening the weapons of mass destruction interface in the system mall. Golden Ao Island. Deep beneath Bio Palace. In a hidden secret chamber isolated by numerous formations. The atmosphere was so heated that it seemed to ignite the air. This basement, originally used for confinement, has now been completely transformed, adorned with various complex tactical maps. On the wall in huge red characters, it reads, "Survival is victory. A collective brawl is the way to go." This is now the highest level command center of the Jiejiao Underground Anti-Involution Joint Operations Command Center. At this moment, Li Changsheng stood before a massive tactical sand table, wearing his colorful floral shorts. In his hand, he held a purple jade ruler used for hitting, acting as a teaching tool, pointing and gesturing at the sand table. In front of him were Duobao Daoist, Zhao Gongming, the three Xiaos, the 10 heavenly lords, and other core disciples of Jiejiao. They were all dressed in identical black tight night outfits, wearing black hoods that revealed only their eyes. They resembled a group of robbers preparing to raid a bank. Did you all hear that? Li Changsheng tapped the sand table with the purple jade ruler, producing a crisp sound. That group of idiots from the Changjiao is clamoring for a direct confrontation with us. That brat Guangchengzi just got his dentures fixed and dares to come flaunting his power. Below, the hot-tempered Wu Yunxian clenched the black wooden stick in his hand and shouted sulkily, "Master, let us go out. I will smash his new teeth again today and see how arrogant he can be." Zhao Gongming was also cracking his knuckles, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yes, Master, let's challenge them right now and let them know the power of my god-defying wood." Challenge. Li Changsheng rolled his eyes, exasperated, and tapped the purple jade ruler on Zhao Gongming's hood. "What kind of nonsense is that? Have you all lost your minds from cultivating? Are we still following the rules of the martial world?" Li Changsheng turned around and pointed at the large characters on the wall, admonishing loudly. On the Changjiao side, with the 12 golden immortals, there are at most a dozen Deluo golden immortals. But how many do we have in Jiejiao? Just those who have reached the Tai realm alone number in the thousands. With such a significant numerical advantage, are we going to play unknown? That's not bravery, that's having water in your brain. Li Changsheng's words struck like thunder, instantly shattering the long-held knightly spirit of fighting alone and clashing treasures in the world of cultivation. Duobao Daoist stroked his bald head, nodding in agreement. "Master is right. We used to care too much about face, which led to our losses." Li Changsheng looked at Duobao with satisfaction and continued to lay out the strategy. "Listen carefully. This time you will descend to Chaoga for support. Remember the 8-character guideline. Fight if you can, now retreat if you can't." Li Changsheng's expression turned sinister, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. When encountering Changjiao's golden immortals, absolutely no unknown. 10 against 1. 100 to overpower 1. Scatter lime in front, hit with clubs from behind, and arrange for people to shoot arrows and throw poison from the sides. As long as you can bring them down, use whatever dirty tactics necessary. Everyone was dumbfounded. This tactic was simply the epitome of shamelessness. But upon further reflection, this is just too exhilarating. "But Master," Xiong Xiao raised her small hand, hesitantly asking, "what if they from Changjiao have powerful treasures? We still might not win, even 10 against 1. Li Changsheng snorted coldly. "Not win? Are you going to fight Heathen? That's foolish. If you can't win, immediately cover your head and run, the faster the better. While running, crush the signal talisman. We don't play personal heroism, we play firepower coverage." Li Changsheng patted his chest, exuding an intimidating aura. "As long as you lure them to the designated location, the rest will be taken care of by my air support. Who cares about any supreme innate spiritual treasures? They'll bombard them with overwhelming firepower until nothing remains." After hearing this shameless yet remarkably reassuring tactical guidance, the eyes of the Jiejiao immortals lit up with excitement. The slight sense of superiority as cultivators in their hearts was utterly thrown to the 9 heavens. "Master is wise. We understand. If we can gang up, we won't fight unknown. If we can poison, we won't draw swords." Everyone nodded repeatedly, treating the concept of shamelessness as the highest operational guideline for their descent. "Very good." Li Changsheng waved his hand, opening a secret passage leading to the fissure of the great formation in the underground chamber. "Change your disguises, and let's go." Go give those brats from Changjiao a lesson they won't forget for life about the harsh realities of society. Outside Chaoga City, in midair, Guang Qingzi held up a replica of the Pantheon seal, still arrogantly calling out from the clouds. Tongtian, you cowardly turtle. If you don't send someone out soon, I will flatten this Chaoga City. Below, the West Qi army, under the pressure of the 12 golden immortals, regained their morale and began to beat drums and shout. Guang Qingzi was preparing to channel his power for the first strike. Suddenly, boom, a deafening explosion erupted above Chaoga City. Immediately afterward, dozens of pitch-black eerie escape lights appeared like a flock of black crows, carrying an unmistakable aura of fury. Guang Qingzi flaunted in front of the formation while Duobao led a celestial team from Jiejiao descending from the sky. Dozens of black teleportation lights, brazen and relentless, tore through Guang Qingzi's domain of pressure. With the howling gusts they carried, Duobao Daoren led a contingent of Jiejiao's black-clad Old Six heavenly troop. Like divine warriors descending from the sky, they hovered steadily before the walls of Chaoga. Though their faces were all masked, their familiar, infuriatingly brazen manner was instantly recognizable. Guang Qingzi sneered with contempt at the masked figures before him. Cowardly rodents who hide their since you've shown yourselves, then die. He had no patience for words. Old grievances and fresh fury surged within him as he suddenly lifted his right hand. The replica of the Fantian Yin, personally repaired by Yuanshi Tianzuan and even threaded with a strand of Hundun Jingjin, swelled violently at once. It transfigured into an ancient god mountain that blotted out sky and sun, roaring as it tore through the void and came crashing down toward Duobao and his men. In that strike, he poured forth the entirety of his power at the peak of a Deluo Jingxian. He intended a single blow to settle heaven and earth, to smash these Jiejiao ultimers who had shamed him into paste. Facing a blow that felt like the end of days, Duobao Daoren stood at the forefront of his formation. He betrayed not the slightest panic. Beneath the black face veil came a mocking, insolent chuckle. Brothers, the old cur wants to duel us with his treasure. Duobao leisurely raised his right hand, then suddenly swept it down. Form the array. Bring out the bright ones. With a series of crisp whooshes, his command crackled through the ranks. At Duobao's order, the 1,000-odd outer disciples of Jiejiao, who had just flown up from the base of the wall, moved in perfect unison, reaching into their storage pouches. They drew forth identical giant metal shields that shimmered with a pale blue light. These shields were not native treasures of the primordial world. They were the result of Li Changsheng's wholesale procurement with system origin value. The Shitong Zhishir Lingning Fanchong Huduan System Standard Lingning Recoil Shield. Each bore runes of absolute defense and countershock. A single shield could offer only limited protection, but when thousands were activated in unison, their blue glows stitched together in an instant, forming a vast, densely woven dome of energy in midair. Like a gargantuan blue umbrella, it sheltered the Jiejiao beneath. In the air, Guang Qingzi glared at those odd iron plates that gave off no trace of innate spiritual qi. A cruel smirk curled his lips. A pack of paupers. Without their sect's innate treasures, they parade these rusty trinkets to disgrace themselves. Shatter them for me. Guang Qingzi roared, and the descent of the Fantian Yin accelerated with renewed fury. A world-shaking boom followed. The mountainous base of the Fantian Yin struck solidly against the blue Ling energy dome below. Yet, the anticipated tableaus of shattering light and flying flesh never came. The Fantian Yin, an instrument capable of crushing the flesh of a Deluo Jinxian upon meeting the blue shield, struck as if upon a superlatively elastic sheet of rubber. The dome abruptly gave, caving inward. Then a violent, utterly physical recoil, pure and unreasonable, rushed back up through the base of the Fantian Yin. With a pained wail, the great Fantian Yin was violently hurled backward by that counterforce. The man manipulating the Fantian Yin midair, Guang Qingzi, was struck as if by lightning. The terrifying backlash of power surged through the artifact and into his body. He felt his arms go numb in an instant. The tiger's mouth of his hand seal cracked with a dreadful snap, blood pouring forth. Guang Qingzi screamed and was flung backward for thousands of zhong before he could barely steady himself. He stared as if at a ghost at the layer of blue light below, unmarred without a single fissure. What sort of sorcery is this? It can stop a Fantian Yin's crushing blow without so much as a scratch. Tai Jinren Qi Jingzi and the others watched stupefied. This was stranger than that iron tortoise shell on Jiejiao Island. Had the Jiejiao people all been cheating? Beneath the dome, Duobao Daoren tapped his black wooden staff and laughed triumphantly. Ha! Guang Qingzi, you think we Jiejiao are poor? Let me be frank, this is not scrap metal. This is the overwhelming might of those who spend their coin. Master paid dearly to wholesale us these top-tier standardized arms. Duobao tore his black face veil away to reveal a shining bald head. He pointed at the 12 Jingxian, still dazed overhead, a feral light in his eyes. Brothers, the defense phase is over. Now it is Jiejiao's turn to strike back. With defense succeeded, the Jiejiao prepared to counterattack. Li Changsheng's ultimate killing device came online. Golden Turtle Island. Underground Command Center. Watching on the holographic screen, Guangqingzi was left in a state of disarray, bleeding from his mouth and doubting his life. Li Changsheng lay on the wicker chair unabashedly bursting into a villainous and extravagant laugh. How delightful. I love seeing your uncultured and inexperienced faces. Li Changsheng exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. But simply being on the defensive could not satisfy his principle of, if you hit hard. Since the 12 Golden Immortals had emerged, it was clear they intended to clash with Jiejiao in the mortal realm. Therefore he must leave this group of self-important Taoist Golden Immortals with an unforgettable psychological shadow. Li Changsheng suddenly sat up straight. He directly opened the system's high-end armaments mall in his mind. As he gazed at the dazzling array of deadly weapons, his eyes instantly locked onto a particular item. System Modification Micro-Nuclear Detonation Talisman. Price 50 origin points per piece. Description: discarding cumbersome Taoist runes, it seals a thread of pure destructive nuclear fission principles within. No magical power is needed to trigger it, it explodes upon contact. A single piece has enough power to penetrate the protective divine light of an ordinary Golden Immortal. 100,000 pieces unleashed at once could even skin a Taoist Golden Immortal. This thing is simply a divine weapon tailored for group fights and fire coverage. System. Li Changsheng waved his hand extravagantly, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Give me 100,000 pieces. Ding. Deducting 5 million origin points. 100,000 micro-nuclear detonation talismans purchased successfully and stored in the host space. Li Changsheng looked at the balance of origin points, which had suddenly decreased by 1/10. Although it stung a bit, the thought of soon witnessing the 12 Golden Immortals of Jiejiao fleeing in panic made it worth it. This money is well spent. System. Activate the Master-Disciple Causality Network delivery function. Li Changsheng brought his fingers together and sent those 100,000 talismans resembling ordinary yellow Taoist talismans directly into the void of causality. Give me a precise airdrop. Outside Chaoga City in midair, Daobao Taoist had just removed his hood and was making a fierce retort. At that moment, he and the thousands of Jiejiao disciples behind him suddenly noticed a faint golden light shining from their storage bags. Daobao's divine sense swept over, and instantly his eyes lit up like two bright light bulbs. Each person's storage bag had unexpectedly produced a full 100 yellow talismans decorated with strange red skull symbols. Not only that, but in their minds the passionate and cunning voice of their master Li Changsheng echoed at the same time. My air support has arrived. Don't be stingy with the ammunition, don't aim. Cover them with saturation fire, drop all 100,000 detonation talismans. Let them taste what art is explosion means. After hearing this, Daobao Taoist felt his blood boil completely in that instant. Saturation fire coverage. Art is explosion. Although he didn't fully understand his master's words, they felt incredibly powerful. Brothers, the master has spoken. Daobao Taoist raised a detonation talisman high in his hand, appearing almost frenzied. Don't hold back. Let loose. Swish, swish, swish. The thousands of Jiejiao disciples, as if receiving some divine command, moved in perfect unison. They grabbed all the detonation talismans from their storage bags. Not even a glance was given, as if throwing paper money during the new year. They wildly tossed them down towards the 12 Golden Immortals arrayed below and in midair. A storm of yellow talismans fell like an unexpected heavy snow. They descended in droves, covering the entire sky above the Western Qi camp in yellow. In midair, Guangqingzi gritted his teeth against the severe pain in his mouth, watching the yellow paper rain down from the sky. He was first stunned, then a cold sneer reappeared on his face. Talisman technique. Huh, truly the height of absurdity. Guangqingzi pointed at Daobao Taoist and laughed loudly. Our Yuqing immortal method is the ancestor of talisman arts. You Jiejiao, a bunch of penniless fools, dare to use this low-grade yellow paper talisman against us 12 Golden Immortals. Simply an ant shaking a tree, unaware of its own limitations. Tai Jinren, Qi Jingzi, and others also shook their heads and chuckled. In their eyes, these worthless pieces of paper, which lacked even a trace of innate spiritual energy fluctuations, could not injure their Golden Immortal bodies. Even if they landed on them, they would be no more than a mortal leaf falling, not even worthy of scratching an itch. Moreover, the most hot-tempered Qi Jingzi, in order to demonstrate his pride and invincibility as a Golden Immortal, boldly extended his right hand. He took the initiative to catch one of the detonation talismans that floated down in front of him. Watch how this seat turns your worthless paper into ashes. Just as the flicker of a mortal fire ignited at his fingertip, he had not finished speaking, and when the first detonation talisman flashed with dazzling white light, Guangqingzi finally realized the severity of the situation. As Qi Jingxian's fingertip brushed against the yellow talisman inscribed with a crimson skull, even the scornful sneer curling at the corner of his lips had yet to fully bloom. That seemingly ordinary yellow paper suddenly defied all known principles of the cultivation realm, bursting forth in an instant with light blindingly intense, surpassing even the scorching radiance of the nine-heaven sun by a millionfold. A searing white brilliance. In buzz, in time itself seemed to freeze. Then, without warning, without the faintest ripple of spiritual energy, without any manifestation of celestial laws, only the purest, most violent physical nuclear fission erupted. In boom. Thunderous, indescribable detonation, so deafening it could tear apart eardrums. Exploded violently within Changsheng's palm. A miniature mushroom cloud surged skyward instantly. Fierce shockwaves laced with temperatures exceeding tens of thousands of degrees hurled Changsheng backward like a ragdoll. Yet this was merely the beginning. The first blast ignited a colossal arsenal containing 100,000 ultra-explosive charges. Boom, 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 boom. 100,000 miniature nuclear detonation talismans rained down from the heavens, triggering upon contact with the 12 golden immortals' protective divine light, their artifacts, or even the ground of the Shichi encampment. Instantly, they unleashed an unprecedented chain reaction of cataclysmic explosions. Were one to gaze down upon the mortal realm from beyond the 33rd heaven, they would behold in stunned awe how the skies above the Shang dynasty's capital Chaoga blazed with 10,000 suns, all within mere seconds. Its destructive force equaled that of 10,000 little boy atomic bombs detonating simultaneously. The savage nuclear shockwaves coalesced into a tangible storm of annihilation. Sweeping outward with irresistible force, it struck first at Guangqingzi, who moments earlier had laughed loudest and postured most arrogantly midair. What in the nine hells is this? And at the very instant the blinding white light erupted, Guangqingzi finally grasped the lethal peril. He screamed in sheer terror, recklessly consuming his primordial immortal essence to push the protective divine aura of his Bagua Zisho immortal robe to its absolute limit, attempting to withstand the blast heat. Yet before this system-altered, destruction-infused physical detonation, his vaunted Yuqing protective aura was as fragile as parchment. In crack, crack, and the first wave of shockwaves swept across him, and his divine shield shattered like splintered glass, crumbling piece by piece. Then successive blast waves crashed into him like countless iron mallets, relentlessly, mercilessly. Ah! And Guangqingzi shrieked, a distorted guttural wail, as his body spun uncontrolled, tossed like a rag doll by the tempestuous blast winds, rolling over 300 times within the epicenter of the explosion. His Bagua Zisho immortal robe was reduced to tattered ribbons, his front teeth, just restored with immortal pills, were once again knocked out amid violent jolts and impacts. Senior brother, in quick, form a defensive formation. Entai, Yijinren Ju Sun, and the others suffered terribly beneath the relentless chain detonations. They frantically deployed their artifacts in defense, but under such saturation-level physical bombardment blanketing the entire sky, there was no sanctuary, no blind spot to evade. They drifted helplessly, like a single skiff adrift in a maelstrom, tossed battered and screaming until a full incensestic's time had passed. Only then did the heaven-shattering chain explosions gradually subside. The blinding white light faded, replaced by thick, suffocating black smoke and the acrid stench of gunpowder. Upon Chaoga's city walls, Duo Bao Dao Run and the others crouched behind the system's protective shield, staring at the devastation ahead, each drawing a sharp, involuntary breath. This power, truly transcendent. What divine artifact had Master bestowed upon them? Then the black smoke slowly dispersed in the wind, revealing the 12 golden immortals suspended midair. Silence fell, absolute deathly stillness. Then, in from Chaoga's ramparts, the Jiejiao Sect immortals could no longer contain themselves. They erupted into merciless, thunderous laughter. There stood Guangqingzi, once serene, venerable, and aloft in celestial grace, now utterly transformed. His face charred black as if freshly crawled from a coal mine, his meticulously coiffed top-knot blasted upright in every direction, resembling a colossal black sea urchin. He opened his mouth intending to issue a final threat, only to emit a deep guttural hic. A dense plume of black smoke billowed from his toothless maw. The absurdity was absolute. And he was not alone. Tai Yijinren Qi Jingxian Ling bowed to Fa Sure. All 12 of the Kunlun sect's legendary golden immortals now bore identical uniform appearances, coal miners' visages, torn robes, billowing smoke, bodies scorched and smoldering. Their haughty dignity shattered, utterly pulverized to dust by those 100,000 detonation talismans. Guangqingzi trembled violently, rage boiling his lungs near rupture. At that moment Zhu Sun, standing beside him, equally soot-smeared and disheveled, sensed imminent disaster and attempted a stealth strike with his signature artifact. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the acrid smell of charred flesh rising to the sky. Guangqingzi, with a wild hairstyle and black smoke billowing from his mouth, lay on the ground, convulsing like a piece of coal just dug from a mine. The overwhelming explosion talismans had utterly shattered the formation of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Zhu Lushun crouched behind Qi Jingzi, his small green bean-like eyes darting around, his heart racing wildly. How terrifying! The disciples of the Jiejiao sect not only outnumbered them, but also threw objects without. Even senior brother Guangqingzi had been blown to such a state. If they fought Heaton, his meager strength wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. I cannot match them in strength, I can only outwit them. Zhu Lushun bit his teeth in secret, quickly scanning the chaotic battlefield for an opportunity. Soon his gaze fell upon Bai Xiao, who stood at the edge of the battlefield. At that moment, Bai Xiao was grinning at Guangqingzi's miserable state, casually playing with a broken wooden stick. She exhibited no fluctuations of magical power, not even a proper shield, presenting herself as if she were merely watching a play. You're the one. Zhu Lushun's heart leaped with joy. The brash fools of the Jiejiao sect, relying on a few strange talismans, dared to let their guard down. If he could capture the beloved little disciple of the old thief Tongtian, it would surely strike a blow to the Jiejiao sect's prestige and turn the tide of battle. Without hesitation, Zhu Lushun swept his wide sleeves. Go! A dazzling beam of golden light instantly tore through the void. It was Zhu Lushun's treasured artifact, the binding immortal rope. This magical item had an impressive origin. It was a genuine, innate spiritual treasure. Once it locked onto a target's aura, it ignored spatial distance and directly captured the soul. Forget about the great Luo golden immortals. Even a Quasi-Saint caught off guard would have to obediently become fish meat on the chopping block. The golden light slithered through the air like a venomous snake, tracing a strange arc before silently shooting towards Bai Xiao's face like a flash of lightning. Demonists surrender willingly. Zhu Liuxuan, hiding behind the crowd, could no longer contain his triumphant laughter. The other immortals of the Chan sect also showed a flicker of excitement in their otherwise dull eyes. As long as the binding immortal rope was unleashed, there was no chance of failure. However, facing this fierce sneak attack, Bai Xiao stood frozen, as if she had been scared silly. Yet if one looked closely, they would see that the corners of Bai Xiao's mouth were crazily turned upwards. Not only her, but also the onlookers such as Zhao Gongming and Wu Yunxian made no attempt to intervene. Wu Yunxian even pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds from who knows where and began to munch on them with delight. This old man, of all the people to pick on, chooses the little sister who has received a divine artifact bestowed by the master himself. Huh? Zhao Gongming chuckled. Just as the golden light of the binding immortal rope was about to touch Bai Xiao's nose, she let out a melodic giggle, her clear laughter echoing oddly across the battlefield. Finally she moved. She did not chant any profound spells or summon a radiantly glowing protector. She simply raised her right hand, nonchalantly extending the wooden stick that looked like it had just been broken off a tree with the bark still partially intact. Then in the direction the binding immortal rope was flying, she casually flicked it with a light motion. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhu Lushun almost cried tears of laughter. Using a mere firewood stick to block my innate spiritual treasure. Is the old thief Tongtian so broke that he can't even provide you with a decent magical artifact? Zhu Lushun could hardly wait to see Bai Xiao being tied up like a rice dumpling in her misery. However, in the next moment, the smile on Zhu Lushun's face instantly froze. With a soft sizzle, it was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over red-hot charcoal. The imposing golden glowing binding immortal rope upon contact with the wooden stick had all its radiance extinguished, as if a light bulb had lost power. This broken stick, bestowed by Li Changsheng, though it appeared shabby, was an absolute rule-level item produced by the system. It came with attributes of 100% magic resistance and forcefully severing spiritual consciousness. The immense spiritual power attached to the binding immortal rope felt as if it had encountered a natural enemy, instantly drained by the wooden stick. Zhu Lushun only felt a loud buzz in his mind. The divine sense imprint he had attached to the binding immortal rope was directly erased by a force that defied reason. Clang! Deprived of all magical power and spirituality, the once deadly innate spiritual treasure instantly became a limp, ordinary golden rope. It fell helplessly from the air, landing with a thud by Bai Xiao's feet. A sudden, deathly silence enveloped the battlefield. Zhu Lushun widened his green bean-like eyes, his hands frantically forming seals before his chest as he muttered incantations. Gather! Gather! Come to me! Yet the golden rope on the ground didn't move an inch. How? How is this possible? Zhu Lushun's voice cracked, sounding like a duck with its neck pinched. My innate spiritual treasure. My binding immortal rope. Bai Xiao glanced down at the golden rope on the ground, lightly nudging it with her toe before picking it up and weighing it in her hands. Tisk, this treasure of the Chan sect, aside from anything else, its material is quite elastic. Bai Xiao's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. She turned to wave at Xiao not far away. Second sister, don't mind those useless fellows, come over quickly, I found something fun. Xiao appeared beside Bai Xiao in a flash, looking at the golden rope in her hand with confusion. Isn't this Zhu Lushan's treasure? What do you want to do? Come, you take this end, and he'll take this end. Bai Xiao enthusiastically shoved one end of the binding immortal rope into Qiong Xiao's hands. Holding the other end, she stepped back a few paces, pulling the rope taut. The disciples of the Jiejiao Sect and the golden immortals of the Chan Sect were all left dumbfounded, unsure of what this Annie was up to. Next, an astonishing scene unfolded. Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao began to joyfully swing the rope in the center of the blood-soaked battlefield amidst the corpses. Whoosh, whoosh. The golden binding immortal rope traced beautiful semicircular arcs in the air. Bai Xiao, light as a feather, jumped like a little swallow in the middle of the rope. As she jumped, she happily shouted chants, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Change position. Do it again. The clear children's rhyme echoed across the vast battlefield, causing minimal harm, but an insult that transcended the skies. The outer disciples of the Jiejiao Sect were initially stunned before bursting into uproarious laughter. Junior sister has such good footwork. This rope is really fun to jump with. Let me try it sometime. Zhao Gongming, never one to miss the show, shouted, little sister, jump higher. Don't step. On the other hand, the atmosphere among the Chan Sect was beyond cold. It was practically a scene from hell. Zhu Lushan stared blankly at his prized treasure used as a jumping rope, swinging back and forth in midair. That was his life treasure, nurtured over 100,000 years, refined day and night with his blood. He could accept that it had been broken, and he could accept that it was taken away as bad luck. But for it to be used as a jump rope, how was he supposed to survive in Honghuang after this? A surge of pent-up fury shot straight from his dantian to the crown of his head. Zhu Lushan felt his vision darken, his chest heaving violently. Too much bullying. Under the gate of Tongtian, this is too much. Zhu Lushan let out a piercing wail, his throat sweetening. A large mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth, like a fountain, transforming into a mist of crimson in midair. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed like a wooden stake, falling backward and fainting on the battlefield. Zhu Liushuan, Jr. brother. The immortals of the Chan Sect were alarmed and rushed up to support him. Upon checking his breath, it was weak, almost as if his Dao heart was about to shatter. This scene ignited the fury of the Chan Sect's camp. Though they had been blown to smithereens, the pride of the saints' disciples remained. Now being ridden upon and shat on, who could bear this? Jiejiao Sect's demon spawn. Do not be arrogant. With a thunderous roar, a figure suddenly charged out from the Chan Sect's ranks. It was Qi Jingzi, the most hot-tempered among the 12 golden immortals. Seeing his fellow disciple humiliated and his magical treasure destroyed, Qi Jingzi's eyes turned bloodshot, and a palpable killing intent erupted from him. He shoved aside the people in front of him and thrust his right hand into his bosom. A primitive treasure mirror swirling with black and white light was pulled out. The Yin-Yang mirror. This mirror had one half white and the other half red. The white side guaranteed death to anyone it reflected, while the red side allowed survival. It was incredibly vicious. Qi Jingzi's face contorted with rage as he flipped his wrist, directing the deadly white light of death squarely at Bai Xiao, who was still jumping rope in the center of the battlefield. Die. The eyes of Qi Jingzi were crimson, resembling a madman. He suddenly flipped the ancient Yin-Yang mirror in his hand, with the white side locking onto Bai Xiao, who was jumping rope. The Yin-Yang mirror has one side representing life and the other representing death. Once the white side shines upon you, whether you are a celestial being or a mortal, your primordial spirit will instantly leave your body, leading to your demise. A beam of death as pale as snow, carrying a chilling aura of annihilation, tore through the sky. Everywhere the beam passed, even the air seemed to freeze instantly. Bai Xiao was jumping energetically when this sudden beam of death locked onto her, making her feel an immediate chill throughout her body. It was already too late for her to dodge. A flicker of satisfaction at revenge flashed in the eyes of the Tongtian Sect members. Finally, someone is going to die. However, just as the death beam was about to pierce Bai Xiao's brow in a moment of crisis, a figure as solid as an iron tower suddenly burst forth from the side, firmly blocking Bai Xiao. It was the hot-tempered Wu Yunxian, one of the 7 fairies of the Jiejiao Sect. Oh no, old Yanbi is trying to ambush a little girl. Do you have no shame? Wu Yunxian cursed loudly, facing the lethal white light, without any intention to dodge. Seeing Wu Yunxian come out to block the attack voluntarily, Qi Jingzi smiled, instead of getting angry. Since you want to die for her, then I shall fulfill your wish, you monster. He frantically urged the magical power within him, and that white light instantly became thicker and more blinding, resembling a pillar of light reaching the heavens. Wu Yunxian, however, merely scoffed, unimpressed. He flicked his wrist and actually reached into his own wide pants. This crude action left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was he doing at such a critical moment? Was he trying to make his death less dignified? In the next second, Wu Yunxian pulled out a round object from his pants. This object resembled a sphere, its surface covered with thousands of tiny reflective glass pieces. It looked flashy, exuding a cheap vibe reminiscent of street market goods. This was precisely the system refraction mirror that Li Changsheng had previously bulk purchased with a point from the system shop and casually handed out to them. Though the system called it a refraction mirror, its ghastly design was clearly that of a disco ball hanging from the ceiling of a dance hall in the 1980s. Wu Yunxian held this shimmering disco ball aloft directly facing the deadly white light of the yin-yang mirror. "Break for me," Qi Jingzi shouted as the death light violently struck the disco ball. He was already prepared to enjoy the sight of Wu Yunxian's primordial spirit leaving his body and his flesh collapsing. However, the anticipated instant kill did not occur. That beam of death containing the absolute principles of annihilation cracked apart upon contacting the surface of the disco ball. The unreasonable refraction forced property of the system item was triggered instantly. The once solidified cold death light was frantically cut and refracted by the hundreds of small glass pieces on the surface of the sphere. With a whoosh, a single beam of death instantly transformed into thousands of colorful beams. Red, green, blue, purple. The bloody and murderous battlefield of Shichi was instantly transformed into a massive, bizarre, open-air disco. The colorful beams danced chaotically in the sky, dazzling the Tongtian Sect members to the point of tears streaming down their faces. "Oh, my eyes. What in the world is this cursed treasure? Quickly close your eyes." The Tongtian camp fell into disarray. Moreover, the deadly principles of annihilation, after being forcibly deconstructed by the system, completely transformed. The aura of death vanished without a trace. Instead, it transformed into pure, highly concentrated thermal energy. Those colorful beams shining down even caused the stones on the walls of Shichi to emit wisps of smoke. Qi Jingzi's hand holding the yin-yang mirror trembled violently. He felt his magical power being crazily drained by the yin-yang mirror, yet the deadly strike he had unleashed turned into a comical light show. "This is impossible. My yin-yang mirror is a preternatural spiritual treasure." Qi Jingzi howled in despair, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. "Stop shouting, your mirror is actually quite useful." Wu Yunxian's deep voice suddenly emerged from within the colorful beams of light. Qi Jingzi struggled to open his dazzled eyes following the sound. He saw Wu Yunxian holding the disco ball in one hand while rummaging through his storage bag with the other. To his surprise, he pulled out a large kidney skewered with bamboo sticks. Not only that, but there were also slices of pork belly, chives, and several cloves of garlic. Wu Yunxian skillfully brought the meat skewers close to the refracted colorful beams. The beams were now a super high-powered thermal ray with an outrageous temperature. Sizzle. As soon as the large kidney touched the beam, it instantly released rich grease, producing an ear-pleasing sizzling sound. Fat dripped onto the beam, even releasing a puff of smoke. Wu Yunxian then took out a spice jar, expertly shaking his wrist to sprinkle a handful of cumin and coarse chili flakes. An enticing aroma of barbecue wafted through the battlefield with the wild wind. Even the soldiers in the far-off mortal camp of Shichi couldn't help but swallow their saliva upon catching a whiff of the scent. So delicious. Wu Yunxian took a deep breath, his Adam's apple rolling. While flipping the pork belly in his hand, he shouted loudly to Qi Jingzi in midair, "Thank you for your help, fellow. The concentrated heat of your white light is perfect without any smoke. The control of the cooking is simply superb. Normally I burn the kidney when I cook, but this skewer is definitely crispy on the outside and tender on the inside." After speaking, Wu Yunxian opened his mouth wide and took a huge bite of the kidney, his mouth dripping with oil. He even deliberately smacked his lips and called out excitedly to Zhao Gongming and the others behind him, "Brother Gongming, several junior sisters, come and taste this. The kidney grilled by fellow Taoist Qi Jingzi himself is a great tonic. Eat it while it's hot." Hearing this aroma, Zhao Gongming and the others immediately put away their broken wooden sticks and rushed over. "Save me a skewer of pork belly. Make sure to add more chili. These chives look good, Brother William. Grill me a skewer." Don't fight, fellow Taoist Qi Jingzi has a lot of fire, there's plenty to go around." The Jiejiao Sect members actually started a joyful barbecue party in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by the death light of the yin-yang mirror amidst the clash of two armies. How outrageous. How insulting. Qi Jingzi felt his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, the veins on his forehead bulging. His strongest killing move, the death light of the yin-yang mirror, was enough to make even the De Luo golden immortals tremble in fear. And now others were using it as a barbecue grill. Uffed. In extreme anger, Qi Jingzi spat a mouthful of boiling blood directly onto the surface of the yin-yang mirror. His hand loosened, and the yin-yang mirror fell to the ground with a thud. Qi Jingzi's entire body fell from the air like a broken kite, crashing straight down. With a bang, he landed face first in the dirt, completely unconscious. Following the downfall of Zhu Lu's son, another golden immortal of the Tongtian Sect retreated in shame due to a shattered Dao heart. Silence. An eerie stillness. In the Tongtian camp, the golden immortals who had just been so arrogant were now utterly silent. Wang Qingzi was blasted into charcoal. Zhu Lu's son was so enraged he spat blood, and Qi Jingzi fainted from fury. Their treasures, which they took pride in, had either turned into jump ropes or become the source of fire for barbecuing kidneys. How were they supposed to continue this battle? The dignity of the 12 golden immortals once high and mighty was thoroughly ground into the dirt by the Jiejiao Sect today. It was unclear who initiated it, but the members of the Tongtian Sect collectively turned their heads. Their gazes fell upon the only figure among the 12 golden immortals who had yet to take action, standing quietly at the very edge of the battlefield. Amidst the remnants of the fallen soldiers, his pristine Dao robe looked so out of place. Faced with the eager gazes of his peers, this marginal figure struggled to swallow his saliva, his legs beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huangting was now in a state of panic. He gripped the ordinary iron sword in his hand, which was even a bit rusty, his hands trembling as if sifting grain. All his fellow disciples from the Chan sect were staring at him with eyes filled with the hope of the entire village. Huangting, go for it. Yes, the dignity of the 12 golden immortals relies on you to protect it. Upon hearing these words, Huangting cursed inwardly. Protect? Have you not seen how the Xixiang Guangqingzi was blasted into charred remains, how Zhu Lu's son was so furious he spat blood, and how Qi Jingzi fainted on the spot from anger? You want me a four without Shinren to go up and die? Among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, Huangting was undoubtedly an infamous anomaly. While others grew richer in their cultivation, he became poorer. He had never won a fight. 0 victories. He had either been caught or was on his way to being caught. Secondly, he had no spiritual treasures while other disciples possessed innate spiritual treasures. The most valuable thing on him was the patch on his Dao robe. Thirdly, he had no disciples while others had prodigies under their tutelage. He was a lone ranger, lacking even a servant to portee. Fourthly, he lacked intellect. Aside from following along to cheer, he had no ideas whatsoever. He was the very foundation of combat power within the Chan sect. In the center of the battlefield, Zhao Gongming had just received a large piece of perfectly roasted pork belly from Wu Yunxian. As he chewed on the meat filled with the flavor of cumin, he carelessly wiped the grease from his mouth with his sleeve. Then he leisurely picked up the dark broken wooden stick granted by the system. Having eaten and drunk enough, it's time to get to business. Zhao Gongming let out a satisfied burp and lazily scanned the battlefield. Soon he spotted Huangting, who was huddled in a corner like a quail. Zhao Gongming grinned widely. Oh look, there's one unharmed. He dragged the wooden stick, the soles of his shoes scraping against the gravel, producing a heavy scraping sound. That sound fell on Huangting's ears, sounding no different than the chains of the Grim Reaper. It's over him, dead for sure. Huangting looked at the broken wooden stick, which flickered with an eerie black light, and could not help but shed tears of humiliation. He had seen just how sinister that stick was earlier. Smashing Great Luo golden immortals was as easy as smashing groundhogs. One hit per stick, even capable of shattering protective divine light. Huangting simply closed his eyes and positioned the rusty iron sword across his chest. Villains under the Tongtian gate. If you want to kill me, then just do it. I Huanglang will never yield to you wet egg-hatching lot. He spoke with great passion, yet his legs trembled at an alarming rate. Zhao Gongming approached Huanglang, raising the broken wooden stick, preparing to deliver a skilled jumping chop. However, upon seeing Huangting's entire attire, his movements suddenly froze in midair. Zhao Gongming's eyes widened, as if he were looking at some peculiar creature from the primordial era. Before him, Huangting wore a Dao robe that was not only faded, but had a collar worn down to reveal gray cotton fibers. There was not a hint of the ethereal elegance of celestial garments. Furthermore, the storage bag hanging at his waist had 2 large holes stitched together with coarse thread in a crooked manner. Even more absurd was the sword he held. That was not a celestial flying sword. It was clearly an ordinary iron sword crafted in a mortal blacksmith shop for a few taels of broken silver. The blade even had several chips without a trace of magical fluctuation. This? Zhao Gongming felt somewhat bewildered. Is this really one of the lofty 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect? Even a beggar in the mortal realm wouldn't be this destitute. Zhao Gongming retracted the wooden stick and circled Huangting twice, his brow furrowed deeply. Hey buddy, where's your innate spiritual treasure? Where is it hidden? Huanglang tightly shut his eyes, and with a trembling voice replied, I don't have any. I possess nothing but my life. Zhao Gongming, still not convinced, poked at Huanglang's tattered storage bag with his wooden stick. Surely there must be some top-grade pills or life-saving talismans in there. Huanglang, feeling wronged, burst into tears and cried out, inside there's just half a piece of leftover celestial cake from yesterday. If you want to take it, just don't torment me anymore. Zhao Gongming was completely speechless. He looked at the broken wooden stick in his hand, a gift from the system imbued with the laws of heaven and earth. This treasure had beaten Guangqingzi and captured Tai Yizenren's Qiankuan ring. Now he was about to use it to strike a poor wretch who couldn't even afford a celestial sword. This was nothing short of insulting to the artifact in his hands. Pock! Zhao Gongming spat heavily. With an expression of disdain, he took 3 steps back and slung the broken wooden stick over his shoulder. Forget it, hitting you would dirty my stick. If word got out, people would think I Zhao Gongming bully beggars in the east. Huang Longjinren waited for a long time, but the anticipated painful strike did not come. Cautiously, he opened a slit in his eyes. He saw Zhao Gongming turning away with a face full of frustration. Not far away, the Nanji Xinwang of the Chan sect was quietly climbing onto a celestial crane, attempting to sneak away amidst the chaos. Nanji, old man, where do you think you're going? Zhao Gongming's eyes lit up, and with a loud roar he transformed into a black wind, charging forward with the broken wooden stick. Smack! A crisp sound echoed through the air as Zhao Gongming struck the rear of the celestial crane, causing a ruckus. Nanji Xinwang screamed as he fell from the sky, chased by Zhao Gongming across the battlefield. In a quiet corner of the battlefield, Huang Longjinren stood there dazedly, holding the broken iron sword. He glanced at his fellow disciples in the distance who were being beaten, and then at his intact Dao robe. I survived. Due to being so incompetent and poor, he had become the only golden immortal of the Chan sect on the entire West Qi battlefield who had not been beaten. At this moment, Huang Longjinren did not know whether to feel joy or sorrow. The momentum was lost. The Chan sect alliance had completely collapsed under the unreasonable bombardment of the Jiejiao sect's modernized treasures. Nanji Xinwang had even lost a shoe running away in disarray. Severely injured Guang Chengzi was being carried away in a makeshift sedan by Chan sect disciples, fleeing in utter embarrassment. The remnants of the West Qi army were crying and lamenting, dropping their helmets and armor. The 12 golden immortals had lost all face, retreating in a disheveled manner back to Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, above the 33 heavens in the Yushu Palace of Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzun was sitting quietly on the 9 dragons' Agarwood palanquin, meditating. He slowly opened his eyes and received the battle report that had just been transmitted. As his divine sense swept across the contents of the report, the air in the Yushu Palace became completely stagnant. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression shifted from initial calmness to a deep grayness, finally turning a shade of crimson. The veins on his forehead bulged, resembling twisted venomous snakes thrashing wildly. Inside the Yushu Palace, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as if it could drip with moisture. The primordial heavenly sovereign sat at the head seat, gripping the armrests of the 9 dragons Chundan with white knuckles. His sage's eyes, containing the laws of heaven and earth, surveyed the crippled figures standing in the great hall. Guang Chengzi was entirely shrouded in darkness, his once ethereal hair now standing on end, still emitting wisps of black smoke. As he opened his mouth, air escaped through the gaps in his dentures. Master, I am incompetent. Beside Guang Chengzi, Tai Zenren's expression was wan. His 3 flowers atop his head had been completely stripped away, his realm drastically diminished, and even his symbolic Dao crown was askew, revealing a somewhat desolate scalp. Chijingzi and Zhu Lusun were in even worse condition, carried on a makeshift stretcher made of vines by a celestial crane. One was covered in green fur, unconscious, the other had a bruised face and was twitching unconsciously. The entire hall of Great Luo Golden Immortals now looked more tragic than a refugee camp in the mortal realm. Most infuriating was Huang Longjinren. He stood unscathed at the edge of the group, and when meeting the gaze of the primordial heavenly sovereign, there was a trace of barely perceptible relief in his eyes. Looking at these disciples who usually prided themselves on their nobility, yet now couldn't even support themselves, the primordial heavenly sovereign felt his temples pulsating with rage. A surge of backward blood rushed straight from his dantian to his throat. Buzz! His eyes were filled with golden stars, and a sharp pain pierced through his chest, as if shot by 1,000 arrows. The primordial heavenly sovereign placed great importance on his dignity. Yet now his personally taught disciples, the 12 golden immortals, were being repeatedly ground into the dirt by the Jiejiao sect in the mortal realm. This was even more distressing than being publicly slapped in the face. Master, what happened to you? Guang Chengzi, seeing the primordial heavenly sovereign clutching his chest, turned ashen, his dentures nearly falling out. The primordial heavenly sovereign trembled as he reached deep into his voluminous robe. After a prolonged search, he finally retrieved a white jade vial. On the vial, in clumsy vermilion script, were written the words, "Everlasting Plate, 9, turns Heart Rescue Pill." This was something Li Changsheng had secretly given to the primordial heavenly sovereign when he forcefully signed the god list at Xiao Palace and overturned the table in public. At that time, Li Changsheng patted his shoulder earnestly. "Primordial brother, you have a strong competitive spirit and pride leading to high blood pressure. Keep this heart rescue pill for emergencies, don't be polite." At that moment, the primordial heavenly sovereign felt that Li Changsheng was openly humiliating him and nearly threw it away. However, due to the good upbringing of a sage, he grudgingly tucked it into his sleeve. Unexpectedly today, it actually came in handy. The primordial heavenly sovereign poured out 3 golden pills and hurriedly stuffed them into his mouth. As the immortal pills entered his stomach, they transformed into a cool stream, instantly soothing his nearly exploding heart. The primordial heavenly sovereign exhaled deeply, and his originally dark purple face gradually returned to a normal hue. He closed his eyes, suppressing the anger within him, and hoarsely asked, "What is the situation in the mortal realm?" Guang Qingzi swallowed hard, trembling. Reporting to Master, the Jiejiao Sect disciples do not adhere to martial ethics. Zhu Lusun's binding immortal rope was taken by Xiao to use as a jump rope, swinging it around publicly on the battlefield. Furthermore, Chijingzi's Yinyang mirror was restrained by a strange treasure from Wu Yunxian using the death light as a roasting furnace, directly roasting large kidneys on the spot. The Shiqi army in the mortal realm, now smelling the aroma, has begun to slack off. Puff! The heart rescue pill he had just swallowed nearly burst from the primordial heavenly sovereign's mouth with a single sentence. He had always held himself in high regard, priding the Chan sect as the most orthodox and noble sect in the primordial wilderness. But now his great Luo golden immortal disciples had their life treasure taken to play jump rope, and they had become free fire starters for the Jiejiao Sect's barbecue party. Shame. This was simply the greatest humiliation since the establishment of the Chan sect. The primordial heavenly sovereign took a deep breath, and the air within the Yushu palace suddenly dropped in temperature, freezing the void inch by inch. He was very clear in his heart. The Jiejiao Sect disciples wielded all the rogue treasures bestowed by Tongtian, completely disregarding the principles of immortality. Moreover, with the current unfathomable strength of the Tongtian founder, he could flatten Kunlun Mountain with a single axe. Relying solely on the Chan sect, it was truly impossible to suppress them. Even if he brought the eldest brother Taishang Laojuan, it would be difficult to completely wipe out the Jiejiao Sect without getting involved in karma. To send everyone from the Jiejiao Sect onto the god list, he must seek outside help and drag more cannon fodder into the fray. The primordial heavenly sovereign slowly opened his eyes, a trace of determination and a hint of barely perceptible humiliation flashing in his gaze. He flipped his wrist and pulled out a golden sound transmission jade slip, radiating a faint Buddhist light. This was the contact method left for him by the Western Chuches Jane and Zhuan. Usually the primordial heavenly sovereign looked down on these two impoverished individuals from the West, considering them as unworthy as the Jiejiao Sect. But now, with the greater situation at stake, he had no choice but to take the initiative to contact these two shameless old bald donkeys he usually disregarded. The primordial heavenly sovereign forcefully injected a strand of divine sense into the jade slip, his tone carrying a hint of condescension. Fellow Taoists, the god list calamity is obstructed, and the Jiejiao Sect is acting against the way, wishing to sever the divine path's fate. I wish to invite you both to discuss a plan to overcome the calamity. If successful, the boundless fate and supreme spirit treasures of the eastern lands will be yours to choose. The scene shifted to the western paradise, Mount Samaru. The mountain wind blew, stirring up dust and making the place appear desolate. Jane and Zhuan were sitting under a half-wilted Bodhi tree, frowning as they recited scriptures. Suddenly, the golden jade slip placed on the stone table lit up with blinding Buddhist light, emitting the primordial heavenly sovereign's signature condescending voice. After hearing the primordial heavenly sovereign's request, which carried a hint of forced compromise, Jane and Zhuan, his originally miserable faces brightened as if a shriveled orange had been soaked in water. They exchanged glances, and the corners of their mouths began to rise wildly. Zhuan stroked the little bit of hair that had just grown on his forehead, grinning like a weasel that had stolen a hen. Brother, this arrogant fellow primordial actually has the need to ask us for help. It seems that our chance to profit at the expense of the West has finally arrived. In the western Shumi Mountain, the Zhuan Taoist was brimming with excitement. The opportunity for the Western sect to gain wealth had finally arrived. The Jiayin Taoist sat beside him, smiling as well, but his withered, bitter melon-like face still bore traces of lingering worry. Junior brother, the conditions set forth in this jade slip by Yuan Shi, though tempting, are fraught with peril. Upon hearing this, Zhuan immediately patted his shiny forehead. Senior brother, you must be dazed from your constant recitations. A prime cut of meat delivered right to our door. Should we not take a bite? Have we suffered in poverty for so many years for nothing? With that, Zhuan picked up the jade slip, radiating golden Buddhist light. He cleared his throat and responded in a tone that was both very tactful and yet laced with greed. Yuan Shi, it is not that we as monks lack compassion. It is just that our western pure land has never sullied itself with the bloodshed of the mortal realm. To traverse billions of miles to the eastern lands, the retribution of heavenly principles along the way is truly unbearable for us. Inside Kunlun Mountain's Yusu Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzun was incensed, his hands trembling with fury. How could he not understand the insinuation from these two old bald heads? They were clearly dissatisfied with the benefits offered and were trying to raise the stakes. But for the sake of the dignity of the Chan sect and to elevate the Jiejiao sect onto the list of deities, Yuan Shi Tianzun could only swallow his disgust and grit his teeth to sweeten the deal. As long as the Jiejiao sect is destroyed, half of the human fortune of the Deshang dynasty will belong to the West. The supreme spiritual treasures within the Jiejiao sect's treasury can be chosen by you two afterward. This is our Chan sect's greatest sincerity. On Shumi Mountain, Zhuan nearly burst out laughing upon hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's voice from the Jade Slip, which sounded like he was about to grind his teeth to dust. 5 supreme spiritual treasures, plus half of the Dashang human fortune. This deal was simply a windfall. Zhuan immediately tucked away the Jade Slip and winked at Jieyin. Senior brother, it's done. Jieyin sighed, the wrinkles on his face twisted into a knot. Junior brother, do not forget that not long ago that Tongtian taught threw out an axe on Kunlun Mountain. That earth-shattering strike even leveled Yuan Shi's Yusu Palace. Tongtian's current strength is probably no less than that of the saints. If we provoke him... Oh dear senior brother, you are simply too timid. Zhuan impatiently interrupted Jieyin. He stood up with his hands clasped behind his back, his face filled with self-satisfaction and greed. Tongtian is a one-track mind only knowing to protect his own. What schemes could he possibly have? Right now the main forces of the Jiejiao Sect like Duo Bao Zhao Gongming and the San Shao are all in the mortal realm clashing fiercely with the Chan Sect in Xiaogu. Essentially, anyone capable of fighting from the Jiejiao Sect is currently acting as temporary staff in the mortal realm. This means that the current Jiejiao Island is clearly an unguarded shell. The more Zhuan spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes almost glowing with greed. No matter how strong Tongtian is, can he truly split himself between two places? Now he has sealed off Jiejiao Island. I see it as nothing but a retreat hiding inside like a turtle. Jieyin frowned. So junior brother means, if Yuan Shi wants us to help him fight in the mortal realm, we simply will not go. Zhuan sneered, revealing a cunning smile reminiscent of a fox. Fighting is far too dangerous. What if we are ambushed by those strange treasures of the Jiejiao Sect? We shall openly build the road while secretly crossing the river. I will personally make a trip to the Eastern Sea, taking advantage of Tongtian's inattention to stealthily infiltrate the outskirts of Jiejiao Island. The Western Sect's Great Hall of the Buddha has been empty for so many years, it is time to add some incense. Zhuan licked his dry lips with his tongue, his face brimming with greed. With thousands of outer disciples from the Jiejiao Sect, I will easily bring back a few hundred with good potential to convert to our western side. And by the way, I will also take a few innate spiritual roots growing on the outskirts of Jiejiao Island. Anyway, since he has sealed off the island, even if he loses something, he can only endure it. Does he dare to come to our western Shumi Mountain to demand people? Upon hearing this, Jieyin felt it was somewhat disgraceful. But thinking of the Western Sect's treasure vault that was so empty not even a mouse would visit, he finally closed his eyes and silently agreed. Junior brother, be careful in everything and do not let Tongtian notice. Senior brother, rest assured the methods of saints hiding themselves under the heavenly principles who can see through them. Zhuan laughed heartily and took action without hesitation. His entire body of Buddhist light receded, transforming into an almost imperceptible, nearly void golden dark light. Not a single breeze was stirred nor a cloud was raised. Zhuan silently departed from Shumi Mountain, speeding towards the Eastern Sea. He did his utmost to conceal the aura of a saint filled with pride in his heart. In Zhuan's eyes, his method of stealthily swapping heaven and earth was absolutely unbreakable under the heavenly principles. However, he would never have dreamed that at the moment he stepped into the Eastern Sea's territory, within Jiejiao Island in the Bayou Palace, Li Changsheng, who was leisurely sipping tea in a purple jade rocking chair, suddenly had a gigantic flashing crimson exclamation mark of a system pop up in his mind without warning. Ding! Detecting an unidentified saint-level IP, Western Pure Land. Zhuan rapidly approaching Jiejiao Island. The system has automatically locked onto its true location. Above the East Sea, the sea breeze blew gently. A faint golden light quietly skimmed along the surface of the sea, blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding mist, stirring not a single wave. This was none other than the Taoist Zhuan, who had concealed his form preparing for a grand heist. A dignified Western sage, yet at this moment his actions resembled those of a petty thief sneaking around in the mortal realm. Before long, Zhuan's bright old eyes spotted the distant Jiejiao Island enveloped by an endless great formation, even through the thick protective barrier. Zhuan could still sense the rich, innate spiritual energy seeping through the gaps in the formation. He took a deep breath. Zhuan felt his long dry pores greedily open up. What a treasure! This Tongtian is truly a spendthrift, sealing such a splendid paradise away to gather dust. Zhuan swallowed hard. He turned his gaze back toward the direction he came from. The West was truly a desert. Not a single decent innate spiritual herb could grow, only endless yellow sands and barren land. This vast disparity in wealth made Zhuan's greed sprout like wild grass. I calculate that on the shores of the East Sea today there must be a great number of treasures fated to be with us from the West. Zhuan stroked his shiny bald head, a lewd smile creeping across his face. He suppressed the last trace of his sage aura, preparing to search for a weak point in the protective formation of Jiejiao Island to sneak in. Meanwhile, deep within the underground monitoring room of Jiejiao Island, Changsheng had spent over 10,000 system points to create this absolute secret place. The walls were adorned with massive water mirror screens. At this moment, the central large screen displayed a God's Eye view radar map of the East Sea. A glaring red dot was darting around the perimeter of Jiejiao Island's formation like a sneaky fly. Next to the red dot, 6 large characters were thoughtfully labeled Western Deadbeat Zhuan. Li Changsheng sat comfortably in an esports chair. Holding a cup of freshly brewed premium immortal tea, he watched the little red darting back and forth on the screen. A sinister smile more villainous than that of a typical antagonist spread across his face. Old thief, you finally arrived. Li Changsheng set down his teacup and stretched his wrist. In reality, he could simply press the red button on the table right now. The defensive formation hidden within the 100,000 layers of turtle shell on Jiejiao Island could instantly unleash thousands of destructive divine thunderbolts carrying the laws of heaven. Even if Zhuan didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. However, Li Changsheng did not intend to do so. It would be far too boring just to scare away a mouse or squash it with a slipper. For an old coin like him who loved taking advantage, it was essential to destroy his dignity in the most devastating way possible. He wanted Zhuan to reflexively spasm at the mere mention of Jiejiao Island for the rest of his life. Come on, since you love our Eastern specialties so much, I will prepare a sumptuous welcome feast for you today. Li Changsheng quickly tapped the system's holographic control panel before him. First, he quietly lowered the power of a defensive grid at the southeastern corner of Jiejiao Island. Moreover, he deliberately ripped open a tiny gap in the defensive barrier, just wide enough for a person to pass through. This was akin to a rental house equipped with a top-notch security door, leaving a window slightly ajar for thieves. Next, Li Changsheng opened the system mall and began a grand purchase spree in the hellish prank prop section. Deducting 500 points, he exchanged for 10 Void Illusion Immortal Peaches. Ding! Deducting 1,000 points, he exchanged for a premium special medicine ultimate diarrhea pill. Li Changsheng looked at the 10 plump, enticing peaches in his hand, exuding a rich, innate essence. He nodded in satisfaction. These were high-grade goods produced by the system. Regardless of appearance, aroma, or the inherent power of the laws contained within, even a sage would not detect a single flaw. For these immortal peaches were genuine. However, the flesh inside had long been silently replaced by the system with a highly concentrated version of diarrhea pill. The power of this thing was far from ordinary diarrhea. Li Changsheng glanced at the system manual. It clearly stated this product specializes in treating various types of constipation and defiance. Once ingested, it would ignore any sage's golden body and the laws of heaven, forcibly activating the excretion system. Duration 12 hours. Guaranteed to provide the user with an ultimate experience of clarity from body to soul. Tisk, this system is truly devious, Li Changsheng couldn't help but exclaim. Then he employed spatial laws to directly and stealthily transport these 10 enhanced immortal peaches to the inner side of the formation's gap. Additionally, he thoughtfully arranged the peaches in a row. The fruits, radiating an enticing golden light, stood out vividly against the dim formation barrier. Having completed all this, Li Changsheng comfortably leaned back in his esports chair, crossing his legs. He even took out a handful of sunflower seeds from his storage ring. The show is about to begin. Outside Jiejiao Island, Zhuan had been probing around the formation's edge for quite some time. This heavenly layout was simply unreasonably solid. He had scanned with his sage's divine sense dozens of times, yet could not find a single flaw. Could it be that I really have to return empty-handed today? Zhuan bit his teeth in unwillingness. Just as he was about to give up and turn back toward Shumi Mountain, suddenly, his nose, more sensitive than a dog's, caught a whiff of a unique and rich fruity aroma. This fragrance contained pure innate Tao rhythm, 100 times more enticing than the ginseng fruit he had tasted in his past. Zhuan's spirits lifted. Following the direction of the drifting fragrance, he silently glided along the formation barrier. Behind a nondescript reef, Zhuan's eyes suddenly brightened. He discovered that on this so-called indestructible 100,000-layer formation, there was indeed a gap as thin as a hair. Though small, it was sufficient for a sage well-versed in spatial evasion techniques. Heaven aids me. Zhuan's heart swelled with joy and his breathing quickened. Indeed, even the cunning Tongtian could sometimes make a mistake in his formation placement. Zhuan took a deep breath, his body instantaneously transforming into a slender golden light as thin as a hair. He slipped through that barely perceivable gap like a loach with a soft whoosh. Passing through that gap, Zhuan felt as if the world opened up before him. A rich influx of innate spiritual energy rushed toward him, nearly condensing into droplets of water in the air. Such treatment was something his disciples at Shumi Mountain could only dream of. That old thief Tongtian truly deserves divine punishment. Zhuan cursed with jealousy in his heart. However, when his gaze landed on a patch of empty ground before him, his aged eyes widened in astonishment, his pupils transforming into the shape of golden ingots. Less than 10 steps away from him, 10 plump, delicate, immortal peaches, each the size of a sea bowl, were lined up. Each peach radiated an enticing golden light. The surface even shimmered with the resonance of the Great Dao, exuding a fragrance that could drive one mad. This is a mutated innate Ren water peach. Zhuanti's throat convulsed violently, and he nearly drooled. Such exquisite spiritual fruit, even a single bite, could save countless years of arduous cultivation. How could that old scoundrel Tongtian carelessly leave such treasures at the edge of the formation? It was simply a waste of heaven's gifts. It seems this must be my Western teaching's fortune. Zhuanti suppressed his inner ecstasy and hurriedly took out his dusty bag of holding. He approached as quietly as a beggar who had gone 3 days and nights without food, careful not to startle anything. 1 peach, 2 peaches, 3 peaches. Zhuanti swallowed hard as he swiftly stuffed the immortal peaches into his bag one by one. With each peach he packed away, he felt the foundation of the Western teachings growing stronger. In no time, all 9 peaches were safely in his pocket. I'm rich, I'm rich. Just as he was about to take the last peach, his attention was suddenly drawn to a faint snoring sound nearby. Zhuanti turned his head and found not far away under a purple bamboo a completely snow-white crane with shimmering wings lying soundly asleep. This crane had clearly indulged in some delicious treat. At that moment it lay sprawled on the grass, snoring with bubbles of snot rising and falling with its breath. What an exquisite island-protecting spirit beast. Zhuanti's eyes lit up again. This crane not only had excellent roots, but also contained pure Eastern auspicious energy within. If he could bring it back to the west and tie it at the entrance of the Mahavira Hall on Shumi Mountain, it would surely delight senior brother Jean to the point of chanting scriptures for 3 days and nights. I was just worried that there was no one to guard the door at the Western teachings, and this crane is a faithful creature. Zhuanti's greedy thoughts completely overwhelmed his rationality. He rubbed his hands together, secretly activating the supreme secret art of the Western teachings, Zhonglu Golden Body. A faint dark golden Buddha light enveloped his body completely. This divine ability was not only invulnerable in defense, but also excellent for concealing one's aura and engaging in petty schemes. He tiptoed to the side of the crane, gazing at the sleeping spirit beast, a benevolent smile appearing on Zhuanti's face. Ba, little one, come with me to the Western Pure Land to enjoy blessings. He extended his large hand, intending to seize the crane as if catching a chick. But just as his hand was about to touch the crane's feathers, a gentle breeze blew by. The 10th immortal peach, which he had yet to pack into his bag, released its alluring fragrance directly into his nostrils. It was so fragrant. This aroma seemed to carry a certain magic, awakening the gluttony that had slept within him for countless eons. As a sage, Zhuanti had long since stopped eating mortal food. Yet now, looking at the plump peach in his hand, he had only one thought in his mind, just one bite. After all, I've packed away 9. Senior brother Jean wouldn't know there were originally 10 here. Zhuanti swallowed hard, comforting himself. That spendthrift Tongtian eats delicious food every day, oh, I deserve to indulge today as well. Once the greedy thought arose, it could not be suppressed any longer. Zhuanti eagerly brought the plump peach to his mouth, opening wide and biting down without hesitation. Crunch. The crisp sound of chewing echoed in the quiet orchard. The peach flesh melted in his mouth, transforming into a sweet juice that slid down his throat into his belly. Zhuanti closed his eyes in comfort, revealing an expression of utter ecstasy. So sweet. The Tao rhythm contained in this fruit flesh is simply extraordinary. That old thief Tongtian truly knows how to enjoy life. Zhuanti smacked his lips, unable to resist taking 2 more large bites. The flavor was simply irresistible. He even thought about whether he should explore deeper into Jiejiao Island after taking the crane. Perhaps there were even more treasures to be found. However, just as Zhuanti closed his eyes, still savoring that exquisite taste, he failed to notice that within the peach flesh he had bitten into, an extremely strange black aura was surging down his esophagus, drilling deep into his intestines in an unstoppable manner. This black aura disregarded his proud Zhonglu golden body, ignored the sage's laws within him, and even perfectly shielded the feedback of heavenly fate. Just as Zhuanti tossed the remaining half of the peach pit onto the ground, preparing to reach for the still snoring crane, suddenly, Golialu, a deep, extremely discordant sound emerged from Zhuanti's belly. At first the sound was, but in less than 3 seconds, boom. Zhuanti's belly sounded as if a 10th Santon detonator had exploded. It emitted a thunderous roar like the sound of thunder. Boom. The sound was not only muffled, but carried an aura of world-shattering might. Zundi's hand, which had been reaching for the crane, froze midair instantly. His complexion underwent an exceedingly bizarre transformation, within a single second shifting from red to white, from white to green, and finally settling into a putrid purple. Well, what is this? Zhuanti swallowed hard, a fine layer of cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. As an exalted sage of heaven, he was already imperishable, through countless kulpas, his physical body sanctified. Forget about an upset stomach. Even if he swallowed several active volcanoes, his intestines would instantly refine them into pure spiritual energy. But now he could clearly sense that within his belly it felt as if 10,000 primeval beasts were wildly tumbling and tearing. A primordial torrent utterly beyond the suppression of sage-level divine power was launching a final overwhelming assault on his lower regions with the force of an avalanche. This power was supremely domineering, completely ignoring the sage laws circulating within his body. Zuni's heart gave a violent lurch. He abruptly lowered his head, staring fixedly at the half-eaten peach pit on the ground. Only then did he notice that the edge of the pit was faintly emitting a trace of eerie black chi. Poison in this peach. Impossible. What poison could fell a sage? Zunti's mind went blank. He had no idea. Inside this immortal peach was Li Changsheng's ultimate Great Luo diarrhea pill, purchased at great expense from the system mall. Its judgment mechanism was an absolute rule bestowed by the system. Once consumed, not even a sage, not even the heavenly Dao Hanjun himself could avoid bowing down and singing surrender. Gurgle, plop. Another dull rumble echoed from his abdomen. With it, Zunti felt his sphincter issue an extremely dangerous alarm, as if in the next second that tightly shut gate would be violently forced open by a surging mudslide. No, absolutely not here. Zunti panicked, utterly panicked. The second leader of the Western sect, if he were to soil his trousers here, in this wild wilderness on the territory of his arch-rival Tongtian, he would never be able to hold his head up in the primordial world again. He could no longer care about the snoring crane, nor about continuing to scout the treasures of Mount Golden Ao. Only one thought remained in his mind: run. Flee back to Mount Sumeru as fast as possible. Even if he had to relieve himself in the void chaos, it was better than staying here. Zunti took a deep breath, frantically channeling his sage-level divine power. He attempted to transform into a beam of light and forcibly tear through space to escape. But he forgot that the system's diarrhea pill was set to forcibly activate. The moment he channeled his true chi, Zunti let out a distorted scream. The circulation of his divine power not only failed to suppress the searing pain in his abdomen, but instead acted like a spark, directly igniting the powder keg that was about to explode at any moment. A tearing, twisting pain shot through his abdomen, as if his internal organs were being violently kneaded by a giant hand. The pent-up torrent, spurred on by his true chi, completely spiraled out of control. PSSSD. A faint, unusual sound escaped from beneath Zunti's Taoist robe. Though soft, it was piercingly loud in the silent orchard. Zuni's body stiffened. His aged eyes flew wide open, filled with an incredulous despair and a profound sense of humiliation. Breached. His sage-level defenses, tempered through countless culpas and imperishable, had been utterly broken through at this very moment. Inside the underground monitoring room of Mount Golden Ao, Li Changsheng stared at the large screen at the red, whose body was rigid and whose expression was uglier than if he had eaten a dead rat. He laughed so hard he nearly fell off his gaming chair. Ha ha ha, you old bald donkey, look at you now. Cackling wildly, he unhesitatingly reached out and slammed his hand down on the largest red button on the console. Array seal. The real show begins. As Li Changsheng's command was issued, the protective array surrounding Mount Golden Ao erupted in a dazzling red light. The tiny gap Li Changsheng had deliberately left for Zuni to slip through was instantly sealed tight by 100,000 layers of defensive arrays, leaving not even a mosquito able to escape. The scenery around the orchard began to warp wildly. Space twisted. Zunti felt his vision blur. When he could see clearly again, he found himself no longer in that hidden orchard. He had been forcibly teleported to a vast, boundless expanse of the eastern sea. Above his head was a cloudless azure sky. Beneath his feet was calm, mirror-like blue seawater. There was no cover anywhere around, an emptiness that led to despair. And what made Zunti's scalp crawl even more was that around this open sea, hundreds of recording stones were densely suspended in midair. These recording stones were all HD and censored 360-degree panoramic cameras, enhanced by Li Changsheng using the system. Every single recording stone's lens was locked onto Zunti at the center of the sea. Moreover, the recording stones were flashing with a piercing red light, clearly already in real-time recording mode. Tongtian, you despicable, shameless, insidious villain. Zunti finally understood. This was no fortuitous opportunity. This was clearly a heavenly net, an earth snare long laid by that old scoundrel Tongtian. Deliberately leaving a gap, deliberately placing 10 immortal peaches, all to lure him in and make a public spectacle of him. Zunti trembled with rage. He wanted to curse, to summon his 7 treasures tree and smash all these damned recording stones to pieces. But he dared not even move. Because if he exerted even the slightest force, the surging mudslide in his belly would gush out violently through the already breached defenses. Gurgle, boom. Another loud noise from his abdomen. Zunti's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He desperately clamped his legs together, clutching his stomach with both hands. Golden Buddhist light flickered madly around him in a final desperate struggle. But the terrifying power empowered by the system brooked no resistance. Zunti was currently in immense pain. He tightly clenched his legs, his entire body suspended in a grotesquely distorted and ludicrous posture above the vast ocean. His usually resplendent, invulnerable Zhang-Luke golden body had now turned into a ghastly shade remnant. Even the Buddha lights swirling around his golden body began to flicker like a neon sign, with unstable voltage flashing erratically. Surrounding Xuan-Ti, hundreds of high-definition recording stones floated in midair, their glaring red light flashing like countless mocking eyes fixated upon him. Seal it for me. Xuan-Ti roared frantically in his heart. He attempted to invoke the supreme nirvana technique of the Western teachings to forcibly seal his meridians, even trying to use sealing spells to completely weld his lower dantian shut. However, the rules governing the ultimate Deluo excrement pill produced by the system were outrageously high. As soon as he summoned his saintly power, it was instantly shattered by the overwhelming torrent of terrifying force. Guru. The turmoil in his stomach finally reached a critical limit. Cold sweat poured down Xuan-Ti's forehead like a waterfall, soaking his splendid golden robe. He knew that his last line of defense could no longer hold. Collapse often comes in an instant when the final string in his mind, known as saintly dignity, snapped completely. Dong! Accompanied by a deafening roar that ripped through the void of the east, Xuan-Ti finally lost. The eruption that ensued was so loud that those who didn't know would think a great being from the primordial chaos had initiated a world-ending thunder calamity here. For a moment, the vast surface of the East Sea was in turmoil. The sky was filled with golden rain. The remnants of Xuan-Ti's saintly essence, accompanied by the violent forces of the laws, surged and sprayed wildly in the air. The scene was too beautiful, almost unbearable to witness. Xuan-Ti's sphincter, under the relentless assault of the excrement pill's absolute rules, emitted a sharp and piercing scream akin to a windbag being pulled. Sizzle. Boom, boom, boom. The speed of the excretion was so fast that it left golden afterimages in the void. The power of this ultimate Deluo excrement pill surpassed the imagination of any being from the primordial chaos. The expelled waste, carrying unimaginably high temperatures of the Dao Laws, splashed into the calm waters of the East Sea, emitting a shocking hiss with a thunderous roar. Hoo hoo hoo. The sea water instantly boiled. Large clouds of white steam rose up, enveloping the entire surface of the sea in a misty haze. Yet amidst this thick fog there lingered an indescribable and suffocating fragrance of Dao rhythm. Xuan-Ti hugged his legs suspended above the boiling sea, crying uncontrollably. He had lived through countless epics. Since the creation of heaven and earth, he had stood at the pinnacle of the primordial chaos. He had never suffered such humiliation, nor had he ever experienced such a maddening torment. Old thief Tongtian, may you not die a good death. I regret greedily eating your immortal peach. Whoa. As Xuan-Ti sprayed uncontrollably, he howled and cried. Tears, mucus, and sweat mingled on his face, dripping down. What dignity did the Western saint have? What eternal prestige was there? At this moment it was all physically and thoroughly pulled into the East Sea. And all of this was captured by over 1,000 high-definition recording stones documenting it from every 360-degree angle, even featuring slow-motion close-ups. Inside Jiejiao Island, Changsheng sat comfortably in an esports chair, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds, while enjoying the magnificent fountain spectacle of the East Sea on the holographic screen. He clicked his tongue, his face full of disdain. Indeed, a Western saint. The commotion of this diarrhea is comparable to the self-detonation of a congenital spiritual treasure, truly impressive. Changsheng spat out the sunflower seed shell from his mouth, a wicked grin flashing in his eyes. However, such a splendid primordial documentary shouldn't be enjoyed by just me. That would be too selfish. As the saying goes, it's better to enjoy together than alone. Old friend Xuan-Ti, I must help promote this, and let the disciples of the Western teachings see the magnificent style of their leader. Changsheng grinned mischievously and directly moved his finger to press a special button on the holographic control panel. Cross-domain wireless screen casting live broadcast. Screen casting target IP locked Western Pure Land directly above Mount Shumi. In the Western blissful world at Mount Sumeru, the mountain wind whipped up yellow sand howling through the air. The Taoist of guidance sat cross-legged in the center of the great hall, accompanied by his disciples Mithriya and Medicine Master, along with numerous great Luo golden immortals and Vajra bodhisattvas. Everyone slightly closed their eyes, murmuring mantras, monotonously reciting the scriptures of the Western teachings. Suddenly a loud thump, booming, a deep thunderous roar filled with a strong sense of rhythm suddenly exploded above Mount Sumeru without warning. The Taoist of guidance furrowed his brow and abruptly opened his eyes. Below, Mithriya also retracted his signature smile, raising his head in astonishment to gaze at the dome of the great hall above. Mount Sumeru had always been clear and cloudless for thousands of miles. How could there be such thunder? Just as everyone was puzzled, the boundless clear sky above Mount Sumeru was suddenly torn apart like a rag. A gigantic sky-covering blue light curtain crashed down right above the headquarters of the Western teachings. Immediately after, that ear-splitting, space-rending, peculiar sound surged down from the light curtain like a tidal wave. Sizzle. Boom boom. All the disciples of the Western teachings simultaneously raised their heads, stretching their necks in curiosity to look at the enormous light curtain. In the next moment, the entire Mount Sumeru fell into a deathly silence in an instant. The expressions on the faces of all the disciples of the Western teachings froze completely, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Within that enormous ultra-clear light curtain, they saw their second leader, the Taoist of Zhuan-Ti, who usually appeared aloof and ethereal. At this moment, he was in an extremely humiliating and twisted posture, hugging his knees, his face turning a deep purple, suspended above the surface of the sea. Behind Zhuan-Ti, there was a dazzling, golden glowing waterfall accompanied by a thunderous roar madly spewing outwards. Sizzle. Boom boom. Golden holy blood and remnants flew chaotically through the sky. The image was ultra-clear. Even the beads of sweat dripping down Zhuan-Ti's face could be seen distinctly. Mithria's signature laugh, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, instantly froze on his face, his mouth twitching violently. The surrounding Vajrabodhisattvas were left in a daze, their Buddhist hearts nearly shattering on the spot. Is that the second leader? Is the second leader publicly having diarrhea? The Taoist of guidance stared fixedly at the light curtain in the sky, his normally stern face displaying an array of emotions. First it was confusion, then shock, and finally his entire face turned a deep purple. The Taoist of guidance, overwhelmed with anger, spat out a mouthful of pure golden, holy blood shooting over 3 meters across the great hall. Zhuan-Ti, junior brother, what on earth are you doing? The Taoist of guidance let out a shrill roar, his voice trembled. He never imagined that Zhuan-Ti's trip to the EC would result in the mortifying scene of him having diarrhea being live-streamed back to their stronghold. Scatter! Get out of here! The Taoist of guidance could no longer sit still. He leaped up and frantically activated the holy power within him. With a palm strike, golden power transformed into an enormous Buddha hand that covered the sky, bringing with it a tremendous pressure of a saint as it slammed down towards the light curtain, attempting to crush it completely. However, as the enormous Buddha hand made contact with the light curtain, it strangely passed through as if it were air. The curtain swayed slightly, while Zhuan-Ti continued to spray uncontrollably. Li Changsheng utilized a projection safeguarded by the Dao level rules of the system. It was an existence of absolute rule level. Not to mention the Taoist of guidance, even if Hongjun Laozu himself intervened, he wouldn't be able to break this screen. The Taoist of guidance was completely frantic, jumping up and down on Mount Sumeru. He continuously switched through dozens of spells from the Western teachings, unleashing golden lightning all over, yet the ultra-clear light curtain in the sky remained stable and continued to play. It was not only Mount Sumeru. At this moment, Li Changsheng even projected this image high above the entire in the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain. The primordial lord, who had just taken a heart-saving pill, stared blankly at Zhuan-Ti in the sky, the medicine bottle in his hand falling to the ground and shattering. In the 8 Scenes Palace of the Great Luo Heaven, the usually indifferent Laozi's eyelids went into a frenzy. Blood Sea and Nether River, the Xinyuanzi of Mount Wanshou, and even the entire mortal world of the Great Shang. Countless primordial beings put down their tasks at this moment, uniformly looking up, relishing this unseen-a-century spectacle of saintly revelry. This is too explosive. The commotion of a saint having diarrhea is indeed extraordinary. The great powers of the primordial world discussed amongst themselves, and Zhuan-Ti's reputation was completely elevated in a physical sense. At this time, the Taoist of Zhuan-Ti above the EC had already been spraying for several hours. He had now shrunk. His face was as white as paper, his eyes sunken, and his formerly round belly now completely pressed against his back. The holy power within him had long been exhausted in the struggle against the diarrhea-inducing pill. Now he was left with only a layer of shriveled golden skin barely hanging on his skeleton, exuding a strange fragrance that even seawater could not cleanse. His sphincter had long since gone numb, and he had lost all sensation. Zhuan-Ti weakly swayed on the surface of the sea. The light of his escape was like a lamp that could extinguish at any moment, flickering on and off. Tongtian, if you have the guts, kill me now. Zhuan-Ti weakly murmured, his gaze completely vacant. His only thought now was to quickly find a secluded place to throw himself to his death. At this moment, the system's punishment time was finally nearing its end, and the previously locked formation slightly loosened. Li Changsheng waved his hand within Golden Ao Island, retracting the recording stone and lifting the shielding. Zhuan-Ti's mind finally regained a sliver of clarity. He glanced at the still boiling sea water around him and felt the countless probing divine senses from the heavens. Zhuan-Ti knew that if he stayed any longer, his Dao heart would truly turn to ashes. Tongtian, I swear I will not become a saint until I avenge this grudge. Zhuan-Ti let out a deeply resentful roar in his heart. He bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of heart blood forcefully, igniting his final source of saintly power. Buzz! An extremely weak golden stream of light suddenly erupted from his remaining body. Xuanti charged towards the slight gap in the formation that had just appeared. Accompanied by a muffled explosion in the void, he did not look back, carrying with him an indescribable stench. He rolled and crawled, shattering the spatial node of the east, clutching his backside, and fled westward in a panic. The dark clouds over the east gradually dispersed. The extremely faint, nearly precarious golden escape light of the Xuanti Taoist struggled through the void. His journey was fraught with hardship. Although the system's forced punishment was nearing its end, the residual power of the ultimate Great Luo dispersion pill was still formidable. With each 100 miles he flew forward, if he relaxed the muscles of his thighs slightly, a sound of wind escaping would echo from his belly. Following that were a few extremely embarrassing muffled roars. Along the way, countless malevolent divine senses from ancient powers quietly followed him like a persistent curse. Xuanti Taoist closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. He knew that his reputation in this lifetime had completely been thrown to the wind today. Tongtian, I vow not to become a saint until this grudge is avenged. Xuanti grit his teeth, leaking air all the way, finally tumbling back to the western Mount Shumi. As soon as he landed, the Jiayin Taoist hurried over. However, before Jiayin could even ask, he twitched his nose, his expression instantly changing. He silently retreated a dozen steps, pinching his nose, his face turning red, unable to utter a single word for a long time. At that moment, Xuanti radiated a peculiar fragrance that even the powers of a saint could not conceal. He looked at his senior brother with grievance, tears streaming down his face, and directly dove into the deepest closed-off chamber of Mount Shumi, firmly shutting the door. On Golden Ao Island at the Bo Palace, the air in the hall was filled with a joyous atmosphere. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Li Changsheng slumped in a purple jade rocking chair, laughing so hard that he slapped his thigh, nearly shedding tears. Duo Bao, Zhao Gongming, and other direct disciples stood by, exchanging glances. Although they found Xuanti's plight extremely amusing, their awe for their master's methods reached an all-time high. Master is truly a divine being. Duo Bao frantically activated his brain circuits. By casually tossing out a few fruits without moving a single soldier, he has completely shattered the Tao heart of the Western saints, turning them into a laughingstock of the wilderness. This kind of calculation, which does not involve karma, is 100 times more brilliant than directly killing Xuanti. After finally wiping away his tears and calming down, Li Changsheng instructed Duo Bao, hurry up. Go to the sea area from earlier in the East Sea, pour more floral water into the water, and spray more air freshener. Good gracious, that old thief Xuanti has nearly turned the East Sea seafood into salted fish specimens. This is such a severe pollution of the East Sea's ecological environment. What a disgrace. Duo Bao's expression turned serious as he respectfully accepted the order. Disciple will obey the command and purify the East Sea, ensuring not to add trouble for master. After saying that, Duo Bao hurriedly flew out of the Bo Palace with Zhao Gongming and the others. Watching his disciples leave, Li Changsheng let out a long sigh and reclined back in his chair. And just at the moment when Golden Ao Island fell completely silent, the cold, yet heavenly system prompt finally echoed in Li Changsheng's mind as scheduled. Ding! Detected that the host successfully crushed the Western Saints' scheme of thievery. Under the perfect judgment of no causal interference, heavily humiliating the saint and severely damaging his Tao heart, leading to a drastic decline in the fortunes of the Western sect. Achieved the ultimate achievement, the first person to socially die as a saint. Now issuing the reward for this major victory in the game. Ding. Received Tao origin value, 10 million points. Ding. Received a top grade innate treasure level defensive immortal robe, 9-fold thunder isolation robe. Ding. Received 2 ultimate discount cards for the system mall. Listening to the chorus of system prompts in his mind, Li Changsheng's mouth nearly stretched to his ears, feeling utterly delighted. A few enhanced immortal peaches directly exchanged for 10 million points of Tao origin. Moreover, he made a saint's Tao heart collapse. This deal was simply the epitome of profit. However, at that moment the system's broadcast did not stop. On the contrary, the originally cold mechanical voice suddenly became exceptionally urgent. With a sense of inexplicable vastness, even the surrounding void began to tremble violently. Ding. Due to the host severely distorting the originally planned trajectory of the heavenly Tao during the first phase of the Fengshen calamity. Perfectly avoiding the annihilation calamity of the Jiejiao Sect, the system triggers the critical hit mechanism, issuing the ultimate hidden grand prize for this volume. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme Dao Law inheritance, Time Law. Listening to the voice in his mind, Li Changsheng's body shook violently, and his eyes instantly erupted with 2 glaring golden rays of Dao light. The Law of Time. As these 4 words emerged, Li Changsheng's heart began to race uncontrollably. Space reigns supreme, while time is revered. Even the exalted heavenly Dao Hongjuan with the creation jade plate under his command only grasps the surface of the law of time. Extract. Without hesitation, Changsheng immediately issued the command in his mind. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted from the depths of the void in the secret chamber of the Bio Palace. A ball of indescribable gray-white primordial light disregarded the layers of defenses of Golden Ao Island and directly manifested in Changsheng's sea of consciousness. This light did not have a fixed shape, but seemed to encompass the past, present, and future since the opening of the heavens in the primordial world. As it appeared, the spiritual energy flowing in the secret chamber instantly came to a halt. Even a floating speck of dust was firmly nailed in midair at that moment. Such tyrannical power. Changsheng closed his eyes, guiding the gray-white primordial light to slowly merge into his limbs and bones. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Accompanied by a series of strange vibrations, the pressure that originally belonged to the heavenly Dao Saint began to rapidly mutate. The previously rewarded laws of space and power seemed to respond to a certain call erupting violently from the depths of Changsheng's dantian. The law of space transformed into silver-white chains. The law of power turned into dark golden thunder. The newly acquired law of time manifested as a gray-white light curtain. Three supreme forces capable of tearing apart chaos frantically intertwined and fused within Changsheng's body. As the fusion intensified, Changsheng felt as if he had jumped out of the chessboard of the primordial world, standing at the source of the river of time. Everything from the past to the future appeared as strings on a zither that he could manipulate at will. He did not know how long had passed. It could have been millions of years, or perhaps merely an instant. Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. Deep in his gaze there was a fleeting image of an ancient, mysterious gray-white clock slowly rotating. Changsheng gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. As this breath left his body, it turned into a gray wind blade in midair. Silently, it sliced a bottomless crack into the walls of the secret chamber forged from 10,000 years of basalt. The edges of the crack were smooth as a mirror. It was not cleaved by power, but rather the time in that area was forcibly stripped away. The realm of time has been established. Changsheng stood up, feeling the power within him that was under his control, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips. Now centered around him within a radius of 10,000 miles, the flow of time for all matter lay entirely in his grasp. He could accelerate time 1,000-fold, causing enemies to age and turn to bones in an instant. He could also slow down time to nearly a stop. In the eyes of his enemies, his actions would be as swift as light, impossible to defend against. Moreover, in extremely critical moments of life and death, he could forcibly reverse time. Although with his current level of proficiency, he could only rewind a mere 3 seconds. Yet in battles at the saint level, 3 seconds would allow him to change 100 outcomes and execute 100 miraculous counterattacks. To test this power, Changsheng's gaze fell upon a withered 9th-grade spirit flower in the corner of the secret chamber, completely deprived of sunlight for years, now reduced to a yellow shriveled root. He smiled slightly. Without using any irrigating magic, he simply raised his right hand towards the withered spirit flower. Snap! A crisp sound of a snap echoed in the secret chamber. A miracle, or rather a divine event, occurred in that. Around the withered spirit flower, gray-white light flickered. The originally shriveled and cracked roots and leaves astonishingly seemed to have pressed the rewind button. The withered leaves regained their vibrant green. Fallen petals strangely floated up from the ground, reattaching themselves to the flower's base. Visible vitality surged back in. In the blink of an eye, a vibrant, dripping 9th-grade spirit flower, exuding rich, innate spiritual energy, proudly bloomed in the corner of the secret chamber. Time reversal allowed lifeless things to be reborn. Watching the revived spirit flower, the smile on Changsheng's face grew even brighter. The mobility of a space mage, the physical strength of a berserker combined with the control of a time assassin. This unbeatable 3-in-1 combo is simply outrageous. Changsheng clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him that seemed capable of piercing through the primordial earth directly. What heavenly Dao Hongjuan, what unstoppable trend. My current battle prowess can easily press those old fools down to the ground, even if they team up. The trump card of the invincible flow of the primordial realm had finally been forged. Changsheng even felt a sense of anticipation, looking forward to those self-righteous saints who thought they could scheme for eternity coming to him for a beating. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, the Chan School's army, utterly defeated by the modernized dimensional strike from the Jie School, with even the 12 golden immortals fleeing in disgrace, did not concede defeat. Since they could not win against the Jie School's group wielding bizarre treasures, the primordial heavenly master of the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, after stabilizing his blood pressure with an emergency heart pill, once again began his cunning and vicious schemes that he believed to be brilliant. Since he could not win on the battlefield, he would dissolve from within. Nuwa Palace. Mist swirls around, and celestial music resonates softly. Ever since the last incense offering day when the scheme of Zhuan was exposed by Tongtian through a holographic projection, Nuwa completely saw through the disgusting face of the Great Tribulation of Fengshen. The four saints, in order to protect their own disciples, actually wanted to use her as a weapon to disrupt the fate of the human race. A group of hypocritical old foxes. Nuwa snorted coldly and immediately ordered the closure of Nuwa Palace, declaring a retreat. She had no desire to be tainted by the murky waters of the primordial chaos. Nuwa's seclusion greatly alarmed the primordial heavenly venerable of Kunlun Mountain. Under Wenzhong's scientific governance, the Great Shang dynasty not only did not fall apart, but instead thrived. The national strength surged, and the auspicious dragon of fate became increasingly solid, while the side of Shichi couldn't even find an excuse to mobilize troops. They were unable to overpower the Gatling army of the Jiejiao Sect. Now Nuwa was not following the original script to send 3 demons to seduce King Zhou. Was the Fengshen list going to rot in their hands? The primordial heavenly venerable sat on the 9 dragons' incense palanquin, his expression dark enough to drip water. Since junior sister Nuwa is unwilling to be involved in causality, then this dirty work must be done by me personally. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the primordial heavenly venerable. A dignified saint of the heavenly Tao actually having to personally engage in such petty thievery just to scheme against a trivial mortal dynasty. If this matter were to leak out, the face of the Chan sect would be completely thrown into the latrine. But in order to win and to put the disciples of the Jiejiao sect on the list, he could not care about that much. The primordial heavenly venerable's figure flickered and transformed into an almost imperceptible breeze, quietly leaving Kunlun Mountain. Night fell. 30 miles outside Chaoga City, at Xinyuan Tomb. The place was filled with heavy energy and overgrown with wild grass. A fox demon with an enchanting figure and 9 bushy tails lay on a piece of green stone basking in the moonlight. This was the leader of the 3 demons at Xinyuan Tomb, the 9-tailed fox. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure that made her soul tremble descended without warning above Xinyuan Tomb. The surrounding winds instantly stilled. The moonlight seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, and the entire Xinyuan Tomb plunged into a dead darkness. Who? The 9-tailed fox was startled suddenly, arching her body, her 9 tails bristling upright. In the void, a majestic figure radiating endless cold celestial light slowly emerged. Though the face was unclear, the pressure that only a saint of the heavenly Tao could possess forced the 9-tailed fox to the ground, unable to lift her head. Little fox, to serve the grand plans of my Chan sect is your fortune from several lifetimes. The cold voice of the primordial heavenly venerable echoed in the mind of the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox trembled in fear. She, a wild demon who had not even cultivated the path of immortality, how did she provoke a saint? Saint, spare my life. I have never done anything to harm heaven or reason. The primordial heavenly venerable completely ignored her pleas for mercy. He extended a finger and pointed into the air. A domineering light of jade purity directly pierced into the 9-tailed fox's brow. The 9-tailed fox let out a piercing scream. This celestial light not only brutally erased most of her original memories, but also forcibly imprinted an irresistible death command deep within her soul. Infiltrate the Chaoga Palace, use any means to charm King Zhou and drain the dragon energy of the Great Shang. After doing all this, the primordial heavenly venerable waved his sleeves, directly extracting the 9-tailed fox's soul with great magical power. Then he crossed through space. He directly stuffed this wisp of demon soul into the body of Su Daji, the daughter of Ho Su, who from Jiejiao, who was just prepared to be sent to Chaoga for marriage. After the task is accomplished, I will grant you a proper reward. After leaving behind a tantalizing promise, the primordial heavenly venerable quickly erased all traces around him, slipping back to Kunlun Mountain. A few days later, Chaoga City, the royal palace. Su Daji, possessed by the 9-tailed fox, sat in a luxurious palanquin, being carried into the inner palace. At this moment, Daji's mind was filled with the ultimate command issued by the primordial heavenly venerable. She gazed at her own breathtakingly beautiful face in the bronze mirror. A confident and enchanting smile curled at the corners of her mouth. My king, I have arrived. Daji extended her delicate hand to adjust her sheer gauze. In her perception, dealing with a mortal emperor was nothing more than a simple task of tossing a few flirtatious glances and swaying her waist. Draining the dragon energy of the Great Shang was just around the corner. In the still of the night, outside the imperial study, Daji deliberately changed into an extremely cool, semi-transparent pink gauze dress. Her fragrant shoulders were half exposed, her eyes holding autumn water, and every movement radiated a bewitching charm. Holding a bowl of ginseng soup, Daji gracefully walked to the door of the imperial study. Taking a deep breath, Daji called out with a sweet, honeyed voice. My king, it is late. I have prepared ginseng soup for you. Let me serve you to rest. As she spoke, she seductively pushed open the grand doors of the imperial study. Daji had even imagined that when the king saw her like this, he would surely pounce on her like a hungry wolf. However, as soon as the door swung open, what awaited her was not King Zhou's greedy eager gaze, but a black unidentified object hurtling towards her with a whistling sound. What is this? Daji was startled and instinctively tried to dodge. But her current body was just that of a weak mortal woman. How could she evade? Bang! That heavy black object struck her squarely on the forehead. Daji was dazed by the blow, her vision filled with stars, and the ginseng soup in her hand spilled all over her proud figure. This was no seduction. This was simply a performance of acrobatics. Ouch! Daji held her reddened forehead, her teeth clenched in anger. She looked down and focused her gaze. What had struck her was a thick scroll as heavy as a brick. On the cover in bold gold letters were the 8 words. 5 years of simulation, 3 years of cultivation. Daji was bewildered. What the hell is this thing? Suppressing her anger and humiliation, she raised her head to look into the imperial study. Behind a desk, the emperor of the Great Shang Dxian King Zhou had bloodshot eyes, holding a brush in his hand. Piled in front of him were stacks of memorials and agricultural reform blueprints, as high as a small mountain. King Zhou did not even glance at her. He just stared at the memorial in his hand, irritably shouting, "What time is it to still be drinking ginseng soup? Don't you know that I haven't finished approving tomorrow's infrastructure plan? Women only slowed down my review of memorials. Since you have entered the palace, don't be a vase for me." Daji's mouth dropped open, her entire being in a daze. This script is not right. Wasn't it supposed to be one of indulgence and obsession with women? Why does this king seem more driven than the cultivators? Just as Daji was at a loss, preparing to once again employ her fox charm, in the shadows of the corner of the imperial study, a series of teeth-gritting, crackling sounds suddenly echoed. It sounded like some high-voltage current surging. Then, a tall and imposing elder with a third eye in the middle of his forehead stepped out from behind a pillar, holding a ruler shimmering with blue arcs. Slowly walking out from behind the pillar, Master Wen, looking at this core figure of the 3 generations of disciples of the Jiejiao Sect and a veteran of the Great Shang, the mortal body possessed by Daji might not know his power, but the spirit of the 9-tailed fox keenly sensed the imminent danger. The ruler in his hand, though seemingly unremarkable, crackled with blue arcs of electricity, emanating a terrifying aura that made the demon's spirit tremble. And Master, Daji suppressed the fear within her heart. She took a deep breath, trying to puff out her chest, making her already soaked gauze dress cling even more to her alluring figure. "My king toils day and night. I merely wish to share your burdens and serve you in rest." Her eyes reddened slightly, her voice soft and delicate, as if she had suffered a great grievance. As she spoke, she recklessly leaned towards King Zhou, her enchanting gaze like flowing spring water fixed firmly upon his face. This was the innate divine ability of the 9-tailed fox, the enchanting eye. Once a mortal made eye contact, even the hardest heart would instantly become tender. King Zhou raised his head and inadvertently locked eyes with Daji. For a fleeting moment, his gaze indeed showed signs of confusion. Daji secretly rejoiced. It worked. After all, he is but a mortal. How could he possibly resist my charm? She gracefully fell forward, ready to leap into King Zhou's broad embrace. However, in the next moment, after King Zhou's gaze had blurred the corner of his eye, caught sight of the suddenly bright Thunder King ruler in Master Wen's hand, hidden behind a pillar. Hiss! King Zhou inhaled sharply. His previously dazed eyes instantly became clear, even carrying a hint of deep terror. He never wanted to experience the sting of that ruler on his backside again. That was truly a form of physical transcendence that could leave one foaming at the mouth and having their soul leave their body. "My dear consort, please have some self-respect." Just as Daji was about to dive into King Zhou's arms, he suddenly jumped up from the dragon throne as if he had seen a piece of burning charcoal. Without hesitation, he extended both hands and pushed forcefully. Ouch! Daji was caught off guard, pushed back 5 or 6 steps, and ultimately fell onto the cold floor tiles. She looked up in disbelief. Her captivating peach blossom eyes were filled with shock and confusion. "My king, what are you doing?" Daji was truly stunned by the push. Hadn't she been sent by the primordial heavenly sovereign to sow chaos in the court? Wasn't this foolish king fond of beautiful women? Why was he now avoiding her as if he had seen a plague god? King Zhou completely ignored her pitiful appearance. He pointed at the book titled 5 years of simulation, 3 years of cultivation, on the floor, declaring loudly, "Did you not hear what I just said? Women only slow my processing of memorials. The Great Shang is currently in a frenzy of infrastructure. The entire nation is shedding blood for its construction. As my consort, you should be striving for progress, yet you choose to dress provocatively in the imperial study, attempting to disrupt my focus." King Zhou grew more agitated, his spittle nearly spraying Daji's face. As he spoke, his eyes kept darting towards Master Wen like a diligent student eager to impress the homeroom teacher. Daji was drenched in humiliation, her demon spirit in disarray. Which part of the script had gone wrong? Where was the promised wine pool and meat forest? Where were the promised nights of revelry? How had the ruler of the Great Shang transformed into a soulless, infrastructure fanatic and a workaholic? In the shadows, when Zhong looked at King Zhou's righteous performance with satisfaction stroking his beard, he leisurely stepped out from behind the pillar, rhythmically tapping the ruler in his hand against his palm, producing a consort Su. When Zhong looked down at Daji, who was sitting on the floor with a benevolent smile on his lips. However, behind that smile lurked a chilling aura. The Great Shang does not support idle people now, since the king has stated that the harem must keep up with the times. When Zhong pointed at the thick book on the ground, his tone brooking no argument. Starting tomorrow, all concubines in the harem must attend the Great Shang 9-year compulsory education literacy class. Not only must they learn basic arithmetic and agricultural water management, but they must also study fundamentals of governance. On the 8th of next month will be the first national exam for the harem of the Great Shang. Hearing these unheard-of terms, Daji's head buzzed. What 9-year compulsory education? What arithmetic and water management? As a mere fox spirit, what use did she have for these things? Master, I do not understand these. Daji stammered, trying to argue. When Zhong's expression darkened suddenly, a blinding burst of blue electricity erupted from the ruler in his hand. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. The ruler struck heavily against the blue stone tile beside Daji. That hard tile was instantly scorched, and Daji trembled in fear, instinctively cradling her head. If you do not understand, then learn. When Zhong's voice reverberated like thunder in the imperial study, concubines who fail the national exam will have their titles stripped and all benefits from the harem suspended. Not only that, they will be sent to the Western Mountain coal mine to experience the hardships of the common people. Only when they pass the exam can they return to the palace. Upon hearing the words Western Mountain coal mine, even King Zhou couldn't help but shiver. He silently lit a candle for the newly entered consort Su. How tragic. Master Wen was now wielding a treasure bestowed by the founder of the Jiejiao Sect, turning the entire Great Shang into a colossal cultivation tutoring class. Those who performed poorly in their studies would all be sent off to do hard labor. What are you still standing there for? Pick up the book and go home to study. When Zhong shot Daji a cold glance. If you dare hand in a blank exam for tomorrow's preliminary test, this ruler will not recognize anyone. Daji was in tears. Looking at the thick 5 years of simulation, 3 years of cultivation on the ground, she trembled as she reached out her hands to embrace it. The grand plan to drain the dragon energy of the Great Shang through her beauty had not even begun before it was shattered by an absurd exam decree. With red-rimmed eyes hugging the book as thick as a brick, she resembled a defeated hen retreating from the imperial study under Wen Zhong's stern gaze. Walking back to the palace as the night wind blew, Daji finally realized how inappropriate her translucent gauze dress was. He must be trying to scare me. Who forces the concubines of the harem to learn arithmetic and mine coal? This old man must be joking with me. Daji frantically reassured herself in her heart. How could the dignified 9-tailed fox of Xinyuan tomb be stumped by a book? Worst case, she would pretend to be sick and not leave her quarters tomorrow. As for the national exam of the Great Shang, let whoever wants to take it go ahead. However, Daji could never have imagined just how terrifying the extreme internal competition of the Great Shang could be. The next morning, just as the sky began to brighten. The sky was just beginning to brighten. In the illiteracy remedial class of the harem in Chaogu City, the lights were blazing. This place was originally a warm hall where the palace maids embroidered. Now it had been transformed into a spacious classroom. Banners reading "Study Hard, Build Deshang" hung on the walls, and the blackboard was filled with dense arithmetic formulas. Deji sat at the front row of the desk, painfully clutching her hair with both hands. In front of her was a tall stack of exam papers. The title read Deshang Basic Agricultural Water Conservancy Arithmetic Test Questions. Given that 1 mu of spiritual field requires 3 liters of water for irrigation if Shi is experiencing drought, and Deshang uses artificial rain machines to flood the grain market, what is the solution to maximize profit in the quadratic function? Deji stared at the questioner fox, fur nearly falling out from worry. What kind of damned question is this? As a demon who cultivates by absorbing human essence, why does she have to solve an economic problem that exploits Shi? I can't do it. Not at all. Deji broke down and threw her brush onto the table. She turned to glance. The concubines who once only knew how to fight over jealousy were now each hanging by a thread, biting their pens, desperately sweating as they calculated on draft paper. This scene was too bizarre, even more terrifying than the chaotic dance of demons in Xinyuan tomb. No way I'm here to bring down a nation, not to ace an exam. Deji's eyes turned as a plan formed in her mind. She clutched her chest and let out an extremely weak cry, allowing her body to collapse onto the desk. Oh dear great master, my chest hurts. I fear I have caught a chill and need to return to the palace to rest for a few days. Deji pretended to be pitiful. In her mind, as long as she feigned illness, even King Zhou would feel compelled to visit her with concern. However, the old master in charge of the examination didn't even lift his eyelids. He quietly reached beneath the podium and pulled out a blue glowing intercom, the 10 Heavenly Monarchs Friendship Sponsorship Development version. Calling Wen Taisher Examination Room No. 1. Isu Fei claims illness to refuse the exam. Requesting physical medical support. As soon as the words fell, bang, the classroom door was violently pushed open. Wen Taisher entered like an emotionless overseer, holding the crackling Thunder King ruler in his hand, striding forward. Ji saw that ruler and was so frightened that her soul nearly left her body. Taisher, chest hurts, right? Wen Zhong sneered, completely ignoring her explanation. The treasure bestowed by our ancestors specifically for treating various difficult ailments, especially for feigning illness to skip school. As he spoke, the ruler in Wen Zhong's hand erupted with a burst of ghostly blue lightning. Crack! With a swing of the ruler, an arc of lightning as thick as a baby's arm directly struck Ji. Ji let out a piercing scream, her body jolted off the seat from the electric shock. In that instant, the powerful current not only shattered all her disguises, it even revealed her true form as a fox demon hidden deep within her soul. For a brief second, a fluffy tail uncontrollably burst out from under Jiejiao's skirt. 2 fox ears also sprang up on her head. Fortunately, the flickering lightning was too fast, and the other mortal concubines were focused on their papers, not catching a clear glimpse. However, Wen Zhong was a practitioner of the Jiejiao, and he noticed the clues at a glance. Yet he did not expose her on, because when Changsheng passed down this ruler, he once left a message: no matter what kind of monster she is, as long as she enters the Deshang system, even if she is a dragon, she must learn to recite the 9 times table. Don't kill her, keep her as free high-level labor. After the electric shock, Ji was emitting black smoke, her hair standing on end. The exposed foxtail was also charred from the shock, quickly retracting. She slumped to the ground, twitching all over, no longer harboring a shred of rebellious thought. Are you feeling better? Can you still take the exam? Wen Zhong asked condescendingly. Better. Can take it. Ji, while spewing black smoke, shed tears of humiliation, trembling as she crawled back to her seat. This was no seduction of King Zhou. This was clearly a tribulation. Under Wen Taishi's physical intimidation, the first mock exam finally came to an end. When the results were delivered to King Zhou's study, the entire harem was engulfed in a tense atmosphere. Bang! King Zhou slammed his palm heavily on the dragon table, throwing Jiejiao's exam paper violently to the ground. 0 points. This is simply a provocation against Deshang's educational reform. King Zhou pointed at the paper on the ground, furious and blowing his beard. This is a 9-year compulsory education paper, and she couldn't even write her name correctly. It's fine if she can't solve the quadratic function, but how could she leave the yield calculation question blank? With such a fool, how can she serve as a model for the nation and assist me in achieving the greatness of becoming an emperor for eternity? Ji knelt below, trembling, feeling extremely aggrieved. She wanted to shout him a fox spirit. Why should a fox spirit understand quadratic functions? But she did not dare, because Wen Zhong was standing beside King Zhou playing with that damned ruler. Taisher, what do you think should be done? King Zhou looked at Wen Zhong. Wen Zhong stroked his beard and said seriously, Your Majesty, since Su Fei cannot contribute to the country in cultural subjects, then she can only experience the hardships of Deshang's infrastructure through physical labor. I suggest assigning Su Fei to the Fengshen coal mine to live and eat with the miners. When she realizes the glory of labor and passes the makeup exam, then she can return to the palace. King Zhou nodded in agreement without hesitation. Approved. Execute immediately. Poor Ji didn't even have time to plead for mercy. 2 burly palace guards seized her arms and dragged her out of the study. That afternoon, Fengshen coal mine, under the blazing sun, a large number of laborers were digging coal with bare backs, surrounded by swirling black dust. Ji was dressed in coarse linen clothes, reluctantly forced to hold a heavy iron pickaxe. Her once stunningly beautiful face was now covered in black coal dust. Her originally fair and delicate hands had developed several large blisters at this moment. Hurry up and dig. Don't dawdle. The supervising general yelled beside them with a whip. If we don't complete the quota of 3 carts of coal today, dinner will only be corn buns. As Ji swung the pickaxe, tears streamed down her face. She dug while cursing the ancestors of the Yuanshi Tianzuan in her heart. What a broken job. And they said after success they would grant me a proper result. I can't even pass the national exam of Deshang. I might as well give up on that proper result. Whoa. I want to return to Xinyuan tomb. In the dark coal pit of Xishan, Ji not only had to wield the iron pickaxe day and night, but also endure the coarse and unpalatable corn buns. She had countless times thought of using her demon powers to escape, but Wen Zhong had long since sealed her with a spell. As long as she dared to use a trace of demon energy, an invisible lightning would strike her, crisping her outside, while leaving her tender inside. 3 days. After just 3 days of cold digging, this originally delicate and charming 9-tailed fox had completely collapsed. The kind of muscle pain that made it hard to breathe, even straightening her back was impossible, was more terrifying than any bottleneck she had encountered in her thousands of years of cultivation. On the night of the 3rd day, in the miner's simple dormitory, snoring was like thunder. De Ji dragged her exhausted body, and under the faint moonlight secretly pulled out a book from under her pillow. It was the 5-year simulation, 3-year cultivation that she once scoffed at. She bit her finger and used her blood to write several shocking large characters on the title page. Knowledge changes destiny. I want to take the exam and return to the palace. A fervor and determination unprecedented erupted into Jai's eyes. 3 months later, within the imperial harem of Chaoga inside Jingyang Palace, Su Daji, the 9-tailed fox spirit once radiant with glory and entrusted with high hopes by Yuanshi Tianzuan, now knelt in an eerily contorted posture at the center of a mountainous pile of examination papers. Her hair was hastily pinned up with a writing brush, wild, disheveled, untamed. That bewitching face, once capable of reversing truth and falsehood, ensnaring all who gazed upon it, now bore sunken eye sockets shadowed by dark circles deeper than those of a panda. Those peach blossom eyes, once enchanting enough to shatter men's souls, now fixed rigidly upon a question titled, Analysis of Spiritual Energy Fluid Dynamics in the Great Shang Realm, Bloodshot and Strained. Given that the Lingxiu Canal releases spiritual energy at 3 cubic units per second, what is the optimal gate opening angle required to simultaneously irrigate 5 mu of spirit fields without dissipating qi? Daji gnawed pensively on her brush tip while furiously scribbling formulas across scrap paper. She had not slept for 72 hours straight, ever since enduring the darkest 3 months of her life at the Xishan coal mines. Through indomitable will and the prodigious memory innate to her Yao lineage, she barely passed her retake exam, and thus narrowly regained her place within the harem. Yet returning did not mean reprieve. Grand Tutor, when in his utter madness, instituted the monthly harem examinations. 2 consecutive failures would send her back to the mines, with quotas doubled, to avoid eating coarse corn buns and swinging iron picks once more. This Yao consort, originally ordained to fulfill the grand destiny of corrupting court governance, fully embraced the ruthless self-devouring grind of scholarly excellence. Shua. In the silent chamber, only the swift, dry rasp of brush bristles against paper broke the stillness. Her right hand, from months of unrelenting grip, had grown thick calluses. 500 more mock exams remained. Only 3 days until the monthly exam. As she solved problem after problem, Daji muttered feverishly under her breath, already half unhinged. At that very moment, a chilling, unnatural wind swept past the window. A paper crane folded from yellow talisman paper, glowing faintly with Yuqing immortal light, slipped silently through the narrow gap in the window pane. It wobbled gently before alighting upon Daji's desk. Startled by the sudden intrusion, she set down her brush, rubbed her dry, burning eyes, and lifted the crane. The instant she touched it, the crane dissolved into a flicker of flame. Then Jiang Ziya's voice, urgent, commanding, resounded sharply within her mind. Consort Su, months have passed since your entry into the palace, yet the Shang dynasty grows stronger, not weaker. If the Shang endures, how shall the investiture of the gods proceed? Yuanshi Tianzuan commands you immediately deploy your fox spirit allure, to bewitch the sovereign, slaughter loyal ministers, and incite internal chaos. Failure will be answered for solely by you. Hearing Jiang Ziya's condescending rebuke, Daji froze. She stared blankly at the towering stack of unfinished calculus exams, then at her ink-stained, calloused hands. A surge of nameless fury, like a volcano suppressed for millennia, roiled violently within her chest. Bewitch the sovereign, slaughter loyal ministers, incite civil unrest. Go to hell, Yuanshi Tianzuan. Go to hell, Jiang Ziya. At last she shattered, leaping from her chair like a furious shrew, jabbing her finger at the ashes as she screamed. You celestial elders who speak from lofty pedestals, never feeling the ache in your loins. Do you have any idea what these months have cost me? I rise before the rooster crows and sleep long after the dog has curled up. I must memorize 9 years of compulsory education, solve quadratic equations for spirit field irrigation, endure 500 damn mock exams. The more she raged, the more her composure unraveled, tears cascading like broken pearls. I can't even solve calculus. How am I supposed to destabilize the realm? The sovereign now greets me with one question: have you memorized fundamentals of statecraft yet? I haven't even reached his bedside. How am I to bewitch him? She seized a handful of discarded drafts and hurled them violently into the air. Get out. All of you, get out. Don't disturb my studies. Fail this exam again, and I'm back to mining. After venting, Daji, eyes redrimmed, picked up a fresh brush. Dipping it deeply in thick ink, she wrote fiercely across the charred remnant of the talisman paper. Get lost. I'm taking the civil service exam. Don't hinder the great Shang's rejuvenation. With a sharp flick of her finger, this reply, imbued with the fierce modern spirit of relentless competition, blazed back along its path toward Shichi. Having done so, Daji drew a deep, steadying breath and returned to her desk. It felt like a soul's baptism, her gaze now sharper, fiercer, more resolute than ever before. The fate of the Yao race must rest in our own hands. Once I pass the Shang civil service examination and secure that iron rice bowl, let any immortal dare lay a finger on me. Daji plunged headlong into the sea of problems, no longer harboring thoughts of toppling kingdoms or corrupting dynasties. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's residence far away in Shichi City, Jiang Zia sat solemnly in the main hall, brow furrowed, awaiting Daji's reply. Logically, after months within the palace, chaos should already be brewing in the Shang dynasty. He stroked the god-subduing whip, quietly calculating. Just then, a streak of light shot across the sky and landed softly in his palm. A glimmer of triumph lit Jiang Zia's eyes. The fox spirit's reply has arrived. Surely signs of internal collapse have emerged. He eagerly projected his divine sense into the talisman paper. Yet the moment he read the words inscribed there, his smile froze, stiffened, on his face. Get lost. I'm taking the civil service exam. Don't hinder the great Shang's rejuvenation. 13 terse, brutal characters struck him like a thunderclap, a stinging, humiliating slap across the cheek. This is utterly unacceptable. Jiang Zia trembled with rage, nearly hurling the god-subduing whip across the room. Has the fox spirit defected? What in heaven's name is a civil service exam? And what devilry is this great Shang's rejuvenation? Jiang Zia was utterly undone. His meticulously crafted strategy of internal subversion, his crowning masterpiece, had just collapsed beneath the weight of a Yao spirit's bureaucratic ambition. It was beyond absurdity. Yet what truly plunged Jiang Zia into despair was not Daji's defection alone. Report. A Shichi general burst into the hall, stumbling to his knees, face pale with terror. Your Excellency, the Shang dynasty has unveiled yet another economic sanction policy. They're flooding our markets with an agricultural tool called the Spirit Energy Iron Plow, at shockingly low prices. Every blacksmith shop in Shichi has shuttered. Peasants are selling their grain reserves to buy plows from the Shang. The general's voice cracked with despair. Your Excellency, we have not a single grain left in the treasury. Young Lord GFA hasn't eaten a proper meal in 3 days. Jiang Zia's vision blurred. He nearly tumbled from his seat. They could not win in battle, assassination failed, even the beauty stratagem had been ignored outright. Now, the Shang, backed by the Jiejiao Sect, was waging a bloodless, devastating economic war, methodically harvesting Shichi's lifeline. Shichi, the Prime Minister's residence. A musty odor of wild greens hung thick in the air. GFA, once the mighty sovereign of Shichi and the martial king, stood diminished in his own domain. He now squatted on the threshold, cradling a coarse porcelain bowl, cracked wide open. Inside lay a sludge-black mixture of bran flecked with blanched wild greens. This was his midday meal. GFA stirred it twice with his chopsticks, then recoiled, unable to swallow. He turned toward Jiang Zia, seated solemnly in the main hall, eyes instantly welling with tears, his expression that of a grievously wronged man burdened by 200 gene of sorrow. Father Premier. His voice trembled, choked with sobs. This life is no longer bearable. Jiang Zia sat rigid on the Grand Master's chair, his face ashen with fury. Before him, the lacquered desk overflowed with urgent reports flooding in from every corner of Shichi, each one a lament. Ever since the Jiejiao Sect's temporary cultivators entered Chaoga, the great Shang dynasty had awakened, as if its celestial meridians had been unblocked, and unleashed a devastating, dimension-shattering campaign. Not only had it ceased all military assaults upon Shichi, it now waged war through far more insidious means, striking without blade or bloodshed, driving Shichi to the very brink of annihilation. Dumping. This is brazen, malicious economic dumping. Jiang Zia clenched his teeth and slammed his palm onto the desk. The great Shang, empowered by Jiejiao Sect immortals, had forged an Essence Energy assembly line, mass-producing a revolutionary farming tool, the Essence Energy Plow. Lightweight, durable, and 10 times faster than conventional plows, it even bore a faintly resonant spirit-gathering formation, capable of enriching soil. Most damning of all, its price was scandalously low. One Essence Energy Plow could be exchanged in Shang merchant caravans for merely half a sack of coarse grain. The people of Shichi were mortal. They needed food, they needed land to till. Faced with such an unparalleled marvel, exquisite, affordable, miraculous, who would still purchase rusted hand-forged tools from local smithies? The result? Within 3 mere months, every blacksmith forge across Shichi collapsed into bankruptcy. Legions of able-bodied men found themselves unemployed, and to survive they bartered away their families' last reserves of grain, trading for plows, cloth, and daily necessities with Shang merchants. Shichi's grain stores flowed like a breached dam, ceaselessly, irreversibly, toward Chaoga. Father Premier, our granaries are so barren that even mice enter weeping and depart empty-handed. GFA set down his chipped bowl with a clatter and dropped to his knees before Jiang Zia, clutching his mentor's leg and wailing uncontrollably. The state treasury is hollow, our prices spiral beyond control. In Shichi's capital, a single dough of rice now commands a fortune. Our soldiers have gone 3 months without pay, and now riot daily within their barracks. If this continues, the Great Shang need not lift a sword. We shall collapse from within through mutiny. Jiang Zia gazed upon GFA, sobbing, nose-running, tears streaming, and felt his heart constrict with anguish. How could he not grasp the gravity of decay? This was Shiqi, the land he cherished, the realm ordained by Yuanshi Tianzuan himself as heaven's chosen. Yet now it lay humiliated, not by armies or divine wrath, but by Tongtian Jiaozhu's economic warfare waged with nothing but scrap metal and alchemical ingenuity. If word reached Kunlun Mountain, where would Jiang Zia's dignity rest? Where would the prestige of the Chan sect stand? My lord, do not despair. Jiang Zia suppressed his inner turmoil and lifted GFA gently from the floor. This is but the dying convulsions of a benighted ruler. The mandate of heaven rests with Zhou. That is the immutable decree of the Tao Patriarch, unshakable by mere plows or coin. I shall now invoke immortal arts, transmuting stone to gold, to replenish our coffers. GFA did not rejoice, he wept harder. He clutched Jiang Zia's sleeve, desperately shaking his head violently. Father Premier, spare yourself the effort. It is futile. The gold you conjure holds no value in Shang merchant camps. Wiping his tears, GFA fumbled a crumpled slip of paper from his robe and pressed it into Jiang Zia's hands. Father Premier, please examine this. Jiang Zia accepted it with suspicion and glanced down. There, in bold flowing calligraphy stamped with the Grand Tutor Wen's official seal, read, Imperial Bank of the Great Shang, authorized circulating note Shang coin. GFA choked out. The Great Shang no longer accepts gold or silver. Only this paper currency they issue. Our gold buys less than a sack of flour in their markets. And worse still, GFA swallowed hard, lowering his voice to a fearful whisper as if fearing eavesdroppers. Yesterday Shang forces plastered our city walls with surrender proclamations, thousands of them. They promise full amnesty for past rebellion if Shiqi generals defect with their troops. They offer immediate housing and land. Even 5 insurances, 1 fund, and cultivation-based social security. At this, GFA's hunger-hollowed, emerald-tinged eyes flickered, not with horror, but with unmistakable yearning. Father Premier, might we surrender? Their terms are astonishingly generous. I saw it written plainly: surrendered lords receive courtyard residences imbued with spirit-gathering formations. I'm already tempted. Outrageous. Jiang Zia trembled with rage and kicked GFA sprawling to the ground. You sovereign of Shiqi, scion of the Jiejiao bloodline, dare you succumb to petty transient gain? If you yield, what becomes of the myriad people, of the celestial mandate itself, of the Chan sect's honor? His thunderous roar echoed through the residence, shaking dust loose from the rafters. GFA cowered in the corner, arms wrapped around his head, trembling uncontrollably. Yet inwardly he muttered, when starvation looms, who has time for cosmic mandates? Jiang Zia paced frantically across the hall. He knew well, human resolve shatters before hunger, and before irresistible temptation. Unless decisive action restored morale, Shiqi's forces would dissolve entirely. Economically, the Great Shang wielded the Jiejiao Sects and scrupulous research fanatics. Shiqi stood no chance. Militarily, the 12 golden immortals remained gravely wounded, their strength yet unregained. Only one path remained: to harness mortal awe of the divine, and fabricate a miracle potent enough to awe the soul. Only heaven's majesty could bind these wavering Shiqi subjects, once more, to the Chan sect's chariot of destiny. Jiang Zia halted mid-stride. He gazed beyond the door, at the parched, fissured earth beneath a merciless, scorching sun. Shiqi had suffered drought for 3 relentless months. That desolation lay at the root of failed harvests, and of rising popular fury. I have it. A flash of sharp intelligence ignited in Jiang Zia's eyes. He whirled about, locking his gaze upon GFA huddled in the corner. My lord, issue the order immediately. Tomorrow at noon, assemble all citizens at the southern sacrificial altar. I shall ascend the altar myself, and perform sacred rites to beseech heaven's mercy, summoning life-giving rain to end Shiqi's great drought.